1. The status quo of Brin's talkative auntie. It is said that villains often die of too many words. In the 2 words of Op, Brin once again practiced this truth. In the last episode, Brin was blind to Lingju, which led to a big news. In this story, Brin continued to carry forward the spirit of Lei Feng, helped Sanji completely end his inner entanglement, and began to roll up his sleeves and copy the guide to break through Auntie's conspiracy. In addition, Brin also showed some details of the aunt's plan to kill Guangwen's family. One of the details is that the aunt specially prepared the legendary sugar-coated cannonballs for the steel bodies of the Wen family's children. Auntie's weapon for the Wen family is very unique. They have never been conquered by enemies with guns, and they are worthy of the title of heroes before the enemy, but they cannot stand the attack of people's sugar-coated cannonballs, and they will be defeated in the face of sugar bombs. Mao Zedong report on the second plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Wen family has never been conquered by enemies with guns, but they are about to fall under sugar-coated cannonballs. In addition, just looking at the fact that Ant planned to use pistols for anti-armor, if the steel and iron bones of the Wen family's children are considered armor, it really exists in reality. The most famous anti-armor pistol is not the Colt Walker mentioned in this article, but the Look-at Pistolet gun produced by the German Karl Walther Company during World War II. This gun was originally used to fire flares. Open your mind and put grenades and other anti-armor ammunition on it, and it became a famous anti-armor pistol later. It looks like this. This gun is cool, but it's too heavy, and it didn't produce much in the end. It is said that the Walter Company, which produces anti-tank robberies, is still an excellent firearms manufacturer. According to the content of this chapter, it seems that some people in the ants camp have developed similar ideas. Matching candy made powerful ammo for such a gun in Brin's hands. Here, it is explained that the processing technology, if not the ability, of the candy on the ants side is really extraordinary. Secondly, it also shows that the steel and iron bones created by the Wen family's great efforts are far from being indestructible. Of course, the most important point is that the weapon in Brin's hand directly shows that Auntie's actions against Wen's family were premeditated. The plan is likely to be that during the banquet, the aunt ambushed a wave of people, and then used the prepared weapons to wipe out the Wen family. In this situation, there will be an aunt sitting on the spot, and the Wen family has basically no chance of winning when their own advantages are offset and their combat power is insufficient. If this time the Wen family hadn't brought in Sanji, who is both powerful in intelligence and combat, to participate in the marriage, it would be really over. In this story, Brin not only showed that Ant had carefully prepared to eat Wen's family, but also showed his ability to modify his memory. The revelation of Brin's ability explains why Brin felt he leaked his plans to his prey before the murder began. It's a bit of illogical arrogance in Brin's last episode. And Brin's ability itself is quite powerful, to be honest. In theory, she can use her ability to change anyone's spiritual world and achieve her own goals. I don't know if Auntie also used Brin's ability to modify other people's memories, let alone if Brin took the initiative to modify the memories of many other people. If so, will those memories be automatically restored as Brin falls? At that time, a repeat of Takushima's scene may be expected. Regarding the clip of Brin's ability to use, there is another point that is puzzling, that is, when Brin took out Lingju's memory, why didn't Lingju use armament haki for defense? There are 3 explanations here. One is that Lingju didn't know what Brin was going to do and didn't realize that Brin was going to use his abilities. The second is that Lingju will not armament haki, or this aspect is weak. The third is that Brin's cultivation level is higher than that of Lingju, just like Fergo, who uses his ability to cut off haki from the whole body. Personally, I think all 3 possibilities exist here, or even exist at the same time. In particular, Lingju armament is not strong, and Brin's practice level is higher than Lingju. The probability of these 2 possible superposition is very high. Lingju itself has an exoskeleton, and the Wen family's opponents have long been relatively weak kingdoms, so the demand for armament may not be very high. As for Bryn, given his imposing manner of sitting in a gorgeous armchair when he first appeared with Auntie at the same time, the possibility of him being the first general is not low, and his cultivation base is above 0 Ju, which is normal. In addition, regarding Bryn's ability, I personally think it should be noted that Bryn's third eye ability has not been revealed to WT yet, and I don't know if there is any foreshadowing. It can be said that WT has left a lot of imagination space for readers here. The function of Bryn's third eye can completely cause the Ant chapter to experience a major turning point to some extent in the future. And this turning point, if it exists, will obviously further affect the image of Bryn's character, and this effect may not necessarily make her white, but may be darker. In addition to the above points, Bryn also revealed in this story that the Ant did not want the Wen family not to splatter blood on the cake. It seems that the cake will still be eaten at that time, but the object of its celebration may not be the marriage between the Ant and the Wen family, but the celebration of the Ant winning the Wen family and grabbing the corresponding technology. According to Auntie's careful planning, Auntie Bryn and the others should be able to look forward to the delicious cake prepared to celebrate the victory. However, there should be a lot of things that Ant has not planned at present. I analyzed it in the last chapter. At present, Ant has at least an unstable capone, and 2 points of the jade hand box that will explode will affect her plan. But in the end, the decisive factor that caused Ant to capsize will obviously be the core protagonist of this article, Chef Sanji. Bryn's remarks in this chapter completely strengthened Sanji's determination to fight back against them. As mentioned above, since this chapter, one of the core forces of this chapter, Sanji, the third prince of Vinsmoke, no longer exists, Straw Hat the group Chef Sanji is resurrected, and Bryn's eyes will bring her a big surprise. 2 Operation Straw Hats. Sanji burst into tears and changed his mind. He then introduced the current situation of all the Straw Hats in the order of Brook, Chopper, Sanji and Luffy. Personally, it can be seen from this sequence that Sanji can be regarded as a member of the Straw Hats, not an independent force, starting from the second half of this chapter. And on all these fronts, the Straw Hats have made new breakthroughs. 1. Brook. Brook's words confronted Auntie head-on, but there was no stage fright at all, but full of confidence. The King of Souls really isn't covered. Judging from the content of these words, Brook's fight with Big Mom is obviously at a disadvantage. But what's interesting is that facing Ant 4 Emperors alone with a weaker strength should have been a desperate situation, but Brook in this story doesn't seem to think so at all. Not only that, Brook also pointed out that he will not only get the historical text, but also will not suffer bad luck with Big Mom. This makes one wonder if Brook has left behind. If you think about it, Brook is really likely to stay behind. First, Brook himself is Auntie's favorite rare beast, and Auntie won't kill him in any case when she has the upper hand. And if Brook knew that, he could use it. And Brook himself is a dead man, who himself said on Fishman Island that as long as his skeleton is not shattered, he will not die at all. And Brook also has the trick of going out of the body. At present, Brook's out-of-body soul itself is a bug that has no solution at all while ensuring the integrity of its own skeleton. So Brook faced Ant, as long as he made sure that his skeleton was not damaged, he would not die, and he would not lose his freedom. Combining the above points, will Brook plan to leave Ant with a corpse that Ant can't destroy no matter what, and then float away with the historical text? This may be an alternative for Brook. Second, in the previous episode, Pedro defeated Eki. If Pedro can bypass Smoothie in some way, or use other ways to echo Brook's actions, it's no use for these two to defeat Big Mom. Escaping may still be a gamble. Perhaps, Brook and Pedro had already thought about the current encounter before they started, and maybe they had a plan. Of course, I personally find it more difficult. Third, does Brook still have some tricks up his sleeve? For example, the swordsmanship in the swallowtail slash of the extinction, which is unknown, might be able to use the same principle to pass by the ant without knowing it? Or maybe Brook has other tricks that he can release now to cover his escape, which is unknown. In short, it is certain that Brook is in trouble, but judging from the demeanor of these words, it seems that he still has means. I personally hope so. In addition, Brook's absolute trust in his partner is quite touching. And his partner teammates will obviously not let him down. 2. Chopper. Compared to Brook, who seems to be in a more dangerous situation at present, Chopper's side has been smooth sailing since he entered the mirror world. At the same time that Sanji's mentality changed in this story, he also successfully found a way to recognize his way in the world in the mirror. Chopper didn't waste any time at all. Just in case Sanji was resurrected, Luffy also had to ask the restrictions of the ants' prison. Coincidentally, Chopper will give full play to the convenience of communicating with each other on the Cake Island. According to this story, Chopper may be trying to find Luffy first. It just so happens that Luffy is about to come out, and Luffy understands Brin's conspiracy as well as Sanji, so that after meeting Chopper, Luffy can pass his ideas to the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats will end their current state of being unable to echo each other. In addition to Luffy, the meeting of Chopper and Sanji will also be very meaningful, because Sanji currently has more important information than Luffy, and Chopper will help Sanji understand the current situation of other members of the Straw Hats to a certain extent. Chopper experienced and possibly inquired from the mirror. This will greatly facilitate the performance of the resourceful General Sanji. In any case, Chopper's special position will play a role in mobilizing the major forces of the drafting team within a short time. At present, I only hope that he can act more carefully, and pass information in the mirror world without being aware of it, so as to keep this important position. 3. Sanji. In this episode, when Brin was dealing with Riki, Sanji also started to act. Sanji is currently the person with the most information in the Straw Hats, and the person in the most delicate position. At the same time, its psychological burden no longer exists, and the threat to Zeph is meaningless now. As for the bracelet, I personally think that it is not a big deal. Therefore, it is reasonable to think that there are many actions that Sanji can currently carry out. In the last episode, I first made a guess about what Sanji wanted to achieve. At that time, I thought that Sanji had to do at least two things. One was to get Luffy out, and the other was to pull Lingju when it was dangerous. After these two things, Sanji still has to think about leaving the ants' territory. According to this basis, I thought that Sanji should at least be the first to think about how to save Luffy, and the second, to see if he could get in touch with Chopper. For now, Sanji doesn't need to worry about saving Luffy. Of course, at this point in time, Sanji shouldn't know that Luffy has Jinbei to rescue him, and he should still be thinking about how to get Luffy. But this issue should be resolved soon. A potential reason here could be that the second thing Sanji needs to do, get in touch with Chopper, has made a major breakthrough. Chopper now has no trouble finding Sanji. After communicating with Chopper, what appeared in front of Sanji should be a lot more optimistic than the current situation. And if Sanji soon learned of Luffy's current situation through Chopper or other channels after leaving Brin's place, that Sanji might be able to focus on finding a way to save Reiju. I am afraid that this will require Sanji to find Lingju and find a way to convince his eldest sister of Ant's conspiracy, so that at least he can save himself. In the last episode, I also mentioned that Sanji may go to counter Fraud Brin and so on. The reason why I say this is because I think the time when Sanji finally overthrows Big Mom's conspiracy should still be at the banquet. This is not even based on Sanji's will. After all, WT buried a bunch of foreshadowing at the banquet, and the banquet ended before the story started. It's a little less likely. So looking at it this way, Sanji's current actions should mainly focus on preparing for the banquet. If the flower that Sanji fell on Brin's balcony is not found, then Sanji may still need to continue to confuse with Brin and others. In addition, Sanji may have to deal with the matter of his own bracelet. Although I personally think this is not an obstacle, it seems inappropriate for Sanji to bring that thing. All in all, Sanji will be very busy. 4. Luffy Nami. In this episode, Luffy and Jinbei have achieved a victory reunion, and they can finally go out. In the last episode, I guessed that Jinbei might have also been arrested, and then joined Luffy in prison. It seems that the process is wrong, but the final result is the same, that is, Luffy and Jinbei will start the counter-attack in this article from prison. As for how Luffy-Jinbei's counter-attack will go, Nami has always been Bifumei and does not need a counter-attack. There are currently many directions. But I think there are two things that are very likely. First, Luffy and the others should try to get in touch with Chopper. In fact, Chopper is currently looking for Luffy. And through Chopper, Luffy needs to understand the current situation of Brook and Sanji, and then make further arrangements. Second, Jinbei should have a plan for this action. Shortly after the beginning of this article, Jinbei clearly pointed out that this collaboration with Luffy has been planned for a long time. Including seeing the Ant who said to quit before, it was all planned. In this article, Jinbei is still emphasizing that wars are everywhere. I don't know if this implies that at the beginning of this article, in Jinbei's eyes, he and Ant are in a state of war. In any case, Jinbei, taking advantage of his long-term advantageous position under the Ant's banner, must have mastered a lot of important information on the Ant's side, and will carefully formulate practical plans. What's more important is that Luffy may listen to Jinbei's advice this time, because they all know that this action should be done carefully, and Jinbei's plan should be implemented to a great extent. In fact, I am absolutely optimistic about Luffy, Jinbei and Nami's upcoming actions. Luffy had already warmed up for a few words about it. At the same time, I am also optimistic about how the Luffy gang and Big Mom will end this matter in the end. In fact, in the worst case scenario, Luffy completely offended Auntie, and there are people who haven't taken responsibility yet, or someone else who has pulled the blame to relieve onto. Could Big Mom really threaten Luffy's subsequent actions against Kaido? Personally, I don't think it's necessarily true. The four emperors are balanced against each other. It's difficult for Auntie to form an alliance with Kaido when facing Luffy and Kaido, because then Aunt Kaido agrees. Redhead and Blackbeard will also find a way to destroy them. Threatened. Waiting for Luffy Kaido to get together, on to come to a fisherman to benefit. It's quite possible. But the pragmatic Ant may have made a wiser choice at the time to take the time to eat the space left by Kaido's fall, rather than spend energy and Luffy and then die. Let the red-haired Blackbeard pick up the cheap, and then come over after picking up the cheap. And when the time comes, when the Ant is almost eaten, Luffy is estimated to have slowed down, and then come back with a backhand. Whether the Ant is the fisherman to benefit or steal the chicken and not lose the rice, it is hard to say. Therefore, the solution of the Ant article is not a big problem. Besides, the idea of WT is amazing, and everything has been arranged successfully. But for Jinbei, I am more worried. For one thing, it is still unknown what happened to Jinbei when she saw Auntie. Judging from the current situation, Jinbei must have been punished, at least he was banned from entering and leaving the city. As for whether there is anything that takes away life, I don't know. But at present, it is basically certain that even if Jinbei suffers sacrifices, it may be within the affordable range of his own planning. I just don't know which step Jinbei intends to bet on, and which step he intends to endure. Given Jinbei's habit of sacrificing his life, that's not very optimistic. Second, if you jump out of the logical routine of the story itself, look at the similar plot that happened to the Up in the previous Ice lobby. The situation at the time was that Robin ran away, and Usopp also ran away, and finally Robin returned, and Usopp wanted to leave. In this article, when Sanji leaves, will there be a return of Sanji and someone who wants to stay or not? I mentioned in chapter 824 at the beginning of this article that Jinbei may want to stay or not. I don't know how WT will deal with it in the end. To sum up this story, in this story, one of the four core forces in the Ant chapter I mentioned earlier, the third prince of Vinsmoke, officially withdrew. The core contradiction of the Big Mom chapter, the conflict between Luffy and Sanji is over, and the Straw Hat group Sanji returns to the rivers and lakes. Then, the pattern of the linkage of the four forces of Ant, Straw Hat, Sanji, and Wenjia in the past Ant chapter collapsed immediately. The core suspense of Anti is over, and this story is about to enter its final stage. As far as the current situation is concerned, I personally think that even the last part will be divided into at least 3 stages, starting from this chapter first, until Sanji meets Luffy, or establishes contact through other means. This should be the final part after Sanji's return. Second, it should be part of Luffy, Sanji and others working together. Before this part, most of the foreshadowing of the story about the Ant should be finished. Finally, it should be the last part of the Ant chapter. At the same time, in the final stage of Anti, there are also a lot of suspense, such as Capone, such as Brin's third eye. The Anti chapter has been exciting from the beginning. In the last part, all the foreshadowings are closed one after another, and the depressed Sanji will break out. This story is very exciting. Finally, I wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Chapter 1 Travel to the World of One Piece / King of Pirates. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Maggie, I'm back. In the small tavern, a simple but strong figure pushed in the door and shouted carelessly. I saw a boy who was only 15 or 16 years old, nearly 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white vest, and was carrying a stunned wild boar on his shoulders. The wild boar is huge, at least 200 or 300 kilograms, which can be found in. There was nothing in the boy's hand. Xiaojia is back. Maggie, who has dark blue hair, is gentle and pleasant, and is virtuous and generous, was cleaning the table when she saw the figure of the young man, raised her head and responded with a smile. Bring me a beer, the strongest kind. Yejia threw the wild boar to the ground with a loud bang, then sat in front of the bar and asked Maggie for a beer. It's ready for you. Maggie smiled and took out the beer from the refrigerator and put it in front of Yejia. Thank you, Maggie. Yejia grabbed the beer and poured it into his mouth with a gulp. A lot of beer flowed down the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the boy's shoulders and chest, staining his vest. Ah! How cool! Yejia put down his beer mug and said comfortably, Maggie, your bartending skills are getting better and better. Just came back from hunting, you are tired, take a rest. Maggie smiled softly. Good. Lying on the sofa, Yejia calmed down, and a colorful progress bar suddenly appeared in his mind. 99% progress. Weird, incredible. Even if Yejia was an earthling in his last life, all kinds of strange things are commonplace, and he has never seen such strange things. There is a colorful progress bar in my mind, which can't go away, can't be forgotten, and can be seen all the time as if it were real. Is there anything more bizarre than this? Oh yes, there really is. Another thing that is even more bizarre than this is that he is now in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. At first, Yejia didn't believe that he came to the world of One Piece / King of Pirates, but when he saw marine pirates and heard news about Monkey D. Luffy, as well as about the Great Waterway, about the new world after the incident, I no longer had to believe it. Especially seeing the familiar Maggie and the Windmill Village, Yejia realized that he had traveled to the village where Luffy was born, and it was here that the red-haired Shanks gave Luffy the hat, which started Luffy's legendary life. It has been more than 3 months since I woke up in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates, and strictly speaking, today is just the 100th day. According to Yejia's understanding of One Piece / King of Pirates in his previous life, The timeline he is in now happens to be when Luffy was just playing with an ice lobby and dressed up. After this incident, it was the duel between Blackbeard and Ace. Fire Fist Ace was taken into the deepest prison by Marine because of his defeat, ready to execute the death sentence. And Blackbeard became the new King Shishibukai because of his achievements in catching Ace. Moria, Tenryabito, Empress Hancock. Yejia remembers the following series of events very clearly. Yejia, who stayed here for 3 months, had no internet connection at the beginning, no discomfort with mobile phones, and now his numbness has completely followed the life trajectory of people in this world, but he didn't think it was that difficult. What is the progress bar in this head? Yejia thinks about this question almost every day. The progress bar increases by 1% a day, and it is exactly 100 days today, which means that the progress bar is about to reach 100%. What happens if the progress bar is full? Yejia has been fantasizing. But his more direction is to the bad. If this progress bar represents his lifespan, doesn't that mean that he has to die today? Or does the progress bar represent the time when he traveled to this world? After the time is up, he can return to the earth and return to the original world? Yejia thought about the possible outcomes every day. At this moment. Hey! Boss, give us a dozen beers. The door of the bar was rudely pushed open, and several burly and ferocious men swaggered in. Yejia's eyes suddenly sank. It's them again. Yejia knew this group of people, they were gangsters in the Windmill Village. This group of people knows nothing, and they know how to oppress the people in the Windmill Village every day. If they do not comply, they will immediately hit people, ranging from serious injuries to vomiting blood, and severe disability to death. Yejia had only heard of their names before, and had not met them much. They don't come here often, the business is deserted, and there are not many people. They are not as interesting as other bars in the village. But Yejia didn't expect that they still came to the door. Boss, get the beer, my thirsty throat is smoking. The gangsters were a group of 8 people. After sitting down, Erlang's legs were crossed, cigarettes were in their mouths, and some even put their feet on the table. Seeing this, the other guests in the bar quietly left, not daring to stay at all. In the blink of an eye, they were the only guests left in the entire bar. Guest, here comes your beer. Maggie brought the beer right away. Several thugs were drinking there, talking and laughing, and the noise was so noisy that Yejia couldn't sleep at all. These guys. Yejia was angry, and after finally taking a rest, he was disturbed by these gangsters. But Yejia had no choice. Although he has a strong body, after 3 months of training, he can hunt big wild boar alone. But in the face of these powerful gangsters, Yejia is not their opponent. These gangsters are all very powerful. Yejia heard from others that they used to be pirates, but because they encountered another group of pirates who were very powerful, the captain was killed, the crew members died, and they fled. Trapped in the Windmill Village. The hunters in the Windmill Village are not as good as them, so no one dares to provoke them. If I can get a devil fruit and become an ability person, I will definitely beat them up. Yejia said angrily. Devil fruit is a feature in One Piece/King of Pirates. Once you take it, you can immediately have special abilities. The only disadvantage is that it is afraid of sea water and is restrained by sea stone. If there is a devil fruit, these gangsters in front of me, What a shit. Just when Yejia thought so, suddenly, the colorful progress bar in his mind suddenly reached completion. 100%. Whew. A silent electric current exploded from Yejia's head, and Yejia only felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his whole body trembled. The system is bound, you are welcome to use the synthesis system, and ask which system is stronger. I am the strongest synthesis system. The sweet female electromechanical voice sounded in Yejia's mind, which really startled Yejia. Scare. Who's talking? Yejia hurriedly looked around in horror, and then his pupils shrank suddenly, and saw in his mind, what's the matter with this furnace? Chapter 2 Glint Glint Fruit Fragments. In Yejia's head, a colorful furnace cauldron appeared. Outside the cauldron, there are also patterns of ancient mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, dowdy, etc. The reliefs are lifelike, making the cauldron look full of haki. This is your synthesis furnace. You can now synthesize with first-level authority. The sweet female mechanical and electronic voice sounded again. First-level permission synthesis? Yejia was stunned. The recipes you can synthesize are Devil Fruit, Stamina Dan, and Stamina Cap Dan. As long as you attack any living object, there is a chance that the corresponding recipe fragments will explode. The sweet female mechanical electronic voice introduced, if you once the recipe fragments are collected, they can be synthesized and used immediately. The synthesis system is a must-have for your home travel and heroism. Remember to praise it, dear. As long as you attack a living object, the fragments will explode. The fragments can be combined into a devil fruit. After Yejia heard the sentence, his heart suddenly boiled with enthusiasm. He didn't bother to care where this weird synthesis system came from. Yejia's biggest wish now is only one, to become stronger. I came to the world of One Piece/King of Pirates inexplicably. If I didn't go to the sea and fought with various pirates, Marine, Shichibukai, Shiwang, and others, wouldn't it be in vain? What's more, his favorite character Luffy exists in this world. If he doesn't see the idol he has liked for so many years, what's the point of him staying in this world? As soon as the system finished speaking, Yejia suddenly rolled out a skill tree similar to an online game in his mind. Synthetic Recipe, Level 1. 3 icons appeared in front of Yejia. They are Devil Fruit, Physical Strength Pill and Physical Strength Pill. Yejia gently clicked the Devil Fruit icon. Devil Fruit Recipe, collect 100 Devil Fruit fragments to randomly synthesize a Devil Fruit. Lying Trough. Yejia suddenly widened his eyes. 100 pieces can make a Devil Fruit? Wouldn't that be a blast? But in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, isn't everyone only allowed to take one Devil Fruit? If you eat one more, you will explode and die immediately. Suddenly, the sweet female mechanical and electronic voice rang again. The synthesis system reminds you, your body structure has been changed, and it can accommodate an unlimited amount of Devil Fruit abilities. Thank you for your support of the synthesis system. It's developed now. When Yejia heard the sentence, it was no different from hearing the sound of heaven. But the beeping sound isn't over yet. The synthesis system reminds you that since you have just used the system, we will give you an additional privilege opportunity. Any formula can be synthesized by only collecting 10 fragments. The number of effective times, 1, thank you for your use. Surprises one after another. Not only can it synthesize Devil Fruits, but it can also be loaded with Devil Fruit abilities indefinitely. The number of shards synthesized for the first time has been compressed to 10. So, wouldn't he be able to own a Devil Fruit soon and become a power user? Okay. Although I don't know if this system is true or not, but it has been in my body for 100 days, so it's worth a try. Yejia stared fiercely at the gang of gangsters who were drinking. Doesn't the system say that it is possible to obtain Devil Fruit fragments by attacking living objects? These gangsters in front of me, aren't they the best living objects? Yejia didn't want to waste such a good opportunity in front of him. In such a deserted bar, the beer is not good. Let's go to the one at the end of the village, it's lively there, let's go. The gangsters thought the environment was too deserted, and immediately stood up and prepared to leave. Guests. Maggie wanted to remind them to pay the bill, but seeing the bad eyes of the gangsters, it seemed that they had no intention of paying, so she could only sigh, shook her head, and dismissed the idea. But at this time, a figure stopped in front of the bar. Hey, You haven't paid the bill yet. Yejia said in a deep voice. Boy, haven't you woken up yet? Do you know who we are? Dare to ask us for money? When the gangsters heard this, their eyes suddenly became fierce, and 8 people rushed to surround Yejia. Xiaoxia, come here quickly. Don't mess with them. Maggie saw Yejia come forward, her face changed suddenly, and she hurriedly wanted to let Yejia come back. Maggie, don't worry. I can hunt big wild boars alone now, so I'm not afraid of them. Yejia said. Ha ha ha. When the gangsters heard what Yejia said, they all burst into laughter. Do you think you are very powerful when you kill a big wild boar? It's so naive and ridiculous. I haven't encountered such a fool for a long time. Boy, for the sake of you being a fool, we won't plan with you today. It's no good to deal with a fool. Get out of the way. You a fool. Yejia stared fiercely at the bastard who said he was stupid, shouted, and then threw himself on it. The gangster was caught off guard, but he didn't expect Yejia to dare to strike first, and he made a direct move, and was thrown to the ground by Yejia at once, and then Yejia's fists like raindrops all fell on him. Congratulations, you got a shard of glint glint fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of glint glint fruit. Yejia punched about 10 times in a row, and 2 beeps sounded in his head. Glint glint fruit. Damn, this is Logia's devil fruit, Admiral Kizaru's ability. It's developed. Yejia was extremely excited. He didn't expect to get 2 fragments so quickly, and it was Admiral's Logia devil fruit fragment. No, if I synthesize the burning fruit, wouldn't there be 2 glint glint fruit abilities in this world in the future? Thinking of this, Yejia shook his head. What about him? As long as glint glint fruit's ability is real, it's fine, not to mention, no matter how unreasonable it is it even more unreasonable to have the synthesis system? Break out the pieces of glint glint fruit first. Yejia was so excited that his fists accelerated. 3rd chapter Synthesis. Glint glint fruit. Boy, you are tired of living, stop me now. When the other gangsters saw this, they roared and rushed over to beat Yejia in various ways. They are very skilled in themselves. Yejia is no opponent no matter who he faces. If it wasn't for sneak attacks, how could he defeat a gangster so easily? A punch fell on Yejia, which made Yejia feel unbearable pain. Let go. I'll let you go. Do you hear me? If you don't let go, I'll kill you. The few thugs didn't show any affection, and beat and kicked Yejia frantically. Want me to let go? No way. Yejia gritted his teeth, his eyes were fierce, and his fists became more and more fierce. His whole person is like a wild beast in a state of madness. No matter how many attacks come from behind, he chooses to ignore it and just stares at one person and beats wildly. Yejia hit the face. After the gangster who was crushed to the ground and beaten wildly by him received a fist, he suddenly had gold stars in his eyes, and he didn't even have the strength to resist, and he lost his will on the spot. Congratulations, you got a shard of glint glint fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of glint glint fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of glint glint fruit. One fragment after another reminder rose in Yejia's mind. This sweet and pleasant electromechanical sound, like a stimulant, made Yejia more and more violent. How dare this kid not let go? Hit him. Hit him to death for me. The gangsters are more violent. They had already had a lot of blood on their hands, but now Yejia angered them again. With a ruthless blow, the strength in his fists did not restrain at all, and he slammed Yejia on the back. Boom. It made a dull sound as if a bell and drum had been struck. Wow. Yejia even spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, feeling that his bones were about to be broken. Fortunately, after training with the hunters for the past 3 months, my body is strong enough. Wait for it. All waiting for me. There are only 3 shards left. When you get 3 pieces of glint glint fruit, I will kill you. Yejia was roaring in his heart. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Maggie wanted to dissuade these gangsters from doing anything to Yejia, but she was a weak woman and could only shout hysterically from the side. The movement here has attracted many people from the windmill village. But when they saw that these gangsters were beating people, they were so frightened that they stepped back several steps, for fear that if the gangsters were unhappy and beat them together, they would die in vain. Finally underscore. Congratulations, you got a shard of glint glint fruit. Congratulations, you have collected enough glint glint fruit fragments, 10/10. Do you want to craft it? The sweet mechanical and electronic female voice was like a warm wind blowing in winter, and Yejia was moved to tears. Synthesize. Synthesize for me. Yejia almost shouted the sentence. Boom. In my mind, the huge colorful furnace cauldron suddenly undid the lid of the cauldron. 10 pieces of glint glint fruit were then thrown into it. Combining, please wait. A colorful progress bar appeared under the colorful furnace, and it was running at a fast speed. At the same time, in reality, Yejia's body finally couldn't hold on any longer, and was kicked flying by one of the thugs. Yejia spat out another mouthful of blood, feeling that his internal organs were stirring, which was extremely uncomfortable. Boom. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized a glint glint fruit, do you use it? After the colorful progress bar was finished, the huge colorful furnace cauldron suddenly lifted the lid of the cauldron. A going colored, bizarre fruit with convoluted patterns appeared in Yejia's mind, and then a sweet mechanical and electronic female voice came out. Use. Use now. Yejia shouted. Immediately, glint glint fruit disappeared. Yejia only felt a little strange in his body, and this feeling disappeared quickly. Boy! You are dead today. Dare to attack our people, send me to hell. Several gangsters swarmed up again, and the killing intent in their eyes was undoubtedly revealed. They are the most ruthless overlords in Windmill Village. If it is rumored that they can't even deal with a little guy, then they will be a shit. However, just when they rushed up and were about to punch and kick Yejia, it turned out that the attacks of several people all fell into the air. What's the matter? How did my foot get through his body? There's light in this guy's body. The fists and feet of the gangsters all seemed to hit the air, and Yejia's body was not seriously injured at all. They didn't believe what was happening in front of them, and they beat and kicked quickly, but found that they still couldn't attack Yejia, and they panicked. He. Yejia let out a penetrating laugh, and the fierce look on his face was even worse than these gangsters. What? Can't you hit me? Your abilities are nothing more than that. Now that I have eaten Logia's glint glint fruit, my body has turned into light. Unless this group of people has Haki around, I don't want to hurt myself at all. You, what's the matter with you? The gangsters were stunned. They beat Yejia just like ghosts, and it didn't help at all. I remembered, this is the power of the devil fruit. We can't hit his body, it's the power one, he ate the devil fruit. Run. We are not his opponents, run away. After a little knowledgeable bastard told the truth, his eyes trembled with fear. They don't know why the person who was beaten to death by them just now suddenly became a devil fruit ability user, but they know very well how terrible an ability person is, and dealing with them is simply a piece of cake. Immediately, the gangster turned around and wanted to escape from the bar and escape from this place of capable people. You hit me, do you still want to run? It's too late. A light flashed. Yejia's body stopped directly in front of this gangster. At the same time, his feet have been raised. Boom. Incomparably fast speed, in the eyes of outsiders, it was almost Yejia who was in front of the gangster. Without much movement, the gangster's body just flew out. Smashing hard on the wall, the gangster screamed in pain on the spot. His ribs were broken 3 times. This is because of the lack of strength after taking the devil fruit just now, otherwise this kick would be enough to kill this bastard on the spot. After solving one, Yejia stared at the other gangsters with murderous eyes. Next, it's you. Yejia's voice was like the echo of hell coming from the underworld of Jiquan, which made these gangsters feel terrified, like falling into an ice cave, and an unstoppable look of despair appeared in their eyes. Chapter 4 The Journey is the Sea of Stars. Yellow, colored light flashed quickly in the bar. Every time the light stops, it must mean that someone will be kicked out and several bones will be broken. Due to the extremely fast movement of the yellow, colored light, the remaining gangsters flew out in different directions at almost the same time, smashing against the wall or knocking over the table, spitting out blood, and screaming loudly. How is it? Does it feel good to be kicked? Yejia stopped, with sweat on his face and his breathing thickened. It can be seen that these simple actions consume a lot of physical strength for him who has just taken the devil fruit. Aren't you guys so good just now, you want to kill me? You bastards! Yejia scolded mercilessly, scum, shit. Dare to come to the windmill village to make a fortune, thinking that no one can cure you, right? Today I will let you feel how it feels to be bullied. Yes. Saying that, Yejia directly grabbed a bastard who vomited blood again and again. The world was spinning, and he couldn't exert even a trace of strength, and punched the bastard fiercely with his fist. After about a dozen punches. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Hearing the familiar sweet electronic mechanical female voice, Yejia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He even kicked 7 or 8 kicks just now, but he didn't even get a single fragment, which made Yejia's heart tense. Now that he heard the prompt, he was finally relieved. Does it have to be done with a fist to knock out fragments? Yejia guessed in his heart, or, my chances of getting shards have dropped now. In order to confirm the conjecture in his heart, Yejia kicked a lot of feet again, and beat the bastard to the death. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. When the voice came, Yejia's conjecture was confirmed. It was NT that he had to hit with his fists, but the chance of him breaking out fragments was now smaller. Not only that, but against these gangsters, the devil fruit fragments could no longer be exploded, only the physical strength pill fragments could be exploded. If that's the case, then I'm too lazy to waste time on them. Yejia wanted to use these sandbags to practice boxing again, and by the way, explode some devil fruit fragments. After all, he wants to synthesize a devil fruit now, but he needs 100 fragments. Exploding fragments is a matter of chance. To collect 100 fragments, he has to attack at least 1,000 times. If there is no fixed sandbag, where will so many fragments come from? It only takes 30 shards to synthesize the physical strength pill, which is much cheaper. The function of physical strength Dan is very simple. Doesn't it take stamina to activate devil fruit? Eat a physical strength pill and recover immediately. It can be said that the physical strength pill is also a rare good thing for Yejia at present. And you, one by one, give me a good sense of what despair is. Yejia caught these gangsters, came up and punched them. Even if they were beaten to pieces, his face looked like he had opened a dye shop. He didn't mean to stop. If it wasn't for Maggie, who was a woman with a kind heart and didn't want to see them lose their lives, she kept persuading Yejia. Yejia would definitely not let these gangsters go, and beat them one by one until her own mother wouldn't recognize them. Go away. I have already broken all your bones and muscles, and it will be impossible for you to do anything in the future. Like throwing garbage, Yejia threw these thugs directly out of the bar. Their bones were broken by Yejia in several places. And the villagers who originally thought that the gangsters would hurt and kill people, seeing these guys in such a miserable manner, and screaming like killing pigs, were also horrified that they were speechless. Didn't they just be beating up Xiaojia in the bar? How did it become like this in a blink of an eye? I saw it just now, and Zygia suddenly became very powerful, as if he had become a capable person, and beat all these gangsters down. Devil fruit capable. God, no wonder these guys were taught so badly, it turned out to be an incapable one. Deserving it? It's been a day or two for them to bully the villagers, and today someone finally came out to clean them up, really very happy. Look, Suffolk is rushing up. Saifu's father was beaten to death by these gangsters. Before, he didn't dare to take revenge for his family's sake. Now these gangsters don't even have the strength to fight back. How could he not avenge his father? There is vengeance for vengeance, there is vengeance for vengeance. The gangsters have been domineering in Windmill Village for so long, and they have already angered many villagers. This time, when they were in trouble, the villagers immediately seized the opportunity to rush up to avenge their relatives who died at the hands of the thugs. More and more villagers rushed up to do it, and even if they didn't do it, they had to spit twice. The fate of these gangsters can be imagined. Xiaoxia, are you okay? Maggie looked at Yegia worriedly, but just now she saw that the group of people beat Yegia to vomit blood. Maggie, don't worry, I'm fine. Yegia patted his chest, look, how sturdy. It's fine, but, they said that you became a power user, did you really eat the devil fruit? Maggie knows about devil fruits and understands the consequences of eating them. That's right, Maggie, to tell you the truth, I ate glint glint fruit. Yegia smiled, glint glint fruit is Logia fruit, you know Logia fruit, right? Deal with these people, they not my opponent at all. Logia fruit. I heard Shanks mention it, it is said to be the most powerful devil fruit. Maggie apparently didn't know that what Admiral Kizaru had was glint glint fruit. After all, in such a remote small village, it is already very good to know about the devil fruit. Shanks, red hair. When Yegia thought of this name, his blood boiled. If it was before, he would only be envious and jealous of Shanks' red hair, because he could not catch up with each other in his entire life. But it's different now. With the ability to load devil fruits infinitely, as long as he has enough time to cultivate, his strength will become very terrifying. It will never be lower than the red-haired Shanks. Shanks will be the target of my pursuit, and One Piece/King of Pirates. I will not compete with Luffy, I want to be the king of this world, the real king of the world. Yegia speaks boldly, and his chest is full of ambition. Maggie, I've decided, I want to go out to sea and follow in the footsteps of Luffy and the others, I want to enter the Great Waterway and rush to the New World. Yegia said. I knew that you all wanted to become pirates and search for great treasures. Maggie said helplessly. Before this, I have to exercise my strength. Maggie, I may not be able to see you often in the future, but the big wild boar will still be caught, and now that I have the strength, maybe I can catch even more powerfully. The beast is back. Chapter 5 Artifact, Stamina Pill. After the gangsters were cleaned up by Yegia, the Windmill Village returned to its former calm. Yegia's fame also spread completely in this battle. Since then, when the people of Windmill Village see Yegia again, they greet him warmly. The villagers who took revenge on the gangsters came to thank them. Behind the Windmill Village is the Gorbo Mountain, which is full of a large number of beasts. Hunters often haunt the Gorbo Mountain, but they have to be careful. If they are not careful, they may become a feast for the beasts. The first move, laser beam. Yegia began to practice, trying to mobilize the power to gather his fingertips, make a pistol posture, and then release it. Sizzle _. As soon as the power was mobilized, the yellow, colored flashes suddenly appeared, as if being absorbed, they converged towards Yegia's fingertips. Shoot! Yegia moved his finger, and a yellow, colored light beam shot out directly. However, because it was the first experiment and I didn't master it well, this laser light just penetrated a big tree and disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to shoot all the way out very far like in the animation. It's the first time to penetrate a big tree, this power. The Logia fruit is really powerful. But the power now is enough to surprise Yejia. He practiced this method several times in succession, and the power became stronger each time, and finally he was able to lash out to a range of 10 meters and penetrate 2 big trees. I'm so tired. Logia fruit is indeed strong, but it also consumes a lot of stamina. It was only 10 times that the laser light was used, and Yejia was sweating on his forehead and felt a little dizzy. It's no wonder that those who are capable, even if their abilities become stronger, they must continue to exercise. One's body is stronger than the other. The reason for daring is to support physical exertion. Everyone else trained, and of course Yejia also trained. And he just needs to attack living objects to get the fragments. At present, he is too weak. It is best to get a little more physical strength pill fragments and gather enough physical strength pills, so that in the future, there is no need to worry that when fighting with people, the separation of the body will become less and less, and he can only be slaughtered by others. Immediately, Yejia began to look for beasts all over the mountains. In the past, he could not avoid the beasts he saw, and he could only deal with them when he finally came across 1 or 2 lonely ones, such as the big wild boar. But now that he has the ability of glint glint fruit, Yejia can't wait to get a few more beasts. Anyway, he only needs to raise his finger to deal with these beasts, hit a shot quickly, the laser light is enough to easily deal with these beasts. Found it? Yejia ran for a while, and immediately ran into a dinosaur running wild in the jungle. This dinosaur was at least 8 meters high, and the ground trembled when it ran. The huge body could easily break the trees if it hit it. Okay, it's you. Yejia aimed at the dinosaur, and his fingertips began to emit yellow light. The next second, Yejia raised his palm. Call out. The laser light shot out, directly penetrating the back of this dinosaur, skipping from its chest. Haha, such a big dinosaur is a good hit. If it were replaced by other beasts, it would not be so easy to hit. Yejia didn't touch the gun very much, and naturally there was not much of a quasi-head, but the dinosaur was big enough, no problem at all. Boom! The dinosaur was attacked by laser light, and a blood hole appeared in front of its chest. It fell to the ground on the spot, and its huge body fell to the ground, raising a lot of dust. I know that beasts are tenacious in their lives, and they don't die so easily. Although the dinosaur fell, Yejia found that it was not dead at all, and was still struggling to stand up. You can get shards by attacking living objects. If you die, where can I collect shards? Yejia jumped up and rode directly on the dinosaur's body, and then his fist fell on the dinosaur like raindrops. Of course, the dinosaur immediately noticed Yejia's existence, roared, and wanted to stand up and shake off Yejia, but the laser light penetrated its lung lobes, making it painful and unable to exert its original strength. In addition, Yejia's fists kept falling on it, beating it, and the two-pronged approach made the dinosaur only howl. Huh? My strength seems to have grown stronger. The world of One Piece/King of Pirates is really different. I've only been here for 3 months, and my physique has become so strong that I can't do it on Earth, and it's only just now. I started to exercise my ability, and my strength became stronger invisibly. It seems that as long as I keep practicing and consuming my strength, I can continue to become stronger. Thinking of this, Yejia was so excited that he continued to beat the dinosaurs. Of One Piece/King of Pirates, there are many powerful people who take devil fruits. But there are also many strong people who did not take devil fruits, but cultivated purely on their own. Such as Red Hair, such as Eagle Eyes, such as these are the most typical examples. From this, it can be seen that in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, people's power increases much faster than on Earth. At least on Earth, there is absolutely no existence like the red-haired Eagle Eye. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Yejia has been fighting furiously, and the reminder in his head will sound every dozen punches. By the time Yejia killed the dinosaur alive, he had already collected a lot of physical strength pill fragments. Dead? It's boring. Seeing that the dinosaur was dead, Yejia probed into his head again. Is there enough physical strength pill fragments? Physical strength Dan, it can bring a lot of physical strength, 42/30ths. I can synthesize a physical strength pill. Quick, system, combine it for me. Yejia's order was issued, and the lid of the colorful furnace cauldron burst open. 30 pieces of physical strength pills were put into the huge furnace, and the colorful progress bar ran quickly. After about 5 seconds. Congratulations, you successfully synthesized physical strength pill. Ding Gai flew up, and a steaming physical strength pill emerged. The dark golden appearance looks just like Liu Wei Dai Huangwan, there is nothing coveted. Exactly, dealing with a dinosaur consumes a lot of my stamina, try eating one. Yejia directly clicked to use. The physical strength pill disappeared, Yejia only felt a heat rise in his body, and then all the pain and fatigue all over his body were swept away, full of strength, full of energy, the whole figure seemed to have just slept a sweet sleep, full of energy. Come and give it a try. Yejia raised his hand and a laser beam shot out. The light quickly penetrated 2 big trees. When it reached the 3rd big tree, it suddenly burst, and the big tree was directly blown off from it. Yahoo! It's cool. The stamina pill is a divine weapon. Ha ha ha. Yejia was extremely excited. Chapter 6 Unlimited Training Potential. If the devil fruit provided Yejia with the most needed power, then the existence of physical strength pills brought infinite possibilities to Yejia's power. Glint Glint fruit itself is a long-distance consumption attack fruit. Yejia still remembers very clearly that in the top war, Kizaru used the ultimate move 8-footed mirror Guyu to kill Luffy. The flashing debris in the sky, like rain, overwhelming the sky, it is simply an extremely terrifying super killer. When did you develop that trick yourself? Wouldn't it be easy to be on an equal footing with the 4 emperors? What's more, his potential is more than that. Now it is Glint Glint fruit, what fruit will we encounter in the future? If you develop these fruits to the maximum, and open countless big moves together, the picture will be beautiful when you think about it. Wonderful. Come again. Yejia continued to swim in the jungle, looking for beasts. There are not many things in Gorbo Mountain, but there are many beasts. Not long after, Yejia encountered another dinosaur. Raise your hand directly, and a laser beam shoots out. The dinosaur screamed and fell to the ground on the spot. Yejia jumped up and was a slap in the face. With Glint Glint Fruit's punching speed bonus, Yejia can punch hundreds of punches in 1 second, and he can completely catch up with Pegasus Meteor boxing. Such a punching speed naturally brought a lot of gains. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. A series of sweet female mechanical and electronic sounds resounded in Yejia's mind. Every time it appeared, it was equivalent to giving Yejia a short-lived stimulant, which made him tirelessly beat. Until the dinosaur was killed by him, the sound did not sound at all. Look at how many physical strength pill fragments there are now. Yejia excitedly looked at the synthesis formula. Stamina Dan, 75/30ths. Yahoo! This time there are more than last time. You can combine 2. Yejia directly chose to synthesize. The colorful progress bar quickly ran twice, the tripod lid was lifted, and 2 freshly baked stamina pills appeared in my mind. By the way, can the physical strength pill be turned into an entity and taken out? Yejia did what he thought of, trying to turn the physical strength pill from his mind into realization. As soon as he thought about it, almost instantly, 2 dark golden stamina pills the size of a thumb appeared on the palm of his hand. Eat one and taste it? Yejia threw a physical strength pill into his mouth. It tastes sweet, like chocolate, and breaks when you bite into it. Suddenly, a wave of heat rose from Yejia's body. Hoo hoo. It's hot, it's hot. I feel full of energy. Yejia only felt hot and dry, and his strength was almost overflowing. Immediately he raised his hand and 2 laser beams shot out, causing a violent explosion. The 2 laser beams have not been used up yet. Try moving at the speed of light. Yejia took advantage of this inexhaustible physical strength and began to travel frantically in the jungle. Glint Glint Fruit's ability to move at the speed of light, although it is said to be the speed of light, can only rush out hundreds of meters in 1 second at the beginning. But this can be considered very powerful for Yejia. Hundreds of meters in a second, and a single breath can rush out a distance of hundreds of meters. Just at this speed, Yejia can protect himself and save his life under the attack of any beast. After moving at the speed of light for nearly a minute, Yejia felt the heat in his body eased. Artifact. It's really an artifact. Feeling the power of the physical strength pill, Yejia was both excited and excited. If he encounters an enemy in the future, he can just rush up and just do it. Anyway, there is too much physical strength to use up. And the most important thing is that Yejia can use it to practice fast. What does practice cost? Physical strength. What does physical strength Dan supplement? Physical strength. The two complement each other. One out and one in. As long as Yejia wants to, he can basically practice unlimited times. And he uses the ability of Glint Glint Fruit to practice throughout the whole process. In this way of cultivation, who can do it in the whole One Piece/King of Pirates world? In One Piece/King of Pirates, Luffy has been practicing for 2 years, and he has become very strong. When his abilities are fully activated, he can even beat Doflamingo and kill Vice Admiral in seconds. Must be stronger than Luffy. Will Admiral still be my opponent at that time? It is conceivable how terrifying the progress of Yejia's strength will be as long as he has enough physical strength pills. But I don't have time to practice in this boring place for 2 years. If I want to practice, I have to go to the Great Waterway and go to the New World. Develop the basic abilities of Glint Glint Fruit first, and then set off immediately after raising the strength. Okay, next, increase the speed first, and move at the speed of light. Next, until the night, Yejia constantly shuttled in the jungle of Gorbo Mountain. As long as you encounter a beast, without saying a word, raising your hand is a laser beam. Of course, Yejia won't aim at their vital points, as long as these beasts lose their ability to move, lose their resistance, and be able to beat wildly by themselves. One after another beasts died in Yejia's hands, and a series of sweet female electronic and mechanical voices sounded in Yejia's mind. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. This voice kept looping in Yejia's mind. I don't know how many times it appeared. Yejia didn't bother to pay attention to how many physical strength pills he had raised. As long as he felt tired and couldn't use the laser light and the speed of light to move, he would immediately synthesize one and eat it. Physical strength pill fragment, 1256/30. At night, Yejia saw that the sky turned dark, and after a long day of exhaustion, he simply gave up his plan to continue to practice, and directly synthesized all the physical strength pills. Fortunately, Yejia's brain capacity was large enough, and more than 40 physical strength pills seemed to be empty, so they were quietly suspended above the huge furnace. And Yejia doesn't have to worry about going hungry. There are food all over the mountains and plains. When you are hungry, you can just grab one, and you can eat it immediately after it is cooked. I have to say that the world of One Piece/King of Pirates is different from the Earth. No condiments are added. When cooked, the fragrance is fragrant, and it tastes very delicious. No wonder Luffy is so obsessed with meat, even I feel a little bit like a foodie now. Yejia ate a whole dinosaur meat. This would be impossible on Earth, but here, the impossible is possible. The strength has improved a lot today, sleep first, and then practice tomorrow. Lying on the ground, pillowing his head with bones, and using leaves as quilts, Yejia fell asleep like this. Chapter 7 Million Bailey's Pirate Ship. For 7 days in a row, Yejia wandered around the Gorbo Mountain day and night. He has only one purpose, to explode fragments plus practice. As long as he feels tired or lacks physical strength, Yejia immediately takes a green, healthy, pollution-free, and side-effect-free physical strength pill, and instantly becomes refreshed. How excited he is. After having enough physical strength, Yejia used it for laser beam shooting and light-speed movement training. Even the great ape beast known for its agility and speed was a scum in front of Yejia, and was completely abused, and there was no comparison at all. Not only that, Yejia also found that the speed of his punches became faster and faster. From hundreds of punches in 1 second on the first day, to thousands of punches in 1 second. In just 7 days, Yejia's strength has increased tenfold. This means that Yejia already has the qualifications to go out to sea as a pirate, follow Luffy's footsteps, and conquer the other side of the sea. Bang! 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 Thousands of punches in 1 second, the speed of light punched out, and within a second, the beast died on the spot. The red-haired tiger is nothing more than that. I thought it was so good. With 2 shots and a light-speed punch, it will be a fart immediately. Looking at the red-haired tiger who had been beaten completely by himself, Yejia pouted. The red-haired tiger is a beast that Yejia has just come to the world of One Piece/King of Pirates to learn how to hunt with the hunters. Because the red-haired tiger's movement speed is fast, its outer skin has high defense, and its sharp claws can tear apart steel, which is very powerful. It can be said that in the entire Gorbo Mountain, the red-haired tiger is a tyrant. Even if the hunters all go together, they may not be the opponents of the red-haired tiger. But now, he was hit by 2 laser beams from Yejia, and then went up to make up for half a second of light-speed fists, killing him on the spot. In 7 days, even the red-haired tiger was found and killed by me. The whole Gorbo Mountain is no longer challenging for me. It's time to go to sea. Let's see how many physical strength pill fragments I have. Click on the stamina icon in your mind. Stamina pill fragments, 6859/30. You can synthesize more than 200 stamina pills. With so many stamina pills, it's cool. In 7 days, more than 200 physical strength pills have been accumulated, which is simply a huge wealth for Yejia who is about to go to sea. Go, it's time to go back to the village. On the road of Windmill Village, Yejia carried the corpse of a beast and moved rapidly. Yejia's strength became stronger, and his strength naturally increased a lot. The body of this beast weighed several tons at least, but it was as light as nothing in Yejia's hands, and it did not affect his speed at all. Maggie, I'm back. Yejia came to the door of the tavern and threw several heavy corpses on the ground, with a boom, raising the dust. Is this what you did? Yejia, you are so amazing. Maggie walked out of the door of the tavern, saw the corpse of the beast on the ground, and praised. Hey, little thing. Maggie, help me find someone to familiarize this beast, and I'll treat everyone in Windmill Village to a meal. Yejia said boldly. He traveled to the world of One Piece/King of Pirates and found himself in the Windmill Village, where he was taken care of by many villagers. Especially the hunters in Windmill Village, they taught Yejia the hunting skills, which gave Yejia a strong body and the capital to survive in this world. Now that I have become stronger, of course I have to give back to those who have helped me. Okay. Maggie laughed. At night, the tavern held a bonfire feast. Several heavy beasts were decomposed and put on the grill. Almost all the villagers of Windmill Village came. Yejia talked and laughed with them, the wine glasses collided, and he drank a glass of beer boldly. Old Casca, I remember you can build boats? Yejia walked over to an old man with a black turban on his head and asked while drinking. Xiaoxia, what's the matter? Do you want to go to sea? Old Casca said with a slightly drunken face and a burp. Of course. Remember Luffy? He has a bounty of 300 million now, how amazing. I also want to learn from Luffy and become a great pirate. Yejia clearly remembered that after the Enice Lobby War, Luffy completely alerted the world government, and his bounty was directly raised, reaching as much as 300 million. Not only him, but also the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, all have their bounties soaring. Now that I have the capital to go to sea, it is time to go for a ride on the sea, follow Luffy's footsteps, and feel the magic of the new world of the Great Waterway. Want to be a pirate? You have to think about it. Marine is doing his best to catch pirates. If you become a pirate, be careful to be caught and imprisoned by Marine. Casca joked. Have you seen that beast? I knocked it down with one punch. Old man Casca, don't worry, I will definitely become a very powerful pirate, even stronger than Luffy. Yejia said. Since you've made up your mind, I won't advise you, but if you want to go to sea, you must have at least a billion ship, or you won't even be able to go out to East Blue. Old Casca took another sip of wine. Millions of Baileys. Yejia was in trouble. He has lived in the world of pirates for hundreds of days, and millions of Baileys are no different from an astronomical sum to him. If only by hunting these beasts, a beast can be sold for several thousand Baileys at most, and he has to hunt thousands of beasts to get millions of Baileys. And this is still under the condition that someone is willing to pay this price. For the sake of inviting me to eat meat today, let me show you a clear path. The old man Casca glanced at Yejia, saw Yejia's embarrassed look, and said. Old Casca, you're still funny enough, say it. Yejia clinked his glasses. It's very simple, didn't you say that you have become powerful now? You can choose to accept the bounty. Marine has so many bounties, can you just pick one and solve it? Said the old man Casca. Yejia's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Now that his strength has become stronger, can't he just kill the pirates and get a bounty? A pirate's bounty is several million, tens of millions, and someone like Luffy is even more than 100 million. You can make a big sum in minutes. What else can make money faster than this? Let's go to Central Street. It is said that there are many pirates gathering there every day. Some pirates are very powerful. Marine has a headache and can't do anything about them. If you think you are strong enough, go there and collect a reward to kill a pirate. It can also be regarded as killing harm for the people. Casca suggested. There are many pirates offering bounties in the center street of Goa Kingdom. When Yejia heard the news, it was the same mood as when he heard the destination of a big treasure. Old Casca, your words are so helpful to me. If you want to eat meat in the future, come to the tavern to find me directly. I guarantee you will get tired of it. Haha. Chapter 8 Pirate Street. Goa Kingdom Center Street. This is the most prosperous area in the entire Goa Kingdom. Every day, countless merchants pass by. They buy and sell goods in exchange for funds. But there is a promenade in the center street near the border town, which is the famous Pirate Street. Every day, many vicious pirates gather here. There was even a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions here, and there was a lot of noise. It is said that even Marine was alarmed and would do anything to catch him. However, since then, Marine has basically not patronized here, and naturally, it has become an active area for pirates. This is Pirate Street? It doesn't look anything special. Yejio was wearing black clothes and a cloak, walking on Pirate Street. There were hawkers on both sides, and they all seemed to be resident merchants. There are also many casinos, pubs, and gambling establishments. Just choose this one. Yejio randomly picked a tavern and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, the sound of boiling noise filled his ears, making Yejio feel that his eardrums were shaking. It turns out that the people who patronize it are all pirates. I glanced at it casually, and sure enough, he was sitting here drinking and eating meat, laughing and talking about how he murdered, set fire, and robbed his house. All of them were pirates from all over the kingdom of Goa. There are so many pirates, I just don't know which bounty is higher. Yejia didn't want to kill the pirates himself, but found that there was no bounty in the end. I saw him go straight to the front desk, button the table, and gestured, "A cup of flames, thank you." Yejia stayed in Maggie's tavern for so long, he still knew some secrets. In every zone, there are basically underground intelligence organizations, and these organizations often hang in the name of taverns. If you want to know some information, you can ask the staff of the tavern. Basically, you can get any information about this area as long as you can afford it. Guest, your flame. The waiter handed Yejia a glass of fiery red beer with flames burning on it. I have something to ask you. Yejia flicked his fingers, and a silver coin fell precisely into the hands of the waiter. Guest, feel free to ask. The waiter saw that it was a silver coin, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he hurriedly approached Yejia. I want all the pirate bounty information on Pirate Street, let me make a price. Yejia said while drinking. The waiter gave Yejia a surprised look, and immediately understood Yejia's intention. But he quickly showed a confident smile. Guest, no problem, but look at this. Is one gold coin enough? Wait a minute. The waiter turned around and entered the room inside. The gold coins and silver coins were obtained by Yejia after finally selling more than a dozen beasts in exchange for information. Soon, the waiter came back, and at the same time he still had a stack of thick packages in his hand. Guest, this is what you need. The waiter handed over the package. Yejia opened it and glanced inside. The thick stack was full of reward posters. Yours, do you have a room? Help me get one. 2 coins were thrown out, one was a gold coin for purchasing information, and the other was a silver coin for booking a room. Here's the key, your room number is 3056. The waiter quickly took out a bunch of keys and put them on the counter. Yejia took the key, took the package and turned upstairs. After closing the door, Yejia sat on a chair, took out a thick stack of reward posters from the package, and read them one by one. 3,000 Baileys are really few. They are not as valuable as a few beasts. 25,000 Bailey, it's okay, but in the crowd just now, I don't seem to have seen him. It's not worth wasting time to find him for such a small amount of money. 140,000 Bailey, it's decent, it's a bit strong, but it's a pity that I still have to find it everywhere. Yejia turned down one by one, and finally he had no patience to look at them one by one, and simply threw all the posters with a bounty of less than 1 million Bailey into the trash. Only those with a bounty of more than 1 million are left. 1 million is used to make ships. I also need to buy some supplies for sailing at sea. The cost should not be low, and there is no way to make money at sea. I need to save more. No matter what, it must be at least 3 million Baileys. Is that enough? Yejia thought to himself. No, if I land on the shore, there are no pirates in that place, and I can't earn a bounty, so how can I replenish the supplies? Going to sea requires money, and the cost is not low. It's all down to 700000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 into the trash can. There were only 3 left in his hand. A 12 million Bailey. An 18 million Bailey. A 26 million Bailey. It's just the 3 of you, whoever you meet first will consider yourself unlucky. After remembering the bounty and the faces on the posters, Yejia rubbed his hands together, and the speed of light directly rubbed the 3 posters out of sparks, and then instantly turned to ashes. At this time, the tavern hall became lively again. The dense drinking crowd in the middle suddenly walked away, showing a vacuum. 2 pirates with red faces and big swords are facing each other. Pirates are inherently bad. If a word disagrees, scolding someone; if a word disagrees, then strikes; if a word disagrees, kills. These have long since become the norm. Pirates patronize the tavern all day long, and this kind of thing is more common than eating and drinking. Therefore, no one stopped the 2 pirates from fighting, but all of them cheered for drinking and watching the show. The 2 pirates rushed up and started to fight each other. It can be seen that both of them have some skills, and they have similar moves and styles. And Carlo, you represent my Scar pirate group. If you lose, I can't spare you. Outside the arena, a tall, bearded man drank wine and muttered. The Scar Pirates? Isn't that guy Scar Walker, the boss of the Scar Pirates? It turned out to be him. No wonder it's so rampant. I heard that Scar Walker's bounty has reached 12 million Bailey. He also sank a marine ship last time. Stop boasting, don't you know that that guy's opponent is the Evil Tooth Pirates? The captain of the Evil Tooth Pirates, Evil Tooth Garcia. Don't forget, the bounty is 18 million Bailey, more than Scar Walker is a full 6 million. Hey, this time there is really a good show to watch. 2 members of the 10 million level pirate group fight each other, which is rare on Pirate Street. The pirates onlookers were chatting enthusiastically, and some even opened a bet. Both 12 million and 18 million are here. It's great to be able to earn 30 million Bailey all at once. This trip is really worth it. Yejia, who was sitting in the corner, heard the discussion, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but bring up a cruel smile. Chapter 9 Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit. In the field, 2 pirates were fighting vigorously. Both sides tried their best to kill each other. But the strength of the 2 is comparable, and they saw the scars for a long time, but they did not see the victory or defeat. However, with the mistake of one of the pirates, the opponent seized the opportunity to cut off an arm in one fell swoop, and the duel finally came to an end. Haha, and Carlo, well done. Come and claim your bounty. Scar Walker laughed, feeling extremely comfortable. The villainous Garcia on the other side didn't look very good. When the defeated member walked up to him, he took out his musket, pointed at the defeated member, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A living life was ended on the spot. My subordinate, how can there be such a useless waste as you? Vicious Garcia spit in disgust, put away the musket, take his body down for disposal. Murder in public. If it were in Center Street, it would definitely attract a large number of soldiers. But in Pirate Street, this is a sparse and common thing, and no one takes life seriously at all. On the contrary, the pirates began to cast aside the defeated member. They only respected the strong, and showed no mercy to the weak. For the first time, I realized the meaning of the word cruelty. Yejia silently took a sip of wine. This is the real pirate world. The descriptions in the anime are only appearances. The real pirates are extremely cruel, inhuman, and they don't put their lives in the eye at all, so they will become the object of people's scorn. That's why Marine offered a bounty for their heads. In One Piece/King of Pirates, Luffy always knocked the enemy flying, or knocked out the opponent, leaving the opponent a way to live, and never killed anyone. But in the real world of pirates, killing people is more common than eating and drinking, and it is more common than breathing. For the first time, Yejio felt how lucky he was to have strength. Walker, you don't have to be complacent. Next time you meet at sea, I'll let you understand how the word bad tooth came from. Evil Tooth Garcia snorted coldly, then waved, "Today is really unlucky, let's go." He left the tavern with his men. It's time to clean up a little sin for the world. Yejio put down the wine glass, stood up, and followed. Remember, the next time you meet someone from the Scar Pirates, you must hit me hard, kill one, and I will reward you with 100 gold coins. The evil-toothed Garcia will be revengeful, and has regarded the Scar Pirates as a life and death enemy. When the subordinates heard the bounty of 100 gold coins, they were very excited. Really? Then give me all the bounty now. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Vicious Tooth Garcia. Evil Tooth Garcia turned his head and saw that it was a guy wearing a black cloak who was talking. He couldn't help frowning, and said in a vicious voice, "Who are you? Do you want to be an enemy of my evil tooth pirates? If you think so, you're right, but I'd rather you call me Death." Death is the name Yejia gave himself, and it is also the name he will use to ride the sea in the future. Wherever he goes, it is the habitat of the god of death, and all the sinful pirates will die under his scythe of death god. Kill him. I'm going to throw his head to feed the dogs. Vicious-toothed Garcia yelled. Suddenly, all his men rushed up with knives. I'm not interested in you guys. I'm interested. Halfway through Yejia's words, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. I saw a yellow-colored light quietly emerging behind Vicious-Tooth Garcia, and his feet had been raised. It's your head. Light speed kick. Bang. The body of Vicious-Tooth Garcia carried a yellow-colored laser and shot it at the wall, directly smashing the wall into a big hole. The special effect of the speed of light kick is finally used. Yejia appreciated his strike just now with satisfaction. Previously, he used the speed of light kick, which was a simple kick and had no side effects. But this time, his light speed kick completely achieved the initial effect of Kizaru. A laser will appear on the hit object, causing secondary damage and even more terrifying power. Next, as long as you practice diligently, it is not difficult to reach the level of Kizaru. Boss. When the subordinates heard the movement behind them, they turned their heads and saw Garcia, who had been kicked into a deformity, was twitching, foaming at the mouth, and screaming in surprise. And you guys, damn it! Yejia casually clicked more than 10 times in a row, and suddenly more than 10 laser beams were emitted, penetrating the heads of the gang of men. Between the eyebrows of these people, a blood hole suddenly appeared, and they instantly lost their breath and fell to the ground. After cleaning up the dregs, Yejia didn't even bother to touch it. The movement here caused a commotion, and the hawkers on both sides fled one after another, for fear that they would be affected. Fighting and killing people in Pirate Street is too common. If you are accidentally implicated, you will die in vain. Even the Goa Kingdom is too lazy to manage this place. This is a typical no-holds-barred zone. It's you next. I wonder what devil fruit fragments will burst out of your body? Yejia directly kicked and shattered Garcia's head without a single blow, just for the devil fruit fragments. After these days of research, he has basically determined the pattern. If you want to explode the devil fruit fragments, you must beat people. And the stronger the strength of the person being beaten, the higher the explosion rate. Therefore, another purpose of his hunting pirates is to explode devil fruit fragments from these bounty pirates. It's time for the results. Yejia suddenly came to Garcia, who was still twitching and foaming. In this regard, Yejia has no mercy. Light speed punch. Bang bang bang. Thousands of punches in 1 second, all slammed into vicious Garcia's body, breaking almost every bone in his body. If concentrated in one place, how could Garcia survive? Congratulations, you got a shard of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. The effect of thousands of punches is that the sweet female electronic prompt sound pops up like a cassette. Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. Another Logia, cool. Yejio was excited. Before he came, he had fantasized many times in his heart. If it was a relatively useless Zoan fruit, he would simply keep it, sell it at a high price, and exchange it for money. If Paramecia fruit, it depends on the category to decide to sell or keep. But if it's Logia fruit, it's not mentioned, you have to use it yourself. In Yejia's plan, if he can gather all the fruits of Logia, then he will control the entire nature and destroy the world at every turn. How terrible would it be? Of course, Yejio will not let go of this opportunity. What's more, Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit has played a terrifying effect in Enel's hands. His strength is enough to match any admiral, and even has the ability to defeat admiral. It can be said that Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit has always been an invincible existence in Logia. If it hadn't met Luffy's Rubber Man fruit to restrain him, Enel would have no problem becoming one of the 4 emperors. How could Yejia not be excited when he got such a fruit? Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit, here I come. Chapter 10 30 million Baileys. However, it is a pity that Yejia smashed the whole body of evil, Toothed Garcia except for his head. But even so, only a few pieces of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit were collected. Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit, 43/100. It's more than halfway through. Yejia took out a knife, cut off Garcia's head with a backhand, and wrapped it in sackcloth. It seems that it can only be made up on Scar Walker. I hope he can hold on for a little longer. He casually pinned the blood-soaked package around his waist, and Yejia walked into the tavern. In the tavern, Scar Walker is rewarding the victorious crew. The members of the Scar Pirates were also laughing and clinking glasses to celebrate the victory just now. Are you Scar Walker? Yejia walked directly to Scar Walker and spoke indifferently. Huh? The appearance of the uninvited guest suddenly became the focus of the entire tavern. Especially when they noticed the blood-oozing package pinned to Yejia's waist, their pupils shrunk. Who are you? Scar Walker said. I'm Garcia's subordinate. Yejia said, he said that if you fight with me and you win, he will deter when he sees you, and he will immediately retreat when you are there. However, he bet that you are no match for me. Boom. Scar Walker smashed the beer mug in his hand, and his tall and majestic body stood up straight, nearly 2 meters tall, looking down at Yejia. That coward of evil-toothed Garcia is so outrageous. You stand out for him, you're unlucky. Scar Walker pulled out a big knife. Get out of the way, I'm going to let my big knife get some blood today. Immediately, all the people around stepped aside, forming a vacuum. The people of the Scar Pirates shouted and cheered for the boss. The other pirates are holding the attitude of watching the play. I just watched a duel between the crew members, and it only took a while, and even Scar Walker got on it himself. Tens of millions of pirates fight, but it is extremely rare. Can we start? Yejia asked. Little guy, I'll make you understand how tragic the end of my duel with Scar Walker is. Scar Walker, holding a machete, pounced on him. Just when Scar Walker was about to cut Yejia, suddenly. Bang! Scar Walker's tall body hit the wall like a cannonball, embedded directly in the wall, and lost his will. All of a sudden, the whole tavern was a sensation. Scar Walker was instantly killed. Who did it? Why didn't I see anything? The man in black didn't do anything. Why did Scar Walker fly out? All four were shocked, and everyone was shocked. Scar Walker, whose bounty was as high as 12 million Bailey, was killed in one blow, and even the will to fight was zombies on the spot. They didn't even see how this uninvited guest made a move to defeat Scar Walker. Such strength is simply terrifying. I almost forgot to tell you. Yejia dodged, in front of everyone's eyes, and arrived in front of Scar Walker in the blink of an eye, and shocked everyone again. Garcia, the evil tooth, asked me to give you a message. He is very lonely and needs you to accompany him. After speaking, Yejia's mouth twitched, and then he directly waved his fist, and he beat Scar Walker frantically. Lightspeed punch. Congratulations, you got a shard of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. The prompt sound popped up frantically, and Scar Walker's body slumped almost in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered, and Scar Walker was beaten into a deformity. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained 100 pieces of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit. Do you want to synthesize? When this sweet female electromechanical sound came out, Yejia was overjoyed and quickly chose yes. Immediately, 100 pieces of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit were put into the huge cauldron. The colorful progress bar begins to charge quickly. It's done, it's useless to keep you. Yejia put away his fist, pulled out the knife, and with a backhand stroke, Scar Walker's head suddenly soared into the sky. He pulled out a piece of sackcloth, successfully caught Scar Walker's head, and pinned it directly on his waist. Captain. The crew of the Scar pirates were terrified one by one. Yejia's movements were too fast, he flattened Scar Walker in the blink of an eye, and cut off Scar Walker's head neatly. They didn't even react. Yejia had already pinned the bloody package. Waste. The other pirates around were also shocked. They have seen terrible, but they have never seen such terrible. 18 million, has no doubts about his strength and is definitely a leader in Pirate Street. However, in front of this man in black, he was as powerless as a baby and let him be slaughtered. Okay, mission accomplished. Yejia glanced at the 30 million Bailey around his waist with satisfaction, his figure flashed, leaving a yellow, colored ribbon-like light, and disappeared directly in place. The many pirates who were left stunned and shocked looked at the headless and deformed corpse of Scar Walker, their eyes and bodies all trembling. The members of the Scar pirates are even more afraid to breathe. At the same time, a thought appeared in their minds. Master. Meet the real master. Scar Walker's head, confirmed. The head of Garcia, the Wicked Tooth. Confirmed. Okay, this is your 30 million Bailey bounty. I hope you can still contribute more to the fight against pirates in the future. After a young man in a vest got the prize of 30 million Bailey, he was so excited that he bowed and thanked Marine again and again. Holding such a huge sum of money, the young man walked out of the hall, but suddenly stopped. So much money. I take a little and he won't find out? The young man grabbed a handful from the bag, put it in his pocket, and then walked into the alley. But as soon as he arrived in the alley, his body immediately stiffened, and he fell to the ground and passed out. People today are really greedy. Yejia took the prize bag in the young man's hand, and took out the money he had hidden from the young man's pocket, leaving behind the promised silver coin, and then dodged and left the alley. Windmill Village. Hey old Casca, I've scraped together enough money to build me a boat. Yejia directly threw a bag to the old man Casca, which contained 100 gold coins. According to the general exchange rate of 10,000 Baileys equal to 1 gold coin, the old Casca is holding a full 1 million Baileys now. Boy, I didn't see that you could make 1 million Baileys in such a short period of time. Old Casca laughed, give me 10 days, and we'll see you at the pier in 10 days. Then I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 11 Start Sailing. Gorbo Mountain. Sizzle _ Electricity emerged from Yejia's arm, the electric snake jumped, and spread to Yejia's whole body after a while. Discharge. With Yejia's order, the electric current spurted out quickly, and it fell on a tree like thunder. The tree was split in half on the spot, charred black, and bursting with flames. Power up. Yejia tried to increase the amount of electricity released, and the thunder and lightning on his body became more and more vigorous. Then, Yejia pointed to the sky, and all the thunder and lightning on the surface of the body shot out, covering all the jungle in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, a circular piece of ground in front of Yejia was annihilated into a bare patch, with no grass growing. As expected of One Piece/King of Pirates, Robin mentioned Logia's almost invincible devil fruit many times. Its power is too overbearing. Yejia sighed. I have only just started to use it not long ago, and the thunder and lightning released is so terrifying that it can instantly annihilate a place into wasteland. Logia fruit draws on the power of nature and is born with terrifying power. If it is paramecia like Luffy or other weaker Zoan, which one doesn't need long-term practice and various pains to achieve something? It can be seen that Logia is the strongest fruit among the three lines, and what he said is true. With this fruit, Enel is indeed qualified to be called a god. Yejia has to admit that he, who also owns Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit, has begun to slowly understand Enel's psychology. This kind of natural ability, raising a hand, and a single thought, can destroy the enemy's ability, enough to make him feel different and inhuman. How can such a domineering fruit be worthy of it if it is not fully developed? Come again. Discharge, increase to maximum power. Yejia tirelessly began to practice Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit. Anyway, he has a steady supply of physical strength, and is fully able to cope with the severe physical exhaustion of the Logia fruit. 10 days later. Wow! Old Casca, yes, this ship is too hacky. On the pier, Yejia and the old man Casca stood side by side, and on the sea in front of him, a large boat stopped quietly on the shore. The ship was large, not comparable to Luffy's Thousand Suns, but at least stronger than Mary. And many places are reinforced with steel, so even if it encounters a big storm, it can calmly deal with it. Just relying on this finished product, it is not wrong to spend 1,000,000 Bailey. Xiaoxia, you don't know how to sail, and it's too late to learn now. If you go to sea, remember to find a person who can steer and identify the direction, so that your voyage will be less detours. Casca urged the old man. Thank you, old Casca. Yejia's heart warmed. Let's go, the old man of mine should go home and rest. It took me a lot of effort to work on your ship. When you become a famous sea pirate in the future, I will have the capital to brag. Haha. Old Casca, drinking and humming, left the dock. Yejia looked at the pirate ship that belonged to him in front of him, and a sense of magnificence was born in his heart. I have a pirate ship too. I can go to sea. I'm also eligible to be part of the history of One Piece/King of Pirates. Death, my name will be my name in the future. The Death God pirates will soon become famous throughout the Great Waterway. Anyone will know that among the pirates searching for the great secret treasure, there is a sea death god who can compete with for the Emperor Admiral stands shoulder to shoulder. Yejia's heart is full of ambition. On the same day, he specially asked someone to help him draw a logo with a death skull. The skull is covered with a cloak and is hidden under the cloak. The crossed bones turned into two scythes of the god of death, and there was a little blood on the blade. From today on, you will be called the Reaper. In addition, I announce that the Death God pirates have been established today. Yejia raised the canvas, and the death skull danced in the wind, standing on the bow and shouting loudly. Knowing that Yejia was about to go to sea, almost the entire windmill village came to see him off. Xiaoxia, if you see Luffy, don't forget to say hello to him for me. It was Maggie who called out this, and it was obvious that she missed Luffy too. No problem. Yejio patted his chest and agreed. Xiaoxia, after you go out to sea, clean up all those hateful pirates, and be a great and upright pirate. I believe in you. I'll read your bounty in the newspaper, Xiaoxia, but don't let us down. Don't forget the hunter's skills, it will help you a lot at sea, remember. The people of Windmill Village gave goodbye words, which made Yejio feel warm. On Earth, no one cared about his life or death, he was alone, and no one knew when he died. But here, Windmill Village, felt the warmth of home. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Goodbye everyone. After Yejio finished speaking, he raised his sails, and in the sight of the villagers of Windmill Village, the Reaper gradually drowned under the sea-sky communication line. The sea breeze was blowing, and the mild sunlight was lightly sprinkled. Yejio was lying on the deck, feeling extremely comfortable. However, he knew that sailing on the sea had many comfortable days, but also many suffering days. Encountered by a violent storm, the waves were turbulent, and the sea water directly overturned the boat, and Yejio was directly finished. The most feared thing for devil fruit people is the sea water. All of them are landlubbers. If they fall into the water, they will basically die. Therefore, those with devil fruit abilities take a greater risk than ordinary people when sailing on the sea. Huh? After lying down for a while, suddenly, Yejio's ears moved, and he heard some movement from the sea from under the deck. The movement was approaching very fast, and Yejio just realized that a huge shadow had quietly emerged under his boat. Sea Kings. Silent in the ocean, the enemy of all who sail the sea. Roar. The sea rose, the huge body burst out of the water, and a pair of bloodthirsty eyes stared at Yejio condescendingly, making a roaring sound. The shape of the Sea King is similar to that of dinosaurs, but it has no arms and only has gills unique to fish. However, its size is more than 10 meters high, covering the sky and the sun. In front of it, Yejio looks extraordinarily small. Neptune? It seems that God also favors me. He gave me such a big piece of fat as soon as I went out to sea. If I didn't accept it, how could I be worthy of God's kindness? Yejio laughed loudly, and then his eyes flashed. Swish. Suddenly, his figure disappeared directly in place. The next second, Yejio's figure appeared on top of the Sea King class. Sizzle _. Electricity lingered around Yejio's body, the electric snake jumped, and Yejio's eyes were all flashing with electric light. 3 million volts, discharge. Yejio's whole body suddenly radiated light, and then the current in the whole body instantly converged into a thunderbolt as thick as an arm, shooting out from his palm. Boom! A deafening thunder sounded, setting off huge waves. The thunder and lightning penetrated the whole body of the Sea King, directly burning the Sea King to charcoal, and let out a scream, burping on the spot, and the huge body fell into the sea. Swish! A teleport, Yejio returned to the deck. Goro Goro no Mi rumble fruit is so cool. Haha. Chapter 12 One-Eyed Barian. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. It's been 2 days of sailing. Looking at the map, it should be heading in the direction of the Great Waterway. Why haven't I seen the iconic island yet? Standing on the deck, Yejio scratched his ears while looking at the map, puzzled. Yejio has to admit that in terms of strength, he is very confident, but in terms of sailing, he is a downright idiot. Even with the map marked, Yejio couldn't identify where he was. Navigation is a mind-boggling business. Yejio was unable to lie down on the deck and sighed, when will I be able to find a navigator like Nami as a partner like Luffy? Luffy, apart from doing things every day and having a bit of strength, is basically an idiot in terms of sailing. It's because of so many good friends that Luffy can go all the way. Now I am alone, and at this pace, I still don't know when I will be able to reach the Great Channel. Catch up with Luffy, enter the new world, and the days of confronting the four emperors are far away. Navigator, where is my navigator? At this time. Bayou. A black iron cannonball crossed the air and flew in the direction of the death god. What's the move? Yejia heard the movement, got up and looked, and immediately saw a cannonball falling towards him in midair. Enemy attack. Two words appeared in Yejia's mind at that time. In this sea where pirates are rampant, it is not surprising that pirates are fighting each other for treasure. Dare to do it to me? Are you impatient? But someone dared to make his own idea, which made Yejia unable to bear it. Just so, if there is a navigator on the enemy ship, I can also get one by the way. Immediately, Yejia's eyes flashed fiercely. Extending his finger, Yejia's high-speed perspective quickly captured the trajectory of the shell. Call out. Laser light burst out. How fast is the speed of light? In an instant, the shell pierced and detonated. The rumbling explosion was heard near the Reaper, the sea oscillated, and the Reaper was also affected and swayed. I see you. Soon, Yejia saw that the side was facing him in the distance, and the fort was aimed at a pirate ship here. There were a few more cannonballs, and then more than a dozen black cannonballs flew towards Yejia again in the form of a parabola. Wait, here I come. Yejia showed a bloodthirsty smile, and his figure disappeared in place. I saw a yellow-colored light beam quickly skipping the ocean and quickly approaching the pirate ship. Shoot the cannon. Give me all the aiming points. Shoot me down that ship. The captain of the pirate ship is a one-eyed dragon, wearing a black blindfold, waving the machete in his hand in the direction of the Shinigami, shouting loudly. Haha, Captain, today is our lucky day. I just ransacked a village, and I ran into a big fat fish just after it came out. Look. That pirate ship is really good, I have to say it 100 times less. Wanberg, there must be a lot of valuables in there. The men in charge of the observation at the helm were very excited. The village was too poor just now. After searching for a long time, I couldn't even find 1,000,000 Baileys, but those women, hee, after the ship is shot down, the treasure will be enjoyed with the women. Captain Cyclops laughed. If the killed Scar Walker and evil-toothed Garcia are here, they will definitely recognize this one-eyed captain, who is a frequent visitor to Pirate Street, the one-eyed Barian with a bounty of 26 million pirates. Speaking of one-eyed Barian, no one in the entire Pirate Street does not know. He can be said to be the king and hegemon in the waters near the Goya Kingdom. From his 26 million bounty, it can be seen that this person has extraordinary strength, a lot of crimes, and his methods are very cruel. Basically, in the waters of the Goa Kingdom, no one dared to provoke the majesty of one-eyed Barian. Even Scar Walker and evil-toothed Garcia have to be respectful in front of one-eyed Barian. No, one-eyed Barian just finished looting a nearby village. The village was too poor to find much wealth, so one-eyed Barian was furious and killed all the men and all the women abducted into the boat, and set fire to the village before leaving. Just when he was about to enjoy the woman, he suddenly came down to report and found a valuable pirate ship. And the point is, that pirate ship doesn't belong to any familiar pirate group, it's an out-and-out outsider. The waters of the Goya Kingdom are all their own territory, and if they dare to break into their own territory, how could one-eyed Barian easily let them go? He immediately ordered that the pirate ship should be shot down to make up for today's losses. Captain. A yellow flash is approaching fast. At this time, the subordinate in charge of observation saw a yellow-colored light beam galloping towards him through the telescope. Yellow-colored flashes? One-eyed Barian was also puzzled. It's me. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the two of them. One-eyed Barian and his subordinates were startled, they turned around quickly, and saw a boy of 15 or 16 years old dressed like a hunter, lying on the captain's exclusive seat, with Erlang's legs crossed, looking at them casually. You, when did you get on the ship? How come no one found out? The men were so shocked that they stuttered when they spoke. The others on the boat were equally astonished, and they didn't understand why a stranger suddenly appeared on the boat, and they didn't notice it at all. If the other party just shot them in the back, then the result. I feel scared for a while when I think of it. However, they were surprised, but their movements were not slow. One by one, they quickly raised the muskets in their hands and aimed them at the uninvited guest. I just came up like this, no special effects, no special methods, it's that simple. Yejia lay back and said nonchalantly. Boy, you are sitting in my seat. One-eyed Barian spoke in a deep voice. He took out a chain. The head of the chain had an iron ball full of spikes, which looked like an extended version of the meteor hammer. Really? No wonder it's so comfortable. Yejia nodded and said, this tiger skin is a good thing. I knew I should get a similar one, but it just happens that the seat will belong to me in the future. You little guy who doesn't know how to live or die, stop being arrogant and die for me. One-eyed Barian's anger rose, and he directly smashed the popular hammer in his hand and smashed Yejia fiercely. If this hammer were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to react in time. 26 million bounty is naturally not bad. One-eyed Barian, the bounty is 26 million. Unfortunately, I am in the sea now, and I can't exchange your head for money. If it is left for a long time, it will stink, so, you go to death. After Yejia finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, along with the tiger skin seed. The meteor hammer hit the deck directly, making a big hole. Huh? What about people? One-eyed Barian was taken aback. I'm here. The voice came from above One-eyed Barian's head. One-eyed Barian suddenly raised his head, only to see the sole of a shoe that kept expanding in his eyes. Boom! The deck was shattered, and the One-eyed Barian was driven directly into the interior of the hull. Chapter 13 Super Big Killer, Physical Upper Limit Dan. The ship, the captain, was killed. When the subordinates saw the scene in front of them, they were so frightened that they almost sat on the ground with weak legs. What's up with this guy? How to say disappear, disappear, say appear, appear. And with just one move, they killed their captain, One-eyed Barian, a ruthless man with a bounty of 26 million. Quick, quick shot. The subordinates shouted loudly. Boom. 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 The crew fired one after another, and the firepower was intertwined into a net, shrouding Yejia in it. But Yejia had no intention of dodging at all, and let the bullet fall on him. If you can attack me, you should be in the new world now. The corner of Yejia's mouth twitched, but there is only one use for your lives, donate some physical strength pills to me. With that said, Yejia's figure disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared in front of a crew member and raised his foot. Lightspeed streak. Thousands of kicks in 1 second. The whole crew member began to twitch as if they had been electrocuted, and no part of the body was intact. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the upper limit of physical strength. The sweet mechanical and electronic female voice was beating wildly in Yejia's mind. Obviously, the strength of the crew is too weak, and can only get physical strength pill fragments. However, Yejia found something different inside. Physical limit pill fragments. This is the first time Yejia burst out of the upper limit of physical strength. Among the 3 synthetic formulas, it is the only one that Yejia has seen until now. Physical limit Dan, you can increase the maximum physical strength infinitely. 1/30. There is no doubt that it is another super killer. What does it mean to be able to increase physical strength infinitely? Yejia's strength can be improved endlessly. Everyone knows that the only way to improve physical strength is to become stronger. Only the stronger it becomes, the upper limit of physical strength will be strengthened. Just like in One Piece/King of Pirates, Luffy can only use the second gear for a short time at the beginning. As he becomes stronger and stronger, his second gear time becomes longer and longer. Later, he also developed third gear, fourth gear. Files. Although the physical strength limit pill cannot directly improve Yejia's strength, it can increase Yejia's physical strength limit and become infinitely powerful. Infinite improvement. Then can't I grow to blow up the entire One Piece/King of Pirates world with one punch? Simply awesome to explode. If that day comes, what is the four emperors and Marshal Admiral? All blows with one punch. But, the explosion rate is a little too bleak, isn't it? The physical upper limit Dan is indeed powerful, but until now, Yejia has only exploded a fragment. This shows that the rarer something is, the harder it is to get it. There's no way, since the explosion rate is low, we can only deal with this group of mobs, and it's One Piece. Yejia is not too frustrated. After all, the physical strength limit pill will not bring Yejia a too powerful strength improvement for a while, so there is no difference between having it and not having it. Lightspeed foot. After learning that this group of mobs could explode the fragments of the maximum physical strength pill, Yejia never killed them with a single blow. Now he is still in the primitive accumulation stage, and he will never let go of any opportunity to explode fragments. He is too strong. We are not opponents, run away. This guy is a monster. A monster. Everyone he attacked was bloody, horrible, horrible. Mom, I'm going home. One-Eyed Barian's crew fell one by one at the feet of Yejia, and the other crew members fled in panic when they saw this. They chose to abandon the ship and dive into the water, and they could no longer raise the slightest resistance. I can't do anything if they all jump into the sea. It seems that I can only deal with them directly. Sizzle _. The current flooded Yejia's body instantly, making Yejia look like he was shining with lightning all over his body, like a god bathed in lightning. 3 million volts, discharge. Yejia stretched out his palm and pointed into the sea, without aiming at anyone at all. Boom. 3 million volts of lightning spread out in an instant. Those crew members who were madly fleeing in the water were instantly covered by lightning and died on the spot. Not only that, but also many nearby fish were electrocuted to death and all floated on the water. It's really boring, can't you send me some physical strength pill fragments? Forget it, anyway, my real goal is not these little shrimps. After getting these crew members, Yejia dodged to the inside of the hull and was in front of the one-eyed Barian who was spitting blood and almost lost his will. You. The one-eyed Barian saw Yejia, his eyes were terrified, and he wanted to say something, but Yejia didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Lightspeed fist. Thousands of punches in a second, madly slamming into one-eyed Barian. Rao is one-eyed Barian has some strength, and the bounty is as high as 26 million, but in the face of a terrifying attack like Yejia, it is difficult to support. Congratulations, you got a healing fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a healing fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a healing fruit shard. Healing fruit? Are there any healing fruits in One Piece/King of Pirates? Oh, right. Isn't the Princess of Lilliput the one who can heal the fruit? Healing fruit is a good thing, don't let it go. Yejia continued to bombard the one-eyed Barian. About 3 seconds later, one-eyed Barian took his last breath. If you can withstand nearly 3,000 punches from me, you are considered powerful. Yejia was very satisfied with the one-eyed Barian, because he forced his 3,000 punches to complete the healing fruit fragments. Synthetic healing fruit. 100 pieces of healing fruit were thrown into the huge cauldron and began to be rapidly synthesized. Yejia was full of joy, and the little songs hummed. Anyone here? Just when the healing fruit was freshly released, Yejia turned his head and found other people in the room. No, it should be said, This is a bunch of women. The women all looked at Yejia in horror, curled up in the corner, didn't dare to take a breath, shivered, and witnessed the whole process of Yejia's 3-second beating and killing One-Eyed Barian. In their eyes, the One-Eyed Barian is the invincible great devil. But the appearance of Yejia now makes them think that Yejia is the real invincible demon king, whose strength is terrifying. Will the people in front of them attack them? It turns out that Yejia suddenly narrowed his eyes. Immediately, he stepped out again and directly smashed the One-Eyed Barian's mutilated head. Scum, you really don't even have the qualifications to leave a whole corpse. Chapter 14 Gimanai. The cruel scene of blood and flesh made the women people scream in shock. Some even vomited on the spot. Hey, I said you guys, what are you still doing? Let's go. One-Eyed Barian is already dead, no one will bother you anymore. Yakanu pursed his lips. The women were startled. It seems a little unbelievable. Someone came to rescue them. A woman got up on the spot, turned around, pulled gate of opening and ran. With the first, there is naturally the second. After a while, almost everyone present ran away. Only a dirty little girl remained silent. I said, they all ran away, why didn't you go with them? Yejia was a little curious, the little girl in front of him didn't escape? I. The little girl faltered, her eyes flickered, 2 small hands rubbed the corners of her clothes, and said in a small mosquito-like voice, I don't want to go back. Don't want to go back. Do you want to stay here and be discovered by other pirates? Fortunately, Yejia's perception ability has also become stronger, and he can clearly hear what the little girl said. Big brother, can I go with you? After the little girl said this, she buried her head even lower, not daring to look Yejia's eyes directly. Yejia suddenly laughed. It turns out that I have become so attractive without knowing it, haha. However, Yejia had already decided when he set off for the voyage that he would not take in people indiscriminately. What I want to do is pirates, and I will inevitably fight against many powerful enemies in the future. Who has the time to protect a little girl? Although this little girl looks a bit predictable, it seems to be more than a little bit, the radian of the bulging place is a bit exaggerated, right? Is this a girl who is only 1.5 meters tall and looks like she is only 13 or 14 years old? But as a good young man who pursued his dream and decided to ride the sea, how could he get lost in such a thing? Look at Luffy, the Empress, the #1 beauty in the pirate world, is indifferent at all. No, it seems that the Nice Lobby incident has just ended, the Empress hasn't met Luffy yet, right? Sorry, my strength is small, I don't have the energy to protect others, and at your age, I should live quietly in the village. Yejia bluntly refused, and what I need on board is talent, I'm afraid you don't meet my conditions. The little girl raised her head, her big bright eyes flashing eagerly. Although Yejia couldn't bear it in his heart, for the sake of himself and the little girl, he should be cruel. I'm a navigator and I can help you. However, the little girl's next sentence made Yejia stunned. Navigator? Are you a navigator? This time it was Yejia's turn to stutter. He couldn't believe that a little girl who seemed to be only 1.5 meters in height and under the age of 14 turned out to be the navigator of his dreams these days. Don't you all say that it's brainless? How could reality be the complete opposite? Really, I'm really a navigator. The little girl was so anxious that she almost jumped up. My father was a navigator. When I was a child, my father always taught me knowledge, but later both my father and mother were killed by pirates. Orphaned, but I've always been learning from my father's navigators. I am really a navigator, you must believe me. The little girl was afraid that Yejia would not believe it, so she almost cried. The navigator also depends on the strength. I have a map here, you can help me see where we are now. Yejia took out the map he looked at before and spread it out in front of the little girl. The little girl saw the map as if she saw her relatives, and hurriedly came over. This is the sea area around the Goya Kingdom. You see, this is the Goya Kingdom. This is our village, where we are now, here. When the little girl talked about her knowledge of sailing, it was as if she had changed her personality. I spent less than 10 minutes in the boat. According to the speed at which the boat sailed and the degree of wind I felt that day, I can conclude that here. It turned out that I was floating at sea for 2 days, and I didn't even go out of the waters of Goa Kingdom. Yejia looked a little embarrassed. But he was also very excited at the same time. He didn't understand, and now he understands. I've developed and developed, and I'm very lucky to meet noble people when I go out, haha. Yejia picked up the girl and kissed her on the cheek excitedly. The girl's expression suddenly froze, and she wanted to bury her head in her arms, her face flushed with shame. Okay. You will be a member of my Death Pirates from now on. Hello, I'm Yejia, the captain of the Death Pirates. You are welcome to join. Yejia smiled brightly, squeezed the girl's little hand, and shook it gently, as if he had said hello. My name is Gayamani. I'm very happy to be able to join you. Gayamani's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally she could barely hear it. It can be seen that Gayamani is very happy to hear that she can join Yejia's pirate group. But every time she sees Yejia, especially after contacting Yejia's big hand, her heart is confused with the deer it was thumping like a bump, and it couldn't stop. Gayamani, a very nice name, let's go. I'll take you back to the ship of our death pirates. Yejia put Gayamani on his shoulder, dodged, and came to the deck in an instant. At this moment, there are many women gathered on the deck, surrounded by sea water. They are not particularly good at water, and they are worried about how to leave. Seeing Yejia appearing, they hurriedly knelt down. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Get up, don't be so polite. Yejia was in a better mood. After finding the navigator, he would not have to go around in the sea by himself in the future. Gayamani will be a member of my Death God Pirates in the future, and your village will be called my Death God Pirates. If anyone can't open their eyes, let them see the one-eyed Barian's body. The ship is still in good condition. It belongs to your village. I will help you drive the ship back. As soon as the women heard that the village was blessed, they thanked Yejia again and again. They have lived here for many years and know the illustrious name of One-Eyed Barian. Now even he died in the hands of Yejia, bearing the name of the Yejia pirates, and no pirates will dare to invade their village again. Chapter 15 Nobility of Mosca. I have to say, Gayamani is a downright beauty. After putting on clean clothes, she immediately showed the temperament of a Lolita princess, as delicate as a porcelain doll, extra cute. As for the wealth on the One-Eyed Barian's ship, Yejia left it all to these women. Their village was burnt down, the men died and the wounded, and they were short of this money. For the sake of taking care of the orphan Gayamani from time to time, Yejia didn't take any points, but gave them all. Immediately, Gayamani said goodbye to the women, and Yejia took her back to his ship. Captain, you are so amazing that you can move on the sea. Gayamani, who had just recovered from the extreme speed, looked at Yejia with a look of admiration in her eyes, and her eyes were full of stars. Haha, walking on water is just trivial. Glint Glint fruit allows Yejia to travel at a very fast speed at sea. But it won't work for a long time. After all, he has not reached the level of Admiral Kizaru. Come on, our next goal is to enter the Great Waterway, through the Great Waterway, to reach the New World. Yejia took out the map. Look in which direction we should go now. This direction. Gayamani pointed it out at once. Going in this direction is the fastest. Haha, okay, then we'll set off in this direction. It's different to have a navigator, it's much more reliable than guessing yourself. One-eyed Barian was killed? It is said that the death god pirates did it. Death pirates? Why have I never heard of this name? Do you have any information about this pirate? It wasn't long after the news came out, and Marine rushed over to see the one-eyed Barian's body, still without a head. These days are really not peaceful. Scar Walker, Vicious Tooth Garcia, One-eyed Barian. The tens of millions of big pirates in the waters of Goya Kingdom with bounties have all been killed. No, I won't be able to go out to sea for a few days. If I really meet the death god pirates, I don't know how I died. On the 5th day that Yejia left, the pirates in the entire Goa Kingdom waters were shaken. 3 big pirates with tens of millions of Baileys were killed, and all of them were killed on the spot, and they didn't even have the ability to escape. The word death of the death god pirates caused countless panics in an instant. Yejia had no idea that the scum of the people he killed had caused such a big disturbance. At this time, Yejia was mooring on a small island called Mosca. After eating meat for several days, I can finally change the taste. Yejia is eating vegetables and fruits. He is almost tired of eating meat. Every day, apart from barbecue, it is roasted meat. Beef, chicken, and fish are all meat, and in order to preserve it for a longer time, he has to seal it up. After a long time, it will become salty meat. Dry, it doesn't taste delicious at all. As an authentic earthling, vegetables and fruits are indispensable. No, it was hard to find an island. The first thing he did was to eat these vegetables and fruits. Little Manny, you are growing, eat more, don't be polite to me. Captain, I have money. Seeing that Gayamani was eating so slowly, Yejia said quickly. Captain, am I stupid? Gayamani was in a low mood and said frustratedly, you gave me such a valuable devil fruit and taught me how to cultivate, but I can only repair some small wounds. I can't help at all. Captain, I'm so useless. After Gayamani became Yejia's navigator, in order for her to have a certain self-protection ability, Yejia directly gave Gayamani the newly synthesized healing fruit. But I don't know if the healing fruit is too weak, or if Gayamani doesn't have the talent to become a devil fruit person. Currently, she can only repair some very small wounds, no more than 1 centimeter. If you encounter a slightly larger wound, it will take a long time to heal. Even if Gayamani's whole body is exhausted, it will be difficult to deal with. Who said you were useless? Yejia said, you are a navigator personally invited by my god of death, Yejia. You are thousands of times more powerful than them. It's only been 2 days, and the effect is definitely not that fast. Besides, how powerful is your ability to heal the fruit? Just like that, the wound is healed, and it is more effective than any medicine. Don't worry, you're going to be a great person, I promise. Seeing that Yejia didn't mean to dislike her at all, Gayamani was relieved. She secretly decided that she must make the ability to heal the fruit stronger, so that when Yejia is injured, she can help him as soon as possible. At that time, she should be eligible to marry Yejia and have children. Thinking of this, Gayamani felt as sweet as eating candy, and her appetite improved a lot. Quick! Block the exit, you have to catch him, you can't let him escape. At this moment, many soldiers with guns ran past. Huh? Seeing this, Yejia was a little puzzled, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, this is the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, full of vicious pirates, and it is not uncommon for 1 or 2 to appear occasionally. After a while. Caught. Got that guy? How dare you take a shot at Lord Dresser, this knife guy doesn't want to live. Tie him up, burn him at the stake, and burn him to death. Burn him. The civilians outside were excited, as if they were going to deal with some great villain. It's so pathetic. In the restaurant, someone heard the voice outside and sighed and whispered, Dreiser, this hateful aristocrat, relied on his power to do things on Mosca Island, covering the sky with one hand, and now he has also been punished. He deserves it. It's a pity that I couldn't kill Dresser directly, and I was caught. This knife is really pitiful. Come on, Mosca's hero, let's have a drink. The two at the next table quietly touched a cup. Yejia's eyes rolled when he heard this. Seems to be a little secret. Gyamani, you eat first, I'll ask you over there. Yejia got up and walked to the next table. You two, I heard what you said just now, tell me in detail what happened to Dresser. Yejia asked bluntly. Keep your voice down. The two panicked and let Yejia sit down quickly. Don't talk about Mr. Dresser in Mosca, or your life will be in danger. Oh. Then I just heard your discussion. I can't stop my curiosity. Don't worry, I'm the strictest, and I won't say anything. If you tell me a little bit, just say it. Just a little bit. Yejia Hihiisho said. Chapter 16 Swordsman Chuli. Then you listen, you must not say it casually. The man looked around, with a look of fear and vigilance in his eyes. Understood. Yejia nodded. Master Dresser is a nobleman of Mosca, the most powerful person. The man began to introduce, the soldiers who just went outside to chase the knife, Kiss are the private militia raised by Lord Dresser's family. They are fully equipped with weapons and equipment. If anyone on Mosca Island disobeys Lord Dresser's orders, those bullets took my life right away. It's so rampant, doesn't anyone care? Yejia asked. Lord Dresser has already established a good relationship with the above. As long as things don't escalate, who can take him? Not only that. The man hesitated for a moment, then looked around again, for fear that what he said next would be overheard. I heard that Lord Dresser is still in contact with the pirate blood knife Paxus, who has a reward of 33 million baileys. No, the merchant ships who came to Mosca Island were all told by Lord Dresser in advance, and then the blood knife Paxus went to rob and kill. Okay, it's a good way to play. Use your own identity, cooperate with pirates, send useful information, and get 50% of the benefits. No wonder he is the emperor of the island. I heard these things, I don't know if it's true or not, but some other rumors do exist. Mrs. Dresser did all kinds of evil on Mosca Island, and many civilians on Mosca Island were bad. His poisonous hand has aroused public anger, so someone secretly raised money privately and wanted to buy a killer to kill Mrs. Dresser. The killer you're talking about is the knives that the soldiers shouted to catch just now? Yejia said. The man nodded. Yejia finally understood. Dare to feel that he actually came to a black island. If he hadn't deliberately stayed the pirate ship far away, I'm afraid he would have already fought against the soldiers of Dresser. Blood knife Paxus, just in time, should you get me a devil fruit? Yejia Heisho. Little Manny, are you full? Let's go to the theater when we're full. In the central town of Mosca Island, there is a one-person execution platform. This execution platform is specially used for beheading those heinous criminals. It is often the big pirates in the nearby waters who are caught and executed here. At this time, people gathered around the execution platform. A sea of people surrounded the execution platform. On the execution platform, a long-haired man in a cyan military uniform robe was tied with his hands behind his back on a wooden stake. Blood was all over his head and body. But in such a tragic situation, the people of Mosca Island showed no mercy to him. Damn knives, you dare to assassinate our beloved Lord Dresser, use your life to atone for your sins. 8,000 times 10,000 times are not enough, you are the biggest villain in our Mosca. Beheading him is too cheap, he should be burned and turned to ashes in agony. The crowd opened their mouths wide open, swearing and cursing the long-haired man on the execution platform, as if they were treating some wicked sinner. On the other side, the roof of a tall building. That guy is the knife that assassinated Dresser? Yejia stood on the roof, Gayamani sat on his shoulders, condescending, and took all the actions of the audience into his eyes. It turns out that the top ones are all trustees. To be able to invite so many loyal trustees, Dresser's power is really not ordinary. Among the crowd who kept shouting to kill Knife, only the people in the front row were more excited. The real civilians of Mosca Island did not do anything about it at all, but sympathy, pity and worry in their eyes. Cough. Everyone, be quiet, please be quiet. At this time, a man in a red coat with ugly braids walked onto the execution platform. This man has an ugly face, and wears gold and silver on his neck and hands, which is a typical image of a nouveau riche. No need to ask, Yejia can guess with just one glance that this person must be Dresser, who covers the sky with his hands on Mosca Island. Lord Dresser is here. Long live Lord Dresser. Hooray! As soon as Dresser came to the stage, the supporters below became even more energetic, and hurriedly shouted long live. Yejia felt nauseated for a while. Okay, everyone be quiet, don't be so excited. Dresser cleared his throat. I'd like to introduce to everyone, the person behind me is not a waste, nor a small shrimp, but a famous knife in the Goya Kingdom, Chuli. Yes, he is Chuli. The hero who once killed 28 million pirates with a bounty. Logically, we should all call him a hero. Dresser squeezed Chuli's chin and raised his pale head, but our former hero, Daoke Kayulai, has fallen. For his own selfish desires, he even colluded with the pirates and wanted to kill them. Destroy the defense line of Mosca Island, so that pirates can enter Mosca Island to burn, kill, and loot. I'm so heartbroken. I didn't expect that the great hero we once respected would degenerate to such a level. Everyone, say, should Chuli die? Damn. Fallen devil, should go to hell. This rubbish should have his head chopped off. They were very excited and shouted loudly. The civilians on Mosca Island couldn't bear to look away, not wanting to see the scene of Chuli's blood spilling on the execution platform. Chuli, how's it going? I said that I will make your reputation stink completely. Even if you die, your bones will be spurned by people. Dresser leaned into Chuli's ear and smiled sinisterly. You to die in the name of a sinner forever, fight me? Humph. You're still too young. When Chuli heard these words, his blood-covered teeth grinned, and a mouthful of sputum mixed with blood spit directly on Dresser's face. Damn knife guessed. Dresser was furious and punched Chuli in the face. He was still angry, and punched and kicked Chuli again. Knife Kayulai. Yejia, who was standing on the roof, heard Dresser's introduction. His eyes lit up. He once killed a pirate with a bounty of 28 million, which shows that he also has a certain strength. And Luffy's crew has a swordsman Lugo. Yazaro, then I have a knife on my side Kayulai, he. No matter in terms of numbers or momentum, he is not inferior to him at all. Yejia is making a wishful thinking here. Dresser was furious over there and waved his hand directly. Execution. To assassinate the great lord of Mosca Island, he should have a taste of the people's anger. I will hang his head on the highest point of Mosca Island. The place, 3 days and 3 nights, until it is rejected by everyone. The executioner picked up the machete in both hands and gestured at Chuli's neck. Chuli closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come. The civilians of Mosca Island below all closed their eyes and sighed, saying that they didn't want to see Chuli's head falling to the ground. The machete fell sharply, but just as it was about to touch Chuli's neck, suddenly, bang! A figure suddenly appeared on the execution platform, raised his foot directly, and the executioner was kicked out instantly like a cannonball, leaving a yellow-colored beam trail in the air. Chapter 17 The Swordsman is Mine. Oh, I'm sorry, I just used a little more strength and accidentally kicked his cervical vertebrae off. Yejia retracted his feet and said casually, I guess I'm out of breath now, right? You, who are you? Dreiser was taken aback by the unexpected visitor, and he quickly stepped back a few steps, distanced himself from Yechia, and asked in a trembling voice. Me? You should call me Death. Yechia smiled, turned his head and glanced at the knife, who was equally shocked, but didn't know what was going on. K. Kayulai, this knife K, belongs to me. Knife K. Kayulai had an unexpected look in his eyes. He was curious about this uninvited guest. What kind of person would openly disobey Dresser? He was a typical example of trying to kill Dresser, but he was tied up here, and his life was almost gone. Grim Reaper? In this sea area, I have never heard of this name. Where's the guy, soldier? Shoot me and kill this guy of unknown origin. Dresser hurriedly shouted. The soldier, who had already aimed, received the order and was just about to shoot. Boom! Hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky and slammed into these soldiers. The soldiers were electrocuted into coke on the spot, and before they could even pull the trigger, they lost their breath and fell to the ground. What's going on? Soldiers! Soldiers! Where did the lightning come from? Dresser was so shocked that he couldn't even speak, and the ugly head looked around, trying to find the murderer who released the lightning. He looked around, and finally his eyes were fixed on Yechia, who still had a trace of the electric snake in his hand. It's you. It's you who killed my soldiers. Dresser shouted in surprise. Yes, that's right, it's me doing it. What's wrong? Isn't it just killing your gang of lackeys? Do you want to be so scared? Yechia shrugged casually and said, by the way, don't you know the blood knife Paxus? Call him out, I'm out of stock. What blood knife Paxus, in Yechia's eyes, is a dodgy to send money. I am worried that there is no new strongman to provide me with devil fruits. It just so happens that the 33 million Bailey bounty of blood knife Paxus will not disappoint me, right? Nonsense. How could I know a big pirate like Paxus with a blood knife? Dresser heard Yechia mention the name of the blood knife Paxus, but there was no fear on his face. Knowing that the other party must have come prepared, he was inevitably a little trembling. Don't know? If you don't know, then I'm very curious, how did you catch the knife K. Kayulai? He is a hero who has killed 28 million big pirates with a bounty. Do you want to catch him with this bunch of rubbish? Yechia glanced at Dresser with contempt. I. Dresser faltered, unable to speak for a long time. What? You have the guts to collude with the pirates and oppress the civilians of Mosca Island. Don't you have the guts to call him out and clean up this mess for you? Yechia narrowed his eyes and smiled. If he doesn't take action, your life will be lost. Think about the lightning that hit the soldier just now. How many times do you think you can withstand it? Saying that, Yechia deliberately took a step forward, and his eyes flashed coldly. Dreiser was so frightened that he stepped back again, and fell off the execution platform with one mistake, and fell a dog and ate it shit. Pissus. Come out. Get out, Pissus. If you don't come out, I'll be killed by him. Dresser was finally unable to overcome the fear in his heart, and shouted the name of Pissus. Many of the Mosca Island civilians present began to riot when they heard Dresser's words. Dreiser is an idiot. In the crowded crowd, there was a group of people hidden, and these people all had the mark of a blood knife on their chests. The leader of them was a guy with a pineapple head who looked like a gangster, with his hands in his pockets, and gritted his teeth angrily when he heard Dresser shouting his name. This person is the blood knife Paxus. The famous big pirate in the nearby waters, with a bounty of 33 million Baileys, killed many Marines, and did a lot of burning, killing and looting. If it weren't for the recent wind, the blood knife Pissus didn't want to go to war to snatch the adventure. How could he cooperate with a fool like Dresser? It turns out that he did choose the wrong partner. The other party is provoking him, but I didn't expect him to be so impatient, and I exposed it directly. The blood knife Paxus could not wait to hack this dresser to death. So the obvious trap can't be seen? The ugly head on it is used to hold water? Captain, that guy is a power user, said one of the crew members of the blood knife pirates. And it can attract thunder and lightning out of thin air. It is very likely that it is Logia's power. This kind of person, we better not provoke. The pirates of the blood knife pirates are still somewhat self-aware. In their opinion, those who are capable are difficult guys, especially the rumored Logia's capable person, who is extremely powerful, and if they encounter anyone, it will cause a big problem. They don't want to provoke devil fruit power users, it's too unwise. Of course I understand that. The blood knife Paxus said, this guy can appear on the execution platform unknowingly and kick the executioner out. Judging from his strength, he is the same level as me, plus his strange and unpredictable demon fruit ability, huh? Dresser has provoked an incredible guy this time. After speaking, the blood knife Paxus turned around and beckoned. Come on, let that idiot in Dresser leave his life here and find other partners. He wouldn't risk it for a mere dresser. What is dresser? Even if someone is covering it, but there is no strength in the whole body, the only power is the soldiers who can drive him. Those soldiers, they couldn't even jam his teeth. This kind of weak, lost his life. A few people had just turned around and were about to leave, when suddenly, their figures froze. It seems that I guessed right. You guys are hiding on Mosca Island, and there is so much noise here. If you don't come to join in the fun, how will you pass the boring time? At this time, Yegio moved a tiger-skin stool and sat in front of Paxus, the blood knife, with Erlang's legs crossed, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smile. In fact, Yegio finally found the blood knife Paxus after walking around the square with extreme speed. There is no way, who made the blood knife Paxus and the others so high profile, and tattooed the blood knife mark on themselves, it is difficult to recognize it. So Yegio immediately returned to the boat and moved his tiger leather stool, and showed off a wave. Boy, don't be too arrogant. When everyone in the blood knife pirates saw Yegio who suddenly appeared, the alarm sounded in their hearts. Crazy? Yegio smiled indifferently. If in front of the strong, I would call it madness, but in front of the weak, I would not call it madness, it's called ridicule. Chapter 18 Barrier Fruit. The blood knife Paxus drew out a red machete, the pirate's hot temper couldn't bear it, and he swung the knife up in anger. As the most powerful pirate in the nearby waters, there is a bounty of 33 million Bailey. No one had dared to challenge his majesty so much. It's okay to meet that idiot in Dresser, even this uninvited guest dares to mock him like this. Paxus can bear it? Kill it first. Very well, I remembered that it was you who moved first. Yekavivisho. Before the blood-colored machete was about to fall on his forehead, Yegio's figure disappeared at the same time as the tiger leather stool. Scare. Paxus swung the knife in the air, and was inevitably taken aback. Where are the people? Where are the people? He hurriedly looked around, trying to find Yegio's figure. But you can't see it anywhere. Hey, where are you looking? I'm on top of you. Yegio's voice came from the top of the blood knife Paxus. Paxus raised his head quickly, and without a word he slashed at Yegio with a machete. But before the knife arrived, Yegio's figure disappeared again. Damn. Paxus was furious. This guy is playing with him. If you have the ability, don't hide, we will face off against each other. Paxus roared. Yegio's figure appeared and stood in front of Paxus. Okay, head on heads up is head on heads up. Yegio opened his arms, you come first. I'm going to kill you. Paxus roared, and the blood-colored machete slashed directly at Yegio. This time, Yegio, as he himself said, did not dodge in the slightest. The blood-colored machete went from the top of Yejia's head to the lower body, splitting Yejia in half. However, there was no trace of blood spilling out at all. The scars on Yejia's body were restored in a blink of an eye. Logia fruit ability. The blood knife Paxus saw this scene, his face was pale, and the eyes of the crew members were trembling. In the face of the Logia fruit power user, unless you use Sea Stone, or are more powerful than the power user, it is impossible to defeat. There is also Haki who can deal with Logia's ability, but the blood knife Paxus obviously doesn't even know the existence of Haki. The strength is in place, but unfortunately it still lacks a little IQ. Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste time with you guys, donate a devil fruit to me first. What kind of devil fruit will it be? Yejia's mouth twitched. Light speed punch. The fist fell on the blood knife Paxus like a raindrop. Congratulations, you got a barrier fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a barrier fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a barrier fruit shard. The sweet mechatronic female voice pops up a lot. Paramecia's barrier fruit. This skill is great. It is definitely not as powerful as Logia and other Paramecias in terms of attack power, but when it comes to defense, barrier fruit can be said to be a first-class devil fruit. Although for me, it's not very useful now, but it is inevitable that I will encounter a particularly difficult opponent in the future. The barrier fruit can not only protect my own safety, but also protect my companions. Yejia, who currently has 2 Logia devil fruits, is unparalleled in attack power, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes stronger and stronger. Therefore, he does not have to worry about his own danger at all. But the companions on the boat were different. In case a particularly difficult enemy shoots at them, even if you want to protect it, you can't protect it. The barrier fruit just makes up for this shortcoming. As soon as the unbreakable barrier appears, it forms an absolute defense, shrouding all the partners in it. With the perfect guarantee, the rest is up to you. Getting the barrier fruit is equivalent to having the ability to protect everyone. Barrier fruit. This is a big treasure. Hee, it's mine now. Yejia was so excited that he forgot to stop the light speed punch that was beating the blood knife Paxus. Captain. The crew of the blood knife pirates saw Paxus twitching like an electric shock, and his body was sunk one by Yejia's light speed punches, blood was flying, and his legs were shaking with fear. Stop me. Boom. One of the crew members raised his gun directly at Yejia and shot. But are bullets useful to Logia fruit power users? The answer is obvious. The bullet went straight through Yejia's body, causing no damage to him. Logia's ability is terrible. We can't deal with him, run. One by one, the crew members turned and fled in fright. Yejia raised his hand and it was laser light. A yellow, colored light beam shot out, followed by a series of boom 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 sound of explosions. All the crew members died on the spot. On the other hand, Paxus, the blood knife, was dripping with blood all over his body, his eyes turned white, and he had no strength to fight back, but he still had breath. Okay, I've endured 3,000 punches and still haven't died. Sure enough, the big pirate with 33 million Bailey's bounty is different, come again. Fragments of the barrier fruit increase rapidly. But Yejia also found that the probability of fruit fragments bursting is also gradually decreasing. Before, Yejia only needed 3,000 punches to easily explode a devil fruit, but now he has punched 3,000 punches and is heading for 4,000 punches, but the fragments have only raised less than half. Blood knife Paxus, you have to hold on. Yejia thought silently. It's a very weird scene. He was clearly punching the enemy to death. In my heart, I was praying that the enemy would not burp so quickly and hold on for a while longer. Yejia is also the #1 perverted character in the One Piece/King of Pirates world. 5,000 punches, how come there are only 67 fragments? Yejia closed his fists. The body of the blood knife Paxus was shaky, and the whole body should be broken and swollen. After Yejia put away the attack, he did not stand firm for long and fell directly to the ground. However, he was seriously injured like this, but there was still no sign of cutting off his breath. Damn! Damn! Logia's ability, if you want to kill Lao Tzu can't be killed by you so easily. Ah! The blood knife Paxus roared, and he didn't know what he had done. The skin of his body became red, and his muscles bulged like a balloon. Almost in the blink of an eye, the blood knife Paxus gradually expanded from a strong man with a height of 1.8 meters to a monster with a height of about 3 meters and terrifyingly large muscles. Do you think my 33 million Bailey is a vegetarian? This is my final form. My strength, speed, and defense will increase by more than 10 times. You are finished. Go to hell. The blood knife Paxus roared. Yejia, who saw this scene, smiled indifferently. Blood knife Paxus. I really thank you so much. Yejia smiled and said, I'm worried that the barrier fruit can't be directly assembled into fragments. Your whole card has really helped me a lot. Saying that, Yejia's eyes flashed. Lightspeed Punch. Chapter 19 UI. How fast is Lightspeed Fist? This has always been a difficult problem that Yejia has been studying. It is certainly impossible to truly match the speed of light, but there should be no problem with supersonic speed. He also thought, is there anyone who can react faster than his Lightspeed Punch? The answer is yes. But the person who can really respond must at least be a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, or someone like Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. As for the blood knife Paxus, forget it. As soon as the Lightspeed Fist is released, no matter what kind of expansion you are, how big your body becomes, whether your strength is increased 10 times or 100 times, it is all in vain. Have you heard a word? In the world of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only fast is invincible. So, very sadly, after the blood knife Paxus became 10 times stronger than before, he was still beaten by Yejia with the same pen, and continued to blast him with the speed of light fist. Congratulations, you got a barrier fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a barrier fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a barrier fruit shard. The prompt tone continued to pop up, and the frequency of fragments was much slower than before, but Yejia's target was stronger than him. In this way, in the horrified eyes of the crowd, the blood knife Paxus persisted for about 4 or 5 seconds. After suffering the terrifying blow of 4 or 5,000 punches, the long-awaited voice of Yejia finally rang. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the barrier fruit fragments, is it synthesized? Yejia immediately chose yes. Soon, in the huge furnace, the colorful progress bar ran quickly, and with a bang, a blue devil fruit was freshly released. Haha, the barrier fruit is done. As soon as the barrier fruit was completed, the prompts in Yejia's head had all turned into prompts for the acquisition of physical strength pill fragments. Yejia stopped and took a step back. Ho 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 ho. Is there no physical strength? The power of the Logia fruit is indeed powerful, but without physical strength, you will no longer be able to exert your strength. The blood knife Paxus showed a bloodthirsty smile. Now, it's my turn. I will tear you to pieces. Physical strength. Yejia unconcernedly plucked out his ears. I lack everything except my physical strength. There are dozens of physical strength pills floating in his mind now. Although he has used a lot in the past few days, it is fortunate that the Sea Kings in the sea can help him replenish it. In terms of physical strength, Yejia has never been afraid of anyone. The reason why I stopped is because you are too weak, and it feels like a waste of time to gain physical strength from you, so I think it is better to kill you with one blow. Sizzle _ As Yejia said, lightning appeared on the surface of his body, and the whole person was instantly bathed in electric current. His change made everyone present stunned. Even the blood knife Pacis was stunned. 3,000,000 volts, discharge. Yegio pointed at the blood knife Paxis and raised his hand. The next second, a thunderbolt with a thick arm rushed out directly. Ah! The blood knife Pacis let out a miserable howl. No matter how huge he was, in the final analysis, he was still flesh and blood. How could he endure such a terrifying thunder and lightning? In addition, he was seriously injured before, and this lightning bolt completely became the last straw for bending the camel. Boom! After the electric light passed, there was a loud bang. The huge body of the blood knife Paxis turned into coke, and white smoke came out of his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears, and his body shrank sharply and returned to its original shape. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell directly to the ground. Goodbye. Yegio stepped up and smashed the head of the blood knife Paxis without hesitation. This bloody scene made the huge square fall into a dead silence. Coax. After about 3 seconds, the civilians of Mosca Island raised their arms and let out deafening cheers and shouts. Blood knife Pacis is defeated. God, this guy actually killed the blood knife Pacis. The biggest villain has been killed. God has eyes, and the blood knife Paxis has today. The civilians of Mosca Island shouted in the sky, venting the boredom that had been suppressed for many years in their hearts. And the other side. Dresser, who saw this scene, turned around and ran. He was so scared that his crotch was wet. What kind of monster is this guy? Actually, even the blood knife Paxis is not his opponent. Brother, only the elder brother can deal with him, I must inform the elder brother. Dresser was so terrified that it almost overflowed. He quickly took out the phone bug and communicated with the elder brother. That elder brother is an amazing person, as long as he is willing to take action, he will definitely be able to save himself. Dresser just took out the phone bug when suddenly. Yo, this is the phone bug, right? I've only seen the real thing until now. It is said that it can imitate the tone and demeanor of the speaker. It's very strange. Yegio's figure appeared in front of Dresser, and he snatched the phone bug from Dresser's hand, looking at him curiously. The phone worm was connected at this time, and a strange voice came from the other side. Dresser, do you have anything to do with me? Brother. Help me. Brother. Help me. Dresser hurriedly shouted. What happened? Brother asked with a frown. Oh, you're Dresser's brother, aren't you? Yegio interjected directly. Unfortunately, your younger brother Dresser will be killed by me soon because of his evil deeds. If you have anything to say to him, I can help you convey it to him, just treat it as a gift. The last gift for him. When Dresser heard this, he was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Brother, save me. He wants to kill me. Come and save me. Dresser cried. Who are you? The elder brother's eyes became sharp, and his tone was a bit aggressive. The Bin family. What garbage family? Why have I never heard of it? Yegio said casually. In Babistan, the Bin family is the most powerful. You haven't heard of it, you are ignorant, but now you know. If you are interested, let my brother go, otherwise you will never be able to bear the consequences. When my brother said this, Yegio's mouth twitched. Raise your finger and aim at Dresser, the laser is ready. Boom. There was an explosion on the spot, and Dresser was killed on the spot. I'm sorry, your brother said that there are people waiting for him in hell, and he can't wait to go to hell to meet people. Yegio teased. You are courting death. The elder brother roared. Are you courting death? Don't worry, you'll be able to see me soon. As for whether I'm courting death, we'll find out at that time. Now, bye-bye. After speaking, Yegio hung up the phone bug, leaving the brother on the other end to smash everything in the room like a madman. Chapter 20 I'm going to kill Tenryabito. Dare to threaten me? Yejia snorted. As soon as this brother came, he was arrogant, thinking that his family was the most dick in the world, and threatened himself with the name of his own family. The four emperors, Admiral, this kind of person is almost the same as threatening him. Babistan, the Bin family. What rubbish, dare to threaten Lao Tzu. Dreiser is dead. Mosca is finally free from its clutches. Dreiser, that nasty guy, give back my loved one's life. My father was shot and killed by him in the street, and I want revenge. Hang Dresser's head on Mosca for 10 days and 10 nights. With Dresser's death, the long-oppressed civilians of Mosca finally broke out. They were deeply persecuted by Dresser, but they had no strength to resist, so they could only suppress the pain all the time. Now this big villain is finally dead, God has eyes. Seeing the excited civilians swarming up and frantically beating Dresser's body, Yejia showed an indifferent smile and came to the execution platform. With a single stroke, the rope broke. Hello. Yejia said, I am the captain of the Death God Pirates, and I officially invite you, Daoke Kayulai, to join my pirates. Knife K. Kayulai did not answer directly, silently removed the rope from his body, and then loosened his muscles. You are strong. Knife K. Chiuli's voice is very magnetic, and even Yejia has to admit that Chiuli has a handsome appearance, elegant and unrestrained temperament, and such a magnetic voice is extremely lethal to women, it's a typical young woman killer. I'm grateful that you saved me, Mosca, and everyone. Chiuli said, but my philosophy is different from yours, and I can't join your pirate group. The philosophy is different? What philosophy? Yejia asked curiously. Chiuli was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering. Since you saved me, I'll tell you the truth, do you know Tenryabito? The nobles of the world, of course I know that. When Yejia was watching One Piece/King of Pirates on Earth, what he hated the most was Tenryabito. It's fine not to do anything good. He even treated people as slaves. I don't know how many people were persecuted by Tenryabito. Why did Yejia not choose to be Marine, but to be a pirate? Because he knew that no matter how good a Marine was, in the end, it was just a weapon that Tenryabito used to deal with the world. To put it nicely, their name is Marine, and they do justice. To put it bluntly, that is the lackey of the Tenryabito world government, escorting the scum of Tenryabito. Let Yejia go and bow down to Tenryabito? What a joke. My philosophy is to kill all Tenryabito. Knife K. Kayulai is decisive, and there is a strong hatred in his eyes. No wonder Chiuli was so hesitant. The three words Tenryabito are a godlike existence in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. How can they be said casually? Especially when the swordsman Chiuli claimed to kill Tenryabito. If anyone else knew about this, the world government would stop at nothing to arrest him. Kill all Tenryabito? Yejia raised his brows and smiled casually. I thought it was some idea, but it turned out to be revenge. Both my parents died at the hands of Tenryabito, and I will do whatever it takes to get revenge on Tenryabito. Knife K. Kayulai said resentfully. He witnessed his parents being killed by Tenryabito with his own eyes, and the hatred that pierced his heart was etched in his bones, and he couldn't forget it at all. In order to become strong enough to take revenge on Tenryabito one day in the future, Chiuli is working hard all the time. This time, he was hired by the civilians of Mosca Island to assassinate Dresser and get rid of this wicked fellow. In the end, I didn't expect Dresser to collude with the Blood Knife Paxus. He couldn't resist, was caught on the spot, and almost lost his life. If Yejia hadn't appeared, I'm afraid Chiuli would have been cut off by the executioner long ago. No problem. Yejia patted his chest and said proudly, isn't it just Tenryabito? Join my Death God Pirates, whatever Tenryabito dragons are, kill them all. You want to kill Tenryabito? Chiuli wondered. My name is Death, and I specialize in harvesting the lives of wicked people. Since Tenryabito is a wicked person, sooner or later I will have to harvest their lives too. Yejia's eyes flashed fiercely. He's not kidding. Since he knows that he can carry devil fruits infinitely, and there is such a heaven-defying cultivation artifact as the stamina pill, plus the increase of the stamina pill in the future, as long as he is given enough time, he can be completely invincible in the world. 4 emperors, Admiral is the target Yejia wants to deal with. As for Tenryabito, that's just some scum that I picked up easily, and it's not worth mentioning at all. How is it? Do you want to join my death god pirates? I promise you will fulfill your wish and take off the head of the Tenryabito murderer who killed your parents. Yejia seduced. Chiuli looked directly into Yejia's eyes. He could see that Yejia was not lying. Those eyes were full of confidence, and there was no trace of cowardice or deception. Is what he said true? In the name of the god of death, to wipe out all the evil in the world? If that's the case, I'm in. Chiuli nodded and made the final decision. I hope you can fulfill your promise and don't let me down. Chiuli agreed to join the death god pirates, not only because of Yejia's promise to him. More importantly, he saw Yejia's strength. Another thunderbolt and a flash, Logia's devil fruit power, is destined to become a big man. Under the command of such a big man, he can meet more powerful enemies, fight with more fierce characters, and greatly improve his strength. Haha. Good. Yejia laughed. Welcome to join the Death God Pirates. I am the captain of the Death God Pirates, Yejia. Oh, yes. Yejia flashed again, and when he showed his figure again, there was a figure of Geyamani on his shoulders. This is a navigator of my Death Pirates, a part-time doctor, and his name is Geyamani. Yejia introduced. Hello, my name is Gyamani. Geyamani looked at Chiuli with flickering big eyes, nodded politely and smiled in greeting. Autumn leaves? Chiuli's self-introduction was very succinct. Wait for me a moment. After speaking, Chiuli jumped up and ran towards Dresser's castle at a fast speed. About 2 minutes later, Chiuli returned with 2 more swords in his hand. No, to be precise, a sword and a knife. Holding a sword in the left and a knife in the right? Yejia looked at this novel combination and became interested. Are you practicing the double sword style? Reloja Zoro practiced the 3-sword style. If there is a double sword practice, he will definitely not be inferior to Zoro when he cultivates and grows in the future. This is the sword that my parents left me. What I practice is not the double sword style, but the romance of the sword, which requires 1 sword and 1 sword to perform. Chiuli said, I have an unkind request, I hope you can promise. Let's hear it. Yejia said. I just heard your conversation with Dililan. He is the heir to the Bin family, the elder brother of Dreiser, and has a lot of power in Pakistan. Chiuli's eyes flashed. He has a treasure that I dream of, called the 8 swords. If I can, I want to use that sword myself. Chapter 21 Big Hero. 8 swords. It is famous that 30 years ago, there was a man who held a sword and cut off the heads of 8 great men, so he called this sword the 8-headed sword. Later, the man died of illness, and the 8 swords became a treasure unparalleled in the world, which caused many people to compete and set off a bloody storm. Many swordsmen and swordsmen have come to be famous for this sword. The most famous of them is the current world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. But at that time, Hawkeye was not yet famous, and his strength was not as strong as it is now, and he did not succeed. In the end, the 8 swords were completely lost in the competition. Until recently, the 8 swords appeared in the Sabayati archipelago and were bought at auction. And the one who spent a lot of money to buy it was none other than the heir to the Bin family in Babistan, Bin Dililan. When Chiuli was very young, he heard the legend of the 8-headed sword, because the 8-headed sword later disappeared from the world, thinking it was a fictitious rumor. Unexpectedly, it has reappeared in the world now, and happened to be bought by Dililan. Even without Yejia, Chiuli planned to go to Pakistan and grab the 8 swords. But now that he almost lost his life in Dresser, he finally understands that going to Babistan is not so easy. Even a guy like Dresser can join forces with Pasis, the largest and most powerful family in Babistan. Will there be nothing? Therefore, he chose to ask Yejia. This is also the first time he has asked others for so many years. Haha. Isn't it just a sword? No problem. Yejia smiled and said, I have to go to Babistan, this Dililan is very arrogant, and I want to destroy his arrogance. As for helping you get the 8 swords, it's just a matter of convenience, why not? 4. What's more, you are now a member of my death god pirates, and partners should help each other. Your wish is my wish. Is there any reason not to help? Yejia takes love very seriously. Perhaps due to the influence of One Piece/King of Pirates, Whitebeard would not hesitate to single out the entire world government for Ace to compete with the 3 Marine Admiral Marshals. Luffy even dared to break into the N-Ice lobby for the sake of his partner's life. This shows that if you want to become strong, cherishing friends and partners is the most important thing. Besides, even if there is no request from Chiuli, Yejia will go to Pakistan and wipe the Bin family from the world. By the way, if he can help his partner, Yejia is very happy. Come on, it's time to go back to the boat. Yejia waved his hand and brought Chiuli and Gayamani, ready to return. It's him. It's him who killed Dresser and the great pirate Paxus. At this moment, a loud shout sounded. Yejia turned his head and saw that everyone was focusing on him. Then, everyone ran towards Yejia. Huh? Yejia raised his eyebrows. These guys, wouldn't they still want to avenge Dresser? Yejia didn't panic at all. In terms of skill and strength, he didn't dare to say that he was invincible here, at least no one could deal with him. I saw a Mosca Island civilian standing near Yejia, kneeling directly on his knees and kowtow to Yejia with tears. Benevolent. Benefactor. Thank you so much. You are a hero to all of us in Mosca. Thank you. Thank you. The civilians kept kowtowing to Yejia to say thank you. The civilians who came from behind also knelt down one after another, and the voices of thanks came one after another. In the last whole square, all the civilians of Mosca Island knelt on their knees and thanked Yejia with tears. Even some children knelt on the ground ignorantly, saying thank you to Yejia in a milky voice. Yejia has never seen such a big scene. All the residents of an island were saying thank you to themselves, and couldn't help but be stunned. Mosca Island was really badly damaged by Dresser. Let's go, get out of here first. Yejia did not say much to these civilians. Now the commoners are grateful to him, because they are the hero who saved Mosca Island, but if they know that Yejia is a pirate, I am afraid that this gratitude will drop sharply immediately. In the era of pirates, no matter how much you like pirates, you will still be a little scared. Instead of telling them that they were rescued by pirates, it is better to leave now and leave them with a beautiful fantasy, and leave a glorious and great image for Yejia himself. Babistan, the Bin family. Have you found it? All the information about the death god pirates. Dililan's face was gloomy. Patriarch Dililan, the underground intelligence organization replied, 26 million Bailey's one-eyed pirate Barian died at the hands of the death god pirates. I heard that the death god pirates also blessed a village near Goa Kingdom. The new star pirate group in the sea is currently unknown. Report back. Novus pirates? That kind of guy actually killed my brother. After listening to his subordinate's reply, Dililan gritted his teeth angrily. How dare he ignore our Bin family and kill Dreiser in front of me? He is provoking me and the entire Bin family. I must take off the head of the captain of the death pirates with my own hands. Go, tell all the families of Babistan, which other pirates, whoever gets the head of the Death Pirates captain, I will reward 100 million Bailey. Yes. Subordinates retire. He killed Dresser on the island of Mosca. If he wants to enter the Great Waterway, he must pass through Babistan. Dare to threaten my life? Then I'll let you go back and forth. Delilan's eyes flashed with a sinister and vicious light. On the other side, Yechia and others, who were sailing leisurely on the sea, of course did not know that the other party was fully prepared, waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. But even if Yechia knew, there was nothing to be afraid of. Babistan is located near the Great Waterway and is the only way to enter the Great Waterway. Any ship that wants to enter the Great Channel will be checked by the Bin family. In this case, it's really dangerous. But who is Yechia? Will you be afraid of the nobles near a great fairway? Light speed kick. On the deck, Yechia volleyed and kicked out. A laser beam emerged straight from Yechia's feet, and then slammed into the head of a Sea King. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Sea Kings croaked on the spot, and the huge body fell into the sea. The fallen corpse disliked the giant waves and swept toward the death god. Defensive barrier. Yechia raised his finger, and a transparent glass about the size of the Reaper appeared and stopped in front of the Reaper. The huge wave fell on the barrier and rolled back directly. Haha, the barrier fruit is indeed the number one in the defense world. Chiuli, come and try it and see if your swordsmanship can split my defense barrier. Chapter 22 The Fear of Being Dominated by Gyamani. After nearly half a month of training, Yechia not only rapidly improved the abilities of each fruit, but also developed the long-range strike effect of light speed kick. It's more terrifying than the laser power emitted by the fingers. The power of the speed of light kick is equivalent to gathering 10 lasers together and kicking them out with one kick. You can imagine how much damage it caused. But it is definitely not as powerful as Kizaru is now. After all, Kizaru has practiced for most of his life, and Yechia has only spent less than a month. There is still a certain gap between the two. But the victory is that Yechia has unlimited supplements of physical strength pills, and can practice unlimitedly. It is only a matter of time before reaching the height of Kizaru. In contrast, Yechia is more willing to develop the newly obtained barrier fruit. At first, Yechia, the barrier fruit, could only barely create a defensive barrier that was almost the same size as his own, and even Chiuli's defensive power could easily be cut in half with one knife. But after Yechia's continuous practice, development, and research these days, he finally achieved something. The current defensive barrier has reached a point where even Chiuli is difficult to break. I admit defeat, your defensive barrier is progressing so fast that I can't leave any traces on it. Chiuli said helplessly while waving his sword to practice. Chiuli was on the ship for half a month, and he also got along with Yechia for half a month. Summarizing this period of time, his evaluation of Yechia has only 2 words: perverted. That's right, out and out, naked, extremely terrifying monsters. Not only has the strange and unpredictable movement ability, but also the amazing attack ability. Even Chiuli is just a baby in front of Yechia, and he has no resistance at all. But it has only been a long time. On top of these terrifying abilities, Yechia has another abnormal defense ability. Chiuli, the defensive barrier, has personally experienced it. At first, he could easily chop it up, but as Yechia continued to practice, the thickness of the barrier increased, its hardness increased, and even the size expanded rapidly, and Chiuli could no longer chop it up. Defensive barrier. Now it has reached the point where even if he strikes with all his strength, it is difficult to leave a shallow mark on the defensive barrier. What is a metamorphosis? This is. Of course, there is another point that Yechia terrified Chiuli, the dark golden color, called the physical strength pill. Chiuli has yet to come out of the shock that the physical strength pill brought him. It can directly supplement the physical strength that people need. This kind of existence completely subverted Chiuli's imagination. When he first came into contact with it, Chiuli was so shocked that he did not recover for a long time. Especially when Chiuli took the next physical strength pill and felt that the physical strength pill relieved the fatigue and soreness of the whole body, making the already tired body instantly full of vitality and power. Chiuli was even more pleasantly surprised. As a swordsman, he knew very well how important the physical strength pill was to the swordsman. He could endure the boring and repeated practice, but he couldn't resist the physical fatigue and weakness. With the physical strength pill, it means that he can use the strongest moves at all times, and he has constant physical strength recovery every moment. Repeatedly, his strength can completely increase in a straight line. Chiuli was a little fortunate. He felt that the most important decision he made in his life was to agree to Yejia's invitation and join the Death God pirates. Haha, then you have to hurry up and cultivate. When you can cut through my defensive barrier, maybe you will be qualified to kill Tianlong people. Yejia laughed. He wasn't at all surprised by the result. Barrier fruit specializes in defense and is second to none in defense. Its aggression is not very good, it can even be said that it is not. The only strong one is that it can rebound the enemy's attack. As for other impacts, it is a means of turning into a racket and hitting people. Encountered the same level, it is not very useful. Of course, Yejia didn't even need the barrier fruit to have the ability to attack. The attack power of the two Logia fruits is already strong enough, and there is no need to block the fruits to add the icing on the cake. Yejia only needs to continue to develop the defense ability of the barrier fruit. If the defense is enough, the barrier fruit is a big help. No, Yejia has only been studying for half a month, and the barrier has been able to be displayed in a good way, and the hardness is so strong that even Chiuli's full strength strike can't leave a trace. It can be seen that if the barrier fruit is fully developed in the later stage, how terrifying will it be? It is estimated that even the Admiral level is difficult to shake, right? The food is ready, everyone, come and eat. Yejia and Chiuli were cultivating, and Gayamani walked to the deck wearing a cook's bib and shouted in a sweet voice. Eat. Yejia and Chiuli stopped practicing at the same time. The two looked at each other, sweating like rain, and both saw a hint of panic in each other's eyes. Yejia couldn't help swallowing, even in the face of a strong enemy, he had never been so nervous. I've already prepared curry rice and beef dinner, you will love it. Gayamani smiled until her eyes narrowed into crescents. However, neither Yejia nor Chiuli could laugh, and even almost cried. Every time it was time to eat, they thought of the fear of being dominated by Gayamani's cooking skills. That kind of food that looked unusual and that was difficult for ordinary people to swallow, it was like taking a risk in the wilderness. Like a swamp. That is simply a human killer. Since Yejia and Chiuli had a meal, they had completely feared Gayamani's cooking skills. Little Manny, I'm not hungry now, Chiuli must be hungry, Chiuli eat first. Yejia forced a smile and pushed Chiuli out without hesitation. I'm not hungry either. Chiuli shook his head in horror, just now. I just drank cow's milk, and now I'm not hungry at all. Neither of the two wanted to relieve the dark food that didn't belong to the world at all. Eat that, they'll die. Captain, isn't the food I cook particularly unpalatable? Seeing the two of them shirk away, Gayamani's eyes were red, her mouth was shriveled, and she looked like she was about to cry, so pitiful. She was already as beautiful as a porcelain doll, and when she cried like this, she immediately felt unbearable and had the urge to protect her. However, Yejia and Chiuli both understood that they must not let go at this time. Once they let go, it means that they will be tortured today. I just want to cook a delicious meal for you guys, the captain is so good, and Chiuli is good at swordsmanship and swordsmanship. I don't know anything, I only know how to drag people. Am I particularly useless? Woohoo. Gayamani was talking and crying unsatisfactorily. Big move. Yejia and Chiuli looked at each other, Their faces were bleak, and they secretly said at the same time, "It's over." Chapter 23 Auction for the first time. Sigh. Yejia and Chiuli were lying weakly on the edge of the boat, wishing they could spit out what they ate yesterday. The faces of the two were pale, as if they had collapsed. They rushed out while Gimani was washing the dishes. Don't look at being relatively calm at the dinner table, try hard to endure it, take one bite after another, in fact, blood is dripping in my heart. Yejia, we can't go on like this anymore, I will die. I will really die. Chiuli was scared. Even in the face of death, he was never afraid and accepted it calmly. But facing Gayamani's cooking, Chiuli had to be afraid. That's a fighter in the dark cuisine. If the enemy takes a bite, no, half a bite, it is estimated that basically there is no desire to fight anymore. We have been sailing for half a month. According to Gayamani's judgment, we will be able to approach the Great Waterway in 2 days at most. At that time, we will directly disembark in Babistan. I must find a chef, and it is best to follow the mountains. He is the same as a doctor, he can cook, and his strength is strong. Yejia now only has this great wish left. He knew that Gayamani felt unwilling that she could only be a navigator to guide the way. Although he had emphasized her importance to Gayamani countless times, Gayamani just couldn't listen. But for the sake of himself and his partner's life, Yejia must stop Gayamani's idea of becoming a chef as soon as possible. I agree, craftsmanship generally doesn't matter, the important thing is that there must be no aesthetic problems. Chiuli raised his hand helplessly, expressing his approval. Is that dark food really edible? No, I should ask, is this a dish that humans can make? 2 days later. Is this Babistan? The yellow sand is flying, and the gobi is vast. Yejia, Gayamani, and Chiuli changed into Pakistani clothes, wearing headscarves and strange costumes, and entered the most prosperous city in Pakistan. Bustling, people come and go, the road is full of peddlers hawking along the street. Many elephants passed by carrying goods on their backs, and camels transported goods. Those shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues are also prosperous one by one. Looking at the sky, it's getting dark, find a place to fill your stomach first, and stay overnight. Yejia heard Gayamani's stomach grumbling and knew that she was hungry. It happened that the group had walked for a long time and had never eaten anything except drinking water, so he opened his mouth and suggested. Immediately, he found a hotel that looked similar and opened a room to stay. After eating, Gayamani was very tired and fell asleep first. Yejia and Chiuli left the hotel and went to the pub. Give me all the detailed information about the Bin family in Pakistan, it's yours. A gold coin fell into the bartender's hand, and within a few minutes, a sealed scroll was handed to Yejia. Yejia opened it and read it on the spot. The Bin family is so rich. Yejia just glanced at it roughly, and couldn't help sighing. Dalilan's father established the Bin family here, and joined many big pirates to conquer this place together. After so long of development and evolution, the Bin family has become the emperor of Pakistan. Chiuli said while drinking, Dreiser wanted to copy his father's legend, and he came to Mosca Island and ruled Mosca with the blood knife Paxos. Facts have proved that he was indeed very successful, but it's a pity that your presence made him totally dumbfounded. I mean, with a head like Dreiser, how can he be the emperor of Mosca? It turns out that he has the support of the Bin family. Yejia picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. Okay, the biggest property of the Bin family is just a few casinos and gold sales caves. The cotters in the family feel a little strong when they hear their names, but this to what extent, he. After half a month of practice, Yejia's strength has soared again. The addition of the infinite stamina pill, plus 2 logia fruits, and a defensive paramecia fruit, both offensive and defensive, a mere Bin family, what is it? Are you going to start tonight? Chiuli's eyes flashed. No, we've just come here and don't fully understand, and don't forget, we have an important mission here this time. Yejia glanced at Chiuli and said. Chiuli nodded at that time. Their important task, of course, is to find a qualified chef to take over the job of Gimani. Saying nothing can continue to let Gayamani be a chef. Our task tonight is to play. With so many properties under the Bin family, just pick one and play. Yejia looked at both sides, and finally locked his eyes on a restaurant where many people came and went. Seeing that they were all burping, they looked satisfied. That's it, let's go. Yejia waved his hand and took Chiuli into the restaurant. Stately and lavishly decorated. The restaurant is very large, almost comparable to half a football field. There are also many people coming and going. In the hall, the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor. There was a lot of hustle and bustle. This guest, did you also come here to attend today's auction? At this time, an ant who was fat, with red lips on her mouth, walked over. Seeing this ant, Yejia immediately thought of two words, Madam. Auction? What auction? Yejia asked. Yo, so the two of you didn't know. Today is the big day of our Red Girl building. The most famous top brand SI King Glow has just turned 16 years old and is an adult. The old man's eyes brightened. Yejia and Chiuli immediately understood. After all, Yejia has been sailing on the sea for so long, and he has heard and seen a lot. The existence of the Qingluyi Hongyuan similar to the Hongyulu is often the first to sit in the town. And the first card must be under the age of 16, as beautiful as a fairy, but also understand music, understand painting. Especially in that, it can be called a master. Once the first card turns 16, it will immediately enter the real welcome stage. The most valuable thing is the first time of the top card. It turns out that it is better to come early than to come by coincidence. Today is really a day worth celebrating. Yejia laughed loudly. That's right, as soon as I came, I happened to run into the first auction of a top 16-year-old who appeared in the Hongyulu property owned by the Bin family. If you don't do something, how can you be worthy of Dililan? How can it be worthy of the local Emperor Bin family here? I don't want to miss such a grand event. Come, arrange a good seat for the two of us, these are all yours. Yejia threw out more than 10 gold coins, which was equivalent to throwing more than 100,000 Baileys out at once, seeing the eyes of the prostitute glowing, and seeing Yejia's eyes even hotter. P.S. The last chapter has been reviewed for no reason and has not been released. I have no choice but to update the latter first. Don't worry, you should be able to read it after today. I hope you can give more flowers and encouragement, thank you. Chapter 24 Beauty is Inexhaustible, Silk Green Radish. Yejia was named a guest of honor, and he was given a special front row position where he could easily see the stage. Although the cost of more than 100,000 Baileys is a bit extravagant, Yejia is not worried at all. Isn't there still an industry as big as the Bowen family? More than 100,000 yuan has been given out, and sooner or later, he will have to come back. It's just a matter of changing the left hand to the right. Yejia, look over there. Chiuli leaned into Yejia's ear and whispered, and then pointed his finger in one direction. Yejia looked in the direction and saw the person Chiuli was pointing at, his eyes flashed. Gordon Abner, the cotter of the Bowen family. According to the intelligence, Gordon Abner is the backbone of the elite Bin family, who has killed 48 million Bailey's big pirates with outstanding strength. But this man has one big flaw, lust. In a place like the Red Ladies building, Gordon Abner can be said to be a frequent visitor every day. If he doesn't come one day, he must have accepted the mission and was ordered to kill the enemy. Lush beards, sturdy and swollen body, surrounded by left embracing right embracing several beauties in scantily clad, a pair of big hands constantly wandering around these beauties, wiping the oil as if no one else was around. Today's first auction of the top card, it's not surprising that he came. Yejia Grindisho, it's just right, you can take a look at the cotters of the Bin family and see how strong they are. After cultivating for so long, Yejia has not yet fully tested his strength. The backbone elite of the Bin family, what a touchstone. There were also many nobles from Pakistan. These nobles are all attached to the Bin family, become Dalilan's help, and vigorously exploit the civilians of Pakistan. Don't look at a piece of land the size of a palm, but as the only way to go through the Great Waterway, there is a lot of oil and water to be recovered, and it is a great thing to be able to control a large piece of the economy here. This shows how terrifying the Bin family is in Pakistan. Come here. Si King Gluo has appeared. It's so beautiful. No one wants to rob me today, Si King Gluo's first time. I'm going to make it. At this time, the hall suddenly moved. Many aristocrats gleamed, looking at a plain shadow that appeared on the second floor with covetousness. Yejia and Chiuli also raised their heads and looked over after hearing the commotion. Seeing this, even the two of them couldn't help being attracted by that graceful figure. It's so beautiful. This figure, this face, is even more perfect than Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie is Yejia's dream goddess, and no one has ever been able to do so. However, this woman who surpassed Angelina Jolie appeared. Impressively, it was the soaring shadow on the second floor that was walking slowly. Devil's figure, full figure. Exquisite like a porcelain treasure, with a face even more beautiful than the characters in the painting, wearing a red exquisite headdress, wearing a red dress, the clothes are long, hanging on the ground, and going a little bit with her steps. The red clothes are close together, the fragrant shoulders are exposed, and the white fair and lustrous skin exudes a fascinating human breath. You can clearly see the deep and mouth-watering ditch gully, which is about to come out, as if it will jump out at any time. This is the top brand Si King Gluo of the Red Girl Building. At the age of 16, he has the youthful face of cardamom, the vitality of 20, the charm of 30, and the charm of 40. No wonder so many people madness. Yejia was amazed at Si King Gluo. Even a person with such a strong willpower like him was attracted by Si King Gluo. The other nobles who were originally aiming at Si King Gluo screamed wildly, their eyes glowing green, like wolves. Jump out and eat the silk green radish. The same goes for Gordon Abner. After seeing Si King Gluo, the beauties around him instantly paled, and he was immersed in Si King Gluo's beauty as if he was stunned. Pushing away the beautiful woman beside him, Gordon Abner swallowed hard. She's mine, she's mine. Gordon Abner let out a low, sullen roar, his eyes full of longing. With the appearance of Si King Gluo, the scene almost fell into a frenzy. The huge movement attracted a lot of people who were doing things. When they saw Si King Gluo, they didn't even want to continue what they were doing. They just stared straight at it, drooling all over the place. Both are. Everyone. This is the top brand of our Red Girl Building, Si King Gluo. The old bastard stepped onto the stage and saw that the men below were Si King Gluo, with red eyes, screaming and screaming wildly, knowing that he would definitely make a fortune again today, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Si King Gluo has been favored by many old customers since 2 years ago, but everyone knows the rules of the Red Ladies Building. For a top quality person like Si King Gluo, you must have a good figure and a good appearance. Appearance can play art, bed work is extremely good, so, before adulthood, will not break body. The old lady smiled and said, today, Si King Gluo is an adult, and your 2-year wish has finally come true. I don't need to say more, you all understand the rules, right? Si King Gluo only serves one person tonight, and her first time will only be given to the person who values her the most, loves her the most, and is most willing to spend money for her. If you want to get this opportunity, you must hurry up. I miss it. Tonight, but no more. The words of the prostitute made the guests below even crazier. There are even a lot of people who can't wait to start urging, let the bastard stop talking nonsense, and start the auction directly. It can be seen that many people are here tonight for the 3 words Si King Glow, and they are excited and eager to win. It can be seen that they are fully prepared. Okay. Since all the guest officials have been impatient, then we will ask Si King Glow to sing a song for us, and in the melodious song, we will finalize her final ownership. Under the advice of the old bastard, Si King Glow slowly paced over, walked to the center of the stage, and slowly sat down. Taking over a beautiful red harp, Si King Glow flicked it between her fingers, making a pleasant sound. The auction starts now. The starting price, 100,000 Baileys. The old man shouted. 100,000 Bailey, the first time to buy a woman, this business is not worth it anywhere. But on the top brand of Red Girl, Si King Glow, 100,000 Bailey is just the lowest reserve price. 200,000 Baileys. The old bastard's voice just fell, and there are already guests who can't wait to start bidding. 300,000 Baileys. 500,000 Baileys. I'll pay 1,000,000 Baileys. Prices are going up like crazy. Yejio was also a little surprised. Although Si King Glow was perfect, beautiful, and had a devilish figure, it was only one night after all, and the price was so high. What he didn't know was that these guests wanted not only Si King Glow, but also this reputation. It is the first time to be able to grab the top card in the biggest red woman building in Pakistan, which is very popular in Pakistan. Who can get it? After tonight, it will be a celebrity in Pakistan. Chapter 25 Shock. 20 million Baileys. 1.3 million Baileys. 1.4 million Baileys. 160 million Baileys. The song played by Si King Glow was going on, and the frantic bidding had no intention of stopping. The asking price reached more than 1 million Bailey in one night. Yejio sighed, this can buy one of his boats. Sure enough, there are a lot of rich people in this place in Pakistan. Compete. Fight. Yejio grinned. Isho, no matter how much you shout, there is only one protagonist tonight. Hee hee. Yejio is here to play today. But his play is different from what ordinary people can play. He expects that the bigger the disturbance, the better, the more the Bin family's property loses, the better, the more angry Delilan is, the happier he is. Isn't Delilan very powerful? Dare to provoke death, then make you cry very rhythmically. 3 million Baileys. At this moment, Gordon Abner, who had been silent and forbearance, broke out and directly shouted a price that shocked the audience. All of a sudden, the entire Red Girl building was silent. When the nobles saw that it was Gordon Abner who made the bid, they all sighed and were dejected, and had to choose to give up. Although they are attached to the Bin family, they are only slightly larger ants than Gordon Abner, the cotter of the Bin family. If the Bin family wanted to destroy them, they only needed a little bit of force, and with a single word, they would be wiped out in no time. What's more, the Red Girl building is the property that the Bin family divided under Gordon Abner's banner and put him in charge of management. Offending Gordon Abner here means offending the entire Bin family. Hey ha ha ha, she's mine now, whoever robs me is my Gordon Abner's enemy. Gordon Abner gave a smug, vicious laugh. Compared with these guests who not only want sex, but also fame, Gordon Abner's pursuit is much simpler. All he wants is the girl on stage, and as for fame, isn't his Gordon Abner fame enough? Huh? Yejia has been observing Sabro, who is playing the piano. When Gordon Abner shouted out the high price of 3 million Baileys, he saw that Sabro was trembling obviously, and even the tune of the piano changed, and there was even fear in her eyes. Color. But for all of this, those guests who were blinded by desire, and greed simply turned a blind eye. On the contrary, it added to Sibulo's pitiful image in their hearts. 3 million Baileys, is anyone else bidding? The old bastard laughed so much that the fat on his body trembled. Don't look at Gordon Abner in charge of governing this area, but the Bin family has an order that even internal personnel cannot squander family resources at will. This also shows that since Gordon Abner has called out the high price of 3 million Baileys, he has to bear it himself, and cannot be exempted because he is a cotter of the Bin family. And for these 3 million Baileys, the prostitute can get a lot of money. Can she be unhappy? 10 million Baileys. Suddenly, a voice broke the atmosphere of the scene. Originally, because of Gordon Abner's intervention, the auction became less popular. People didn't want to offend Gordon Abner. But this sudden voice shocked many people, and then quickly went to find the owner of the voice. 10 million Baileys first time to buy silk greens. Who is it? Who dares to fight with Gordon Abner? Are you dead? In Pakistan, there are still people who dare to disobey the cotters of the Bin family. The surprised eyes of many guests finally fell on Yejia in the front row. They looked at Yejia curiously. How could someone do this for King Gluo? Not hesitate to bid 10 million Bailey, and confront the cotters of the Bin family. This guy is crazy. 10 million Baileys. Someone has bid 10 million Baileys, is there a higher price? As soon as the old bastard heard the bidding price of 10 million Bailey, and it was from the young man who spent a lot of money, he laughed until his mouth was closed. Tonight, the price of the first auction of the first brand of the Red Girl building exceeded 10 million Bailey for the first time in history. This is a time to make history. Damn, how dare you snatch women from me? Gordon Abner gritted his teeth, his eyes the size of copper bells, stared at Yejia with cannibalistic eyes, wishing to eat Yejia alive. He is a cotter of the Bin family, who does not know in this world. You have to say hello to him when you meet, let alone make him a face at the auction. Especially when it comes to women, Gordon Abner absolutely cannot tolerate a woman he likes being bought by someone else, unless this person wants to fight him to the end. 11 million Baileys. Gordon Abner shouts out yet another new high price. There was an uproar. At this time, they have completely lost their minds to compete. Even if the bid is not Gordon Abner, the high price of 11 million Baileys, such a large amount of money, they can't waste it on a woman in the Red House. 11 million Baileys. Lord Abner has already bid 11 million Baileys, is there anyone who has bid higher than him? If it wasn't for his image, the old man would like to jump up and turn around 3 times, expressing his inner excitement. 20 million Baileys. Yejia raised his hand and wrote lightly. Coax. The guests cried out in shock. 20 million Baileys, crazy crazy. This guy must be crazy. You. Gordon Abner was so angry that he clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. In Pakistan, no one has dared to disobey him in such a positive way. This is provocation. Provoking his dignity as a cotter of the Bin family. Is there anyone else raising the price? If not, King Gluo will be my woman tonight. Yejia seemed to think that the movement was not big enough, and added another sentence calmly. That statement was a crit for Gordon Abner. If he could, he would like to rush up now and slaughter this young man on the spot. To challenge me, very good. I'll let you understand how terrible it is to offend me. Gordon Abner secretly said in his heart, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he was ready to kill Yejia. 20 million Baileys. This gentleman has bid 20 million Baileys. The old bastard shouted in excitement, almost breaking his voice. King Gluo, who was playing the piano, heard Yejia say the sky-high price of 20 million Bailey, and her watery eyes couldn't help but look at Yejia with curiosity in her eyes. Who is the one who can bid 20 million Bailey for her? And in his 2-year career, it seems that he has never met this person. How could he pay such a high price? Chapter 26 Dance. 20 million Baileys once. 20 million Baileys twice. 20 million Baileys 3 times, a deal. Just like an auction commodity, In the final shout of the prostitute, King Glogo sold it to Yejia at a price of 20 million Bailey. The 30 million bounty that Yejia received before was completely squandered at this moment. "Sir, King Glogo is yours tonight." After Yejia delivered 20 million Baileys on the spot, the old bastard came over and said with a flattering smile. Yejia Viviisho did not respond to the boss, but went straight to the stage. In the eyes of everyone, Yejia picked up King Glogo by the waist. King Glogo snuggled up against Yejia's chest, her flawless face showed a hint of astonishment, but she soon burst into a bright smile. Instead of giving it to someone like Gordon Abner for the first time, Yejia is undoubtedly the best and perfect choice. Damn. Damn. Gordon Abner saw Yejia's complacent look, and he was not angry. In particular, the guests below applauded Yejia, the envious eyes of the audience fell on Yejia, and Gordon Abner was extremely unhappy. "I'm going to kill him, for sure." Gordon Abner gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Holding the beauty in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance of women people, Yejia's mind was rippling, and he walked to the topmost pavilion step by step. That was the room specially prepared for the VIP who took the picture of King Glogo tonight. Those who get King Glogo will be able to spend the night with her here. "Sir, it's yours tonight, don't you know the name of Mr.?" King Glossy looked at Yejia, Yubi's fingers gently slid across Yejia's chest, and her soft voice made her bones melt. "Yeka." Yeka Viviisho said. "This name is so unique, Mr. Ye. Is he from East Blue?" King Glogo's eyes wandered and she began to chat with Yejia. "No, I'm from the far East. It's more beautiful there than here, and there you'll be free." Yejia has a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Freedom. When King Glogo heard these two words, her heart moved, as if she suddenly touched the softest place in her heart, her eyes couldn't help turning red. As a member of the Hungnyalu, she has lived here since she was a child and lost her freedom. Everything is arranged, and I force myself to learn how to seduce, how to show my charm, and even have to be proficient in that aspect. Fortunately tonight, I will wait for someone to spend a lot of money to buy me people. It can be said that King Glogo lost her freedom from the very beginning. So she has an infinite desire for freedom. While speaking, Yejia had already walked to the top floor holding King Glogo. This is a fragrant, luxurious, and gorgeous house, and it can be seen that it is a precious decoration. But the most conspicuous thing is the big bed with flower petals. Yejia threw King Glogo onto the bed, and then pressed his body on it. "Mr. Yet." King Glogo let out a soft cry, and then the two looked at each other, with electric light flowing in their eyes. The distance between the tip of the nose was less than 2 centimeters, and even the breath of the other party could be easily felt. The atmosphere suddenly became very ambiguous. Don't look at King Glogo, who has been educated in that aspect since she was a child, is proficient in matters of men and women, and possesses a variety of skills. But so far, she has never even held the hand of a stranger, let alone the first kiss, the first once. The two were so close, looking at Yejia's resolute and confident face, as well as a pair of eyes as bright as a bright moon, her heart was like a deer, rushing around, making King Glogo unable to restrain herself. The little face flushed bright red. "Mr. Ye, come on." King Glogo closed her eyes, raised her head, and made a gesture of letting you pick. Yejia kissed King Glogo's lips, then chuckled lightly, then propped up both hands and stood up from the bed. "Spring night is worth $1,000, but tonight is not so peaceful, let's keep it for now." Yejia sat at the table, reached out and poured a cup of tea, drinking it all in one gulp, barely suppressing the rising desire fire in his body. He knew very well that he had refuted Gordon Abner's face in public. How could the other party easily let him go? What's more, Yejia knew from the information from the tavern that Gordon Abner was a person who valued women very much. As long as he liked a woman, no matter what means, he must get it. Gordon Abner's eyes just looking at Si King Glodo all fell into Yejia's eyes. For Si King Glodo's sake and to teach himself a lesson, Gordon Abner would never give up. Si King Glodo didn't listen to Yejia's words at all. She touched her lips, her heart was pounding, and her cheeks were hot. Just now, Yejia took the first kiss in her life. That kiss was only for a moment, but what was left to Si King Glodo was an eternal memory. She was a little addicted to that kiss. Her eyes looked at Yejia's broad back, and there was a look called happiness blooming in her eyes. "Mr. Ye, let me do a dance for you," Si King Glodo said softly. "Dancing? This is good." Yejia turned around and looked at Si King Glodo, enjoying the dance. I saw her facing Yejia Viviisho, and her smile was full of all kinds of emotions, which made the world lose its light in an instant. She slowly faded off the tulle red coat, revealing her fair and tender skin, with only a red cloth that was not even a belly band to cover her perfect devil body. Seeing this, Yejia's eyes were already a little unnatural. The fire, which was finally suppressed, slammed directly up at this moment. He quickly poured a cup of tea and drank it, which made him feel better. Seeing Yejia's embarrassed appearance, Si King Glodo covered her mouth isho, like a blooming star, alluring the city and the country. The posture is swaying, the dance is soft, and Si King Glodo dances, adding countless elegance. Yejia admitted that he had made a mistake, and shouldn't have promised to watch Si King Glodo dance. It's too tempting, even someone with such strong willpower can't hold it. How can I say that Si King Glodo was also born in the Red Girl building? Every move, every frown, isho is alluring and charming, and the seduction to men is of course strong. Yejia came to this world to come into contact with not many women, and he has been cultivating all the time, so it is inevitable that he has low resistance. At the same time, in the Red Lady building. "Lord Abner, you can't go in." Lord Delilan explained that even a family cotter can't easily obstruct normal transactions. In the face of Gordon Abner's forcible intrusion, the old man said quickly, "Go away for me, Si King Glodo is mine today, no one can take it away." Gordon Abner roared. Chapter 27 Autumnley vs Gordon Abner. Gordon Abner ignored anyone's obstruction, pushed aside the guards in front of him, and walked directly to the top floor. The guards of the Red Lady building could only stare blankly at this. Gordon Abner is a cotter of the Bin family. He is powerful. How could they be opponents? And now Gordon Abner is angry. If you provoke him at will, maybe he will die on the spot. "Lord Abner. If you continue to move forward, I can only inform Lord Fitzgerald of the Bin family, and let him help to preside over justice," the old man shouted loudly. As soon as the statement came out, Gordon Abner immediately stopped. But he quickly turned his head and stared at the prostitute with gloomy eyes. "Fitzgerald. That guy still owes me an adult, please. Feel free to inform him, Si King Glodo, it must be mine. I warn you, all stand for me, whoever dares to stop me again, I will definitely not show mercy. Also, no matter what happens on the top floor later, you are not allowed to come over, otherwise I want you to look good." After the warning, Gordon Abner moved on. The old man, the guard, and the others looked at each other, helpless. Gordon Abner is determined this time. This lustful guy doesn't care if he goes crazy when he encounters a woman. Even if they inform Lord Fitzgerald now, it's probably too late. It's a pity to lose a good deal like this. Come on. Yejia, who was admiring the dancing of Si King Glodo, squinted his eyes and knew that Gordon Abner was coming. It's not how sensitive his perception is, but Gordon Abner's huge body stepping on the wooden stairs, making a screeching sound, it's hard to know. In this regard, Yejia did not panic at all, and continued to appreciate the graceful dance. Until the bang sound. The door of the room on the top floor was slammed open with a punch, Si King Glodo screamed in fright, and quickly hid behind Yejia. Boy, the woman who dared to rob me of Gordon Abner, today is your day of death. Gordon Abner stepped on the broken door panel, approached, and said viciously. My date of death? Are you sure? Yejia calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip, without even looking at Gordon Abner. Boy, die. Gordon Abner suddenly stretched out several long bone claws from the joints of his two fists as large as a casserole. Wolverine? Yejia glanced at it and almost choked on the tea. In front of Gordon Abner's fist and knuckles, bone claws appeared, which looked exactly like Wolverine's supernatural ability. It's just that Wolverine's claws are diamonds, and Gordon Abner's claws are bones before evolution. But soon, something was different. Gordon Abner's head turned into a wolf's head, and the gray-white wolf fur grew out of his face and continued to extend, eventually turning him into a wolf all over his body. His appearance, he turned into a huge werewolf. A pair of scarlet and murderous eyes are full of beastly fury, which is so fierce that it makes one's heart palpitate. Si King Glodo only glanced at her. If Yejia reached out to support her in time, she almost sat on the ground in fear. Don't be afraid, it's just a Zoan-capable person. Yejia whispered to comfort Si King Glodo. Chuli, this guy will be handed over to you, can you solve it? Yejia raised his head and said loudly. Suddenly, as soon as the figure jumped in from another place, the room was open, without any cover, and landed directly in front of Gordon Abner. Leave it to me, the cotter of the Bin family. Fighting against him will help my swordsmanship grow. Chuli held a sword in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, leaning on his waist, staring at Gordon Abner with sharp eyes. Just you? Want to deal with me too? Ridiculous. Gordon Abner didn't say a word. The scarlet light in his eyes full of murderous intent flashed away, and the whole person suddenly turned into a shadow, opened his bloody mouth and bit it. Chuli never panicked. Before joining the Death God pirates, Chuli's strength was at most comparable to the Blood Knife Paxus. If he hadn't been attacked from behind, Chuli would not have been defeated so badly. But after half a month of hard training on the boat, with the infinite physical strength of the physical strength pill, Chuli's strength has not been what it used to be. Just let you, come and test my cultivation achievements. Sword. The Romance of the Cross. Chuli held the sword, his eyes narrowed, and he waved it out in an instant. Like lightning, the sword swung horizontally and vertically in front of Chuli, forming a cross-sword light. Chuli gave a light shot, and the cross-sword light disappeared in place. Next second. Bang. With a loud bang, Gordon Abner's figure fell from the sky. He lowered his head and glanced at it. The cross-shaped wound was printed on his body, it burst open, and blood splattered everywhere. The strange thing is that after Gordon Abner's wound opened and bleeds, it quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the body was restored to its original state, and there was no trace of injury at all. When Chuli and Yejia saw this scene, their eyes changed. It's no wonder that being able to become a cotter of the Bin family, such a big wound can be healed in such a short period of time. Zoan's ability cannot be underestimated. Boy, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you first. Gordon Abner was injured by an unknown knife. If this matter spreads, Gordon Abner's reputation will be greatly reduced. If you want to restore your reputation, the only way is to kill this knife guest, and use his head to prove his ability. Immediately, Gordon Abner launched a ferocious offensive towards Chuli. Chuli was not to be outdone at all, waving the sword in his hand, and began to fight head-on with Gordon Abner. The room is not a battlefield, it is fragile. How can it withstand the strength of the two of them? In less than a minute, the whole room was in a mess. Yejia quickly picked up Si King Glodo and teleported to a safe place like lightning. By the way, he also brought a table and a teapot. While drinking tea, he hugged the beauty. Enjoy the fight comfortably. It's a fight? Lord Abner is on it? The guards who heard the movement outside were downcast. After the top brand of the Red Girl building was auctioned off, the guests were killed by the officials of the Bin family. If this incident spreads, the reputation of the Red Girl building will instantly drop to freezing point. Not only that, but Gordon Abner is a violent guy, and he is a madman when he fights. Maybe he will smash the Red Girl building. This is big trouble. The old man's face was extremely ugly. Wolf cannon. Gordon Abner took a deep breath, then opened his bloody mouth and blasted out an air cannon. Bang! Chiuli quickly dodged, but a big hole was blasted out of his original position. P.S. My friend's new book Kung Fu, The Jade Stealer, is on the shelves today. Friends of the book shortage can go and have a look. It's a very good book. It's on the list, don't miss it. Chapter 28 Threadfruit. Sword. Scrambled characters. Chiuli held a knife in the left and a sword in the right, crossing in front of him. As a fierce light flashed, Chiuli's figure turned into an arrow, instantly penetrating Gordon Abner's body. Immediately underscore. Boom. With Gordon Abner as the center, sawdust flying on the floor, as if carved by a knife, a big word chaos appeared. Gordon Abner himself was all over his body, his arms, head, neck, chest, thighs, etc. At the same time, the ferocious wounds burst open and blood spattered. If he were an ordinary person, if he was hit by Chiuli's move, he would die instantly. However, Gordon Abner's wounds recovered quickly, and in the blink of an eye, no wounds could be found in the whole body. Boy, you managed to piss me off. I'm going to bite your neck off. Blood wolf. Gordon Abner's momentum skyrocketed, and he let out a wolf howl in the sky, and the originally gray hair instantly turned blood red. The blood wolf state is Gordon Abner's most powerful move. He usually doesn't use this move easily, because every time he uses it, he will fall into a period of weakness, and at the same time, his lifespan will be shortened according to the length of time. But in the face of the difficult Chiuli, the furious Gordon Abner directly chose the blood wolf state, aiming to kill Chiuli. Blood claw, tear. Gordon Abner's blood-colored claws bite fiercely. Chiuli hurriedly raised his sword, intending to strike at the moment. However, as soon as the two touched, Chiuli's expression changed suddenly. What a terrible power! Feeling the tremendous power from the blood-colored claws, Chiuli wanted to use the sword to remove the power and look for opportunities. But before Chiuli could make another move, Gordon Abner's other bloody paw slapped it hard. Bang! Chiuli flew out on the spot, smashed on the floor, and directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Chiuli's body fell into the room on the next floor along the big hole. Wow! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chiuli's eyes narrowed, and he quickly stood up again, holding a sword in his hand, and made a warning gesture. Gordon Abner didn't give Chiuli the slightest chance to breathe, so he rushed up and attacked Chiuli again. Chiuli resisted again and kept retreating, but Gordon Abner's blood wolf state was too terrifying, at least increasing his strength several times. Chiuli was no match at all. Laugh. Accidentally, Chiuli couldn't react in time, and was hit by Gordon Abner again. 3 ferocious claw wounds appeared on his chest, and blood splattered out. Die. Gordon Abner seized the opportunity and opened his bloody mouth, trying to tear off Chiuli's head. Huh? When he was about to be empty, Gordon Abner realized that Chiuli, who was in front of him just now, had disappeared in an instant. Chiuli, your strength still needs to be improved. With your current strength, you are not his opponent. Yejia put down Chiuli's body. Sorry, I'm too weak. There was guilt in Chiuli's eyes, but he didn't expect that after practicing for so long, he was not the opponent of a cotter of the Bin family. Weakness is temporary. It won't be long before you can kill a guy like Gordon Abner with one knife. Yejia said, looking at Gordon Abner, who jumped up from the next floor and stared fiercely at him. Then King Glow will be handed over to you, protect her. This big man, I have to just get something from him. Chuli nodded in agreement. Humph. A bunch of rubbish, you all die here for me today. King Glow is mine, and no one can take it away. Gordon Abner roared, waving two blood claws, and pounced. King Glow screamed in fright, her mind went blank with fear. But Yejia was unmoved. It's really slow. Yejia smiled disdainfully, and then his figure instantly disappeared in place. What about people? Gordon Abner was stunned, and was about to look around to find Yejia's trace, when suddenly his eyes darkened, and a large hand covered his face. What? As soon as Gordon Abner shouted, the big hand on his face burst into force, pressing his head and his body to the floor together. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion resounded through the sky. Yejia grabbed Gordon Abner's face and smashed through the layers of the Red Girls building. In an instant, the entire floor was completely pierced, reaching the first floor. Withdrawing his hand, Gordon Abner lost consciousness, and the back of his head was smashed into a flower. Looking at Gordon Abner's body, with his head as the center, a deep pit was smashed into the ground, a meter deep. Where is this going? I'm just a piece of shit and I'm just pushing you to the ground. That's not going to work? Then aren't you even more useless than a waste? Yejia did not forget to sneer. Kill you. Gordon Abner's consciousness was on the verge of collapse, and Yejia directly beat him to the point where he lost his combat effectiveness on the spot, and even his speech was a little unclear. Hey, aren't you in a blood wolf state? Why are you so unbeaten? I didn't even use any force, why are you so virtuous? Looking at you like this, it is estimated that you will not be able to recover in a while, or I will take something I need from you. Remember, you must resist. You must hold on. After Yejia finished speaking, he grinned isho, and a yellow-colored flash appeared on his fist. Immediately, the fist greeted Gordon Abner fiercely. Light-speed punch. Boom boom boom. Gordon Abner was twitching as if his body was being shot by a machine gun, and his flesh and bones were cracking and exploding a little bit. Half a month ago, Yejia's light-speed punch was about 1,000 punches per second. After half a month of inadvertent practice, his light-speed punches have reached 1,500 punches per second. The number of fists per second has increased by half, which means that Yejia's strength has improved by as much as 50% in the past half month. At the same time, it also means that in 1 second, Yejia obtains more fragments. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. The long-lost sweet mechanical and electronic female voice sounded, and finally a new devil fruit appeared. And this time, it is the famous thread fruit in One Piece / King of Pirates. The fruit of thread? Paramecia, used by Doflamingo to seem like a tingling, but it doesn't quite suit me. Yejia was a little disappointed when he heard the prompt tone. The thread fruit is also the number 1 devil fruit in One Piece / King of Pirates. Doflamingo used the thread fruit to create his huge economic empire, and even did a man-made devil fruit act with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. But for Yejia, the thread fruit is not very helpful to him, and at most it only binds the enemy. No matter how much it is, let's break it out first. Thinking of this, Yejia continued to accelerate the bombardment of Gordon Abner. Chapter 29 Kill Fitzgerald. Through the large hole that was punched through the layers, Chuli and King Glow could clearly see Yejia and Gordon Abner. Yejia's 2 hands turned into rapid shadows, and he couldn't even see the shadows, and slammed into Gordon Abner at a speed of 1,500 punches per second. Gordon Abner had no power to fight back, so he was beaten by Yejia as a human flesh bag. Mr. Ye, he He's amazing. Si King Gluto's eyes wandered, looking at Yejia as if she was looking at a big star she admired, full of fanaticism. The man who was willing to buy his first time with 20 million Bailey. This man with bright eyes like the moon, full of haki. This man can beat up the cottars of the Bowen family like sandbags. It's almost as if the gods made it for Si King Gluto, which is in line with all of Si King Gluto's fantasies about men. Yejia is the captain of our death god pirates, his strength is unfathomable, and dealing with a Gordon Abner is a piece of cake. Chiuli did not forget to express his admiration for Yejia. The enemy that he could not defeat with all his strength, Yejia easily slapped the opponent to the point where he lost consciousness and lost his fighting power on the spot. Such a strong man is worth following. The captain of the pirates? No wonder he's so cool. Si King Gluto looked at Yejia's eyes, as if there were stars twinkling. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. A beep sounded. Yejia casually glanced at the progress of the shards of the thread fruit. Thread fruit, 58/100. Damn, I punched for 5 seconds, 7,500 punches, and only 58 pieces. This broken synthesis system, I misread you, the explosion rate is getting lower and lower, can you still play happily? Gordon Abner, you have to hold on. My string fruit depends on you. Yejia was fighting while praying. Fortunately, Gordon Abner passed out, otherwise he would be so angry that he would vomit blood, and maybe he would burp on the spot. After about 3 seconds, Gordon Abner lost his breath and died on the spot. Thread fruit, 68/100. There are still 32 fragments left, which is not easy to handle. Yejia angrily withdrew his hand. What bastard cotter of the Bin family can't hold back more than 10,000 punches, it's really disappointing. Unhappy, he kicked Gordon Abner's body into the air. Yejia looked to the side and fell to the ground, his eyes trembled, his lips trembled, he pointed at Yejia and opened his mouth unable to say a word for a long time. The prostitute and the guards who spoke. Gordon Abner is dead. The cotter of the Bin family was actually killed. And it was killed by the guests who photographed Si King Gluto. A group of people witnessed Yejia slamming with his own hands. With the speed of his fists that couldn't even keep up with the naked eye, he killed Gordon Abner in front of everyone. The shock in their hearts can be imagined. They can no longer describe the shock in their hearts in words. The only thing they can express is that their crotch is see-through, revealing bursts of smelly liquid body. A bunch of little hooligans. Yejia glanced at them, and didn't even have the idea of obtaining physical strength pill fragments from them, and turned around to leave. Suddenly Who are you? How dare you kill the cotter of my Bin family? A man with a mustache in a black dress, a top hat, and a slender fencing appeared, standing at the door of the Red Girl building, his face gloomy. Huh? Yejia glanced back and immediately recognized the mustache man in the black dress in front of him, and immediately narrowed his eyes. Fitzgerald? Another cotter of the Bin family. It's just right, my thread is fruit. The fragments are just 32 UN away. According to intelligence, Fitzgerald is one of the cotters of the Bin family, and his strength is judged above Gordon Abner. It is rumored that Fitzgerald once faced 3 pirate ships alone, and sank the 3 pirate ships unscathed. After killing all the pirates, he returned safely. Therefore, Fitzgerald's status in the Bin family is higher than that of Gordon Abner. Lord Fitzgerald. The cotter of the Bin family is here, it's Lord Fitzgerald who is more powerful than Lord Abner. Lord Fitzgerald, kill him. This guy is the murderer of Lord Abner. Seeing Fitzgerald, the guards shouted incessantly as if they had seen the protector. Needless to say, this group of guards, Fitzgerald had already seen Gordon Abner, who had fallen to the ground with no intact place on his body, and had completely lost his breath. The murderer who killed Gordon Abner, die, I will punish you in the name of the Bin family. Fitzgerald flicked his wrist, a slender fencing sword appeared, and then his figure turned into several phantoms, stepping lightly, and quickly approached Yejia. Facing Fitzgerald who was charging towards him, Yejia's mouth twitched. At this time, Fitzgerald had already come to Yejia, and the slender fencing in his hand stabbed directly at Yejia's eyebrows. However, Yejia did not dodge, and let the sword penetrate directly between his eyebrows. Devil Fruit ability. Fitzgerald's pupils trembled. In an instant, he had already recognized that Yejia was a Devil Fruit person, and he was also the most powerful Logia. Immediately, Fitzgerald resigned. It's not that he has never fought against Devil Fruit abilities, but he has never faced Logia's abilities. Logia is not only rare, but also extremely fierce. With his strength, he can only be tortured and killed. Want to run? It's late. A fierce light flashed in Yejia's eyes, and a big hand stretched out, directly strangling Fitzgerald's throat. At the same time, his other hand was clenched into a fist, and a yellow, colored light appeared, directly hitting Fitzgerald's body frantically. The number of punches that one hand can make in 1 second is definitely not enough for 2 fists. At most, it can only punch 700 or 800 punches. But that's enough. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of line fruit. The prompt sound popped out quickly. Although the frequency of 1500 punches per second is faster than 2 fists, at least 2 or 3 prompt sounds can be heard every second. Faye. Lord Fitzgerald. How could this be? How could even Fitzgerald have no resistance at all? This guy is a monster, he's not a human. Run. If you don't run, we'll all die here. A group of guards and prostitutes quickly got up and fled, trying to escape this hell. However, before they took a few steps, more than a dozen yellow, colored laser beams penetrated their hearts, killing them instantly. A bunch of little bastards, it's so noisy. Yejia withdrew his hand and continued to blast Fitzgerald. I have to say that although Fitzgerald looks thin and weak, and has no resistance to attack, he was slammed by Yejia for more than 10 seconds and more than 8,000 punches. Congratulations, the shards of thread fruit have been gathered, do you want to synthesize? Synthetic. Chapter 30 Level 2 Permissions open. Fragments of the thread fruit were thrown into the huge cauldron. As the colorful progress bar ran fast, 3 seconds later, a white devil fruit was freshly baked and appeared in Yejia's mind. Haha, the thread fruit is here. Yejia was very excited. The thread fruit is the fruit of Doflamingo. It is because of this powerful fruit ability that Doflamingo can establish such a huge force in the New World. If Luffy's protagonist's aura was not too bright, and Doflamingo was too arrogant, and underestimated the strength and influence of Luffy and others, he would not have ended up in the field where he was defeated and imprisoned by Marine. Congratulations, your experience points are full, start leveling up. Successful upgrade. Congratulations, you have obtained the secondary permission of the synthesis system. However, what surprised Yejia even more than getting the thread fruit was that the secondary permission of the synthesis system was opened. Upgraded? Then I have to take a good look at what powerful features have been added. Yejia called out the interface. Crafting recipe, level 2. The most conspicuous change is that the first level synthesis formula has been upgraded to the second level, and there is a glowing icon in it. Next to the synthetic formula, there is a new card interface like a Russian turntable. Let's see what the new recipe is. Yejia couldn't wait to click the icon. A stream of light flashed, and then information emerged in Yejia's mind. Haki recipe, collect 500 haki fragments and use them to randomly get one of armament and observation haki. Lying trough. Developed. It turned out to be Haki's synthetic formula. Yejia had been worried all the time before, if he encountered the kind of strongman who could use armament Haki and could directly hit his elemental body, then the incident would be a big deal. Not only that, if you want to hunt down an enemy of Logia, without armament Haki, you can't attack the opponent at all, and you can only rely on powerful physical strength to consume the enemy to death. Too uneconomical, too inefficient. Of course Yejia knew of Haki's existence, but he couldn't even touch Haki's shadow now. He wanted to master Haki, but he didn't know what year and month he got. But now a big pie fell directly from the sky, and it fell on Yejia's head. No Haki? It doesn't matter, there is a synthesis system. As long as enough Haki fragments can be exploded, with Haki, Yejia's strength will rise several levels again. Armament hits anyone, it's a real blow. No matter if you are a capable person or not, how strong your body is, when armament Haki goes online, all of them will get down for me. Why isn't there an emperor-colored Haki? Oh, that's right, something like an imperial-colored Haki seems to be born. Maybe there is a latent emperor-colored Haki in my body that has awakened, he. But then again, this synthesis system is so powerful that even Haki can synthesize it. Yejiaxi smiled and couldn't help but boast. Smile and ask which system is stronger. I am the strongest in the synthesis system. The sweet electromechanical female voice came out in time, making a solid advertisement for herself. After reading the Haki recipe, there is another new feature that I haven't seen. It looks like a disc that looks like a Russian turntable. Isn't it just for gambling? In addition to the Haki recipe, a new functional interface has also appeared in Level 2 permissions. I have to say, Yejia actually guessed right. The new functional interface is for gambling. Bloodjade Gambling Plate, 0/1. Bloodjade Gambling Plate, collect 100 bloodjade fragments to synthesize a bloodjade. A bloodjade can activate a gambling plate, and you can randomly get 1 devil fruit, 1 Haki, 100 physical strength pills, and the upper limit of physical strength. Dan 1 piece, buy point 100 points. It's really a gambling game. But don't say, the item rewards obtained by the gambling board lottery are indeed rich enough. You can get a devil fruit, a kind of Haki, and a stamina pill is also 100 pieces. It is even harder to explode, and one can be given here, and the richness can be imagined. As for that point of purchase, what is it? Purchase point? Is there such a thing as a purchase point in the crafting system? As soon as Yejia's question surfaced, the sweet electronic female voice of the synthesis system rang in his mind. The purchase point is the trading currency of the synthetic mall. The synthetic mall requires a higher authority to open it. Quickly synthesize and accumulate experience points. I see. The synthesis system has different levels of authority, and I have been ignoring this problem before. Now that it has been upgraded to the second level, not only the Haki formula, but also the bloodjade gambling table. It's also a hit when you hit the devil fruit fragment, and the Haki fragment also explodes. By the way, you drop some bloodjade fragments for the lottery. I'm so happy. Yejia was very excited when he thought of this. The speed of the fist in his hand could not help speeding up. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you got a physical strength pill fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the upper limit of physical strength. Congratulations, you got a bloodjade fragment. Different prompt sounds pulled Yejia back from the excited state. I can understand that the shards of the upper limit of stamina can explode, but I didn't expect it to explode bloodjade fragments. According to this rule, wouldn't I be able to explode bloodjade fragments in the future when I hit a few random minions? This is good news for Yejia. If the bloodjade fragments can be exploded by small minions, then he can quickly collect a lot of bloodjade, and then the gambling board lottery. Great, all the good news brought by the second level authority. Yegio was so excited that he didn't notice at all that Fitzgerald, who had been punched nearly 10,000 times by himself, was dying. In addition, Yegio was still strangling his throat, and Fitzgerald returned to the light and struggled hard, but it was useless. Huh? Dead. When the sound was interrupted, Yegio realized that he had accidentally beaten Fitzgerald, the cotter of the Bin family, to death. It doesn't matter if you die, anyway, they are all nasty bastards who exploit and oppress the common people. The world can be a little quieter if you die. Yegio's intelligence has long given the good things that the cotters of the Bin family have done over the years. Burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil, but because they are the cotters of the Bin family, not to mention their strength, and they are protected by the Bin family, no one dares to pursue them. But now it's different. The god of death is here. If you don't clean up this garbage, you will be really sorry for the title of God of Death. Chapter 31 New Partner. It's really fun. The harvest is not small, Chuli, it's time to go. After pretending to be forced to run, it has always been Yegio's purpose. The reason why Yegio chose the Red Girl building was originally to make a scene, destroy an important source of income industry of the Bin family, and add some obstacles to Dili Long. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to leave for a while, and slowly plays with Dililan. When he has almost destroyed the Bin family, he will kill Dililan in one fell swoop to completely get rid of this tumor. He killed 2 cotters of the Bin family in one night, and Yegio was particularly satisfied with the results tonight. Mr. Yet. Seeing that Yegio and Chuli were leaving, Si King Gluo hurriedly spoke up. Si King Gluo. Don't worry, you are free now, and in the future, you can go wherever you want, and no one will embarrass you. Yegio smiled, wait for me a moment. His figure disappeared in a flash. In about a minute or so, Yegio reappeared with several large bags of gold coins in his hand. 20 million Baileys, and there are at least 50 million Baileys from the Red Girl building. All of these are given to you. Tens of millions of Baileys, Yegio still doesn't take it seriously. Si King Gluo is a pitiful person, plus she is beautiful. Of course, the key is that she is beautiful. Yegio didn't want to see her wandering around alone, and simply gave her all these external things. Yegio was not worried at all that he would have no money to use. With such a big Bin family here, he would still be short of money. Money. I don't want it. Si King Gluo shook her head. She looked at Yegio earnestly. Mr. Ye, I beg you, can you take me with you? I want to join your pirate group. Si King Gluo's decision was made with great courage. An unarmed and weak woman, who is so beautiful, would ask to join the pirates, where all the big men are, the dangers in all aspects can be imagined. But Si King Gluo chose to believe in Yegio's character, especially since Yegio still cared about her and gave her such a large sum of money. Si King Gluo was full of gratitude and trust in Yegio. So she made the decision to join Yegio's pirate group. And she has only one purpose. Follow Yegio, no matter where you go. Join my pirate group. Yegio didn't expect Si King Gluo's request to be this, and couldn't help but be stunned. In this day and age, which commoner is not terrified and trembling when they hear the word pirate? It was too late to dodge, and Si King Gluo even volunteered to join. Si King Gluo, our death god pirates never accept useless. Yegio hadn't spoken yet, Chuli had already spoken in a solemn voice. The Reaper does not accept pirates on a large scale, only the strong. This point, Yegio made it clear to him as early as the day he got on the boat. Chuli has also been looking forward to it. One day, he will be able to stand side by side with a group of strong men, gallop across the sea, and become famous all over the world. Si King Gluo has no power to tie the chicken. Although this kind of woman looks good, her strength is too weak and she has no fighting power at all. Once she fights with the enemy, she will only hold back her legs. Chiuli said nothing, and was ready to refuse immediately. Wait. Before Chiuli could finish speaking, Yejia hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. King Gluo, let me ask, how is your cooking? As soon as Chiuli heard this, his doubtful eyes disappeared, and he was also listening to King Gluo's answer. Cooking? King Gluo nodded. My mother didn't tell me to learn about this, but my fried food, my sisters said it was delicious. Then it will be fine. Yejia haha isho, and immediately reached out. Ms. King Gluo, you are welcome to join my death pirates. You will be a member of my death pirates in the future. King Gluo was stunned. Now when a pirate, the first test is cooking. This death god pirates, so unique. Although Yejia made this decision hastily, Chiuli was not at all dissatisfied. Compared to having to face Giamani's terrifying dark dishes every day, it's nothing big. That's it. It's not suitable to stay here for long, we should leave. Let's go. Go back to the hotel first. Yejia said, picked up King Gluo by the waist, the yellow light lit up, and quickly left the scene. Chiuli followed closely and hurried towards the hotel. That night, the smashing of the Red Envy's building caused a sensation throughout Pakistan. The Red Girl building has several branches in Pakistan, but the one that was smashed was the one that produced the most economic benefits. Not only that, the bastard in charge of management, as well as the guards and others all died on the spot. The Red Girl building was even penetrated from the first floor to the top floor. What is even more horrifying and shocking is, the two Cotters of the Bin family, Gordon Abner and Fitzgerald, were killed on the spot. There are only 5 Cotters in the Bin family in total, and each of them is very skilled and powerful. However, 2 people died in one night. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Pakistan, within the Bin family. What did you say? Delilan was woken up overnight. After hearing the news, his eyes widened and he grabbed the intelligence officer's collar. What are you kidding me? Gordon Abner, Fitzgerald, and the others. How could they both die all of a sudden? Patriarch, please calm down. According to eyewitnesses that night, it was an outside guest who killed the 2 Cotters, as well as the manager and guards of the Red Lady building, as well as the one who smashed the Red Lady building. The intelligence officer said calmly. Outside guest? Delilan's eyes trembled. His face sank all of a sudden, and he let go of the intelligence officer's hand, and Delilan was on the verge of rage. He had already guessed who was responsible for this incident. Grim Reaper pirates. The guy who killed his younger brother and clamored to kill himself too. These bastards. How dare you come to my territory to be wild? Delilan was furious. These guys from the Death God pirates killed their younger brother first, and now they went to Babistan to destroy his Red Girl building and kill his family's elite Cotters. Come on. Go and get Burris, Osvid, and Barrett 3 out of bed for me. In addition, give me an order to immediately block the entrance to the city of Babistan and send soldiers to conduct a carpet search. Even if you dig 3 feet, you have to dig these bastards out for me. Della Iron growled. Yes. The soldier ordered to retreat. I'm going to take off the heads of these bastards with my own hands and hang them in front of the Bin family's door. If you dare to provoke my Bin family, I'll let him die without a place to be buried. Drayaran's eyes were splitting. Chapter 32 Give away devil fruit. They should be looking for us everywhere now, aren't they? On the Reaper, Yejia, Chiuli, and King Gluo were enjoying candlelight delicacies. Before Delilan had received the news, Yejia had already foreseen that Delilan knew what happened tonight, and would definitely conduct a large-scale blockade, and then searched from house to house, and vowed not to give up until he found himself. So as soon as Yejia returned to the hotel to pick up Gayamani, he immediately brought a few people back to the Death God. Glint fruit has been gradually developed by Yejia to a terrible situation. The speed is so fast that even if there are several trips, It only takes a short time. Dililan wants to catch Yejia and others, which is tantamount to a dream. Thank you, Captain, and please give me more advice in the future. Si King Glodo rolled her eyes, picked up a glass of wine, and said to Yejia with a smile. It's too unfamiliar to call the captain, we will be partners on a boat in the future, just take me Yejia. Yejia laughed and glanced at Chiuli who was eating so much, the corners of his mouth twitched. Chiuli, please slow down and leave me a chicken leg. Yejia, it's not that I don't want to stay, Si King Glodo's cooking skills are so good, these dishes are even more delicious than the chef in the hotel. You can just drink at the bar and leave these dishes to me. Chiuli did not give in at all. He has had enough of Gayamani's ravages. Now that he can finally eat a good meal on the boat, how could Chiuli stop? You guy, why didn't I see that you were a foodie before? Yejia gave Chiuli a white look. Si King Glodo covered her mouth and snickered, her eyes squinted like a crescent moon, with only one slit left. King Glodo, I didn't expect that you are not only beautiful, but also in good shape. You are good at painting, chess, and calligraphy. You are even so good at cooking. A woman like you is like a living fossil. Yejia praised without hesitation. I thought that Si King Glodo would only cook home-cooked dishes at most, and the taste would be decent, at least it was better than Giamani's dark dishes. But after the food came out, it was completely beyond Yejia's imagination, the taste was first-class delicious, and I almost swallowed my tongue. The thought of finally being able to get rid of Giamani's dark dishes and eating such delicious food made Yejia feel more at ease. Yes Yen. Yejia, if you like it, I will make it for you every day. Si King Glodo blushed instantly when Yejia praised her. Especially Yejia affectionately called her King Glodo, which made Si King Glodo's little heart pounding non-stop. That's right. Yejia flipped his palm, and a devil fruit with a white swirl appeared in his palm, which was exactly the thread fruit he had just synthesized. This is the line fruit for you. Devil fruit? Si King Glodo obviously knew about the devil fruit. Yejia, I heard that a devil fruit is worth hundreds of millions of bells, so, just give it to me? Si King Glodo was flattered. She had just become a crew member of the Death God Pirates, and Yejia gave her a devil fruit. Si King Glodo felt like she was in a dream. Si King Glodo has been in and out of the economic trade zone of Pakistan all year round, and Si King Glodo has also learned a lot about devil fruits. Any devil fruit is a valuable treasure, who doesn't treat it as a treasure? Yejia is good, just say a word and send it out. What about hundreds of millions of Baileys? Now you are the crew member of my Death God Pirates, my partner of Yejia, what is a devil fruit? Yejia didn't care. He doesn't have much now, just devil fruit. Besides, he himself is not too interested in the fruit of the thread, so he might as well give it to Si King Glodo, a weak woman who has no power to hold a chicken. You can't guarantee your own safety. Coincidentally, the thread fruit is one of the top abilities in Paramecia. From the level of Doflamingos rampant, you can know how amazing this fruit is. Giving Si King Glodo another powerful boost to her pirate group. Thank you, thank you. Si King Glodo carefully took the thread fruit, but she still couldn't believe it. Eat it, you will have the ability of the thread fruit, then I will give you a little physical strength pill, it won't take long, your strength will definitely rise sharply. In the future, you will no longer need anyone to protect you, and you don't have to worry. Someone will hurt you, you will become so powerful that no one dares to look down on you. Yejia said while grabbing the last chicken leg with Chiuli. Si King Glodo looked at the string fruit in her palm, her eyes suddenly flushed red, and crystal tears were swirling. No one had ever cared so much about her. Yejia is the first. In the days of Hungnilu, she was always alone. Those sisters looked familiar on the surface, but they spoke ill of her behind their backs. All these Si King Glodo listened to her heart and did not dare to tell anyone. But now it's different. She is no longer alone. With a partner, a belief, and a path to become stronger, Si King Glogo feels that her life has suddenly become brighter. While weeping, Si King Glogo ate the devil fruit. Devil fruit is particularly unpalatable and has a weird taste, but the sweetness in Si King Glogo's heart completely covers up these weird tastes. She ate the whole thread fruit. Soon, Si King Glogo found that thin silver threads overflowed from her fingertips. The silk thread is very thin. If you look for it with the naked eye for a long time, you will not notice it with a slight movement. Only the owner of the silk thread, Si King Glogo, can well grasp the movement of these threads. Is it effective? Yejia came over and saw the fruit on Si King Glogo's fingers. The string fruit is very strong. If you don't know how to cultivate, I will teach you later. I am good at this. As a big fan of the original One Piece/King of Pirates comics, Yejia certainly does. Doflamingo's moves, Yejia remembered clearly, especially the last big move 16 Holy Bullets, God Kills, which is simply domineering and mighty. Unfortunately, he was blinded by Luffy's protagonist's halo. Good. Seeing Yejia approaching her, Si King Glogo's heartbeat accelerated, and her face became even hotter. The next day, as soon as it was dawn, Gayamani woke up. Huh? Why did you get back on the boat? Gayamani cutely rubbed her sleepy eyes. I have to get up to make breakfast for brother Ye and Chiuli. Putting on her shoes, Gayamani walked out of the room, ready to wash up first, and then prepare breakfast for Yejia and Chiuli. When she saw a figure in the kitchen busy, all sleepiness disappeared. You, who are you? Gayamani said nervously. Are you? Gyamani? Si King Glogo turned around and pulled the blue silk around her ear, revealing an impressive smile. Hello, my name is Si King Glogo, we will be partners in the future. Chapter 33 Head to Head. New, buddy. Gimani was dubious. She looked up and down around Si King Glogo, and her eyes flashed with suspicion. But Gayamani found that Si King Glogo had a pair of slender, fair, smooth, and delicate long legs. Delicate and beautiful, with facial features like a fairy. And what is wrapped in the bulging arc seems to be no less than himself. Well, Yejia has agreed. Si King Glogo softly Isho said, I saw you slept so sweetly yesterday, and I didn't wake you up, so I didn't have time to say hello to you. Now we officially meet, and we will be good friends from now on. Hearing Si King Glogo say the word Yejia so gently, as a woman's instinct, Gayamani felt a little unhappy in her heart. But fortunately, Gayamani is still a little girl who is not familiar with the world, so she doesn't think much about it. Since brother Ye agreed, of course I welcome it. Gayamani patted her head. Oh, it's getting late, it's time to help brother Ye and Chiuli make breakfast. If they can't eat my breakfast in the morning, they will be very disappointed. Would not. Si King Glogo didn't speak, she just said secretly in her heart. Yesterday, Yejia had already revealed to her that in any case, Gayamani must not be allowed to cook, otherwise this ship of death will really become death in the future. Don't worry, I've made breakfast, look. Si King Glogo turned around and brought out plates of fragrant and delicious food from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table. Wow! Gayamani moved her nose, and the delicious aroma made her drool. It looks delicious. Try it and you'll know. Si King Glogo laughed. Gimani casually picked up a piece of bacon with a fork and put it in her mouth. Immediately, I felt the whole taste buds blooming, and it was so delicious that Gayamani hurriedly forked another slice. Well, delicious. It's delicious. It's the same as what I made. Gayamani said bulgingly. Little Manny, haven't you eaten your own food? Si King Glogo asked tentatively. No. Gayamani simply shook her head. I see that big brother Ye and Chiuli like it very much, so for their sake, I never take a bite, I just eat the jerky myself. You're really virtuous. King Glogo's mouth twitched. No wonder Yejia and the others were in pain. It turned out that this little Manny had never tasted the food she made. It seems that in the future, little Manny can't be allowed to interfere in the kitchen, otherwise the death god will definitely be saddened. Pakistan, within the Bin family. Where's the man? Did you find it? Dililan stayed up all night and was asking the three family officials who had just returned. Lord Dililan, don't worry, we will catch him sooner or later. Burrus, one of the cotters of the Bin family, said. Sooner or later? You tell me sooner or later. You rubbish, you can't even catch a little thief, what's the use of me raising you? Dililan was furious. Burrus, Osvid, and Barrett frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Dililan's words. One day. I'll give you one more day. If you can't bring those guys from the Death God pirates to me in one day, everyone will pack up for me and get out. Do you understand? Dililan roared. Understood. The three nodded and were about to lead the order to retreat. At this time, a soldier rushed in a hurry. Lord Dililan, the murderer who smashed the Red Lady's building last night and killed the two cotters again appeared. It's on East Street. The soldier said quickly. East Street. Dililan's eyes flashed, and then he looked at Burrus, Osvid, and Barrett. You guys are really unlucky, now that the enemy has appeared, whoever of you just needs to bring their heads back, I will just reward anyone with 100 million, no, 200 million Bailey. When the three heard that there was a huge bounty of 200 million Bailey, their eyes lit up. Yes. Be sure to bring back the enemy's head. The three nodded quickly and respectfully. East Street. Yejia and Chiuli swaggered down the street. When the merchants on both sides of the street saw the two of them, their eyes widened, and they didn't even want the goods they were selling, and turned around and fled. For a time, the East Street was full of turmoil, and everyone was afraid and frightened. This poster really describes us as super sinners who do all kinds of evil. Yejia is holding a poster in his hand, no need to ask, it must be Dililan's masterpiece. According to eyewitnesses' descriptions, they painted the heads of Yejia and Chiuli and described them with a paragraph of text. In this passage, Yejia and Chiuli are extremely ferocious demons who kill people when they see them, and kill people without blinking an eye. He also emphasized that the two cotters of the Bin family all died at their hands. If anyone sees the two of them, they must report it as soon as possible, otherwise the two wicked people will kill them and leave no one behind. A big sinner is a big sinner. Anyway, I came here today to say goodbye to the Bin family, and by the way, get some gifts from their house. Yejia also planned to stay in Pakistan for a few more days. Because they have the task of finding a chef, they don't want to be destroyed by Gayamani every day, and they can stay for one more day. But now King Glogo appeared and saved Yejia, Chiuli, and others with perfect cooking skills. Naturally, the plan to snatch 8 swords, kill Dililan, and destroy the Bin family should also be put on the agenda. Luffy should still be on his way to Gecko Moria. I have to go to the New World early to catch up with him. According to the original plot of One Piece/King of Pirates, after Luffy gets Gecko Moria, the next step is to board the Sabayati archipelago, and then beat Tenryabito at the auction. Then there is the most luxurious battle feast in the history of One Piece/King of Pirates, the War on Top. As a member of the One Piece/King of Pirates world, Yejia didn't want to miss such an opportunity to show his face. Of course, he had to hurry up. You two, stop for me. Suddenly, 3 voices spoke in unison. Yejia and Chiuli paused, and 3 figures of different heights appeared in front of them. Burrus, Osvid, Barrett, the 3 remaining family officials of the Bin family have been dispatched together. I heard that your strength is higher than the other, especially Barrett, who has even killed pirates with a bounty of 75 million, how can his own strength exceed 80 million? With you here, I don't have to worry about it. Come on, are you going up one by one, Or 3 together. Yejia's mouth twitched, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 34 3 Cotters. Boy, madness will only make you die sooner. Burris said coldly, dare to kill the Cotters of my Bin family in Babistan and destroy the Bin family's property. Your sin, 10 times of death are not enough. 10 times. In my hands, he could die 100 times. Osvid said coldly, the 2 hands holding the mechanical finger tiger squeezed hard, making a clicking sound. Gordon Abner, Fitzgerald, and the 2 of them died at your hands. I'm so disappointed, they're rubbish. Barrett's eyes were indifferent, but it's okay to die. In this way, the territory under their 2 names will have to be divided into our heads. You have helped us, and I will solve it very simply later. Losing you won't make you very painful. You guys are quite confident. Seeing that each of these people is arrogant, Yejia has to suppress it. Since you are all so confident, then don't be polite. I will take a step later. If you can bear it, I will let you deal with it. Humph. 1 kick? Don't say it's 1 kick, it's okay to kill you. Burris snorted coldly. Very good. Yejia nodded, then you can be the first. As soon as the voice fell, Yejia's figure suddenly disappeared in place. What about people? Feeling carefully, this guy must have some special means to kill Gordon Abner and Fitzgerald one after another. Burris looked around, looking for Yejia's figure. I haven't found it yet? Then I won't wait for you. Yejia's joking voice came from behind Burris, and Burris was shocked. When did you go behind me? However, Burris had a lot of fighting experience, so he didn't choose to look back, but rolled forward on the spot, trying to avoid the attack from Yejia's back. But Yejia exceeded his expectations and did not take action at all. After the tumbling was over, Burris saw his back. Why are people missing? However, where Yejia made his voice just now, there was no one figure. The donkey's rolling skills are so skilled, it looks like it is often used. But it's not elegant at all to roll, 0 points. Yejia's voice sounded from behind Burris again. Sweat dripped from Bristol's forehead. What speed is this? This time, Burris wanted to roll and dodge on the spot, but Yejia didn't give him a chance at all. Almost as soon as the voice fell, Yejia had already raised his feet, and a yellow light appeared on his feet. Light speed kick. Bang. Boris was kicked in the head by Yejia at that time. His body was crooked, and the whole person slammed into the building next to him like a cannonball. After smashing through 3 houses in a row and crossing 3 streets, Burris' body was finally embedded in the wall and stopped. However, judging from the fact that Burris rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness, he no longer had the ability to fight. Fixed Burris in 1 kick. Seeing this scene, Osvid's pupils shrank, and the hand holding the mechanical finger tiger couldn't help trembling. Both are Cotters of the Bin family, and they know each other's strength very well. Although Burris is not as powerful as him and Barrett, he is by no means a character that can be easily solved. But the guy in front of him actually kicked Boris to the point of being completely incapacitated. How come I've never heard of such a terrifying guy before? It's interesting. Barrett, who was on the side, saw that Boris was directly killed by Yejia. His face did not fluctuate, and he was still extremely indifferent, but he silently spit out this sentence to express his evaluation of Yejia's strength. One of the miscellaneous soldiers has been dealt with, and you 2 miscellaneous soldiers are left. Who will come first? Yejia flashed back to the place again and faced the remaining 2 people face to face. Looks like I have to come up with my tricks to solve you today. Osvid's eyes narrowed, and then vigorous hair grew out, very similar to the process of Gordon Abner's transformation into a werewolf. Devil fruit ability? Yejia is not at all strange about this. It seems that he should be eating Zoan fruit. He looks like a tiger, but he doesn't know what the species is. Zoan fruit is the most branched and complex of the 3 fruits. There are common, ancient, and mythical. But the guy in front of him should be just a common species. See? This is my peak form. It is your honor to die under the claws of the golden tiger. Osvid let out a roar like a tiger, and his whole body exploded with golden hair. Transformed into a tiger body and squeezed his clothes, 2 tiger legs kicked on the ground, turning into a yellow, colored shadow, waving his sharp tiger claws, ready to tear Yejia in half. Die. Seeing that Yejia was motionless, Osvid thought that he was unable to react in time, and he was immediately settled. However, just as he was about to approach Yejia, Yejia suddenly turned his head quickly and showed him a bloodthirsty smile. You are too slow. When this sentence fell into Osvid's ears, one of Yejia's feet had already been raised, and it happened to be on top of Osvid's head. Boom! With a loud bang, a big pit was suddenly blasted out on the ground in front of Yejia. In the center of the big pit, the head of a tiger man covered in golden hair was stepped on by Yejia, and he was completely unconscious. Next, it's your turn. Yejia put away his feet, didn't even look at Osvid, and looked directly at Barrett. Interesting. Barrett's face was still indifferent, and he couldn't see the slightest surprise. As if the defeats of Burris and Osvid were inevitable, there was no threat to him. Confident face, unhurried eyes. Barrett was the calmest of all the enemies Yejia had ever seen, and Yejia couldn't help but feel a little curious. For the sake of your calmness, I will give you a chance to show your strongest strength and prove yourself. Yejia was not in a hurry to solve this enemy. This guy can be unmoved to this point, he must have a good hole card. Yejia was very curious what his trump card was. Gun artillery? Devil fruit ability? Or something you don't know? You'll know. Barrett's eyes were calm, and he turned away silently. Turn your back to the enemy. Yejia became more and more curious. I am so confident that what I brought out must not be ordinary, right? What could it be? However, Yejia didn't know that when Barrett turned around, his eyes suddenly changed. Mom, it's scary, Mom save me. Barrett completely lost his calm look just now, his eyes were frightened, his snot and tears were flying, and he was crying like a catastrophe was imminent. The hands in his arms were trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 35 Fragment Fight. Barrett had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. Burris and Osvid, the strength of both of them is second only to himself, not too much inferior. If the two of them go together, they have no chance of winning. However, right in front of him, the two family cotters really belonged to the level of miscellaneous soldiers, as the terrible guy in front of him said. Horrible. Too terrifying. Don't look at Barrett's incomparably calm and detached appearance on the surface, but in fact, Barrett has been crying in his heart for a long time. How to do? In the end, how to do? This guy's strength is so terrifying. If I really fight him, I will be beaten to the same extent as Burris and Osvid. Mom, save me, it's horrible here. I'm going home. Barrett silently burst into tears. Hey, are you ready? You've been ready for 2 minutes. Yejia waited for a while, and Barrett remained silent, not knowing what he was doing, so he couldn't help urging. As a result, this urging completely defeated Barrett's line of defense. Ready. Barrett turned around again, and miraculously, the tears, the snot, the shivering, the trembling, all disappeared. He still had that indifferent and calm face, as if nothing could cause him any fluctuations. Is it finally coming? Yejia was eager to try, and he couldn't wait to see Barrett's big move. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I'll go back and turn off the gas after a while. Barrett's sudden words made Yejia stunned. Seeing that Barrett finished speaking, he really turned around and left, not like he was joking at all. Yejia suddenly twitched at the corner of his mouth. This guy, isn't he playing tricks on me all the time? Yejia rolled his eyes. I thought this guy was so powerful, he just pretended to be calm. Then you will be the first to be operated on. Originally, I wanted to see what strange things the other party could come up with to open my eyes. After a long time, all TM is acting. Yejia felt that he was being played, and he was not happy at that time. Swish. Without further ado, Yejia turned into a flash of light, and his figure disappeared in place. When he appeared in front of Barrett and swept out his feet with yellow light, Barrett could do nothing but widen his eyes. This guy is not so calm after all. Bang. With a loud bang, Barrett's body was the same as Burris, or even worse than Burris. He crashed through 5 buildings and crossed 5 streets with one face, and then he lay in a family's bathtub and lost his will. The Bin family is nothing more than that, 3 miscellaneous soldiers, even my foot can't hold it. Yejia clapped his hands and twitched his mouth. Hee, devil fruit, here I come. In order, Yejia starts from the weakest Burris. Anyway, the 3 of them had lost consciousness on the spot and completely resisted, and Yejia was too lazy to be polite to them. Raise your fists directly and smash them hard. Light speed punch. Congratulations, you got a dinosaur fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a dinosaur fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a blood jade fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the upper limit of physical strength. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament hacking. A sweet mechanical and electronic female voice sounded. This time, the broken pieces are no longer limited to the devil fruit, the blood jade pieces of the gambling table, the shards of the upper limit of physical strength that are usually difficult to explode, and the newly released hacky pieces, all mixed in the devil fruit pieces. And exploded together. Dinosaur fruit. This is the first time Yejia has revealed Zoan's devil fruit fragments. And it can be seen from the name that this Zoan belongs to the ancient species, also known as the ancient species, which is a relatively rare type of Zoan fruit. I've seen it when I watched One Piece/King of Pirates. The person with power is Red Flag X Drake, right? But looking at the power he uses, it doesn't seem to be very powerful. Yejia shook his head, obviously dissatisfied with the devil fruit that burst out this time. Keep it, see when there is a chance, sell it at a good price. Zoan fruit is basically the most tasteless type. Unless it is a mythical like Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Zoan of the Phoenix has already possessed the characteristics of Logia, and that is the real heroic power. As for this dinosaur fruit, Yejia would definitely not eat it himself, nor would he give it to his crew. Not enough grades. Until the end, when Burris was beaten to death by Yejia's hung, he only provided 32 pieces of dinosaur fruit. Devil fruit fragment explosion rate is getting lower and lower. However, the explosion rate of blood jade fragments and physical strength upper limit pill fragments has increased a lot. If you can't get the devil fruit fragments, it's not bad to be able to collect the blood jade fragments for the lottery. Compared with the previous probability of obtaining devil fruit fragments, Yejia has clearly felt that the explosion rate has gradually decreased. However, the good news that comes with it is that the explosion rate of blood jade fragments and physical upper limit Dan has increased. Needless to say, blood jade fragments, the more the better. As long as you collect enough 100 pieces, you can synthesize a blood jade, and you can immediately draw out a good thing. What really makes Yejia satisfied is the increase in the rate of bursting of the upper limit of physical strength. The physical strength limit Dan Yejia has been gathering for so long, but it is only 2 or 3 UN, which is not a small distance from 30 UN. But after the second level permission was opened, Chaos Fist bombarded Boris for a while, and immediately got 8 pieces of physical strength upper limit pill. This high explosion rate made Yejia very excited. The next 2 guys should be able to provide me with the remaining shards of the upper limit of physical strength. As long as one can be combined, one will do. Yejia was eager to try. In all the recipes up to now, Except for the newly released Haki, there is only the physical limit Dan which has not been synthesized yet. The lower the probability, the greater the effect of the item. Yejia has obtained the synthesis system for so long, and he has already figured out its routine. Come on. I have to take a good look. What does the physical upper limit Dan look like, and what effect does it have after eating? With the determination to synthesize a physical strength limit pill, Yejia stared at the unconscious Osvid. It's your turn. Light speed punch. A fistful of fists landed on Osvid. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament Haki. Congratulations, you got a dinosaur fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a dinosaur fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a bloodjade fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the upper limit of physical strength. The prompt sound kept popping up, and Yejia stared at the number of fragments of the physical limit Dan. Maximum stamina Dan, 12/30. Maximum stamina Dan, 14/30. Maximum stamina Dan, 17/30. Seeing the number approaching step by step, Yejia became more and more excited, and the fist in his hand began to speed up. Chapter 36 Physical Limit Dan and Dinosaur Fruit. It's just one piece away, it's dead. I'll go. Yejia looked at the display on the interface, 29/30, and then glanced at Osvid, who had completely died, with a speechless expression on his face. Oz was very resistant. It can be seen from the fact that he was able to explode more than 10 physical strength caps. Osvid's resistance to fighting is very good. However, when only one shard of the upper limit of physical strength could be combined to 30 pieces, Osvid couldn't take it any longer, and burped on the spot. Yejia set his sights on Barrett, the last cotter. Fortunately, there is still a cotter. I hope he can resist more. It is best to burst out together with the dinosaur fruit. After fighting Osvid, the dinosaur fruit has 78 fragments, and there are only 22 fragments to be combined. In this way, Yejia is equivalent to being able to get a dinosaur fruit and a physical limit pill at the same time. It's up to you next. Light speed punch. Boom boom boom. The chaotic fist hit Barrett violently like a machine gun. On the other side, the Palestinian civilians who were watching the scene from a distance on the street were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They witnessed the whole process, and saw with their own eyes that Yejia beat the three cotters into a pen. This is the highest combat power of the Bin family. In particular, the cotter Barrett is second to none in the Bin family, and his strength ranks first. The results of it? Did you say you want to go home and turn off the gas? The gas was not turned off, and the big villain turned off Barrett with one kick. Seeing the big villains cleaning up the cotters of the Bin family one by one, they couldn't do anything except retreat step by step in horror, for fear of being affected. But then again, the cotters of the Bin family usually rely on their good strength and background to run wild in Pakistan, oppress the civilians, loot and collect money. It can be said that they are all evil. Most of the civilians in Pakistan basically have a lot of grievances against the cotters. Now seeing the cotters fall into this fate, many civilians are secretly applauding and venting for themselves. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this time, the soldiers of the Bin family finally arrived late. The civilians gave way, and a group of soldiers walked over majestically. The leading captain recognized Yejia at a glance, raised his brows, drew out his long sword, and said loudly, "You big villain, I finally caught you today. I see you going to." Halfway through the captain's words, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the person who was being bombarded by Yejia's chaotic fist. "Isn't that the cotter of the Bin family, Lord Barrett?" The captain was so frightened that the sword in his hand trembled. His gaze shifted to the side again. "That is Lord Osvid. And Lord Burris. The cotters of the Bin family are all dead." At that time, the captain felt that he didn't even have the strength to hold the sword, and his legs couldn't help but feel weak. "Captain, give an order. The villain is right in front of us. As long as we get his head, we will have a bounty of 200 million Baileys." A soldier's subordinate said excitedly. "Take your uncle's head." The captain slapped him at the time, wishing he could slap the blind guy to death, and roared, "Retreat. The whole army retreats. I will shoot anyone who doesn't retreat. Go away." When the soldiers heard the order, they were all dumbfounded and looked at each other. It's their business that they don't listen. After the captain gave the order, the first girl started to run back. The captain hated that his parents didn't give him 3 legs, so he ran away, and he didn't care about the stupid soldiers. What are you kidding? In addition to the 2 family cotters from yesterday, the 5 cotters of the Bin family all died at the hands of this big villain. Just relying on their gang of rabble who have always relied on guns and guns, do they want to deal with him? It's almost death. If you don't run, I'll run first. Anyway, it's not Lao Tzu who died. Suddenly, the fleeing captain felt a light shining behind him. What's glowing? The captain subconsciously wanted to turn his head to see what was glowing behind him, but before he turned his head, a yellow-colored light beam had mercilessly penetrated his head. Boom! With a loud bang, an explosion occurred at the place where the captain was, and the captain was blown up on the spot to the point where there was no slag left. Team. Captain. The soldiers were awakened by the sight in front of them. They looked at the big pit with black smoke not far away in disbelief, and were so frightened that they almost sat on the ground. Do you want to run after pretending to be naive? Yejia retracted his fingers, sighed, and continued to punch Barrett again. Fingers can fire artillery, monster. He's a monster. You monster, it's a power user, a devil fruit power user. Run. Stay here again, and it's over if he points it. Get out of the way, don't block the way, get out of the way, I want to get out of here. The shock of the explosion caused all the civilian soldiers to flee in panic, and they lost the courage to continue to stand here and watch the play. But in the blink of an eye, there was no one else on the street except Yejia, who was still bombing. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the dinosaur fruit fragments. Do you choose to synthesize? Finally, the sweet electronic mechanical female voice sounded in Yejia's mind. Haha, the upper limit of stamina pill, the dinosaur fruit, both of them are together. Synthesize them for me. Yejia stopped the movement in his hand and began to wait excitedly for the 2 items to be freshly released. He quickly exploded the shards of the upper limit of physical strength, but in order to be able to synthesize it with the dinosaur fruit at the same time, Yejia deliberately waited for a while, enjoying the pleasure of enjoying the simultaneous synthesis of 2 things. No, 30 pieces of the maximum physical strength pill and 100 pieces of dinosaur fruit were thrown into the huge furnace at the same time. The colorful progress bar quickly ran 2 laps. With a bang, the lid of the huge cauldron was lifted, and a golden light was flowing, with golden veins on its surface, a stamina limit pill the same size as a stamina pill, and a devil fruit with green swirling veins flew out. As soon as he turned his hand, the upper limit of physical strength pill appeared in Yejia's palm, and there was still fresh warmth left. Finally got you. Give it a try and see what amazing effect it has. Yejia opened his mouth and took the physical strength limit pill. However, after eating it, there was no other reaction except that Vivi got hot all over. Isn't it? It took a lot of hard work for a long time, and that's it? Yejia has a feeling of being played. Since it is the upper limit of physical strength pill, the increase should be the upper limit of physical strength. I will try to eat a physical strength pill now to see what the effect is. Taking out a physical strength pill, Yejia opened his mouth and swallowed it. P.S. Push the book Kung Fu Emperor of Entertainment. If you like to read entertainment articles, you can try it out. It's super cool, and you don't need money if you're not happy. Chapter 37 Terrifying Physical Strength. In the past, as long as he took a physical strength pill, Yejia felt unbearable heat all over his body. The whole person is full of power, and there is a violent and excited impulse. One after another is to continuously release skills, cultivate the ability of devil fruit, and consume those stamina that overflow. But this time, after Yejia ate a stamina pill, it was just like eating a chocolate, and he didn't feel anything. Instead, it felt like a full stomach. Isn't there any reaction after taking the physical strength pill? Yejia Vivi was shocked. This is great news. After eating the stamina pill, there is no stamina overflowing, and the whole body is full of energy, which means that his upper limit of stamina has been raised. If Yejia's one full tube of physical strength could only release 23 million volts of lightning at most, now that his physical strength is full, the number of releases can be doubled. This is like the magic value in the game. If you increase the magic value, won't you be able to increase the number of skills you release? As a result, how many physical strength pills can be left? Try another one. Yejia took out another physical strength pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Still no response. Continue to take out the third one and swallow it in one mouthful. Still no response. The increase in the physical strength limit is a bit exaggerated. I have eaten 3 physical strength pills, but I haven't reached the physical strength limit yet. Yejia was surprised again and again. The higher the physical strength limit, not only has the advantage in increasing the number of release skills, but more importantly, Yejia can release some ultimate moves. Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit, there is no doubt that it must be Enlil's Laying, Thousand Thunder, God's Judgment, these super powerful moves that can destroy a city in an instant. Glint Glint Fruit is obviously Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama, but this move has a wider range, but the damage and accuracy are not very good. It can be seen that this is not the limit of Glint Glint Fruit. There must be more powerful than this move. Ha ha ha. With so much physical strength, who is my opponent in terms of big moves? Yejia laughed. What does devil fruit power consume? Physical strength. Especially these big moves, all have to rely on enough physical strength to display. Why can't many devil fruit power users use their big moves as soon as they come up? It is because of physical strength limitation that when you come up, you will increase your strength. If you don't kill the enemy and make yourself without physical strength, the result can be imagined. But Yejia is different. The exaggerated upper limit of physical strength brought him infinite possibilities. As long as the war starts, the 4As will blow up. Are you afraid? Not afraid? Then I will come to 4-2 again, will I die? Not dead? Continue to have a wang bang and blow your soul into scum. Never die, okay, awesome. I get a few more decks of cards, and I will bang, can you stop it? Yejia is in this state now. Anyway, he has enough stamina pills to supplement his stamina consumption, so he doesn't have to worry about the problem of excessive stamina consumption. On the contrary, it is his opponent who needs to worry about his ability to resist a few big moves and not die. 4th. 5th. 6th. The 6th piece finally feels like his physical strength is overflowing. Yejia continued to eat the 6th physical strength pill, and his body felt a little hot, excited and violent. It's amazing, it's amazing. It really deserves to be the upper limit pill of physical strength. The explosion rate is so low, it really isn't covered. Yejia exclaimed. For the physical upper limit pill, he had to fight 3 cotters in succession before finally getting one. But this one is enough to be worth 6 physical strength pills. If calculated according to the amount of stamina pills, Yejia originally had only 1 stamina pill at most, plus the 6 stamina pills he took now, his stamina standard had already reached 7 stamina pills. Dan state. Tisk tisk tisk, I now have 7 stamina pills in my body. In the future, as long as I run out of energy and sleep, won't it mean that I have taken 6 stamina pills? In this way, how many stamina pills can I have left? Yejia was very excited. Although the stamina pills are not worth much, they are also obtained by Yejia by fighting the Sea Kings one by one. Those Sea Kings are huge, and they use their fists to smash through them. In order to continuously cut off the supply of physical strength pills, Yejia did not less trouble finding the Sea Kings. Now there are 7 stamina pills in the body at any time, which is equivalent to saving Yejia a lot of stamina pills every day. Can he be unhappy? Yejia, are you alright? Chiuli, who was always silent on the side, saw Yejia swallowing the stamina pill, and then laughed out loud, worried that Yejia was stupid for eating the stamina pill. Chiuli knows the power of physical strength Dan. As long as he takes one, he can basically practice for a whole day, and he is full of energy and does not feel tired at all. Even if he gets up the next day, he can still last for more than half a day. However, Yejia swallowed 6 stamina pills in one breath. Apart from being shocked, Chiuli couldn't find any other expression to describe his mood at the moment. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yejia Hihiisho, let's go, today's big harvest, it's time to find Dililan bad luck. There is another cotter, are you going to kill him? Chiuli put his fingers on the blade, revealing the sharp blade in the scabbard with cold light flowing, and stared at the dying Barrett. Forget it, I'm happy today, let him go first. Yejia's eyes flashed, and I just thought of a good use for him, which is waste use. The blade returned to the scabbard, and Chiuli did not ask Yejia the specific reason. He is now obedient to Yejia, and worshipped from his heart. Since he said that he would let it go, there must be Yejia's own use. He only just wait for the final result. Inside the Boone family castle. What? Tell me that again. When Dililan heard the news from the phone bug, he sat down on the sofa as if struck by lightning, and in addition to shock and disbelief, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Just now, the soldiers sent back the news through the phone bug that the 5 cotters that the Bin family were proud of had all been defeated by that guy from the Death God pirates. The 5 core cotters of the Bin family. Representing the greatest combat power in Pakistan. All were defeated. Where did Dresser provoke such a powerful guy? Dililan gritted his teeth, wishing to kill his brother himself at this moment. If it wasn't for Dresser's call to himself before he died, the guys from the Death God pirates wouldn't have targeted him. The Bin family wouldn't have fallen into the ghostly state they are now. The 5 clan cotters have all been defeated, leaving an empty shell of the Bin clan. What can they do? No. I have to contact the clown quickly, he is very powerful, there must be a way. I hand over so much money to him every year. For the sake of the money, he can't possibly die for me, right? Dililan took out a directional exclusive phone bug from the safe, and only through this phone bug could he be able to contact the Joker. It must be connected, must be connected. Dililan broke out in cold sweat and kept praying. Finally, Kasha sounded, and the call was connected. Dililan, a busy man, will also call me. It's strange. The iconic joking villain's voice came through the phone bug. Chapter 38 Enter the Castle. Clown, I'm in big trouble here, you must help me. Dililan said quickly. Will you be in trouble too? The clown's joking voice came, in a place like Babistan, there is not even a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million yuan. How can it be difficult to get you, the local emperor of Babistan? I haven't forgotten that when I needed money last year, who said I didn't need me at all and could handle everything by myself. Why are you asking me now? Dililan was taken aback. He just said this to the people of the Bin family and never mentioned it in front of outsiders. How did the clown know about it? Could it be that, there has always been a clown's eyeliner in the Bin family? Dililan was suddenly in a cold sweat. Clown, I was wrong. You have a lot of people, Don't care about me. I have encountered a very tricky thing now. East Blue has a new death pirate group, their strength is extremely terrible, my family's 5 all-cotters have been killed. Now only you can help me, clown, as long as you are willing to help me, the money I turn over this year will increase by 50%. Adding 50% to the money turned in, Delalan made a lot of money. This shows how urgent his mood is. East Blue is a small place, and your Bin family's so-called 5 clan cotters add up, and I can easily run over them with one finger. The clown joked, it's not a strange thing to be killed occasionally. But, seeing that you have paid so much Bailey over the years, and you will pay 50% more every year, you can report my name to him. I will inform the people at East Blue, they will help you. Okay, as soon as possible. Delalan's heart was bleeding, he said this year, but when it came to the clown's mouth, it turned out to be an extra 50% every year. The clown is simply taking advantage of the situation. But what can I do? Now I am asking someone to do things myself, so I can only break my teeth and swallow it in my stomach. With the name of the clown, they must not dare to mess around. The clown is one of the overlords of the New World, and he has the title of Shishibukai, his power is beyond imagination, these people have such a strong strength, it is impossible not to know Joker. Thinking of this, Delalan felt a little calmer. He pays so much money to the clown every year just to keep his position in Pakistan. He had been so successful in Babistan before that he had gotten carried away and said such arrogant things for a while. Unexpectedly, these words all fell into the clown's ears. It turned out that from the very beginning, he was completely under the surveillance of the clown. If I hadn't paid the clown 1 billion Baileys every year on time, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. Delalan rejoiced. Billion Baileys a year, where does the money come from? Naturally, it was a businessman from Pakistan, and it was collected from civilians. With the clown as a protective umbrella and a family cotter, Delalan was firmly seated as the emperor of the earth. But today, the Bin family has made a big comeback. Not only were people not caught, but they were all killed by the other party in one breath. The only hope at the moment can only be pinned on the clown. Lord Delalan. At this moment, a soldier hurried over, his helmet was gone, his face was pale, and he shivered, the wanted villain, is coming to the castle. It's coming so soon. Delalan's face turned pale. However, when he thought that he had just reached an agreement with the Joker, Delalan felt a little more confident. At all costs, kill him, and I will reward 500 million Baileys. Delalan said harshly. Yes. When the soldier heard the huge bounty of 500 million Baileys, there was a gleam in his dejected eyes, and he hurriedly took his order. As the saying goes, under the reward, there must be a brave man, 500 million Bailey, whose worth is comparable to the great pirates of the New World. But Delalan is very clear, let alone 500 million, even if it is 1 billion, no one can kill this guy at present. He is purely to motivate these soldiers, let these soldiers die, and help him delay time. As long as the clown's reinforcements come, I will be able to turn over immediately. Just wait. I must avenge this revenge. Delalan gritted his teeth. Sword. One word: romance. Chiuli, holding a sword, went straight through the soldiers. The flash of the word lit up and appeared on each soldier. The moment the sword was sheathed, the soldiers' shields, muskets, armor, and bodies were all cut in half. Chiuli, the strength has improved again. Yejia said leisurely as he walked into the castle of the Bin family. Facing the soldiers who came to stop Yejia's footsteps, Chiuli solved them all. Originally, Yejia wanted to play with a laser, so he should play a shooting game. But Chiuli took the initiative to ask Ying and wanted to share the burden for Yejia. Yejia nodded and agreed. Following a strong man, if you don't make any progress, you're not worthy of being a knife guest. After Chiuli said this, he waved his sword again, sword. Romance of Scrolls. The sword Chi swung out of the sword turned into a tornado blade, destroying the soldiers who wanted to come from behind. Knife K is really arrogant, don't need devil fruit, rely on your own strength, not bad. When there is a chance in the future, I will get you an armament haki, go to Zoro PK, it must be wonderful, haha. Yejia laughed. Zoro? Chiuli slashed over a soldier with a knife and wondered. Great pirate, great swordsman, you will see it later. Having said this, Yejia stopped and looked up at the highest place in the castle, here it is. Swish. Suddenly, Yejia's figure disappeared in place. When his figure reappeared, he saw a man who looked 7 points similar to Dresser, but was older. Don't ask, this is Delilan. Death pirates, you are the one who killed my brother. Delilan was startled when he saw a figure suddenly appear in the room, but he quickly calmed down and spoke in a deep voice. Sure enough, you are just as I imagined, wretched sleazy. The corner of Yejia's mouth lifted, and his eyes quickly fell on the sword Delilan was holding. This sword is exquisite and unusual, with a round and smooth blade, engraved with a pattern of purple orchids, lifelike. It's like a work of art. If I guess correctly, what you are holding in your hand should be the 8 swords. Yejia's eyes flashed, what am I talking about? Today is my lucky day. I can do whatever I want. It really doesn't take much effort. Chapter 39 Kill Delilan. Stop talking. Killing my brother and ruining my Pakistani property, and now you dare to come to trouble me. I'm afraid you still don't know, this place is covered by the clown's influence, your behavior has already provoked angry clown. Delilan immediately moved the name of the clown out. He was sweating profusely, and the hands holding the 8 swords were trembling. Delilan was also apprehensive in his heart. After all, the name of the clown is very loud in the new world of the Great Fairway, but the people here may not understand it. In case the guy from the Death God Pirates in front of him has never heard of the name of the Joker, then he will be out of luck today. Joker? You mean Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of Shishibukai-'s clowns? Yejia said unexpectedly. He really knew him, it was great. Delilan was overjoyed and more confident. It's good to know, the clown is now a big man who can't even move marine. His network of connections spreads all over the new world. To be an enemy of him is to be an enemy of the whole new world. Delilan is more exaggerated and exaggerated, anyway, as long as he can shock Yejia, so that Yejia dare not give birth to the thought of killing, he will be successful. The Bin family is the Joker's biggest property in East Blue, and I am the Bin family in charge of supervision. You have offended the Joker and ruined his property, he will not spare you lightly. If you are interested, leave immediately, otherwise as soon as the clowns arrive, you'll be dead. Delilan said loudly. Joker. A place that doesn't even enter the Great Waterway has something to do with the clown. Yejia smiled inexplicably, it's really a coincidence. Originally, I wanted to enter the Great Channel, and if I had a chance, I would go to the clown to trouble you. It's just that, since it happened, then I'm welcome. Can Yejia not know about the clown? The famous villain in One Piece / King of Pirates, who does many evils, uses extremely cruel methods, and acts in a very strange style. The forces are everywhere, and after entering the new world, it can be said that he has entered the world of clowns, and there are clowns almost everywhere. The clown is not only powerful, but also has a very strong means of making money. He has been trading artificial devil fruits with Kaido, which has harmed many people. Especially in Dressrosa, in order to control the whole country, they don't hesitate to kill the opponents, or turn them into toys, and finally get out the birdcage and destroy the whole country. With such a ruthless heart, doing all kinds of evil, and treating human life like a mustard, how could Yejia, as the god of death who cleans up sin, let him off so easily? I thought I would have to meet Doflamingo after entering the new world, but I didn't expect that I didn't even enter the Great Waterway, and had already met inadvertently. You, what do you mean by that? Delalan's eyes trembled when he heard Yejia's words, and he asked very nervously. The meaning is obvious, where I am, the clown must die. Yejia's eyes burst into flames. You are the clown's person, this is the clown's industry, then I will kill you and destroy this place by the way. Light speed kick. Almost as soon as Yejia's voice fell, his feet were already raised. Bang. Delalan's body shot out with a yellow, colored light, piercing the wall like a cannonball, and slammed into the buildings in the castle. It smashed through several buildings in the castle in a row, making a loud explosion, and the buildings were destroyed and collapsed on the spot, covering Delalan's body below. The cotter was kicked by Yejia, and he lost consciousness on the spot, without even the slightest fighting strength. Delalan is not even as good as a cotter, and he has no strength at all, so what can he do to resist Yejia's speed of light kick? How could a treasure like the 8 swords be tainted by someone like you? Delalan was killed with one blow, but when he kicked that kick, Yejia took the 8 swords away. At this time, Chiuli came over. I just saw the collapse of the building outside, it should be you. Chiuli had just entered the room and was talking when his eyes suddenly narrowed and he saw the 8 swords in Yejia's hand. This is 8 swords. Chiuli's eyes were filled with incomparably hot surprise. 8 swords, to ordinary people, he can only be regarded as a valuable collection at most, and it is equated with a lot of money. But for Chiuli, the 8 swords is not only a superb sword, but also a symbol of faith. The owner of the 8-headed sword used it to cut off the heads of 8 great men, eradicated the sins, caused a sensation in the world, had a long-term impact, and saved countless people. This is the meaning of the 8 swords. It represents not only strength, but also the belief that destroys evil. Your sword, secure it. Yejia threw the 8 swords directly to Chiuli. After Chiuli received the 8 swords, he couldn't put it down, just like a child seeing a new toy, excited. His fingers lightly stroked the sword body, and with a flick of his fingers, a melodious sword sound came out. This sword will be yours in the future. If you want anything in the future, just tell me. Yejia proudly patted his chest said. Thank you. Chiuli is sincerely grateful to Yejia. If it weren't for Yejia, with his strength, even Gordon Abner couldn't beat him, let alone other cotters. Want to win 8 swords? That's even more of a fantasy. But because of the appearance of Yejia, all this became possible. As a captain, it is right for you to help your partner fulfill your wish. You play with your sword first, and I have to make a fortune. Yejia Hayisho. He hadn't forgotten the ultimate purpose of coming to Pakistan this time. Clearing up Delalan and capturing the 8 swords is just a matter of convenience. The real purpose is to get the gold and silver treasures of the Bin family. It's time for these ill-gotten gains to change hands. Yejia found Delalan's safe, and without saying a word, the laser on his finger emitted. Estate certificate, property certificate, how come it's all real estate? In the safe, there is nothing except for many real estate certificates in Pakistan. Delalan's treasures of gold and silver are not here. Don't ask, it must be in the storage basement. Chiuli, work hard and help me bring Barrett here. Yejia ordered. Good. Chiuli nodded and turned to leave. About 10 minutes later, Chiuli returned and threw Barrett on his shoulder. Whoa. Yejia got a bucket of water from somewhere and poured it directly on Barrett. Barrett was a little more awake then. Yejia stepped forward and said sharply, You are a cotter of the Bin family, the most capable subordinate around Delalan. Tell me, where is Delalan's treasure room? P.S. The important things have been said 3 times. I hope that readers and friends can present some flowers to this book. I am grateful. Chapter 40 A Mountain of Going. Scare. The first time Barrett saw Yejia, he was taken aback. He didn't forget the pain of being bombarded by Yejia just now, that kind of pain that went deep into the bone. Barrett never wanted to do it again. Treasure room? Barrett didn't respond. What treasure room? Your lord, Delalan's treasure room. Yejia narrowed his eyes and said, Dela Iron has already been killed by me. If you don't want to follow in his footsteps, obediently tell me the whereabouts of his treasure room. Don't tell me you don't know, as Delalan sighed, the most powerful Cotter, the second in command of the Bin family. You must have coveted Delalan's treasure room for a long time, right? Barrett trembled in his heart and did not dare to look directly into Yejia's eyes. As Yejia said, it's not just him, who in the Bin family doesn't covet Delalan's treasure room. But behind Dela Iron is the Joker, and if Dela Iron is dead, their fate will not be much better. Therefore, despite their dissatisfaction with Delalan, for the sake of money status, they had to endure it. I know Delalan's treasure room, but in order to prevent others from stealing, he used special materials to reinforce it. Even cannons can't open it. Without his key, it is impossible to enter it. Barrett said. Reinforcement. I want to try, how strong it is. Get up and lead me. If you dare to play tricks with me, your little life will be over. Yejia said coldly. Barretts should also belong to the able person. After suffering such a serious injury, after this short period of self-repair, he has recovered to 70-88, and there is no serious problem. Action is naturally no problem. But he didn't dare to mess around. He had seen Yejia's strength with his own eyes, and Barrett didn't want to be beaten again. Dela Iron is so cautious, he even opened the treasure room here. Yejia and Barrett entered the basement of the castle, only to find that there was a spiral staircase under the castle, more than 10 meters deep underground. And the bottom floor of this roundabout is a prison specially used to detain Pakistani prisoners. Building a treasure room next to a prison, that's an odd idea. Is this what you mean by special reinforcement? Yejia looked at a gate made of steel in front of him. The iron gate was about 1 person tall, but it should be a little thick. The level of firmness is quite strong, but at this level, it can't stop me. Yejia's hand suddenly lit up with a yellow, colored light. Then, Yejia pulled out a sword made of yellow light from the palm of his hand. It was as if he pulled out a lightsaber from his body, and Barrett's eyes trembled as he watched. Is this guy a monster? To be able to draw a sword from his own hand? Tienkong Cloud Sword. This is Kizaru's move, once used against Rayleigh. It is not difficult at all to learn this trick, but Yejia has never had the opportunity to use it. The Tienkong Yunjian concentrates the photons extremely closely, and has a very high hardness. In addition, it has the effect of lasers, cutting iron like mud, and ordinary steel melts at the touch. It can be used to deal with the specially reinforced iron door in front of you. Let's be stronger than anyone else. Yejia waved the Tienkong Cloud Sword in his hand. Laugh. As soon as Tienkong Yunjian touched the steel, it immediately pierced into the steel. At the same time, where the opening was cut, a hot spark appeared, braving the heat wave and white gas. With a little force, Yejia made a red sword mark on the iron gate from top to bottom. Burn through. Through the narrow gap, the golden light in the treasure room can be clearly seen flickering. Yejia ignored Barrett's terrified eyes and kicked out. Lightspeed feed. Boom. With a loud bang, this iron door, which was said to be specially reinforced, could not be opened by cannons, was kicked away by Yejia so easily. Yahoo! As soon as the iron door kicked away, what appeared naturally was that behind the iron door was a treasure full of golden glittering treasures. This guy Delalan is really rich. Yejia's eyes were straight. The gold coins that gathered into the pool were almost all up to his waist, and they were stacked as high as a hill. The gold coin pool is covered with all kinds of pearls, emeralds, agates, and gems. Not only that, but many gold and silver products that have already been made into finished products are also mixed in the gold coin pool. What is rich oil? Dililan taught Yejia a good lesson. So many gold and silver treasures, how can they be worth billions of Baileys? It can be seen from this, how many bad things Dililan has done these years, otherwise, how can he make so much money just relying on him, a guy with no strength, and a bunch of rabble cotters? Move them all away. Don't leave a single one behind. All of them belong to our death god pirates. Yejia was very excited. He finally understood why so many people wanted to be pirates. This kind of feeling of searching for treasures and putting all the gold and silver wealth into one's own pockets is such a cool feeling. Yejia and Chiuli used several large sacks and kept filling them for a long time before finally evacuating the entire treasure room. Haha, great harvest. Yejia carried several sacks of gold and silver treasures, and the combined volume of the packages was much larger than others. It can be seen how exaggerated the gold and silver treasures are in it. It is not a lie to buy the whole of Pakistan. Bharat, from now on, you have demolished this castle for me, and all the red women's buildings, gambling, and other places are also demolished for me. I will only give you 1 day, if you don't finish it after a day. The task I gave you, the end, you should understand. Yejia gave Bharat a cold look. That's what he meant by waste utilization earlier. Anyway, I have to leave. Babistan is the clown's territory. In the future, I will definitely manage the clown's people. It is better to give the clown a big gift before leaving. Don't you expect wealth from these economic industries in Pakistan? Then I'll cut down all your cash cows to see if you're angry. All destroyed. Bharat's face turned pale. As a cotter of the Bin family, he knows very well that Babistan has to hand over a large amount of money to the clown every year in exchange for the clown's protection. If there is no such property, what kind of money will Babistan pay? You don't want to do it, I won't force you, but this way, you don't need to live anymore. No, I do it. It's just destroying a few buildings, I'm good at this. When Bharat was threatened by Yejia, he changed his tone without saying a word. Destroying these buildings, being targeted by the clown, he will fly away if it is a big deal. But if he refuses, this guy will definitely kill him on the spot. The person who knows the current affairs is Junja, and Bharat doesn't want to tear it up in such a confused way. Don't forget, you only have 1 day, Chiuli, let's go. After finishing speaking, Yejia carried the big sack and returned to the Reaper with Chiuli. Wow! This! When Si King Glogo and Gayamani looked at going piled up like a mountain, their eyes lit up involuntarily. Whatever you want in the future, just tell me, what I lack now is no lack of money. Haha! Yejia Hao said proudly. Chapter 41 fluttered. Such a large amount of property of Dililan has all become Yejia's bag. Enough to buy the huge wealth of the entire Pakistan, isn't it just buying whatever you want? I want to buy clothes. I want to buy some makeup. I want nice earrings and necklaces. I'm going to build a better bathroom. Si King Glogo and Gayamani cheered and began to make a wish. Girls are girls, whether it's the world of Earth or the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, what they want is always the same. No problem. Yejia waved his hand, waiting for the great waterway, all these are not problems. Let's go, it's time to leave after making a lot of noise in Babistan. After a trip to Babistan, Dililan died, the cotter died, the Bin family was gone, and even the treasure left by Dililan was also searched and taken away by Yejia. Yejia and others are like tornadoes that harvest wealth and life, they come and go quickly. Sail, set off for the Great Channel. Yejia shouted, and Chiuli, who was in charge of the steering, swayed the rudder and sailed in the direction Gimani pointed. Not long after Yejia and the others left, Bharat started. he directly rushed into those gambling halls and the Red Girls building, and wrecked everything, destroying all the money-making methods that the Bin family had been running for many years. During the day, the news that Dalilan was killed and the castle was razed to the ground has just spread throughout Pakistan, causing great turmoil, and the nobles are all in danger. And the commoners are happy, celebrating exploitation and oppression. Dalilan, who has done all the bad things, finally got his retribution. Who knows, at night, Bharat almost uprooted the Bin family's property under the watchful eyes of everyone. The sudden earth-shaking change made the people of Pakistan unable to react for a while. The fire soared into the sky, and Bharat turned into a shadow and quickly escaped from Babistan. This Babistan is going to change. Dalilan is dead, the Bin family is gone, and now even the Red Girl building and the gambling building have been leveled. What's going on? When people were suspicious, a marine warship gradually approached in the waters near Babistan. Armin Rear Admiral, there is a lot of black smoke coming out of Pakistan, suspected fire. The sentry standing high saw the situation of Pakistan through the telescope, and hurriedly said loudly, "I see." Armin Rear Admiral said casually, "Continue to approach Pakistan." "Yes. It looks like, the Bin family has been wiped out, right?" Armin Rear Admiral sat leisurely on the chair, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Joker had already told him when he called him. If the Boans don't perish, save their lives. But if it is wiped out, let him take over Babistan in the past and continue to work for the Joker. An endless amount of money is beckoning to me. It's a good decision to delay it until the evening. Armin Rear Admiral narrowed his eyes. After the clown called him, he made a decision right away. Wait. Wait until the Bin family perishes, until Dalilan is killed, and until Babistan is completely turned upside down and into a panic. At this time, he appeared as a savior again and successfully took over Pakistan, and the estate left by the Bin family. Those are real wealth. Armin Rear Admiral has coveted Pakistan for a long time, but due to Marine's identity, there is no suitable opportunity to grab the territory so blatantly. Otherwise, his Rear Admiral identity will not be guaranteed. But this time it was a godsend. The Cottars of the Bin family were wiped out without any effort, and even Dalilan was slaughtered together. When Armin heard the news, he laughed outright. "Death pirates! I really thank you. You helped me a lot." Rear Admiral couldn't help but smile at the thought of being able to sit on a huge cash cow. At this time, the warship docked. "Rear Admiral." A man ran over quickly. The man's real identity is Marine Soldier. The task is to lurking in Babistan, reporting the movement of Babistan at any time. "What's the matter with the fire over there?" Armin Rear Admiral asked. Armin, Rear Admiral, is the Cotter of the Bin family, Bharat. Marine soldiers reported truthfully, he just suddenly rushed into all the red women's buildings and gambling buildings in Pakistan, causing extensive damage, causing many nobles to be killed by falling building fragments on the spot. Now all the buildings in Pakistan are the Red Girl building and the casino building were all destroyed by him. Marine soldiers finished reporting, waiting for Armin Rear Admiral's next order. But Armin Rear Admiral suddenly fell silent. You said that Bharat destroyed both the Red Girl building and the casino?" After nearly 3 seconds of silence, Armin Rear Admiral spoke. But there was clearly a trembling voice in his tone. "Yes." The Marine soldier nodded. "Damn." Armin Rear Admiral gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to draw his sword and cut people on the spot. The Red Girl building and the casino building are well-known gold-selling caves in Pakistan. It is because of the existence of these wealth-gathering industries that the Bin family can make a lot of money from it every year. Armin Rear Admiral has been coveting for so long, and today he finally realized his wish, which is aimed at these Red Girls buildings and gambling buildings. The results of it? Ruined, completely ruined. A year's income of more than 1 billion, or even 2 billion Baileys, was actually destroyed in the hands of a cotter of the Bin family. Armin Rear Admiral's heart is bleeding. That's all his money. It's just a little, just a little. Even Delilan is dead, and he can successfully take over Babistan and get these wealthy properties. Barrett. Damn Barrett. Give me all the power to hunt down Barrett, and be sure to catch him. Armin Rear Admiral roared furiously, I'm going to tear him to pieces. Yes. The turmoil in Pakistan came to an end with the arrival of Marine. There is no more local emperor of the Bin family, and all the gold-selling caves have completely disappeared. Although those buildings can be rebuilt, because Barrett destroyed and set fire to it, and inadvertently killed many nobles. Without a year or two, Babistan will not want to recover. All Pakistani industries have been destroyed. The clown who heard the news, the smile on his face was obviously a little less. Very good. Really good. After a few seconds of pause, the clown showed a cruel smile and said in a low voice, now give me an underground bounty, anyone who finds news about the death pirates, 10 million Bailey, if they can get the death see the head of the bandit captain, 100 million Baileys. I will make the people of the death god pirates regret going against me. Chapter 42 Tenryabito. The underground bounty is almost the same as Marine's comprehensive wanted bounty. However, after it was released, it was only delivered underground, and the objects of delivery were either pirates or powerful people with good skills. As the strongest controller of the underground industry chain, Doflamingo already has its own set of underground reward system. Any assassination mission he issued can quickly spread throughout the Great Waterway with just one command. The Joker now personally announces the news of chasing and killing the god pirates. It only takes half a day, and all the pirates in the whole new world will know the name of the death pirates. Yejia didn't even realize that he had just entered the Great Waterway, and his reputation had already spread to the new world in the second half. Finally past the damn upside-down mountain, I almost thought I was going to capsize, it scared my little heart. Lying on the deck, Yejia breathed a long sigh of relief. Not only him, Chiuli could not help but wipe the cold sweat. The experience of upside-down mountain is too dangerous. The boat shakes more dangerously than a roller coaster, with ups and downs, playing various difficult skills, as if the boat will capsize if you are not careful, and you may be buried in the sea at any time. It's no wonder that many people, before they reached the Great Waterway, fell to their knees on the upside-down mountain, and even the boat and the people were submerged, and the game was completely over. Yejia and Chiuli are both good. The two girls, Si Kingluo and Gayamani, have been hiding in the room. They feel like the world is shaking up and down. They are so scared that their faces are pale. Screams came and went. But it's all over, and I'm now lying in the ocean of the Great Channel. Ha ha. Yejia laughed 3 times. I finally entered the Great Channel one day. Treasures, powerful enemies, unknown dangers. Everything is waving to him. Little Manny, Kingluo, it's all right, come out. Yejia shouted. After a while, Gayamani and Kingluo both turned pale, and walked out with a look of fear. The 2 weak women had never experienced such a big movement, especially when the ship shook. The earth-shaking dizziness made them unable to adapt at all, and almost vomited out their bile. Brother yet. Gayamani trotted over, her eyes were red, and pea-sized crystal tears were pouring out unsatisfactorily. I saw that she threw herself into Yejia's arms and firmly grasped Yejia's clothes, like a drowning person grasping driftwood, for fear that she would encounter an accident once she left Yejia. Si Kingluo looked at Gayamani enviously, and wanted to be like Gayamani, put into Yejia's arms, and have a safe and strong arm to rely on. Okay, don't cry. After logging into the island later, go buy your favorite clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. To comfort women, money is not the most effective, but the things that money can exchange is even more funny than money. As soon as she heard that she was able to buy new clothes and bling with shiny accessories, Gayamani's small face that was blushing from crying suddenly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile, and looked at Yejia with big bright eyes. Really? Then I have to buy a lot of clothes, and I can't wear them all in one day. The little girl is so coaxing. Isn't it just clothes? There are as many as you want. Yejia squeezed Gayamani's little face and smiled. Then, what about me? Seeing Yejia and Gayamani acting so intimately, King Glogo finally couldn't stand it any longer, and said weakly. Don't worry. Little Manny has it, and you have it? Yejia smiled and said, didn't you say you wanted a separate bathroom last time? This time it was just right. After passing the upside-down mountain, the boat was damaged a little bit. Anyway, if I have money, I'm going to change to a bigger hacky and bigger boat. We are the Death God pirates, we must have a big ship worthy of this name. Haha, we lack everything, just money. Yejia has already begun to equate with the nouveau riche, and carelessly splurges. But no one present thought so. Gayamani and King Glogo were especially happy, looking at him with fanatical admiration. This is the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, everything speaks with strength. If you want to conquer others, you must have the strength to convince and worship others. Yejia did this very well. His strength is obvious to all, such as the one-eyed Barian, the blood knife Pahis, the cotters of the Bin family. All of them were killed by Yejia like an ant, and they were killed without any effort. It can be said that Yejia is omnipotent in the hearts of the crew, as if there is no enemy that Yejia cannot defeat. Based on this, what Yejia said was as sacred as the imperial decree. Vice Admiral, Bastille, a pirate ship found ahead. A different, luxurious, and compelling ship is slowly moving forward on the ocean. The sentinel in charge of reconnaissance shouted and issued a warning. Pirate ship? Can you identify what pirate group it is? A tall man with a horn mask with holes on his face, holding a sharp knife, and wearing a marine justice costume asked. I can't recognize it, it's not a big pirate with a high bounty. The sentry replied. In order to detect the origin of the enemy and judge the strength of the enemy, the sentinel will memorize the flags of all pirates. As long as the bounty is tens of millions of Baileys, basically the sentinel will recognize it. But the Death God pirates have just been established, and they haven't done anything earth-shattering. Of course, they haven't been put on such a high bounty by Marine, and it's not surprising that the sentinels don't recognize them. It's not a big pirate, then just sink it. Bastille Vice Admiral said casually. Vice Admiral, Bastille, you are so cruel. At this time, a man standing on the deck, riding on the back of a human slave, used a whip to drive the human slave forward and said. The clothes this person wears are different from everyone else's. They are white and luxurious, sacred and elegant, and there are many unique medals hanging on the chest. But the most conspicuous thing is that there is a bubble-like cover on this person's head, providing them with different air all the time. If Yejia and Chiuli were here, they would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this guy who was dressed in luxurious clothes but regarded humans as slaves was Tenryabito, who claimed to be a descendant of God. Tenryabito calls itself the descendant of the Creator, the descendant of the gods, the descendant of the Creator God, and so on. They think highly of themselves and think that they are different from ordinary humans from the moment they are born. In order to distinguish themselves from ordinary humans, they wear bubble hoods that can breathe a different kind of air, and arbitrarily take people from other races be a slave. Tenryabito has never looked down on anyone. As long as he sees something good, he must take it away. When he sees something he likes, he must get it. When he sees disgust, he shoots and kills. However, such scum can enjoy all powers. Once offended by anyone, Marine Admiral will come to maintain it immediately. Chapter 43 Kill at Will. Everyone calls Tenryabito the world's trash, the biggest scum, a despicable life that is more demonic than demons. This shows how unpopular Tenryabito is. But Tenryabito does have real power. They can move marine at will and shoot anyone for no reason. As long as they Tenryabito want to do, marine must be at his command. Saint Auxger, please order. When Tenryabito spoke, Bastille, who was Marine Vice Admiral, naturally accepted. It's not interesting for a small pirate ship to sink them, so it's not good for them to die unclearly. I suggest that when the pirate ship approaches, you go up and catch all the people on board for me. Come here, life at sea is rascal, and I must have some fun with my slaves. Auxger said lightly, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the human slave he was riding on was really unable to crawl, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, wanting to rest. A mount should have the awareness of a mount. Who told you to stop without my permission? Saint Auxger indifferently took out an exquisite musket and pulled the trigger. Boom. 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 More than 10 shots were fired in a row, and the human slaves were beaten like sieves, with blood dripping everywhere. Get rid of him and bring me another dog. Saint Augustus waved his hand and said in disgust. Immediately, marine soldiers dragged the human slave down and cleaned the blood from the deck. Soon, a strong man with chains tied around his neck was dragged out. Bang! Another shot rang out, and a blood hole suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of a marine soldier, and he fell down on the spot. Didn't I express myself clearly? I want a bitch. Saint Auxger blew a smoking musket and said coldly. The pupils of the marine soldiers on the ship suddenly shrank. Too brutal. To shoot a marine soldier without even saying a word. Damn Tenryabito. Marine soldiers were furious, but at the majesty of Tenryabito and the power behind them, no one dared to stand up. Even if their comrades died, they could only mourn for them in their hearts. This is how this world is. When you run into a Tenryabito with fluctuating emotions, he will kill you with just a swipe of your finger. No one will avenge you if you lose your life. Even the world government will not have the slightest mercy, and will only continue to hold Tenryabito high above. Serve up? Yes, yes. Another marine soldier broke out in cold sweat and was so frightened that he hurriedly dragged a female slave out. It's useless to keep that one, throw him into the sea and feed the sea kings. After Saint Auxger said a word, he walked straight up, rode on the female slave's back, and lashed out with a whip, go. The male slaves were thrown off the boat, and the female slaves were whipped around like a mount and crawled with difficulty. Seeing this scene, Vice Admiral of Bastille was expressionless, as if he had long been used to these vices of Tenryabito. On the boat, Chiuli was holding 8 swords in his hands, constantly practicing his sword-drawing posture. The 8 swords are heavier than the original sword, and the hand feel is completely different. If you want to fully utilize the power of the swordsmanship, Chiuli must be fully familiar with the 8 swords. Huh? Suddenly, Chiuli saw a dark shadow in the distance. Is it another ship? Chiuli took a pair of monoculars and looked at it closely, and his face changed greatly. Yes, it's Tenryabito. Chiuli gritted his teeth, his eyes were about to burst into flames. He will never forget the scene when his parents fell in front of his eyes. That day, it was such a ship that docked on the coast, and it was the noble Tenryabito who disembarked from the ship. Killing for no reason, just for fun. Chiuli deeply remembers every scene at that time, and the smile that Tenryabito enjoyed wildly. There is no reason, no excuse, just the pleasure of killing. The hatred for Tenryabito was deeply planted in Chiuli's heart at that moment. It's a pity that he had no power at that time, and he could only watch his parents die, and there was nothing he could do. Damn Tenryabito. Chiuli's eyes were splitting, the anger burning in his heart made his blood almost rush to his head, and there was an urge to rush over and cut Tenryabito over. But he understands that Tenryabito cannot be alone when he appears here, and there must be someone at the Marine Vice Admiral level who is responsible for protecting Tenryabito from accidents. I must become strong, to avenge my parents. Damn Tenryabito, wait for me. Chiuli gritted his teeth and calmed down, even though he was on the verge of running out of anger. The practice of swordsmanship for more than 10 years has made him stronger and firmer than ordinary people. I saw him hurriedly ran to the rudder and started to turn the rudder to change the direction of the boat to avoid frontal contact with the Tenryabito's boat. Chiuli knew very well that there were only two fates for encountering Tenryabito at sea. Either the ship was directly sunk, and everyone died on the spot. Either everyone on board was captured and made slaves of Tenryabito. Many Tenryabito take pleasure in this, searching the sea for the unfortunate loneliness and mercilessly hunting and sniping them. Unless you are strong enough to escape under attack, there are only two possible outcomes. As for resistance, who dares to rebel against Tenryabito? In the entire sea, except for those big pirates who have already become famous, no one dared to disobey Tenryabito, let alone resist, and take action against Tenryabito. In that case, if Admiral is dispatched, it is impossible to escape. What Chiuli could do was to quickly get out of their sight before making contact with Tenryabito's ship to prevent Marine Vice Admiral from staring at him. Marine Vice Admiral is the most powerful elite figure in Marine after Admiral. Each of them is very skilled and powerful. Although Chiuli does not know who will win the confrontation between Yejia and Marine Vice Admiral, he does not want to trigger this unnecessary war. Chiuli, why did you turn the rudder? Yejia, who was enjoying the food in the restaurant, felt that the boat had turned the direction, and he stepped out. He happened to see Chiuli quickly turning the rudder of the boat, and couldn't help asking aloud. Just after he finished asking this sentence, out of the corner of his eyes, he immediately caught sight of the dark shadow of the Tenryabito ship in the distance. What's that? Yejia took a second glance curiously, but unfortunately the distance was a bit far and he couldn't catch it clearly. Chiuli didn't answer. With a gloomy face, he turned the rudder hard. Chiuli, your expression is a bit strange, and you are turning the rudder so hard. Are you in danger? Yejia frowned. Chiuli has never been so strange before. Even if he encounters a strong enemy, he will try his best to calm himself and maintain an understated attitude. But today's expression suddenly became extraordinarily serious, and his face was extremely gloomy. Yejia couldn't help asking aloud. The one you see, is Tenryabito's ship. Chiuli took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. P.S. Title: 1000 Flowers plus one more. Chapter 44. The tree wants to be still and the wind is not constant. Tenryabito. Yejia's eyes flashed, and he quickly brought a pair of monoculars to look at the dark shadow in the sky. Luxurious and luxurious, the price is extraordinary at first glance. And it doesn't look lethal, as if you don't want to destroy its overall beauty by placing cannons. A ship that's just too fancy, with a gorgeous appearance but no connotation. Only Tenryabito, who is so arrogant that he doesn't take the Great Waterway seriously, will do such a stupid thing, right? Yejia sneered. There are powerful pirates everywhere on the Great Waterway. At East Blue, the Bin family is able to cover the sky with one hand. But after entering the Great Waterway, a pirate group similar to the Bin family caught a lot of them. The Great Waterway is the place where the strong gather. I can move forward safely and freely in this kind of place, and I am not afraid of being targeted by any pirate group, either Marine or Tenryabito. Of course, that kind of powerhouse who wants to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger is not excluded. Chiuli, turn the rudder back, face the ship, and head towards it. Yejia spoke. Yejia, you. Chiuli's eyes tightened, his face anxious, and he said quickly, that's Tenryabito's boat. How terrible it would be for you to offend Tenryabito. Tenryabito. World aristocrats, descendants of the Creator, symbols of the blood of the gods. This kind of thing is well known no matter where it is. If you want to kneel when you meet Tenryabito, you can't call Tenryabito by his name, you must use the honorific title of adult, etc. To be in awe of Tenryabito, it is better to say how hateful Tenryabito is, because anyone who doesn't do it will be killed on the spot. The horror of Tenryabito? Yejia narrowed his eyes and said, "Of course I know that a single punch will attract a marine admiral. No matter how big a pirate sees Tenryabito, he has to give 3 points politely and try to avoid direct conflict. But in my case, no matter how powerful Tenryabito is. How? I won't give in half. Tenryabito is indeed powerful and powerful. If you insult me casually, the entire marine will come to trouble you immediately. If you are beaten, you will move to Marine Admiral to find a place, and you will never suffer any loss." Yejia knows his own strength. At present, he is not Marine Admiral's opponent, and there is still some distance between him and Admiral. But lack of strength does not mean that Yejia has to bow his head in front of Tenryabito. "With the synthesis system, I'm still afraid of you. Tenryabito's ship will definitely have Marine Vice Admiral following and protecting it. If we pass by now, Tenryabito will definitely let Marine Vice Admiral attack us. We have just entered the Great Waterway, and the hull has been damaged again. Now the top priority is it should be landing on a small island and changing a ship, it should not be in conflict with Tenryabito," Chiuli advised. Although he hated Tenryabito very much, he also understood how terrible Tenryabito was. If they rush to trouble Tenryabito now, not only Marine Vice Admiral, but Marine Admiral, and even all Marines will come to save face for Tenryabito. It is too unwise to offend the entire world government just after entering the Great Waterway. "Chiuli, don't you want revenge?" Yejia said. Thinking about it all the time. Chiuli said in a deep voice, "But I can't pull my partners into the fire pit for revenge. It's just that our strength is not enough to be an enemy of the entire world government, especially Tenryabito. Be patient. It won't be too late until we have enough strength." Yejia looked into Chiuli's eyes. After a long time, Yejia nodded. "Just do as you said, and when the strength becomes stronger in the future, just rush to the Holy Land Marijois and slaughter all the scum of Tenryabito." "Good." When Chiuli heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They are still too weak now, maybe Yejia is stronger, but no matter how strong they can't compare to Marine Admiral. If they really conflict with Tenryabito, the world government will definitely not let them go. At that time, the Death God Pirates, which have only 4 members so far, will use what to resist such a terrifying storm? Turn the rudder. Chiuli quickly turned the rudder, and Yejia lowered the sails so that the boat could turn faster. "Vice Admiral, Bastille, that pirate ship seems to have discovered our identity and is turning the rudder." The sentry caught the movement of the Death God for the first time, and quickly said loudly, "These little pirates are very interesting, and they know how to save a life." Bastille Vice Admiral said indifferently, "Don't pay attention to them, follow the established route and continue sailing." Bang! Gunshots sounded again. However, the target this time turned out to be the Bastille Vice Admiral. But how could a mere musket injure Marine Vice Admiral? Bastille Vivi turned his head to the side, bullets whizzing past his ears. "Auguste Saint. Shut up." Augsture stared coldly at Bastille and said, "You are Marine. As a soldier, you have a duty to obey orders." I said, "I am very bored in this sea, and these slaves have no meaning at all. I need fresh slaves, these pirates, I must." Saint Augsture put away his musket. "What you have to do now is to obey my orders obediently. This is the most basic etiquette for our Tenryabito. In Marine School, your boss should have taught you." Bastille Vice Admiral was silent. The hornhole mask covered his face, and no expression could be seen. But judging from the fact that his hand holding the shark-slashing knife was raised unconsciously, as if he was about to fight at any time, the anger in Bastille Vice Admiral's heart was by no means less than that of those marine soldiers. "I see." Bastille Vice Admiral was silent for a moment, then got up and said. No matter how angry he was in his heart, he still couldn't change that he was Marine and the other party was Tenryabito. Marine must serve Tenryabito. The supreme principle. Pass my order, speed up and pursue that pirate ship. Yes. With an order, the ship deviated from the original nautical route, pursued the direction of the Reaper, and accelerated forward. They're chasing after. Chuli was staring at the Tenryabito's movement all the time. When he saw that the other party was turning, and the target direction was aimed at the Reaper, his eyes suddenly tightened and his face turned pale. "Ha ha. Chuli, what did I say? Tenryabito is Tenryabito, the country is easy to change, the nature is hard to change, I want dogs not to eat shit. Unless the sky falls." Yejia laughed and said with a fierce light in his eyes, "This time, it's not that we don't avoid it, it's the other party who won't let us go. I also really want to know what it's like to kill Tenryabito with my own hands." Chapter 45 Battle with Vice Admiral. In terms of cost, the Reaper, which is worth 1 million Bailey, is not comparable to the Tenryabito's exclusive ship, which is worth hundreds of millions. Naturally, there is no suspense in the driving speed. Tenryabito's ship was fast, and the distance from the Reaper kept shrinking. According to this distance, we must have entered the opponent's range, but they didn't open fire. This is to show that the opponent does not want to kill us, but wants to capture. Chiuli's face turned pale. The worst thing happened. Tenryabito is determined to catch up with them and make them slaves. "Shall turn the bow?" Yejia stared at the approaching Tenryabito luxury ship, his eyes flickering. There is no way to escape, the opponent's ship is at least twice as fast as ours, it is better to be tough and attack head-on. Chiuli heard this, his face was ugly, but the truth was as Yejia said, according to the speed of the ship, it was only a matter of time before Tenryabito's big ship caught up with them. Good. Swinging the rudder and lowering the sails, the Reaper turned her bow sharply. These pirates are very interesting. Knowing that they can't escape, they simply come back and die. Saint Ogsig contempt for Isho, but they don't know that the etiquette for Tenryabito should be to run away desperately, and then I chase after you. A bunch of rude garbage. Vice Admiral, Bastille, you have to be careful later, don't hurt them too hard, I want to play with them one by one, let them know what it's like to be rude to Tenryabito, understand? Bastille Vice Admiral nodded silently. The two ships were facing each other, and the speed distance was shrinking. On the Reaper, Yejia stood at the highest point, looking at the approaching Tenryabito luxury ship from a distance, letting the shadow of the luxury ship gradually cover the Reaper. Finally, the two ships looked parallel to each other on the sea and stopped at the same time. Yejia also got his wish to see Tenryabito, a world aristocrat who had been spurned in One Piece/King of Pirates and was called the world's trash. Tenryabito is indeed uglier than the last, and this one is even more ugly. Yejia sneered. Are you two on a pirate ship? Saint Ogsger glanced at the Reaper, and saw Yejia standing on a high place, and Chiuli who was in charge of the helm. It's only two people, it's not fun at all. Saint Ogsger scratched his ears and turned around indifferently. Vice Admiral, Bastille, I have changed my mind, there is no fun with the two of them, they are not even qualified to be slaves to me, just kill them. As soon as these words came out, Yejia's eyes flashed a stern look. Tenryabito's arrogance, he regards human life like a mustard, and doesn't put anyone in the eye. At first, he thought that Tenryabito was not necessarily all that kind of scum. But Yejia realized that he was wrong. Civilians are a group, and there are one or two scumbags. Tenryabito is in a group, and there are 1 or 2 good people. If they were all killed, would it be considered a killing for the people? Yes. Bastille Vice Admiral nodded, then waved his hand, "Go ahead, kill the pirates, and destroy the pirate ship." Immediately, the marine soldiers ran to the side of the boat one by one with their guns, and aimed their guns at Yejia and Chiuli. At the same time, the cannons on the ship also began to adjust their angles, preparing to completely destroy the Reaper with one shot. "Fire!" One command. Boom! 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 Flames spewed out of the muzzle, and the bullets intertwined into a net shot towards Yejia and Chiuli. The cannon also rang directly, and the cannonball crossed a cruel arc and fell towards the death god. The battle was about to break out, and the firepower was poured on the Reaper and the people of the Reaper pirates. In the face of the majesty of Tenryabito, the threat of Marine Vice Admiral, and the general pirates, he must have been scared. But unfortunately, what they met was Yejia, nicknamed the God of Death. Barrier. Yejia directly flicked his fingers, and there was no need to cross his fingers like the barrier fruit ability in One Piece/King of Pirates. A green transparent barrier appeared in all the places where the firepower was inclined. All the shells landed on the barrier with a deafening explosion. But after the explosion, it failed to leave even the slightest scar on the barrier. Devil fruit ability? Bastille Vice Admiral looked at Yejia. His face hidden by the hornhole mask could not make out his expression. Boom! 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 The sound of the bombing continued to sound, and the tongues of fire formed by the guns licked on the barrier, but no matter how much bombardment was fired, the barrier stood still and was as smooth as ever. There is something wrong with that barrier, change the shooting angle. Marine soldiers quickly adjusted the shooting angle, trying to bypass the barrier and directly attack the Reaper and Yejia and others. Follow me. Make me bigger. The barrier suddenly increased, covering almost the entire Reaper, giving no chance to Marine soldiers' shells at all. This. Marine soldiers suddenly didn't look good, looking at each other in dismay, unable to do anything. Defense-type Paramecia Devil Fruit Power User, you stop the fire, he will be handed over to me. Vice Admiral of Bastille spoke, and the Marine soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, with anticipation in their eyes. It's a rare opportunity to witness Marine Vice Admiral take action. I saw Bastille take down the shark-slashing knife on his shoulders, the square machete revealed its true face, and his eyes looked at Yejia through the hole in the horn mask. Shave. Suddenly, Bastille's figure disappeared in place. The disappearance without warning surprised the Marine soldiers. Marine Roku Shiki. Vice Admiral's strength cannot be underestimated. Yejia narrowed his eyes. Call. At this moment, a gust of wind whistled into Yejia's ears. He's attacking from my left. The corners of Yejia's mouth twitched up, showing a smile. On his left side, the figure of Vice Admiral from Bastille suddenly appeared, waving the shark knife in his hand, and swept out suddenly. Marine Vice Admiral's blow is definitely not to be underestimated. Try to see how my current strength compares to Vice Admiral. Yejia's eyes flashed fiercely, and at the same time his feet were raised. The yellow, colored light appeared on his feet, with unparalleled speed, and violently collided with the shark-slashing knife of Vice Admiral in Bastille. Bang! A bang appeared above the Reaper. Yejia and Bastille Vice Admiral retreated at the same time. Isn't this Kizaru Admiral's ability? A storm surged in the heart of Vice Admiral in Bastille. Chapter 46 Intense Fight. As the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Bastille naturally knew the abilities of the three Admiral well. The guy in front of him was using the glint fruit ability of Kizaru Admiral. Especially the yellow, colored light, the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Almost every time it lights up, it symbolizes that someone is about to suffer. How could Bastille not recognize it? And just in the short battle, although it was only for a moment, Bastille had already sensed that the explosion just now was caused by the flashing power on the feet of the pirate in front of him. All features are exactly the same as Kizaru Admiral's glint fruit ability. How can you not shock Bastille? Who the hell are you? Bastille Vice Admiral asked in a deep voice. Even though the horn mask covered his face, he could still feel the surprise on Bastille's face. Glint fruit's ability, plus the previous barrier ability. Is this guy really a devil fruit ability? How can one person have two completely different abilities? You don't have to know who I am, you just need to understand that choosing to stop my boat is the worst decision you have ever made in your life. Yejia's eyes turned cold, and his figure suddenly flashed out again. This time, it was him who took the initiative to attack. So fast. Bastille is Marine Vice Admiral, and his strength is not bad, but even he, when he saw Yejia disappear, was completely unable to capture where Yejia's figure went. It's like a person has completely disappeared from his eyes, not even a shadow, not a trace, and he can't catch the movement of the other party everywhere. Haven't found it yet? Bastille Vice Admiral. Suddenly, the sound came from the top of Bastille's head. Bastille's heart jumped, and before he could raise his head, the feet that had been formed by the yellow-colored light had already stepped on his head. Boom! With a loud bang, Bastille's body directly smashed the deck of the Reaper like a cannonball, and the Reaper sank down by dozens of centimeters. Wow! Bastille, who fell into the hull, felt that the world was spinning, and there was a gold star in his eyes. He couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and spit it out. As expected of the Marine Vice Admiral, I only vomited blood when I took a kick with all my strength. Yejia sneered. Since going out to sea, Yejia has hardly used his full strength. Because to deal with those enemies, he does not need to use his full strength at all. But in the face of Marine Vice Admiral, Yejia went all out and didn't save the slightest. This light speed kick, if it landed on the heads of the cotters of the Bin family, would definitely kick the heads of those people. But the Bastille Vice Admiral just vomited blood, and it still looked like he was fighting. It can be seen that the title of Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters is by no means a false name. This guy. Who is he? Not only does he possess the ability of glint fruit of Kizaru Admiral, but his strength is also terrifying. If it's a pirate, it's impossible for Marine to not know that this kind of strength will definitely put him on the list of big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. But why have you never heard of his name? Bastille was shocked. As a Marine Vice Admiral, even if you meet a big pirate with a real bounty of over 100 million, you will not end up in such a miserable end. But in Yejia's hands, not only was he embarrassed, he didn't even see how the other party made a move. With such strength, the world government knows nothing and has no record. This guy is really strong, but I bet on my dignity as Marine Vice Admiral, and I must kill this calamity. Bastille roared, grabbed the shark knife, stepped on the moon cloth, jumped up, and landed on the deck, facing Yejia far away. Looking at your murderous look, what's wrong? Do you know that you have to use all your strength now? Yejia said indifferently. He wouldn't believe that letting Marine Vice Admiral vomit blood would mean defeating the opponent. With just the words Marine Vice Admiral, it will never be so unbearable. Your strength is indeed unexpected, and Kizaru Admiral's ability, I didn't expect it. But as Marine Vice Admiral, today, in the name of justice, I must kill you here and never let you go. Bastille Vice Admiral's momentum suddenly changed. It was as if a sleeping lion slowly woke up and let out a roar. The robes of justice draped on the shoulders are windless and automatic, hunting and making noises. He held the shark-slashing knife in both hands, and his aura was extremely concentrated. Jiao Jiao style bite? Suddenly, the Bastille moved, and the footsteps ruthlessly stepped out of a shallow pit on the deck, and the extremely fast figure swept out. The shark-cutting knife in his hand seemed to have turned into a real shark, and it opened and closed to bite Yejia. The momentum is stronger than before, and his strength has definitely increased. You can't blindly fight with kicks. Test his power first. Barrier. Facing Bastille's offensive, Yejia flicked his fingers, and a green barrier the height of one person stopped directly in front of Bastille. Although he had seen Yejia's ability to transform into a barrier, Bastille still did not look like he was about to stop his hand, and the shark-slashing knife in his hand slashed on the barrier fiercely. Boom! It made a dull sound as if the drum had been beaten hard. On the barrier, a white spot was knocked out, with the white spot as the center, and the crack spread quickly like a spider web. Click. In the end, the entire barrier shattered on the spot. The power is so strong, Marine Vice Admiral is really powerful. Yejia narrowed his eyes. Breaking Yejia's barrier. Chiu Xin, who saw the scene on the side, was horrified. He can't cut it no matter what, even his most powerful moves can't break Yejia's barrier, not even a trace. However, the Marine Vice Admiral in front of him, with just one blow, destroyed Yejia's defensive barrier. This shows how terrifying the Marine Vice Admiral's strength is. Jiao Jiao style join. One blow shattered Yejia's barrier, and Bastille did not hold back at all, and continued to pursue the victory. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Yejia Huoran pulled out a long sword formed of yellow light from the palm of his hand and went to meet Bastille's shark-cutting knife. The two swords were in contact with each other, and the yellow, colored light and the blade shadow mixed together, and they collided fiercely. In terms of power, Yejia is obviously not as good as Bastille. After all, Bastille is not a capable person, specializing in fighting technique, plus Rokushiki's bonus. His strength in terms of attainments is much higher than Yejia. But relying on the powerful fruit ability, the strengthened body, and the extremely fast reaction speed, Yejia and the Bastille battle became a draw. Looks like I'm using shocks these days for my body strengthening choice, very correct. P.S. Recommend a very good looking martial arts essay Martial Arts, The Jade Stealer. P.S. This book will be on the shelves on Sunday. I hope everyone can support it. Now we have begun to step up the deposit, and there will be a big explosion at that time. Everyone can throw some flowers first to suppress the shock. Hey hey. Chapter 47 3 Devil Fruit Abilities. Strengthen the body with electric shocks. This method is a set of training methods developed by Yejia as an earthling after obtaining Enel's Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit. When the ability person is not elementalized, the body is a mortal body, and if he casually destroys the heart, cuts the neck, he will die immediately. In order to prevent Haki or Sea Stone from being a great threat to capable people in the future, Yejia must strengthen his own strength and make his physical strength extraordinarily powerful. Electric shock is a very good choice. When electrical current enters the body, the muscles respond subconsciously. An electric shock, according to Yejia's current, is equivalent to doing thousands of push-ups in an instant. Every day Yejia only needs to electrify dozens of times, hundreds of times, his body will immediately become very sore, as if he has really exercised for a long time. However, after a period of experimentation, the method was very effective, and Yejia's physical strength became extraordinarily powerful in a short period of time. However, this method cannot be used for a long time. The electric current will not cause any harm to Yejia of the element body, but it will cause huge damage to the real body. Therefore, Yejia would ask Gayamani to heal himself every once in a while and repair the wear and tear caused by the stimulation of the body by the current. Otherwise, it won't take long for Yejia to electrocute himself without anyone else's hands. If I hadn't strengthened my body with electricity, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take a knife right now. Yejia wielded the cloud sword of Tiankong, and used the rapid response of Glint fruit to deal with the attack of Vice Admiral of Bastille. The more the two fought, the more courageous they were, and they went hand in hand with each other. Every blow was powerful. It's amazing. Chuli looked startled. He is a swordsman, and he is best at hand-to-hand combat, so he can see how terrible the fight between Yejia and Bastille is. Whether it is strength, reaction speed, and the angle of the knife, they are all impeccable. At least there is absolutely no problem in killing him in seconds. This pirate. Who the hell is he? To be able to fight on a par with Bastille Vice Admiral, it's terrifying. It's a pirate flag I've never seen before. Among the big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, they are not there. I've never heard of a two-person pirate group. The marine soldiers who saw the scene were horrified. The strength of the Bastille Vice Admiral is clear to them. Even in the face of the vicious Shishibukai, he has the power to fight, and has already captured several big pirates with a bounty of about 100 to 200 million. Even among the 16 vice admirals in the marine headquarters, Bastille's combat power can be ranked. However, such an elite fighting force of the marine headquarters was evenly tied with an unknown pirate? It's unbelievable. Yes. We encountered a pirate ship, and Saint Osgos asked to pursue it. Currently Bastille Vice Admiral is fighting the members of the pirate ship. We need to ask for support. For Osgos, for the safety of Lord Saint, I request the support of the headquarters. At the beginning of the battle, Marine soldiers had already reported the situation through the telephone bug and requested assistance from the Marine headquarters. For Marine, Tenryabito must be foolproof, not even a shred of damage. Once there is a conflict where Tenryabito is located, Marine must be present, and protecting Tenryabito's safety is the most important mission. It's been able to withstand so many swords from me without any damage. He used armament hacking. Yejia's eyes narrowed. Uncommon for Marine Vice Admiral to master the use of hacking. Basically, as long as you become a Marine Vice Admiral, hacking is a necessary prerequisite. Glint Glint Fruit is a very destructive Aurora sword when you take it seriously. It is precisely by taking advantage of this feature that Yejia broke through Dililan's treasure room last time and scoured it. But he used Tienkong Yunjian to collide with the Shark Slasher in Bastille's hand so many times, but the other side's Shark Slasher showed no signs of damage. Apparently, hacking is at work. Only by using hacking can the laser effect of the Cloud Sword be resisted. Only hacking can hurt Yejia. Otherwise, with just a knife, what can you use to fight against Logia-capable people? Cut Xiao, cut. Suddenly, the blade of Bastille changed, and the sharp moves suddenly became weird. Each move did not go straight to Yejia's key point, but wanted to attack Yejia's arms, thighs, abdomen, and other places. This peculiar attack made Yejia look suspicious. But soon, Yejia discovered something strange. That's it? You want to use this trick to expose my flaws? Yejia felt it carefully and realized that if he followed the opponent's rhythm, he would definitely reveal a lot of flaws in the end. Once caught, Bastille would immediately hit him hard. Marine Vice Admiral, no one is a fuel-efficient lamp. This battle has dragged on for too long, and I've already figured out what Marine Vice Admiral is capable of. It's time to say goodbye. The corner of Yejia's mouth twitched, and a strange smile appeared. Bastille Vice Admiral, who noticed this scene, jumped in his heart, and an ominous foreboding occurred spontaneously. What's up with his smile? Why do I feel like a great crisis is coming towards me? While Bastille Vice Admiral was still confused by Yejia's smile. Sizzle _ In Yejia's hand holding the Tienkong Cloud Sword, the electric light flickered, and the electric snake jumped, lingering in Yejia's hand. Not only his hands, Yejia's whole body was enveloped by the shining electric light at the same time. What are you kidding? The third Devil Fruit ability. If Yejia had the ability to master the barrier and Glint Glint Fruit at the same time, he had already led Bastille Vice Admiral to the point of incomparable horror. Then when the ability of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit emerged, and the blue electric light made Yejia look like a god bathed in thunder and lightning. Bastille did not know what to use to describe the shock in his heart. The existence of two devil fruit abilities in one person at the same time is already shocking enough. But Yejia has now come up with a third devil fruit ability. How on earth did this guy do it? 3 devil fruit abilities appeared on him alone, and he was still alive. I can't resist. The 3 devil fruit abilities are beyond me. You must retreat immediately. At the moment when the electric light appeared, Vice Admiral of Bastille felt a sense of retreat. If he can barely handle the 2 devil fruits, there is even a chance to kill them. Then, if the 3 devil fruits are used together, there is no chance of winning at all. What? Want to run away now? Ho 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 ho. It's too late. Yejia's eyes shot out a fierce light. P.S. Recommend a good book, The Evil Master of Martial Arts. It is absolutely coquettish, saucy, absolutely cool. Worth seeing. Chapter 48. Shout out to Tenryabito. Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit was Yejia's last trump card, and he never showed it. Yejia is very clear that in the sea of competition with the strong, if you tell others everything and present it in front of others completely transparently, then you must be close to death. Only by hiding the trump card in the deepest place and showing it at the most critical time can it have a subversive effect. Everything that happened at this time just confirmed Yejia's thoughts. What is the trump card of Bastille? Jiao Jiao style. Haki. Roku Shiki. These have all been used. Even if he still hides his strength, Yejia does not need to understand any more. 8 million volts thunder sword. Sizzle. The electric light flickered to the extreme. Yejia stretched out his hand at will, and the target direction was Bastille. And at this time Bastille, there is no extra time for him to react and avoid. He could only watch in horror as Yejia quickly raised his finger to aim at him, and then the electric light that filled his body suddenly gathered at Yejia's fingertips and rushed towards him fiercely. Boom! A huge azure blue thunder sword was formed in an instant, directly piercing the heart of Bastille. The terrifying current of 8 million volts is the new limit of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit developed by Yejia based on his physical upper limit, although it cannot be compared with Enel's real 234 million volts. Its power is comparable to that of a man, but just trying to destroy a person's heart. It's as easy as smashing an egg with a hammer. Bastille was immersed in a state of 8 million volts of electric current, and his whole body was being baptized by terrifying electric currents. Unable to bear such pain, Bastille couldn't help screaming. His body twitched violently. This process only lasted less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the 8 million electric current disappeared, leaving only a trace of remnant jumping on Bastille. Bastille himself was foaming at the mouth and completely lost consciousness. The strength of Marine Vice Admiral's body is really amazing. Yejia couldn't help but sighed in admiration. He has done experiments on sea kings. The supercurrent of 8 million volts is enough to cook a whole sea king the size of the death god, exuding the aroma of grilled fish. On the other hand, Bastille, there are only some burning marks in the heart, and other parts are still intact. It can be seen that its physical strength is definitely stronger than that of the Sea King. Bastille Vice Admiral lost. Who the hell is this pirate? He even defeated the Bastille Vice Admiral. Am I not mistaken? Bastille Vice Admiral was defeated by a pirate he had never heard of, and so bad. Marine soldiers stared at the moment when the Vice Admiral of Bastille fell. They all stared and opened their mouths wide. That's the Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters. An elite master who is comparable to the big pirates like Shishibukai, and who has even killed pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. To be defeated by a pirate who has never heard of it? Vice Admiral is really strong, but that's about it? Yejia chuckled lightly. Boom. Suddenly, Yejia's eyes narrowed, and a white smoke rose from his cheeks. Someone shot him. Yejia's face suddenly became gloomy. he raised his head, and looked at the opposite side with sharp eyes. Tenryabito, Augsgur Saint, was pointing a gun at him, the musket in his hand was smoking white smoke. Huh? Didn't you get hit? You turned out to be a devil fruit person. It's really boring, I knew I should have brought a sea stone gun by the way. Augsgur said with some regret, then he turned his gun and aimed at Vice Admiral in Bastille. Boom. 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 Rao is Bastille Vice Admiral's body strength is high enough, but in the case of losing his will, he was still riddled with muskets, dripping with blood. Without bullets, this gun doesn't need to exist anymore. Throwing away the musket in his hand, Saint Augsgur looked at the Bastille Vice Admiral with disdain. Marine is actually a useless waste like you, even a pirate can't win. I have to go back and have a good discussion with my family, the Marine Vice Admiral's location, not all garbage can sit. Yejia's heart was full of anger after hearing what Augsgur said. Damn Tenryabito. Marine sacrificed his life to protect him. But he didn't care about the lives of others at all, and he didn't even have a hint of gratitude. Instead, he thought that the whole world should protect him and sacrifice for him. The most unbearable thing for Yejia was that this guy was actually against the people who protected her. Marine shoots. It's okay to be ungrateful, and verbal abuse is okay, but he actually shot at a person who has completely lost his sense of combat. Even if Bastille Vice Admiral is Yejia's enemy, he can't contain the anger in his heart. This kind of scum really insults the words of world aristocracy. Not only Yejia was angry, but the Marine soldiers under Bastille were also gnashing their teeth and angry. The Bastille Vice Admiral was defeated in order to protect Tenryabito and ended up here. Tenryabito shot and killed Vice Admiral in Bastille without showing any mercy. If it weren't for the majesty of Tenryabito and the consequences of colliding with Tenryabito, they would definitely rush up without hesitation and seek justice for the Bastille Vice Admiral. Hey! Tenryabito, do you really think of yourself as an uncle? Look at you ugly thing, do you vomit every time you look in the mirror? Yejia spoke coldly. As soon as he said this, Marine soldier, Chuli, his eyes widened. Did they hear it right? This pirate actually scolded Tenryabito? You insult Tenryabito. Do you know what's going to happen to you? Saint Augsgur was so angry that Yejia made his nose crooked. The most intolerable thing for him is that others call him ugly. Even as long as someone evaluates his appearance, no matter how good or bad, Saint Augustus will directly take out the musket and kill the opponent directly. What's going to happen? Your head is the same as a garlic head, your body is the same as a winter melon, and your face is so ugly that you look like a cripple. Oh, no, you are cripple at first sight, you are crippled. Your head must have been bitten by a pig, right? How come you look like an idiot? Yejia continued to add fuel to the fire, making it worse, and showing no mercy at all. Chapter 49 Beat up Tenryabito. You, unforgivable. How dare you insult me, Tenryabito, a pariah like me, unforgivable. Augsgur's face was contorted with anger. He kept jumping and shouting. Really? I am a pariah, and I will do even more unforgivable things next. As soon as the voice fell, Yejia's figure flashed. The next moment, he appeared in front of Saint Augsgur. Yellow, colored flashes burst out, and Yejia kicked out. Bang! Augsgur flew out on the spot, his face was distorted by Yejia's kick, and he slammed into the facilities of the luxury ship, penetrating several rooms in a row. When Saint Augsgur stopped, his face was covered in blood, and at least a dozen bones were broken in his body, and he felt unbearable pain when he moved casually. However, Yejia did not do his best, but kept a hand, so that Saint Augsgur was not killed on the spot. Kicking scum like you is just getting my feet dirty. But being able to kick Tenryabito with my own hands, haha, I'm very happy. Yejia laughed happily. but the others were all stunned and frightened. He actually shot Tenryabito? Dare to deal with Tenryabito like this, is he dying? Tenryabito is beaten like this, there must be an admiral coming. Marines were terrified and terrified. They have never seen someone who dares to take action against Tenryabito. That is a world noble who is blessed by the world government, and has always been high above. No matter what happens, Tenryabito can't suffer. Over the years, even the most famous pirates have not said that they shot at Tenryabito. If anyone dares to do this, it will definitely attract Marine's comprehensive crusade, and it is impossible to appease. The pirate in front of him had beaten Augsger so badly that he was covered in blood. One can imagine how big it is. Then, is your death. Yejia had a fierce look on his face, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he walked in the direction of Tenryabito step by step. When he said he wanted to kill Tenryabito, he wasn't joking. Tenryabito had already aroused Yejia's anger. Especially when he saw Tenryabito shoot at Vice Admiral in Bastille, that hateful face, disgusting nature, Yejia felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Want to destroy my ship? Want to capture me and my buddy as slaves? You have violated my most intolerable taboo, even Tenryabito, you have to die today. Yejia's eyes were splitting. As he walked, a yellow light appeared under his feet. There is also a ZZ electric current lingering in the hand. Yejia wanted to give Tenryabito a painful experience, and let him know how tragic it would be if he violated his own taboos. Come on. That pirate is here. Are you going to shoot? He's going to kill Tenryabito. Shoot. He's Logia's devil fruit ability. Guns can't hit him. So what? We are Marine and it is our duty to protect Tenryabito. Stop talking nonsense, just now you didn't see how our partner was shot by him, and the Bastille Vice Admiral, those slaves. Tenryabito didn't have a good thing, died at the hands of the pirates, deserved it. Marine soldiers saw Yejia walking step by step in the direction of St. Augsger, and suddenly became confused. Some people think to save Tenryabito. Others thought Tenryabito should be damned. But no matter what they thought, they couldn't stop Yejia from killing Tenryabito. Yejia. Stop. No more going. At this time, Chiuli hurried over, stopped in front of Yejia, and said anxiously, You have already beaten Tenryabito, the tone has already been released, and the world government will not let us go. But things can't be reversed. The world government has increased our bounty at most, and can't hunt us down. But once you kill Tenryabito, things will go completely bad. Chiuli hated Tenryabito, and at the same time he knew Tenryabito. Tenryabito is slightly injured, and the admiral from the marine headquarters will come to fight immediately to help Tenryabito save face, and there will never be any appeasement. If Tenryabito died and was killed by pirates, how terrifying would the event be? The world government will surely be outraged, and the Holy Land Marijois will not appease it. They will stop at nothing and use all their power to find the murderer, let the murderer fall under the law, and give Tenryabito an explanation. Therefore, if Yejia killed Tenryabito now, then it is very likely that the three marine headquarters admiral will come to the door and destroy their entire death pirates. Yejia, you must be calm, killing Tenryabito is not a trivial matter. It involves everyone on the Reaper. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about Gimani and Si Kingluo. In desperation, Chiuli moved out of Gayamani and Si Kingluo. But I have to say, it does work. When Chiuli's voice fell, Yejia stopped. I know what you said. Yejia looked straight ahead and said in a deep voice, killing Tenryabito is an unforgivable sin, it will definitely attract the attention of the whole world, the absolute crusade of the world government. So I didn't kill him directly with the blow I just made. As for Tenryabito's status, Yejia certainly knew it. Luffy beat up a Tenryabito in the Sabayati archipelago, and Kizaru Admiral immediately came over with a cannon, not only to catch Luffy, but even to beat all 11 supernovas. If it wasn't for Tyrant Bear and Rayleigh to help in the end, how could Luffy and his party escape? But even so, Yegia still wanted to kill this Tenryabito. Not for anything else, but for the breath that he couldn't swallow in his heart. No matter whether you are Tenryabito or Earth Dragon, if you dare to bully me, and my partner, I will let you die without a burial. You just understand. Chiuli continued to persuade, we should leave now, for the sake of the Death God pirates, and for yourself. Come on. Yejia's eyes narrowed. He stared at the Tenryabito, and there was a hint of hesitation in his murderous eyes. Is to kill? Or let it go? Chapter 50 Kill. Kill, the most straightforward, 100, but a lot of trouble since then. Letting go would involve a lot, and it might not be any better than killing it. Yegia looked back at Gayamani and Si King Glodo's room. As early as the beginning of the battle, the two of them were told by Yegia to stay in their room, and they were not allowed to come out no matter what happened outside. Friends, waiting for your return, celebrating the joy of today's escape from Tenryabito, Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. They are still weak, but because they have to bear the terrible crime of killing Tenryabito. I can kill Tenryabito for the sake of my companions. Likewise, for the sake of my companions, I can give up killing Tenryabito. Okay, I'll just listen to you. After hesitating for a long time, Yegia finally nodded and agreed to spare Tenryabito's life. As soon as these words came out, Chuzinzong let out a long sigh of relief. He was so afraid that Yegia would get angry, and he didn't care about anything, just rushed up and killed Tenryabito. By then it will be too late. Humph. Ugly Tenryabito, you are lucky this time. I will let you go. Next time, when I become stronger, I will definitely come back to take your life. Yegia coldly left a sentence, turned and left. If he was strong enough, it would be more than just taking a Tenryabito's life. Instead, the entire holy site of Marijois was razed to the ground. What world aristocracy? What Tenryabito? Does this crap need to exist? Seeing that Chiuli and Yegia turned away and returned to their boat, the marine soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. If Yegia really killed Tenryabito, as the ship's guard soldiers, they could not escape the blame. Tenryabito's temperament. When you get angry, it doesn't matter whether you are at fault or not, you will all be shot. Yegia's compromise could be regarded as an indirect saving of their lives. Next. Once back on the boat, Yegia immediately threw Bastile's body onto Tenryabito's boat. Marine soldiers quickly caught it. Let's go, I'm very lucky today, I beat up Tenryabito, and let Si King Glodo fry a few more dishes in the evening to celebrate. Yegia rarely squeezed out a smile. The Reaper slowly started, and under Chiuli's steering, it began to return to its original route. But on the other side, no one noticed that Tenryabito, who was in a coma after being kicked by Yegia at this time, miraculously woke up. It seems to be his peculiar costume representing Tenryabito, which has a certain healing effect, and Yegia's foot is a little bit more affectionate, so that he wakes up so quickly. People. Augsger stood up staggeringly, his mind a little fuzzy. But soon, all the scenes that happened just now were recalled. Damn pariah! How dare you do something to the honorable me? He is dead. I must kill him. Saint Augsger gritted his teeth, his eyes were splitting, and his anger lingered in his heart, lingering. As soon as he raised his head, his blurred vision gradually became clearer, and he saw the Grim Reaper that was gradually sailing away. The pirate ship, it's that damned pariah's pirate ship. Immediately, Augsger rushed out. Marine soldiers saw this, they exclaimed and tried to help him, but were pushed away by Saint Augsger. Get out of the way, you useless bastards! Didn't you see it? The pariah who insulted me and attacked me took a pirate ship to escape. What are you still doing here? Shoot me immediately. Augsger was furious. Then he ran to the edge of the ship and looked at the reaper that was setting sail and was about to leave, especially when he saw Yegia, who was standing on the deck, insulting him in every possible way, and even hitting him. His heart was full of anger, and his face changed because of anger. Got twisted. It's him, the damn pariah. He insulted me, and even did something to me, and he just walked away like this. Saint Augsger felt that he was suffocating in his heart, and he couldn't release it. Immediately, Saint Augsger's eyes turned fierce, and he roared in the direction of the death god. Scumbag pariahs! You will be damned to hell, you will. You can't escape. Not a single one. This is the world created by Tenryabito. I am a descendant of the Creator God. You have offended God. God will curse you. You will always be in darkness, and life is better than death. The Grim Reaper had not sailed too far, and of course Yegia Kayulai and others could hear the words of Saint Augsger. It seems not only mentally disabled, but also mentally retarded. Do you really think of yourself as a descendant of God? Chapin. This kind of swear, if the swearing thing is useful, what else does Marine do? What about devil fruit? Yegia was too lazy to have any knowledge of this kind of evil pen, snorted coldly, and didn't even have the thought of turning his head back to take a look at Saint Augsger. Untouchables, wait. I will find your family members one by one, and then let the whole world witness how they were tortured to death bit by bit in pain. I am Tenryabito, I am omnipotent, offend me, it is the greatest misfortune of your life. I will torture your relatives and treat all your children as slaves. I will make them slaves forever and never stand up. The pain you inflicted on me will be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 1,000-fold to your loved ones. I want them to know how painful it is to be your family. I want you all to offend Tenryabito's majesty, people who are punished like hell. The roar of Saint Augsger came one after another. This time, Yegia was silent. There was no expression on Yegia's face. Standing in the same place, the whole person seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. Yegia, what's wrong with you? Chiuli didn't take the words of Saint Augusta seriously at all. Seeing Yegia suddenly lowered his head and said nothing, he couldn't help asking strangely. Kshalai, stop the boat. Yegia said indifferently. Yegia, don't be irritated by Tenryabito's words, we should now. I told you to stop the boat. Yegia interrupted Chiuli with a roar, and turned around abruptly. At that time, Chiuli felt that his heart slowed a beat, and the fear in his heart was climbing up completely uncontrollably. What he feared was not Yegia's roar, but Yegia's eyes. That's right, in those bloodshot eyes, there are penetrating flashes, angry thunder and lightning, and even more cold-killing intent. No emotion, like the eyes of a beast, expressing one word from beginning to end. Kill. P.S. It will be launched in the early morning, and the 5th update will be guaranteed tomorrow. I hope everyone can subscribe and support the author. I will definitely make the later plot more exciting. Grateful. Chapter 51 God's Verdict. Yegia was completely angry this time. He can endure being unfair, hurt, and abused. He can endure all of these. But we must not allow others to talk about their own family and relatives. Especially when Saint Augsger said so loudly that he would torture all Yegia's relatives to death, even the children. The anger in Yegia's heart that was finally suppressed could no longer be suppressed. Be patient, let it explode. You can deal with me, no problem, as long as you have enough strength, even if you use despicable methods. But it's not a disaster for my family, I will never allow anyone to touch a single hair of my family. For Yegia, his friends are his family. There are also friends who may meet in the future, and partners who join the Death God Pirates, will become his family. Regardless of the past or the future, Yejia will never allow anyone to make threats with 4 or 8 zeros. Why did the pirate ship stop? Look at that pirate, staring at us. His eyes are so scary. It must be the words of Saint Augustus that annoyed the pirates. Isn't this guy going to leave? Did he stop to respond to the words of Saint Auxger? Marine soldiers were stunned when they saw that the Reaper had stopped. Especially when Yejio faced them and cast his eyes in this direction, their hearts jumped, and an ominous premonition came. Ho 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 ho. I knew, how can you be a pariah compared to Tenri Abido? Now you know what you're afraid of? Do you know how painful it is to offend me? Saint Auxger also saw Yejia's move. But he was naive, thinking that Yejia heard those threats and stopped because he was afraid. He didn't notice the cold killing intent in Yejia's eyes at all, and the dark clouds gradually covering his head. I am Tenri Abido, the noblest race in this world. Saint Auxger showed a smug smile. If you offend me, it means you have offended the whole world, and this world will no longer have a place for you. If you want to ask for my forgiveness, kneel down to me now and repent of all your sins just now. Maybe I will spare your life and make you my slave. Now, kneel to me. Confess to me your fault. Saint Auxger showed a proud face. As Tenri Abido, he has never been disrespected, let alone scolded or beaten up. How could Saint Auxger forgive this hatred so easily? He had already made up his mind in his heart, as long as Yejia succumbed to begging for mercy, he would take him as a slave, and then torture him every day, making him suffer in pain. Only in this way can the evil spirit in his heart be eliminated. Confession? There was a hint of ridicule in Yejia's sensible eyes. You really should repent, otherwise, there will be no chance again. As soon as the voice fell, Yejia's robe suddenly danced without wind, and there was a sound of hunting. Immediately, in the surprised eyes of Chiuli and the others, Yejia's body slowly floated into the air. How did you get up in the air? He can actually fly. What the hell is this pirate doing? The Marines were at a loss. Chiuli didn't even know how Yejia did it, and he flew straight into the air without any help from his body. What does Yejia want to do? What Chiuli cared about was not why Yejia was able to fly, but what he wanted to do. Boom! Suddenly, the thunder in the sky shook, and the huge roar shook people's hearts. Thick dark clouds rolled in, covering the sky. The originally clear sky was shrouded in darkness in the blink of an eye. In the clouds, thunder and lightning flashed from time to time, as if swimming. The electric dragon walking in the dark clouds, with its teeth and claws, let out a deafening roar. The ocean began to move. It seemed to feel uneasy, and even the permeating air was so heart-pounding. Yejia's body slowly floated up. The gust of wind blew in and flipped his robe. Yejia's face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He stood proudly in the sky, like a god between heaven and earth, overlooking the earth and ocean. Sizzle _ On Yejia's right hand, a blue light suddenly appeared. The electricons flickered intertwined, and this group of blue electricons continued to intensify and grow larger. I saw Yejia raised his right hand, palm up, facing the sky. If there is one power in this world that is the nemesis of evil, it is without a doubt that it is thunder. When enough thunder, converging into a huge electric mansions of 10,000 feet, falls from the sky, its power will turn everything it touches into nothingness. And in the world, only one person is qualified to use this kind of power, and that is, God. I am not a god, and you Tenri Abido are not a descendant of the so-called creation god, but today, I will take the place of God and execute the final judgment on you. Feel it well, the power of the anger of heaven and earth, its name is God's judgment. Yejia's voice is mixed with the ethereal spirit of thunder and lightning, and it sounds like a real god is talking. When he said the sentence God's judgment, the originally turbulent world suddenly fell silent. Wanlai was silent. The noisy world suddenly disappeared. The thunder and lightning that flickered and jumped in the dark clouds disappeared all of a sudden. The next second. Boom boom boom. A huge pillar of azure blue thunder and lightning descended from the sky, submerging Tenryubido's luxury ship in it. The deafening sound continued to sound, and the waves rolled up because of the terrifying power, shaking the Reaper uneasy, as if the ship might capsize at any time. Seeing this scene, Chiuli, standing in front of the sky-piercing lightning beam, felt like an ant, full of 0.3 powerlessness. In his heart, apart from shock, there was no other emotion. Is this really the power that humans can exert? Is it possible for me to survive if I am also overwhelmed by such a lightning beam? What can I do in the face of such a terrifying force of nature? At this time, King Glow and Gayamani, who couldn't bear it any longer, hit gate of opening, swayed, grabbed the edge of the door, and walked out. There was too much movement outside. They were worried that Yejia and Chiuli would be in danger. They were uneasy and wanted to come out and see. Unexpectedly, as soon as they came out, they saw the thunder and lightning beams that almost illuminated the entire sky falling from the sky. The terrifying power made their faces turn white all of a sudden. Did God come? King Glow and Gayamani stared blankly at the scene and muttered. Chapter 52 Dragon Slayer. They have also heard thunder and seen thunder. But I have never seen such a terrifying, doomsday giant thunder. The sky-piercing blue light beam blocked them in front of them, as if this thunder beam was the only thing left in the whole world. In an instant, an idea came to their minds: in the face of such terrifying power, could they possibly survive? I am afraid that it will only take a blink of an eye to disappear without a trace on the spot and completely turn into ashes. Such a terrifying thunder, only gods can display it, right? For a time, a feeling of powerlessness and fear came to mind. Gayamani and King Glow both had trembling eyes, and their bodies couldn't help shaking slightly. Boom boom boom. The piercing thunder beam continued to bombard. The ocean was almost overturned, and the Reaper was swaying like a small boat in the shocking waves. After more than 10 seconds passed, the beam of light from the sky-piercing thunder began to gradually weaken and gradually shrink. The ocean was blasted out of a bottomless hole 15, pitch black and deep, with no edge visible at a glance. The sea rolled back and tilted towards the entrance of the cave. Tenryubido, and the boat, all gone. On the death god, Chiuli was stunned when he saw the huge ocean abyss in front of him. What he cared about most was that Tenryubido's luxurious ship, completely disappeared in front of him, not even a trace was left. If it weren't for the terrifying big hole in front of him that was madly swallowing the sea water, and the Reaper was constantly being pulled closer to the big hole, Chiuli didn't quite believe whether he had really met Tenryubido, and whether everything that happened just now was a dream. But it turns out that Tenryubido's luxury ship is gone. Together with the self-confident and arrogant Tenryubido on the ship, who is called the world's nobles and cannot be offended. He was also overwhelmed by the terrifying thunder and completely disappeared from this world. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing a clear and warm sky. The first ray of sunlight shone through the clouds and fell on Yejia's shoulders. Feeling the warmth of the sun coming back, Yejia's eyes that had always been killing intent gradually faded away and returned to calm. Congratulations! Unlock the hidden mission, Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, Tenryubido has caused too high a hatred value. They have done a lot of evil and destroyed humanity. They have been hated by countless people, ranking first in the hatred list of One Piece/King of Pirates. Young warriors, hurry up, quickly synthesize powerful strength and become a Dragon Slayer for world peace. Yejia heard this sweet mechanical and electronic sound, and showed a long-lost smile. Unexpectedly, I killed a Tenryubido because of anger, and even gave him a thumbs up for the synthesis system, and unlocked a hidden mission. Is this a blessing and a curse? Congratulations! Get the Dragon Slaying Warrior Quest completion reward. Dragon Slayer quest is completed, the number of quick synthesis increases by 1. Dragon slaying warriors, the task can be completed repeatedly, and the rewards can be obtained repeatedly. Young warriors, go and kill 10 Ryubido. More kills 10 Ryubido. The suggestion of the system is very pertinent, but it is not a little difficult in practice. Quick synthesis, isn't this the privilege given by the system when I first got the synthesis system? The reward given to Yejio by the Dragon Slaying Warrior quest is exactly the privilege reward he got when he first got the system. It only takes 10 devil fruit shards to craft a new devil fruit. But this time, it should be different, right? Yejio quickly opened the synthesis system interface, as expected. Not only the limit of devil fruit fragments has been reduced to 10 fragments, but also the physical strength pill, the physical strength limit pill, and the fragments of haki have all dropped tenfold in one go. In other words, Yejia now only needs 50 haki fragments to synthesize an armament haki. 50 pieces can make a haki. This opportunity to quickly synthesize is just at the right time. Yejio was a little surprised. What he lacks the most right now is haki. If he has haki, not only can his attack power be greatly improved, but his defense power can also skyrocket. In the future, facing other strong men, you will be able to become more calm. From this point of view, although he acted a little recklessly this time, in a fit of rage, he launched the ultimate move that Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit had just developed, directly destroying Tenryubido and the ship. But it was a blessing in disguise to get such a rare opportunity. Even God is helping. Can Yejia not be excited? Haki shards are too difficult to obtain. I have only collected 21 pieces so far. If I want to collect 50 haki shards, the difficulty is not small. If I knew that killing a Tenryubido would have such a rich reward, I should not have put it away. Throw back the Bastille. However, when he thought of the difficulty of obtaining haki fragments, Yejia inevitably frowned. Haki shards, it is much higher than all other crafting recipes. The explosion rate itself is terrifyingly low, and it takes 500 pieces to synthesize one piece. If Yejio wants to have haki normally, he doesn't know how many elites and experts he has to deal with. Bastille is Marine Vice Admiral. With his physical strength, he might be able to explode the remaining 29 haki fragments. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about it. Tenryubido was killed by me. Marine will not give up, maybe he is on his way now. Fortunately, I killed all the people and ships, not a single 377. It's not easy for Marine to find me through clues, he has to leave first. Thinking of this, Yejio began to be thankful that he made the right decision, and directly used the most powerful ultimate move to annihilate Tenryubido's ship and everyone else. In this way, there is no evidence of death, and there is not even the slightest clue. Marine wants to find him, which is tantamount to a dream. In other words, even if Augsger died, it was considered a waste of death, because no one knew who the murderer was, let alone avenged him. Yejia. Brother Ye. As soon as Yejio landed on the boat, Si King Gluo, Gayamani, and Chiuli immediately surrounded them. Si King Gluo and Gayamani's eyes were full of stars, and Yejio's eyes were full of fanaticism. Brother Ye, that scary thunder just now. Did you put it there? Gayamani looked at Yejio with admiration. Yejio smiled and nodded slightly. Oh, it's amazing. Brother Ye, you are so cool. You can actually release such a powerful thunderbolt. Gayamani screamed like a small fan seeing a big star. P.S. 5 shifts are guaranteed, and 1 update is added for every 100 of the first order. Friends give strength, I will give strength. Chapter 53 Outraged. Yeah, when I saw that thunder, I thought we were dead. Later, when I saw you flying in the sky, I realized that it was you who released it. Si King Gluo is not much older than Gayamani, she is a beautiful girl who loves fantasy and worships heroes. When he saw that Yejiyo was able to do things that only gods could do, Yejiyo's figure was as dazzling as the sun in her eyes, handsome and compelling, in line with all the fantasies in her heart. That robe dancing against the wind, the handsome profile lit by lightning, the cold eyes with murderous intent. Everything seems to correspond to the Prince Charming in S.I. King Glodo's dream, impeccable. S.I. King Glodo's eyes when looking at Yejiyo became affectionate, her heart began to speed up quietly, her face blushed. She showed this kind of attitude of a little girl that can only be shown in front of the person she likes. All of a sudden, Gayamani and S.I. King Glodo were like little fans, their big eyes were full of fanatical admiration. Yejiyo, you. Only Chiuli, who knew what was going on, had an unnatural expression on his face. Tenryabito is dead. Yejiyo killed Tenryabito with his own hands. Such a major event that was enough to shock the world actually happened in 467, and it happened right in front of his eyes. Chiuli, I know what you're going to say, you don't have to persuade me. Tenryabito dares to threaten me, it means that he is ready to be killed by me. Yejiyo's eyes flashed fiercely, if he wants to hurt my family, I will kill him. I let him go to hell to repent of what he said. Dare to provoke me, Yejiyo, is the biggest mistake in his life. Killing Tenryabito, Yejiyo has no regrets. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to threaten Yejiyo's family, he will never mind killing them all. Tenryabito was the first one, and if someone like Tenryabito appeared in the future, Yejiyo would also not be lenient. I see. Chiuli took a deep breath, softened the originally unnatural face, and regained confidence and calmness in his eyes. He is indeed afraid of the forces behind Tenryabito. Killing Tenryabito will provoke what kind of existence? Chiuli is very clear. That kind of power is not something he can resist at present, nor is it something that the death god pirates can directly face. So he persuaded Yejiyo in every possible way, wanted to prevent this dispute from continuing to entangle. But it all happened in the end. Let him obstruct in every possible way, Yejiyo still killed Tenryabito, and even together with Tenryabito's ship, they were all annihilated. Now that things have happened, it's no use worrying Chiuli anymore. Next, let's start to meet the wrath of the world government and the pursuit of marine headquarters. Chiuli showed a helpless smile. I don't know if it's good or bad to put on this captain, but since I made a choice, I will go on without regrets. Don't worry, the world government and marine won't find us so easily. Yakanu pouted, look, their boats and people are all gone, there is no evidence of death, and there are no clues to investigate, enough for them to have a headache. Come on, get out of here first, I'll use the barrier to push the boat out of this big hole, and then it's time to set sail. Haha, that's what I said. Let's go. Yejiyo used the barrier to gradually push the Reaper away from the big hole. Leaving the range that was sucked in by the tow, returned to the normal sea area, and then quickly continued to travel according to the original route. About an hour or two after the Reaper left, several black shadows gradually emerged from the sea level and approached the big hole at a very fast speed. When these dark shadows revealed their faces, it was discovered that all of them were marine warships armed to the teeth. The blue seagull logo representing marine is particularly conspicuous. It is not just a few warships, but densely packed, at least 20 or more, all galloping in this direction. Kizaru Admiral, where the ship's signal disappeared, just ahead, there's a big hole there. The sentry standing at a high place was startled when he saw the big hole that was pouring the sea water into it, and quickly shouted loudly. On the deck of the leading warship, he was tall and thin, dressed in yellow and white clothes, with the robe of justice representing Admiral on his shoulders, and wearing a pair of toed glasses. He looked like a monkey, but he was lazy and didn't care about anything. Uninterested middle-aged man stands in front. He is one of the 3 admirals in Marine headquarters, Kizaru. The first glint fruit obtained by Yejiyo is exactly the ability of Kizaru to become famous, but when it comes to the development and use of the fruit, Kizaru is naturally much stronger than Yedshia. The big hole? Kizaru heard the sentinel's report, took off the toad glasses, and glanced into the distance. Oh, there is a big black hole. Where is Tenryabito? Return to Kizaru, Admiral. Except for the big hole, no boats or figures were seen. Sentinels quickly returned. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. With his smarts as Admiral, he had clearly guessed how things were going. I'll take a look first. Leaving a sentence, Kizaru Admiral's figure disappeared instantly. I saw a yellow-colored flash coming and going quickly on the sea in front of me, checking all the surrounding conditions. He then returned to the warship. It can be confirmed. Kizaru Admiral still looked lazy. The messenger replied to the headquarters, Tenryabito was killed, and the ship was destroyed. This is an extremely vicious incident. It is recommended to set the level of attention to the highest level. When the marine soldiers on the ship heard this, their eyes almost fell out of shock. How dare someone kill Tenryabito? What kind of guy is that? Could it be the 4 emperors of the New World? I am afraid that only they have the courage to kill Tenryabito. At the same time, the news was sent back to the marine headquarters, and there was a huge earthquake. Not only the marine headquarters, but also the world government that received the news. After a brief death-like silence, they were furious. How dare you attack Tenryabito, damn it! These vicious pirates are getting more and more arrogant, and they must be severely punished. Pass my order, start from the area near where Tenryabito was killed, spread and cover in an infinite range. As long as you see a pirate, immediately arrest it, and if you dare to resist, kill it on the spot. Chapter 54 Strong Talk. As the most serious news, this matter is regarded as top secret, whether it is within marine or the world government, and it is not allowed to be passed on to the outside world. Tenryabito was killed. Once it was known to the outside world, how big a storm would it be? Not to mention that the murderer of Tenryabito was not found, and Marine's protection was not in place, so that after Tenryabito was killed, not to mention any corpses, not even the slightest clue was found. And if the pirates know, Tenryabito is not as high as the legend, when it turns out that killing Tenryabito is so simple. Tenryabito's image of a world aristocrat will be broken in the hearts of people all over the world. Therefore, until the murderer who killed Tenryabito cannot be caught, this matter must be kept absolutely secret, and no rumors can be revealed. However, there is no impermeable wall in the world. No matter how tight the world government is, there will always be some people who will obtain relevant information through special means. Joker is one of them. Tenryabito was killed? This is really a heartwarming event. The clown was lying on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand. Those self-righteous guys see themselves as gods, but in fact, they're just a bunch of scumbags who have no strength and look down on strength, and now they've finally tasted the bitter fruit. Come on. But I'm also curious, who is so bold that even Tenryabito dares to kill? The gang of rats who sent orders to the underground for me, use all means to help me find out. Such a person, is simply the best partner. Not only the Joker, but also the well-informed Shichibukai, Shi Huang, and others, all got the event that Tenryabito was killed. Gu la la la. Killing Tenryabito, is the new generation already more brutal and violent than the old man like me? Even what I have never done in my life has been done by the new generation. Marco, you say my era, isn't it long overdue? A tall man with a long meniscus-shaped white beard and a long chin on his face was obviously full of various infusion tubes and respirator, but he turned a blind eye and still poured alcohol into his mouth. However, this old man who looks old and is only quite tough, is the man known as the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. He has a very loud and intimidating nickname, Whitebeard. Dad, your body is not as good as before, so you should drink 2 less bars. Marco of the Pineapple Head said helplessly, the murderer who killed Tenryabito has not been caught. Maybe it is not the new generation, it is very likely that our colleagues did it. They don't have the time to spare. Whitebeard drank heavily. The new world has begun to feel uneasy, and I have a vague feeling that something big is about to happen. How is the situation on Ace's side? It may be that Ace has been busy recently and has not sent back any news. Marco said, "Don't worry Daddy, Ace is so strong, it'll be alright. Teach. Ace must bring him back, and I will cut off his head in front of Thatch's grave and pay homage to Thatch." Speaking of which, Whitebeard took another gulp. Marco could only shake his head helplessly when he saw it. Tenryabito was killed, that's a big signal. The red-haired pirates, the red-haired Shanks heard the news reported by his subordinates. His eyes were serious. "Can you find out who did it?" "Not yet." The man shook his head. "That shouldn't be the people of the Four Emperors or the Revolutionary Army. If they do this, they will definitely spread the word all over the world, but they will not be so stupid and take the initiative to provoke the world government." "How about Ace, is there any news?" Redhead asked. "There is no definite news back yet." The subordinate shook his head. "Whitebeard is too stubborn and doesn't know how powerful Blackbeard is. Ace is likely to suffer a big loss this time. Let's go, it's time to go to the next destination." All the giants who got the news were talking about the killing of Tenryabito. Civilians don't know about it yet, and they are still kept in the dark. The few people who know the truth remain silent about it. No one wants to talk about Tenryabito, let alone get involved in this incident. It's up to them to worry about the world government and Tenryabito. While the whole world was shocked by the killing of Tenryabito, the perpetrators of the incident were shopping and having fun on the nearest island. "Brother this dress is beautiful, can I buy this one?" Yejia held Gayamani's little hand and walked down the street with King Gluo and Chiuli beside her. When Gayamani saw the clothes on display in the closet, her eyes suddenly lit up, her whole body was excited. She hurriedly shook Yejia's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "No problem, isn't it just a piece of clothing? Buy it," Yejia said boldly. "He lacks everything now except money. The entire treasure of the Reaper was taken underground by him and exchanged for real gold coin Bailey. He is now a rich man worth more than 1 billion Bailey, isn't he just a piece or two of clothes? Buy whatever you want." "Thank you, brother Gayamani ran into the clothes store excitedly. "Chiuli, King Gluo, I gave you 100 million Bailey alone, why don't you buy anything? If you don't have enough money, come ask me for it again, you don't need to save money." Yejia turned around and said to Chiuli and King Gluo, "I have enough stuff on me." Chiuli said helplessly. "His hands, neck, and shoulders are all covered with bags, all kinds of clothes are inside. And these are just from the hands of Gayamani. If King Gluo made another move, Chiuli would have nowhere to put these things." "Haha, Chiuli really worked hard for you." Yejia smiled and said, "King Gluo, do you have something you like?" "Chiuli can't put it down, I'll get it for you." Yes. King Gluo blushed. Chapter 55 Grab. "Tell me, I'll buy it all for you." Yejia patted his chest, said proudly. "When I was picking clothes with Gayamani on that street, there was a jewelry store opposite, and there was a necklace in it. I thought it was very beautiful." King Gluo said shyly. She didn't want to talk about it, but when she thought that Yejia helped her buy it, she couldn't help but feel happy, as sweet as eating candy. "No problem, it's just a necklace, let's go." "I'll take you to buy it, Chiuli, look at Gayamani first, and we'll come as soon as we go." After Yejia explained, he pulled up King Gluo's soft little hand and walked to the jewelry store on the street just now. He held my hand. King Gluo's heart suddenly pounded rapidly, her face flushed, and it was like a red apple when it was cooked, and her whole body was surrounded by a huge sense of happiness. Feeling the eager admiration from the crowd, and being seen with Yejia, Si Glodo felt indescribably happy in her heart. How she hoped that Yejia could just hold her hand and walk on. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Now the whole city is starting to hunt down pirates, covering up those who do not report the pirates. They are guilty of the same pirate 353, and they will be killed on the spot. The obstructors, the same pirates, kill them on the spot together. Tell the whereabouts of the pirates, the minimum reward is 100,000 Bailey. Those who know. At this time, a group of uniformed Marine soldiers armed with guns patrolled the street. Chief Marine, who was dressed in the robe of justice, shouted loudly. It's Marine. Si King Glodo was shocked and quickly hid behind Yejia. Yejia's face didn't change at all, but he stopped, facing the shops on the street and turning his back to the Marine soldiers. Marine's movements are quite fast. The reason why these Marines appeared here, Yejia wondered why with his heels. Tenryubido's incident was not publicized, and Marine couldn't find the murderer, so he could only search the world for pirates. I would rather kill 1,000 mistakes than let one go. However, although these Marine soldiers are weak, if they deal with them, Marine will definitely be alerted, and then they must start the road of escape. Now is not the time to brag. Huh? Major Yavik, who was patrolling the crowd, focused his eyes on Yejia and Si King Glodo. You two, turn around. Si King Glodo's face turned pale for a while, and the hand that grabbed Yejia couldn't help but tighten. Don't worry, it's me. Yejia whispered in Si King Glodo's ear, and then reached out and embraced Si King Glodo. Feeling the hot body temperature from Yejia's chest, Si King Glodo's head was blank, and she was at a loss for a while. Sir, what's the matter? Yejia turned around with Si King Glodo and said to Major Yavik with a smile. Major Yavik looked up and down the men and women in front of him. The woman is as beautiful as a fairy, and the man is quite handsome. The two of them stand together like a beautiful landscape. Of course, more importantly, Major Yavik did not find that Yejia has characteristics similar to pirates. It's okay, you continue. Major Yavik made a gesture of invitation. Thank you, sir. Yejia responded with a smile, then took Si King Glodo's hand and walked slowly to the jewelry store. Continue to intensify the investigation and search, and must not let any pirate go, do you understand? Yes. Marines marched in one line. No one noticed that the real murderer was just in front of them, and he was talking to them. Yejia, thank you. Si King Glodo said affectionately, Gang, BFBC, if it wasn't for you, I would definitely have helped. It's my fault, and I should thank you. Yeka Vivi Isho. On the way, he and Chiuli recounted everything about the conflict with Tenryubido and the direct anger and the decision of the gods. So Si King Glodo knew that they were fleeing, so she was a little scared and worried. After all, it's not Yejia's kind of old fritters, and it may be exposed at any time. Come on, which necklace do you like? Yejia and Si King Glodo walked into the jewelry store, and there was a dazzling array of exquisite jewelry. The prices were expensive, and they all had great lethal power for women. This. Si King Glodo walked to the cabinet of the exhibition, pointed to a beautiful diamond necklace on it, and said happily, I like this necklace at a glance, I really like it. If you like it, buy it. Yejia was about to speak out and ask the clerk to pack the jewelry and buy it, when suddenly, a discordant voice came over. Husband, I like this necklace. The tone was full of coquettish air, Yejia only heard one sound and felt goosebumps all over his body. I saw a gorgeously dressed, coquettishly dressed woman with a very strong powdery smell and a rather sexy figure walking over with a big man's arm. And the direction of her finger was the necklace that Si King Glodo was looking at. Immediately Yejia frowned. Okay. Buy whatever you want, haha. Anyway, I have money. The strong man is also very gorgeously dressed, and looks solid with muscles and some scars on his face. Yejia just glanced at it and can conclude that this strong man must be a pirate. The whole body exudes bandit anger, and there is the recklessness of starting a fight if there is a disagreement. "Clerk, wrap this necklace for me," the strong man shouted loudly. The clerk hurried over to take the necklace. When King Glow saw it, she looked a little disappointed. Seeing her favorite things being snatched away directly by others, she didn't feel good about it. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the necklace. "Sorry, this necklace is our first look." Yejia held the necklace and said coldly, "You have to buy things on a first-come first-served basis, right? P.S. This is the 5th update, the bottom line has been achieved, and more updates will be released frequently in the future. I hope you can give a first order to support it, thank you. By the way, I would like to recommend my friend's new book Wuxia, The Evil Player. Chapter 56 Who Doesn't Want to Live? Husband, look, he stole someone's necklace, woo woo woo. The bewitching Yan woman opened her mouth with a whimper, and made a crying gesture as she spoke. Yejia suddenly felt that the goosebumps that he had finally eased up stood up involuntarily. "I can't stand this kind of woman." "Boy, what do you mean?" As soon as the woman made a squeak, the strong man immediately stood up for her, took 2 steps head-on, his expression became fierce, showing his strong muscles, and the pirate's bandit energy suddenly came up. "Can't understand the words. Come first and then arrive," Yejia said indifferently. "If you were an ordinary person, you might even be fooled by a strong man. But what he was facing was Yejia, a man who dared to kill even Tenryabito. Would he still be afraid of a pirate in you? What is my wife's fancy, you dare to tell me that it will come first?" The strong man walked up directly, stood in front of Yejia, and looked at him condescendingly. "Boy, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your language, put down the necklace, and everything is negotiable. Otherwise, you will annoy me, but no good fruit to eat." I have to say that although the strong man is reckless, he does have an advantage over Yejia in terms of height. Don't look at Yejia, who is already 1.8 meters tall, but in the pirate world where the strong are rampant and monsters are everywhere, any pirate can instantly kill him from his height. But is strength judged by height? Obviously not. I'll tell you one last time, this is the necklace that my woman saw first and liked very much. If you keep entangled, I don't mind letting you lie down directly." Yejia did not give in at all, and replied coldly. "Boy, it seems that you really don't want to live anymore." The strong man raised his fist and pinched it so loudly that his bull's eyes were as big as copper bells. "Why are there always so many over-the-top guys? I killed one person before, but now it's you. It seems that it is very necessary for me to clean up the dregs for this world." Yejia said, looked up, and his eyes flashed coldly. At the same time, his right hand suddenly protruded, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and he grabbed the strong man's throat as fast as lightning, and directly lifted his body weighing nearly 200 kilograms. The strong man didn't even have time to react at all, his feet left the ground, the pain of being caught by iron clamps came from his neck, and the suffocation surged, making his face flush. The bewitching woman saw Yejia's shot and lifted the strong man up. She was so frightened that she sat on the ground, her face turned pale. Other clerks and customers in the jewelry store were also taken aback. This strong man weighs at least 203 kilograms, and he raised his hand with one hand. "Well, now you think, who doesn't want to live anymore?" Yejia joked. Yes, it's me." The strong man was strangled by his throat, trying to slap Yejia's arm hard to let Yejia let go. But with his little strength, wanting to break free from Yejia's shackles is tantamount to a fool's dream. In this era, there are always some people who have to suffer a little before they know how to restrain themselves. I was too lazy to pay attention to you, but you are not willing to forgive me. Who do you think the necklace in my hand should belong to? Yejia continued to ask, with no intention of putting down the strong man at all. You, belong, you. The brawny man blushed and had a thick neck, and it became extremely difficult for him to speak. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, and it was a particularly hard iron plate. It's good to know. Yejia sneered, tell me, do you dare to be so arrogant in the future? No, no, no. The strong man said no for a long time, but he couldn't say the words. And looking at the degree, he has already started rolling his eyes, on the verge of suffocation. Today's situation is special, I will give you a way to survive. Next time, if I encounter you so arrogantly, I promise, your fate will be 10 times worse than now. After Yejia finished speaking, he threw the strong man away. Immediately, the strong man seemed to have escaped death, with a look of fear on his face, and coughed hard while covering his neck. Go away. Yejia gave the strong man a cold look, and the strong man got up quickly and took his wife out of the jewelry store. For fear that Yejia would be caught and tortured again if he ran slowly. As soon as the strong man left, the store was deserted in an instant. King Gluo, your necklace. Yejia smiled and took out the necklace, put it on King Gluo's neck and gestured, it's so beautiful to wear on you, as expected, everything is beautiful when you wear it. King Gluo's ears were hot, her face was flushed, and her heart was beating wildly. Especially Yejia's sentence "this is my woman's favorite necklace" directly hit King Gluo's soft heart, making her have the urge to get into Yejia's arms on the spot. Yejia, can you help me put it on? King Gluo asked softly. Of course, it's my pleasure. Yejia held the two ends of the necklace in both hands, and gently went around King Gluo's neck, her face touching her hair. King Gluo felt that she had never been so happy before, and she was so excited that she rubbed her little hands together. She was wearing the corners of her clothes, biting her lip, and she looked like a little girl. Okay. Yejia helped King Gluo put on the necklace, took a closer look, and revealed an admiring smile, beautiful. This necklace really matches you. King Gluo is as sweet as honey. Let's go. After paying the money, Yejia left the jewelry store with King Gluo with a sweet face. The two walked to the street where Gayamani and Kayulai were. In order to avoid the patrols of marine soldiers, they had to take a shortcut and walk down the alley. Suddenly Call out. A sharp arrow turned into a swift shadow and slammed towards Yejia. Huh? How fast is Yejia's reaction? Immediately he looked up. But he found that this sharp arrow didn't seem to mean to hurt him, and the figure didn't mean to dodge. The sharp arrow slid across the edge of Yejia's face, less than 1 centimeter away from his face. You are pirates? P.S. 6th more, and continue. Wow, the follow-up plot will be more and more exciting, please make your first order, thank you. Chapter 57 Cute White Leopard. Yejia froze in his heart. Has it been discovered? He looked at the place where the sharp arrow was shot, and saw a short figure in black clothes, even his face was covered with a black hood. That's right, the small figure looks like a child. And there was a hint of childishness in his voice. What if it's a pirate, and what if it's not a pirate? Yejia looked at the short figure and said indifferently. Although he didn't know what the other party had planned to ask him if he was a pirate, but now was the time when Marine was hunting for pirates, Yejia didn't act rashly, and was going to find out what the person's purpose was. You say this, it means you are a pirate. The short figure turned his head and stood in the sun. Yejia could only barely see the outline of a dark shadow, but he couldn't see his true face. You're mistaken, we're not pirates, we're just couples passing by. Yejia pulled Si King Gluo into his arms and put his head lightly on his shoulder. Si King Gluo showed a sweet smile and felt an unprecedented sense of security, as if as long as Yejia was there, she would not be afraid even if the sky fell. I see your strength. The short figure said, in the jewelry store, I have seen all of your actions. If you can handle that kind of thing with one hand, your strength must meet my requirements. Meet your requirements. I'm looking for a pirate group to leave this island. If possible, I'd like to join your pirate group. The little figure said his purpose. Yejia suddenly laughed when he heard this request. Co-author stood at such a high place to shoot arrows to stop himself, and pretended to be cool so that no one could see his appearance, and asked himself if he was a pirate. It turned out to be to join his own pirate group. Why do you have to join the pirate group to leave this island? As far as I know, there are often businessmen on this island, so it should be very convenient for you to come and go. Yejia began to question the uninvited guest. He was curious why he did not choose to take the convenient merchant ship, but took a different route and chose the pirate ship. The little figure was silent when he heard Yejia's question. Yejia was not in a hurry. He could see that this short figure had a low head, Vivi, thinking about his own problems. About 10 seconds passed. I can tell you, but if I read it, I will join your pirate group. The little figure said. It's not too late to talk about this. Yejia laughed. I saw the short figure jumped up, and the light figure fell in front of Yejia, but there was not much sound under his feet. From this, Yejia can judge that this person's movement speed is very strong. Okay. The short figure walked to Yejia. After hesitating for a while, he stretched out his hands and pushed back the hood that was covering his face, revealing his true face. Ah! Seeing the true face of the short figure, Si King Gluo suddenly exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. I really didn't expect it. It turned out to be like this. Yejia's eyes flashed. He saw a face that was not human. It looks like a young leopard, with gray and soft fur, dark golden pinhole-shaped pupils, two pointed ears, and a mouth that does not protrude like a leopard, but tends to be more human. This is a white leopard. But unlike ordinary leopards, he didn't have a single spot on his body and was pure white. Wow, so cute. Si King Gluo said in surprise. She couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. Women are born with a special preference for shiny and cute things, which is hard to resist. The white leopard was originally a naive tender young white leopard image, plus a little humanoid element. It looked just like the characters in the anime. Even Yejia thought it looked very cute. But the white leopard man was obviously not willing to contact people. His eyes flashed, his figure quickly retreated, and he put on his hood again. Is it all right now? Said the white panther. Yejia now finally understood why he refused to take the merchant's ship. Once the distinctive appearance is exposed, humans will definitely kill him as soon as possible, or capture him, treat him as a pet, or imprison him with other kinds of animals. All in all, with ordinary humans, he has to bear great danger. On the other hand, the pirates that most humans are afraid of are indeed a good choice for him. If you want to join my pirate group, it's not impossible, but not everyone can join my pirate group. You have to have the strength to match. Yeka Viviisho said. Strength. I understand. As soon as the voice fell, the white leopard suddenly turned into a swift shadow and bounced up. Call out. At the same time, he took out a crossbow and pulled the trigger in Yejia's direction. The white leopard didn't stop, he jumped around on the roof. Shhhhhhhhh. A sharp arrow pierced out of the air, and the whistling wind could be clearly heard. When the white leopard man landed in front of Yejia again, the sharp arrows that were launched pierced the ground fiercely, and the tails of the arrows trembled, forming a circle around Yejia and Si King Gluo. Oblige, is this kind of strength possible? The white leopard said. Fast and sensitive speed, accurate arrows, judgment in high-speed movement. Each arrow basically rubbed Yejia's body past, and then nailed it to the ground. Totally a sharpshooter. It's okay. Yejia Vivi laughed. All right. The white leopards were suddenly a little dissatisfied. Yes, it's okay. In fact, my death god pirates have high requirements for strength, such as this. As soon as Yejia's voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, before the white leopard man could react, a hand had already grabbed his hood and lifted it off. P.S. The 7th update is here. Not surprisingly, there will be more to come. Ask for your first order support. Thanks. Chapter 58 New Member. You. When the hood was taken off by Yejia, the white leopard man's face did not react. When he realized that the hood was taken off by Yejia, his subconscious figure immediately retreated, and there was an unbelievable look in his eyes. This guy's strength is beyond expectations. The white leopard saw Yejia's strength through the jewelry store, but he only thought that Yejia had some ability in strength, which should be similar to his own strength. But he never thought that Yejia was not only powerful, but also staggeringly fast, even more terrifying than him who was good at speed. Ming is so cute, it's a waste to cover it with a hood all day, and you can just use your real body in the future. Yejia said with a smile, because King Gluo likes you so much, and you have a certain strength, you can join my pirate group. In fact, the moment Yejia saw the white leopard, he already had the intention of wanting him to join. Later, I saw the strength of the white leopard. Although it is not particularly strong, but with the synthesis system, even if it is not strong, I have the ability to make my partner stronger. Of course, the most important thing is that Yejia thought of his ship and seemed to be missing a sharpshooter. The white leopards can play the bow and crossbow so well for 500. If they are replaced with real artillery and guns, they will definitely be more lethal than they are now. Can I join your pirate group? The white leopard seems to be a little surprised. He has already seen Yejia's strength. Needless to say, the degree of terror. The person who can become such a strong partner must be a strong person. I thought I was already quite powerful, but when I came to the other side, I didn't even have a chance to react. But he didn't expect that when he thought he was eliminated, the other party actually took the initiative and agreed to his application to join the pirates. Why, don't you want to? Yejia asked back. No, I just feel a little surprised. The White Panther shook his head. If you agree, then you have to. I didn't expect to go out for a walk, and there are still sharpshooters who took the initiative to come to the door. Luckily, I can't stop it. Yejia smiled and stretched out his hand to the white leopard. Let me introduce you formally, I am Yejia, the captain of the Death God Pirates. This is the chef and fighter on our ship, Si King Gluo. You are welcome to join the Sea of Death. Bandit. BF. My name is Yuri Kars, and I'm good at crossbows. Kars hesitated for a moment, stretched out his furry palm, and shook Yejia lightly. This human being is different from other people. In Kars's cognition, human beings will always be very wary of the aliens like him. As long as they see him, they will definitely raise their weapons at the first time. Over time, in order to protect himself, Kars had to strengthen his own strength. He secretly trained a little bit of Roku Shiki fur with Marine, and got a bow and crossbow for day and night training. With his natural agility, Kars has survived to this day. But the human being in front of him treated him the same as other ordinary human beings, and was not prejudiced at all because of different races and appearances. What a weirdo. Karls, you are welcome to join the Death God Pirates. Let's go. I will take you to meet the other pirates of the pirates first. Immediately, Kars put on the hood. Now that Marine is searching for it, all suspicious personnel will be interrogated. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Cars still chooses to walk on the familiar roof. Yejia, there is some bad news. As soon as he walked into the clothes store, Chiuli came over and sighed. What's wrong? Yejia was puzzled. Just now I heard someone talking about finding the pirate ship on the street. I took a look. Our ship was discovered by Marine. Chiuli said angrily, I thought it was hidden so well that it was impossible to be discovered, but I didn't expect Marine to be so shrewd this time, and still found our ship. It's my fault, I underestimated Marine's ability, Yejia. No, Captain, punish me. As the helmsman of the pirate group, Chiuli lost the pirate ship. Whether this kind of thing is changed to the pirate ship or another ship, it is a very serious matter, and it is no wonder that he blames himself so much. I thought it was a big deal. Yejia heard that, patted him on the shoulder, and said casually, you don't know, we were going to change to a pirate ship, but Marine took it, just in time to help us recycle broken copper and rotten iron. You don't have to blame yourself for this trivial matter, Chiuli. If you really feel guilty about us, remember to pay more attention when buying a boat, and don't let those profiteers have the opportunity to cut corners. Haha. Good. Chiuli nodded. He really blamed himself. Marine found out that such a big thing was caused by his own fault. If he didn't do something, he would feel uneasy in his heart. Okay, let's put these things aside for a while. What about Gayamani? I'm going to introduce her to a new friend, she'll definitely like it. Yejia laughed. Brother, yeah, I'm here. Before Chiu could leave, Gayamani jumped over in a backless princess dress. See the picture for details in the work. Brother, yeah, how is it, does it look good? Gayamani turned her skirt in front of Yejia and asked with a sweet smile. Dressed so beautifully, she just wanted to show Yejia a good look at herself. It's so beautiful. Little Mani is like a little princess now. Yejia smiled, and then a mysterious expression appeared on his face, but this time our pirate group has a new partner to join, you will be very happy to see him. A new partner joins. Chiuli's eyes lit up, showing curiosity. Where is he? Let him come out and let me see. Gayamani couldn't wait to take a look when she heard Yejia say that. Carl's. Yejia shouted, and immediately a swift shadow quickly entered the clothing store. If Yejia had not informed in advance, Chiuli would have been cut on the spot by drawing a knife. I'm Yuri Kars. Kars lifted his hood to reveal his true face. Gayamani was stunned for a while, then her eyes lit up, and she jumped up at once. Wow, so cute and cute. P.S. Get the 8th update. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 shifts every day, and 4 shifts from time to time. I hope you will give a first order support. Thank you very much. Chapter 59 Send Money Dodgy is here. As soon as Kars's cute white leopard image was revealed, the cute image immediately attracted Gayamani, and even Chiuli's eyes lit up. Such a cute little guy. Seeing Gayamani rushing towards him, Kars was stunned and subconsciously wanted to dodge. For so many years, he has been expelled and attacked by humans, and he is hostile to humans, and has a grudge in his heart, so he does not get close to humans easily. When humans came towards him, he would subconsciously retreat. But this time the person he faced was different. The other party was not only a little girl who had no prejudice against him, but also a partner of the same pirate group. Kars did not dodge, and let Gayamani hold him in her arms. Wow! Kars, your body is so soft. You are all fluffy and feel so comfortable. Gayamani was elated, as if she had found a beloved toy, and couldn't put it down. Kars was at a loss. This was the first time he was so popular with humans. Humans have never treated him so tenderly before, always cold muskets, machetes, bows and crossbows, and never said these to him, stop 15 you're dead. Kars listens for many years. He didn't expect to hear and feel these warm-hearted actions in humans today, and Cars didn't know how to respond for a while. Carls, you are best at bows, but bows are too weak to lethality, and once the arrows are exhausted, your own combat effectiveness will plummet. Now I don't have any suitable devil fruit for you, so you should first familiarize yourself with the use of guns. Yejia also has an unused dinosaur fruit in his hand, but this devil fruit is useless to the sharpshooter. I'll use guns. Cars said, I didn't use it before because I was worried that it would be too loud and would attract humans, so I've been using a crossbow all the time. I see. Yejia nodded, okay, the old pirate ship can't be wanted anymore, I have to get a bigger and more powerful pirate ship first. You guys will have a good time strolling around the town and having fun in the past few days. After I get the pirate ship in a few days, leave immediately. Great. I can buy more clothes. Gayamani said happily when she heard that she would not leave for the time being. In the next few days, Yejia and Chiuli devoted themselves to the pirate ship, while Gayamani and Si King Gluto were happily shopping and playing in the town under the protection of Cars. Marine patrolled day and night, and during this period, he really found a lot of pirates hiding in the town too late to escape. And not only the pirate ship of the Death God Pirates was discovered, but all other pirate ships were also found by Marine. After a few turbulent days, the island was basically wiped out of the pirates. However, it seemed that there was some situation on the other surrounding island, and the Marines were urgently called over, making Yejia and the others finally relieved. Whoa! A huge ship officially launched into the sea, wearing a black cloak, 2 knives dripping with blood and the flag of the skull fluttered in the wind, which was particularly conspicuous. Haha! The new Reaper is here. Yejia looked at his new pirate ship with satisfaction. This new Reaper is bigger than the original, looks more hacky luxurious from the outside, more complete internal facilities, and unparalleled performance. After all, it is a luxury ship that cost nearly 100 million berries to build, how can it be shabby? For this new Reaper, Yejia searched all the shipyards on the island, and finally locked on a well-known one. This group of shipbuilders didn't take it seriously at first, but when they saw 100 million berry, they were all in high spirits. They rushed to work overnight, took turns, and tried their best to grab time. Today, the new Reaper was successfully launched and debuted. Next, as long as the supplies are loaded onto the ship, we can set sail again. The supplies of the old Reaper were intercepted by Marine. In order to purchase the necessary supplies for the voyage these days, Yejia and Chiuli did not miss the trip. Thanks to the living map of Cars, a lot of effort was saved. Just when the group was looking forward to restarting the sea adventure, on the other side, a pirate ship about the size of the new Reaper quickly docked. Huh? Pirates? Yejia and the others all saw it. On the flag of the pirate ship, the skull and crossbones are golden. Pirates never seen before. Ha ha ha. Those damn Marines stayed on this island for so long, made me wait so many days, and now they're finally gone. I'm going to vent all my frustrations these days come out. A nouveau riche dressed in a pirate captain's costume, covered in jewels, and gleaming with gold, stepped on the bow, stretched out the golden hook of his right hand, exposed his mouth full of golden teeth, and shouted arrogantly. Little ones, once you get ashore, immediately kill me in the town. Treasures, food, and women are all ours. Whoever dares to resist will kill them all on the spot, understand? 697 Cokes. As soon as they heard that they were able to snatch the treasure by themselves, the pirates on the boat suddenly had green eyes, like wolves that had been hungry for many days, and their scorching greed made them extremely excited. The big pirate with a bounty of 110 million Bailey, Golden Fang Jabra is a very rampant and powerful pirate in the nearby waters. Marine has been dealing with him for a long time, but he has not succeeded in taking him down. As a resident of the island, Cars is obviously very familiar with this pirate. 110 million? Yejia heard this, and his eyes lit up. Isn't he lacking someone to add hacky fragments to himself? He thought that he might have to wait until the next island to meet a decent big pirate, but he didn't expect that the sea had not yet gone out, and God sent him a send money dodgy. Haha, good luck today. Yejia laughed. At this moment, a tall, bruised man walked out behind Jabra. When he saw the flag on the reaper, his eyes flashed. Captain, that's the Death God Pirates. P.S. Today is guaranteed for 3 shifts, and there should be 4 to 5 shifts if there is no accident. Please give me some flowers. Thank you very much. Chapter 60 Remove an arm. Death Pirates? You read that right? When Jabra heard it, he was instantly shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's impossible to be wrong, that's the flag of the Death God Pirates mentioned in the information, a skull with a cloak, a Death God scythe dripping with blood. All the described characteristics match, that is the Death God Pirates. Hearing Dennis's words, Jabra hurriedly looked at the seal of the Pirates of the Reaper. Ha ha ha. God really blesses me. Not only did he give me all of Marine to give me a chance, but now he even sent a guy with a bounty of 100 million to my door. This time I will definitely be able to make a name for myself in the underground. Jabra was extremely excited. He had already received an underground bounty issued by the clown himself. The bounty is 100 million, and the target is the Death God Pirates. Who is the clown? The king of the entire underground black zone. The tasks he personally released, regardless of the reward, as long as they can be completed, they will be appreciated by the clown and have a decent privilege. Such a good opportunity, who is not jealous? Therefore, the moment the news spread throughout the entire underground intelligence network, all the pirates with connections to the underground were gearing up, and couldn't wait to meet the unlucky guy who was offered a bounty by the clown, take off his head, and receive the reward in front of the clown. Jinya Jabra is also eager to find the guy who was offered a bounty by the clown as soon as possible. The bounty of 100 million is only, but he is a big pirate with a bounty of 110 million, don't underestimate this 10 million, it is enough show that your own strength is above the opponent. But in the vast ocean, how could he find it without a clue? Although Jabra was greedy for the reward, he had to give up his thoughts. However, he didn't expect that after stepping through the iron shoes, there was nowhere to find it, and it took no effort to get it. The pirate group that was offered a bounty by the clown actually appeared in front of him. God's will, it must be God's will. God can't take my eyes off the situation that I have endured for more than 10 days. This is a gift from God. Ha ha ha. Jabra, the golden tooth, burst out laughing with excitement. Immediately, the golden tooth Jabra raised his arm and shouted, "Little guys. Now our goal has changed. What good things can we grab from a broken town? There is a pirate group that is offered a bounty by the clown, as long as they are eliminated. We can not only get a bounty of 100 million Bailey, but also the reputation of the Golden Tooth Pirates can spread throughout the entire underground world. It's that ship. Little ones, go and kill those guys. Whoever can bring their heads back to me will be rewarded." Coax. When the crew of the Golden Tooth Pirates heard that there was a bounty of 100 million bells, they could get a big reward for killing those guys. Their eyes lit up, and they waved the machetes in their hands, just waiting for the pirate ship to approach. "Kishi, kill him immediately. Want to take shelter? I know where there are safe places, they can't find us." Jabra voice was very loud, Yejia and others heard it all. Kars looked solemn and said directly, "No need, it's easy to deal with these guys." Yejia Vivi laughed. "I see the other party as a dodgy for sending money, but the other party also sees myself as a dodgy for sending money." However, Yejia did not pay attention to this kind of stuff that could be worth more than 100 million yuan. Don't underestimate the Golden Tooth Pirates. Not only their captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 110 million, but also the deputy captain Dennis, who is also a master with a bounty of 98 million, which is close to breaking 100 million. Cars reminded. Really? That would be great. It seems that more than one Dodgy has come to send money, haha. You wait here for a while, and I'll come when I go. Yejia laughed twice, and before Cars could speak again, his figure disappeared directly in place. He is too reckless. The other party is a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Cars frowned and said, "Don't worry." Chuli Vivi smiled, "You will soon know the strength of our captain. Get to the shore. Don't let those guys run away. This is a big piece of fat." Ha ha ha. The Golden Tooth Jabberlil was shouting loudly, and suddenly. "Yeah, you bunch of big fat meats, I'm so jealous." The unfamiliar voice of Gujing Liubo suddenly came from the top of everyone's heads. Immediately, all the crew members of the Golden Tooth Pirates quickly looked up and saw Yejia standing on the mast of the ship, looking down at them condescendingly. "I just found out that the clown has offered a bounty to my death god pirates in the underground world. But the bounty is only 100 million, is it too underestimated?" Yejia joked. Of course he knew why the Joker offered a bounty to him. He destroyed the Delilan family himself, and destroyed all the wealth-gathering industries in Babistan, causing the clown to lose at least 1 billion Baileys. How could he not hate himself? "How dare you take the initiative to come to the door, boy, you are finished." Jabra's eyes flashed fiercely, "Give me death." As soon as he finished speaking, the arm with the golden hook swung violently, and the golden hook was suddenly thrown out, followed by a long string of iron chains. The golden hook rushed directly to Yejia, and the golden tooth Jabber sneered. "His hook is contaminated with powerful venom, and if it touches the skin, it will be poisoned immediately. If the wound is drawn and the poison seeps into the blood, the enemy will be killed in a short time. Lee's good. It is by relying on this insidious method that Jabberlier can kill many pirates who are competing with him, and Marine who wants to capture him. Too slow. And it doesn't seem to have any power at all. But this gold can't be wasted. Let's take off one of your arms first." The corner of Yejia's mouth twitched, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Laugh. With a soft sound, the blood arrow shot into the sky. One of Jabra's arm was cut straight and flat by something, and there was a trace of scorch on the wound. Ah! Golden Teeth Jabberlier was shocked, then he clutched his broken arm and cried out in pain. "Don't shout, your end will be more painful than it is now. I'm afraid you won't even have the strength to shout." Chapter 61 Momo Fruit. Captain. When the other crew members of the Golden Tooth Pirates saw this scene, their bodies couldn't help shaking. Their captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 110 million Bailey. He has been in the sea for many years, and he has never encountered such a fierce opponent. As soon as he made a move, he took off an arm. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Such an enemy is terrifying. "Hey, even with this little strength, you dare to come and loot the town, and try to be courteous to the clown guy, just for these 2 points, you have to die here today." Yejia's figure fell next to the Golden Tooth Jabberlier, who was rolling on the ground and howling in pain, and glanced at the Golden Teeth Jabberlier indifferently. For this kind of pirate who robs and robs houses, of course, Yejia must clean him up, otherwise how can he be worthy of his death god name? Chong. Suddenly, a flash of cold light flashed, and a knife passed through Yejia's neck like lightning. Dennis, the vice-captain of the Golden Tooth Pirates, took action. Dennis took advantage of Yejia's unpreparedness and slashed out, wanting to cut off Yejia's head before he could fully react. However, he could clearly feel that his knife completely penetrated through Yejia's body and did not harm the opponent at all. At that time, Dennis's heart sank, and his face became extremely ugly. Logia Devil Fruit Ability. Known as the most difficult Devil Fruit power user to deal with, because no matter what means you use, you can't hurt the opponent 1 cent, unless you hit it with Sea Stone, otherwise there is only one end left, death. Yoa, so that's the case, what the Golden Tooth Jabra Liar, the bounty of 110 million Bailey, is completely a low-strength garbage, only relying on the insidious means of poisoning. You are the one who has a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. Strong guy. Yejia raised his head and looked playfully at Dennis, who shot him. He could clearly feel that Dennis was stronger than Jabra Liar, the Golden Tooth. How could a person with such strength not even break through 100 million? The bounty of the two of them should be completely exchanged with each other. Dennis didn't say a word, just held his sword in both hands and looked at him with a heavy face. But it can be seen from the perspiration that Dennis continued to seep from his forehead that the pressure in his heart was very great. However, whoever changed it would be under a lot of pressure to face the Logia Fruit ability. But since you shot me, you should be ready to be beheaded by me, right? As soon as Yejia said this, Dennis' pupils shrank suddenly. I saw his footsteps twisted, his body was on one side, the knife was in front of him, and he slashed in the direction of Yejia. Unsurprisingly, the knife passed directly through Yejia's body. But to everyone's surprise, Dennis jumped up and jumped directly into the sea. Lieutenant Dennis. The captain's arm was broken in an instant, and Vice-Captain Dennis also escaped. Shall we kill him and collect the reward from the clown? You idiot, he is a Logia Fruit power, what are we going to do to kill him? Run. 1 second ago, they shouted and killed, and the first class of the Golden Teeth pirates who wanted to catch the Death God pirates received the reward. The next second saw the captain's arm was cut off, rolling all over the ground, and the deputy captain jumped into the sea to escape. A group of people were cowardly at the time and scattered, and they also wanted to jump into the sea to escape like Dennis. They know that even the most powerful devil fruit abilities can't exert their power in the sea. As long as you enter the sea, you have an 80% chance of surviving. Dive into the sea to escape? That's a wise choice. Yejia's mouth twitched. Sizzle _. On his arm, a blue electric light appeared, and a palpitating aura emanated from the jump of the electric snake. Ever since he used God's judgment, there has always been a faintly absorbing breath, and when he does not use Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit, there is no difference, but once Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit ability, this momentum will be revealed. According to Yejia's prediction, it should be the harbinger of his Haki. Haki appears in the case of great emotional fluctuations, which is exactly in line with the setting of One Piece/King of Pirates. 3 million volts, discharge. The electric snake with thick arms blasted out, and the terrifying current spread instantly. Ah! The pirates who had not had time to jump into the sea were electrocuted on the spot. 3 million volts passed through them, and the whole person basically turned into coke. Those pirates who jumped into the sea could not escape, and the thunder and lightning filled the air. They all twitched, shivered, and died on the spot. Dennis, who was the first to escape, was also directly covered by lightning, and the 3 million volts of electricity made him tremble. Okay, you can resist my blow without dying. Then can you resist this blow? Hua ran. Yejia's figure appeared beside Dennis at some point, and his feet that lingered with glitter had already been raised. Bang! With a loud bang, Dennis's head was slanted, and his body flew out like an arrow from the string. This time, Dennis couldn't stay awake anymore, rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Good, so strong. Kars saw from the beginning to the end. Yejia's powerful strength was so shocked that he could not speak clearly. Ming Meng's big eyes stared at the boss, thinking that she had inadvertently stopped such a terrifying powerhouse. Fortunately, Yejia didn't shoot directly at that time, otherwise how could he stay here safely now? Start with the weak first. Yejia returned to the boat, looked at Jabra Liar, who was still rolling on the ground and howling, and grinned, "Isho, you must hold on." Immediately, his fist slammed directly on the golden-toothed Jabber-Liar. Light-speed punch. 1500 punches a second. Jinya Jabber-Liar's whole body is like being shocked by electric shock. He keeps shaking, trembling, wanting to resist, want to scream. Yejia accidentally punched him in the face, and immediately made him speechless, can only be passively beaten. "Congratulations, you got a shard of Momo fruit." "Congratulations, you got a shard of Momo fruit." "Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki." "Congratulations, you got a blood jade shard." "Congratulations, you got a shard of Momo fruit." "Momo fruit." Yejia's eyes brightened. "P.S. Please recommend a friend's martial arts school article, you can. Martial Arts, The Jade Stealer. Chapter 62 Synthesis. Armament Haki. Yejia remembers very clearly that the owner of Momo fruit is Burndy World, called World Destroyer. This guy is incredible, the man who, along with Roger and Whitebeard, made the world government fear. If it weren't for the betrayal of his subordinates and he was imprisoned in the 6th floor of the Impel Down Infinite Hell, he would definitely be a famous pirate all over the world by now, and he might even become a super pirate with the same reputation as the 4 emperors. His greatest strength is not Haki and Roku Shiki, but his Momo fruit ability. Anything he touches, he can make it bigger or smaller by hundreds of times. Not only that, even his own speed and strength are within the range of his amplification. It is precisely because of this powerful fruit ability that Burndy World has the terrible ambition to overthrow the world government. However, the final end is the same as other villains. No matter how powerful they are, they can't escape the end of being killed by Luffy's shining protagonist Halo. This fruit can freely enlarge or shrink the objects it touches by 100 times, and if it is developed properly, it may be more than 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. The power of the Momo fruit can be seen from the fact that Burndy World is called World Destroyer. It is absolutely extraordinary. If this fruit can enhance the power of my other devil fruits, it may have a very important effect on me. But if it can't be used for 490 with other devil fruits, this fruit is just useless to me. The most powerful ability of Momo fruit is that it can make things bigger, and the power will also increase, and it is 100 times increased. Just imagine how terrifying the power would be to increase the judgment of God by 100 times. Leveling a city is just a click away. However, this is simply not possible. Yejia has already tried to combine the abilities of Glint Glint fruit and Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble fruit, such as laser light. If it can be accompanied by 8 million volts of electricity, how terrifying the power will be. But Yejia tried countless times and never succeeded, not even a little sign of success. A person can't eat 2 devil fruits, because it will cause the body to explode. Similarly, 2 devil fruits should be repelled, so even if there is an existence like Blackbeard that can hold 2 devil fruits in one body, it can only coexist, and cannot allow the ability to merge. In this case, the Momo fruit is much less useful to me. But it is just right to give it to Cars. He is a sharpshooter. If the shells shot out can be increased by 100 times, the destructive power is enough to directly sink a ship. Thinking of this, Yejia decided that after synthesizing this, BFBJ, Momo fruit, he immediately gave it to Cars. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the fragments of Momo fruit. Is it synthesized? At this time, a sweet mechanical and electronic female voice came out. So soon? Oh, by the way, I have the effective number of rapid synthesis now. It only takes 10 fragments to synthesize a devil fruit, no wonder it is so fast. However, this opportunity is not easy to come by, and I'm going to use it in exchange for hacking. No. Yejia continued to blast at Jabber-Liar, the golden tooth. Congratulations, you got a shard of Momo fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of Momo fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki. Congratulations, you got a blood jade shard. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the maximum stamina pill. The prompt sound popped up frantically with Yejia's rumble, and his mind was almost filled with the sound of a Sweet Beauty sound cassette. Haki shards. Make sure to collect them for me this time. Yejia ignored the other shard recipes and stared at the number of haki shards. Armament haki, 32 50ths. Armament haki, 35 50ths. Armament haki, 37 50ths. Haki shards are too slow to obtain and can't compare to other item shards. It turns out that the physical strength limit pill fragments are the most difficult to explode. After the haki formula appeared, it directly secured the first place on the throne of the lowest explosion rate fragments. I have to say that although the real strength of Jabra is not comparable to that of the Deputy Captain Dennis, his physical fitness is still quite good. Anyway, it is also a pirate recognized by the Marine government with a bounty of over 100 million, and he is not a devil himself. If a person with fruit ability does not have strong physical support, how can he fight with others? After 20 seconds, Jinya Jabra carried Yejia 30,000 punches. Armament haki shards have finally entered 40 pieces, and only the last 10 pieces are left to synthesize a haki. However, Jinya Jabra finally couldn't hold it at all at this time. His head was tilted, his body was still, and there was no breath. Dead? The prompt sound in his mind stopped abruptly, and Yejia immediately realized that Jabra was dead. Fortunately, this time, buy one get one free, and gave me another guy with a strength of over 100 million. With his physical fitness, how can the last 10 haki fragments explode? Immediately, Yejia raised his foot directly. Boom! The pirate ship of the Golden Tooth Pirates was smashed through a large hole. Yejia grabbed Dennis, who had passed out, and threw it beside Jabra. His eyes flashed. The next step is to rely on you, you must resist me. Light speed punch. After the Golden Tooth Jabra twitched, Dennis began to twitch. Listening to the constant reminders coming from his mind, Yejia knew that he was getting closer and closer to getting haki. Armament haki, 42 50ths. Armament haki, 45 50ths. Armament haki, 48 50ths. Armament haki, 49 50ths. Last piece. Last piece. Yejia was roaring in his heart. I don't know if the system was deliberately opposing him, but it was already at the last piece, and after 3 or 4 seconds, several thousand punches, not even a single haki fragment burst out. No way, system, you lost the chain at this time. It's been so long, how can it be done with devil fruit and blood jade fragments? Hurry up. I want haki fragments. Yejia was full of prayers. Finally, amid the long calls, the prompt sound with the word haki sounded again. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the armament haki shards. Is it synthesized? Synthetic. Yejia almost shouted the sentence. When 50 haki fragments were thrown into the huge furnace, Yejia's mood became extremely nervous as the colorful progress bar started. The synthesis speed of haki is obviously much slower than that of other recipes, and the colorful progress bar crawls forward a little bit. But no matter how slow the progress bar is, it will always be done. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained a copy of Armament Haki. Do you want to use it? Use. Haha, it's finally here. Yejia was so excited that he could not wait to look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. P.S. Friends who like this book, please send some flowers, thank you. Chapter 63 Fragment Acquisition Guidelines changed. After using Armament Haki, Yejia felt that there was something more in his body, but this feeling could not be described in words. It was a bit weird. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained Armament Haki, Please enter your Haki interface and check the level. The sweet electromechanical female voice prompt sounded, and Yejio was stunned. There is also the Haki interface, can you check the level? Yejia quickly opened the interface of the synthesis system, only to see a black light flashing, and another card interface appeared on the right side of the gambling board. As soon as you enter, you will see 3 icons. One was lit, the other 2 were still gray. Needless to say, the other 2 gray ones must be Observation Haki and Conqueror Haki. The only Haki shard recipes that can be exploded are Armament and Observation Haki. Conqueror is not in the recipe. Is it possible that you really have to comprehend and develop it yourself? Conqueror is not something that an ordinary person can have. Armament and Observation Haki can be cultivated, but Conqueror can only be mastered by those who are born with the wealth of a king. Let's see what the ARM 373 color Haki level is. Enter the Armament Haki interface, and the information is spread out. Armament Haki, Level 1. Rap, Level 1 attach Armament Haki to a fist or weapon to attack. Hardening, Level 1 the skin color becomes pure black when Armament Haki is attached to the body, and the surface of the part appears metallic luster, and the hardness increases with the strength of the Haki. Armament Haki required for next upgrade, 0/1. Twisting, winding, hardening, so it is. But what is the distance needed for the next Armament Haki? Is it possible to upgrade the Armament Haki to level 2, but also need to synthesize a new Haki? Yejia's mouth twitched at that time. It takes 500 Haki fragments to synthesize an Armament Haki. And it's more difficult for Haki to explode than to go to the sky. At this pace, if you want to raise Haki to level 2, it's difficult. But it should be a little more difficult. After all, Haki greatly increases strength. Whether it is capable or non-capable, BFCB, Haki will become particularly powerful. When Haki reaches full level in the future, how terrifying will it be? The guidelines for obtaining fragments of synthetic systems have been updated, do you want to check? Suddenly, the sweet mechanical and electronic female voice sounded again. Update? Check. Immediately, a message spread in Yejia's mind. Criteria for obtaining fragments: attacking a person with a strength of over 100 million belongs to the normal scope of acquisition, and will no longer be presented in the form of reduced power fragments. Downright fragmentation form. What's the meaning? Yejiatuo glanced at it, his eyes lit up immediately, he woke up, and at the same time his eyes burst into surprise. Could it be that, from now on, even if you attack people with lower strength than before, you will still be able to get devil fruit fragments? Literally, it is. However, there are certain restrictions. You have to attack people with a strength of over 100 million. In this way, as long as I attack a person with a strength of over 100 million, I will be able to explode devil fruit, Haki, and the fragments of the physical limit Dan. Simply the gospel. Yejio was also puzzled before. Every time he wanted to get the devil fruit, he had to attack a stronger enemy than the last time. If you really encounter someone who is too strong in the future, such as Marine Vice Admiral Bastille, after getting the fragments from him, if you don't attack someone stronger than him, won't you just stare blankly? Fortunately, the synthesis system is still relatively user-friendly, and the rules for obtaining fragments have been directly changed, so that in the future, as long as you attack characters with a strength of over 100 million, you can get fragments. Cool. Before, the devil fruit fragments were difficult to explode, and I just wanted to make myself a super strong, surpassing Whitebeard and becoming the strongest person in the world. But now with this update of the guidelines, it means that my devil fruit it becomes endless. I can use so many devil fruits to create a real Reaper Pirates. There are all devil fruit people on the ship, and any one of them has Haki, and the lowest one can have the strength comparable to Shichibukai. That picture, just thinking about it, it is exciting. While Yejio was excited and looking forward to it, he didn't forget to bang Dennis under his fist. Dennis can only consider himself unlucky. It is not good to come to grab the town one day, so he has to come today. How could Yejio be polite to the send wealth dodgy delivered to your door? Congratulations, you got a shard of momo fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of momo fruit. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki. Congratulations, you got a blood jade shard. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the maximum stamina pill. Sure enough, Yejio was not mistaken. This guy really has the strength of a bounty of over 100 million, but it is estimated that he is a little low-key. Marine only fixed his bounty at 98 million. Ha ha ha. It's cool to have a bounty of over 100 million. You can resist so many punches and still not die. For the sake of giving me haki and devil fruit, I respect you as a hero. Yejio burst out laughing. If Dennis hadn't been beaten by Yejio and completely lost consciousness, it is estimated that he would have vomited 3 liters of blood when he woke up and heard this. Finally, when the sound came to an abrupt end, Dennis took his last breath and declared his death completely. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the fragments of momo fruit. Is it synthesized? The sweet electronic beep made Yejio a little surprised. Only 2 people can get a 100-piece fragment? It must be the reason why the bounty is over 100 million, cool, haha. Synthetic. Yejio felt extremely comfortable. Laughing and teleporting, he came directly to the crowd. 2 unpopular things were easily solved. Yejio clapped his hands and smiled. Cars looked at Yejio and lowered his head silently. Then, he solemnly bowed to Yejio. Thank you, Grandpa Aziz will be very happy if he can see this scene. Chapter 64 Cars is past. Grandpa Aziz? Yejio was puzzled. I was a wanderer on this island, and all my memories of the past have been lost. When humans were chasing me, it was Grandpa Aziz who took me in secretly. Kars's eyes had a look of reminiscence. Grandpa Aziz is the only person on the island who is friendly to me. He is very kind, and that's why I don't have any special hatred for human beings so far. Maybe it was his teaching to me that made me I understand a lot. But just 2 years ago, Jabra, the Golden Tooth, led his pirate group to loot on the island. In order to protect his family, Grandpa Aziz was killed by the pirates. I want to help Grandpa Aziz. I want to take revenge, but I know that my strength is not enough, and I can't be the opponent of Jinya Jabra Liar, so I have been holding back, hoping that one day I can become stronger and kill those pirates who killed Grandpa. But since the Golden Tooth Jabra Liar came 2 years ago, I only heard that he has looted other islands in the past 2 years, and he has never come to this place again, and my strength can't get too much here. Improve, I am determined to leave here, go to the place where the strong gather, and make my strength even stronger. When I come back, it will be the time when the Golden Tooth pirates will perish. So you found me? Yejio curiously said, your grandpa was killed by a pirate, and you have to follow the pirates. It seems a bit unreasonable. In the beginning, I was really repulsive to pirates, until later I met a person from the Whitebeard Pirates whose name was, yes, Ace. Cars recalled. Ace. Yejio's eyes lit up. But at this time, Ace is about to meet Blackbeard on Bonaro Island, right? As the fuse of the war on the top, it is estimated that it will break out soon. Ace told me that not all pirates are evil, just as there are good and bad among humans. Let me try to trust pirates. Cars said, the reason I picked you that day was because you stood up for your woman. I think you must be a good pirate like Ace. It turns out that I was right. Your woman. When Si King Glow heard this, her face flushed bright red, and she was very happy. Humph. When Gayamani heard Kars's words, her cheeks bulged immediately, looking unconvinced. It turns out that, then it seems that we have a lot of fate, haha. Yejia did not expect things to be so coincidental. He managed 2 pirates with over 100 million by himself, and accidentally became Kars's benefactor. Kars also found himself by accident, and now he is a member of the Death God Pirates. From this point of view, the sentence "there is no coincidence," where is the clever word? Come on, our Death Pirates, every new partner will get a gift from me. This is your gift, Momo fruit. Yejia took out the Momo fruit, black swirl threads, shaped like a cannonball, and looked more like a work of art. Devil fruit? Kars's eyes lit up. Ace said he is a devil fruit person, but after eating a devil fruit, he will turn into a landlubber. But since you gave it, I will accept it. As if to appreciate Yejia's kindness to avenge Grandpa Aziz, Kars took the Momo fruit and ate it together without saying a word. The smell was weird, but Kars didn't even frown. After he ate all of it, his body suddenly grew a lot bigger uncontrollably, from a short body of just over a meter, to a giant with a height of 4 or 5 meters. Wow, Kars is so cute when he grows up. Giamini's eyes were full of light. Momo fruit can make the body 100 times bigger or smaller at will, and at the same time it can also make the objects it touches bigger or smaller, and even the speed and strength can be increased. Yejia said with a smile, after you use the gun, each cannonball you shoot can instantly become 100 times bigger. This kind of power, just think about how powerful it is. Kars heard the surprise in his eyes again and again. It seems that my choice this time is really right. I just joined, and I got such a powerful devil fruit. And the strength of the captain is also amazing, easily kill the 2 big pirates of the Golden Tooth pirate ship. Thank you. Thousands of words finally came together into one sentence, Kars said sincerely. Thank you, no need, let's go, it's getting late, we should set sail. And through today's incident, I finally understood that our Death God pirates have been targeted for a long time. It seems that it is necessary to resolve this dispute. The clown posted a quest underground and offered himself a reward, and wanted his own head. As the god of death, and as the captain of the Death God pirates, how could Yejia let the other party play tricks? If you dare to take action against the Death God pirates, then don't blame me for sending you to hell. Joker, just wait for me. Marine Headquarters. Crack. The marshal's table was slammed into the sky, and a tall, thin man wearing a bubble mask, Tenryabito costume, and a mustache stared at Sengoku the Buddha and said angrily, Marshal Sengoku, time has passed. It's been 10 days. My son has been killed for 10 days. Up to now, your Marine headquarters have not even a clue. Are you still worthy of being called Marine? Marine, you should do everything for Tenryabito and put your life aside. I don't want the lives of you guys, but you should at least catch the murderer who killed Oxger in front of me and give me an explanation. Saint Alves, please calm down. Sengoku the Buddha frowned, full of unhappiness, but he couldn't show it in front of Tenryabito. He is helpless. Marine itself is the weapon of the world government, and the world government is to serve Tenryabito. Now Tenryabito is dead in the sea, and not even the body is left. Marine has been hunting for 10 days and caught countless pirates, but the real murderer has not been found. Sengoku the Buddha, known as the resourceful general, also there is no way. Chapter 65 Top War Fuse. From the beginning to the end of this Tenryabito incident, apart from the call for support, there was no other clue. The sea cave has been refilled, and no wreckage has been found in the sea. The range covers several kilometers, and no clues can be found. It can be seen that the murderer who killed Tenryabito also knew that he must not leave the slightest clue to be found. Therefore, even if Marine had tried his best, it would be difficult to catch the murderer. Marshal Sengoku, it was Tenryabito who died? The nobles of the world, the descendants of the Creator. And they are the children of my Alvin family, not your Marine-s cats and dogs. Please pay attention to this issue. There was anger in the holy eyes of Alves, and at the same time, there was the arrogance of Tenryabito, which could not be denied. As he said, it was Tenryabito who died? The most noble race in the world. And it's his son. He was actually killed by an unknown pirate. How could this make him calm down? He did not directly move the 15 families of Tenryabito from the Holy Land Marijois to put pressure on Sengoku the Buddha, but he was merciful. Saint Alves, I understand your feelings, but we Marine are already trying our best to find the murderer. I hope you can give us some time. Sengoku the Buddha was very dissatisfied with the words of Saint Alves. As a soldier, he chose to be patient. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Yo, Alves Saint, Marshal Sengoku, you are all here. Admiral Kizaru, wearing toed glasses, walked in. Kizaru, what's the matter? Sengoku the Buddha asked. I encountered a more serious matter, but the other party's requirements are relatively high. I need to seek the opinion of Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru sat directly on the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and said lazily. Let's say it directly. With you, everything is difficult. You are always afraid of trouble. When will you change it? Sengoku the Buddha shook his head. This time is different. Kizaru's eyes flashed and he glanced at Alves Saint. Do you know Porgas Dias? Of course I do. Sengoku the Buddha said solemnly, the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard. He is very powerful and has a lot of fame in the New World. What's wrong? He lost. Kizaru said lazily, losing to Marshal D. Teach, who calls himself Blackbeard. What do you mean? Sengoku the Buddha frowned. Marshal D. Teach defeated Ace, found me, and exchanged Ace for a Shishibukai position. I hope we can agree. Kizaru told the truth directly. Marshal D. Teach, this guy even has D in his name. Kizaru, help me contact him, I want to talk to him personally. Sengoku the Buddha realized the seriousness of the matter and said, Saint Alves, I'm sorry, now I have very important things to deal with. Don't worry, we will do our best to catch the murderer. Let's have some time. Marshal Sengoku, my patience is limited. If you can't give me a clear answer as soon as possible, trust me, I will definitely make you sad. After Alves Saint finished his threatening words, he strode out of the marshal's office. Tenryabito is particularly difficult to speak. Kizaru chuckled, the toad mirror reflected light in the sun. Always put your position above your head, and put our position under your feet. Wherever you are, you have to bear the pressure. Stop talking, just contact Marshal D. Teach now. I have a hunch that something big is about to happen. Sengoku the Buddha solemnly said. Of course something big happens. Kizaru leaned back lazily, raised his head, and said worriedly, Whitebeard's son, he will hate us to death. With his character, he will never sit idly by. Marine is going to fight an unprecedented game this time. It's a tough fight, it's really troublesome. On the sea, the crew members are all diligently practicing. King Gluo, yes, that's right, so you can easily use the 5-color thread. How did you learn about the super strike whip I taught you last time? Don't worry, little Manny, you are just too impatient. The ability to heal the fruit is very powerful, we all need it. Cultivate slowly. I believe that in a short time, you will be able to heal me in an instant. Carls, has the booster practiced to 20 times? The sniper rifle I bought for you has a range of 1 kilometer. If the booster can be increased to 20 times, your shot will be equal to a shell, and you can directly use the sniper rifle. The other party's pirate ship was smashed to pieces. While Yegio practiced, he was also teaching his partners how to use his abilities. Although they are all beginners and have not been in contact with them for a long time, with Yegio being there and familiar with all the skills, they will naturally be able to avoid many detours when they are developed. No, in just a few days, SI King Glogo has been able to fully master the 223 Super Strike Whip. This move is a bit similar to Spider-Man's spinning. The palm can instantly spray dozens of almost transparent silk threads, and then these threads are twisted together to form thick strands like hair. The power is so great that it can cut anything in half. If it is difficult for the other party to detect it, it is not difficult to cut off the opponent's head. Cars itself has a bit of strength, plus all his power is exerted on the musket, and he only needs to continuously increase the growth rate of Momo fruit. There is still a long way to go, 100 times that of the predecessors. As for Chiuli and Gayamani, Yegyo basically doesn't need to worry about it. Gyamani's healing fruit was originally an auxiliary type ability, and it would be a bit slow to cultivate. Chiuli was reluctant to become a devil fruit person, and devoted himself to the romance of the sword. After constantly taking physical strength pills and practicing day and night, he has become much stronger than before. Letter bird, here. Yegyo waved his hand, and the letter bird responsible for delivering the newspaper landed on the boat. He took down a newspaper and put a gold coin in the letter bird bag. The letter bird gave an excited thank you and spread its wings and left. Opening the newspaper, Yegyo only glanced at it, and his eyes immediately froze. Ace was caught. Chapter 66_Empress, Boa Hancock. A big headline in the newspaper, Ace's bounty image occupies the largest space. Marine officially announced today that the worst pirate of the century, the captain of Whitebeard, Porgas D. Ace, has been arrested. The result of the trial is that he committed a heinous crime. He has been detained in Impel Down prison, awaiting the final execution. On the headlines of the newspaper, there are also many description articles, all of which praise Marine, add fuel to the evil deeds committed by the Whitebeard pirates, and portray Ace as a hateful pirate who does all kinds of evil. But this kind of article can only deceive the uninformed people all over the world. People who really know the inside story, such as Yegyo, don't even believe a single punctuation mark. Not to mention Ace's character, even Whitebeard is involved, and they really can do it. Yegyo snorted coldly. Who is Whitebeard? Known as the world's strongest man, the super pirate who once rivaled One Piece/King of Pirates Gol Roger. Such a person would burn, kill, and loot for the sake of those 3 melons and jujubes. Only a fool would believe this. As soon as the news of Ace's arrest comes out, the whole world will be shaken, and the next day will not be peaceful. Yegyo, who is familiar with One Piece/King of Pirates, knows it very well. Ace was caught and publicized by Marine, which was the fuse of the war on the top. This big event that ignited the entire One Piece/King of Pirates has a far-reaching impact and has played a huge role in the development of the entire future plot. Especially when the super pirate Whitebeard died in battle, Blackbeard made his debut and took Whitebeard's shock fruit. Of course, the most regrettable thing is that Akainu killed Akainu on the spot in order to protect Luffy. How can I say that I am a member of the One Piece/King of Pirates world now? If I don't participate in this top war, how can I make it? Yegyo's mouth twitched. Ace was arrested, and the biggest battle of One Piece/King of Pirates is about to start. He is a huge fighting force now. If I remember correctly, after Ace was captured, in order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, Marine quickly summoned Shishibukai and asked them to participate in this war. Now that Shishibukai is here, the clown will definitely be there too. This guy, he was very arrogant when he was fighting at the top. He especially liked to watch the fun, and he was arrogant. I had already seen this guy unhappy. It's just that he dared to attack me this time, so I will first go and take him down. Sizzle_. A blue electric light emerged from Yegyo's palm, reflecting his face. After practicing a lot recently, I feel that I have made great progress. I don't know how much strength I have now. It's time to find someone to test it out. In order to become stronger as soon as possible, Yegyo had to make himself stronger before the killing of Tenryubido came to light. Otherwise, how to deal with Admiral S attack? You know, I'm not the same as Luffy. Luffy beat up Tenryabito, but didn't kill him, but he beat Tenryabito to the point where there was no slag left. Based on this alone, the terrifying Yejia will face not only Kizaru alone, but possibly Kyuzen, Akainu, and Kizaru. Captain. 2 pirate ships were found ahead. Suddenly, Cars shouted loudly. 2 pirate ships? Yejia heard it, and then quickly looked in the direction Cars pointed. I saw that in the place where the sky and sea were communicating, there were 2 shadows facing each other, barely able to distinguish 2 ships, very large ships, but the specific shape could not be seen at all. Cars, are there any pirate flags on these 2 ships? Please describe to me. BFCF. Yejia said. Yes, they are all pirates. Cars said while looking through the scope on the sniper rifle. One of the ship's pirate flags has only a skull, and around the skull, there are 9 snake heads surrounding it. 9 snake pirates? As soon as Yejia heard Kars's description, he immediately thought of the most beautiful woman in One Piece / King of Pirates, the Empress Boa Hancock. At the beginning, Yejia also liked the Empress very much. He felt that it was a comic book, so how could he have such a perfect face and figure, which was completely in line with his oriental aesthetics and belonged to Yejia's dream lover. I didn't expect to find it here. According to the current timeline, Luffy is still on the way to fight Gecko Moria, and he hasn't even boarded the Sabayati Islands, let alone been slapped by the Tyrant Bear and flew to Maiden Island. Yejia grinned. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. Carls, where's the other ship? The pirate flag of another ship, with 3 skulls on it? Cars said. 3 skulls. Any other features? Yes. This pirate ship is different. Like a raft, it is tied with 3 huge wooden stakes. It's him. Hearing Kars's return, Yejia's eyes flashed fiercely, and he immediately thought of Avicius, the biggest villain in the One Piece / King of Pirates world, Blackbeard. Blackbeard meets the Empress? There's no such part in One Piece / King of Pirates. And with the current strength of the Blackbeard pirates, even Ace can defeat the Empress. Surely the Empress will not be their opponent? Let's go over and see what's going on. Where's your captain, Blackbeard? Let him come out to see the concubine. This matter has to be explained to the concubine, isn't it? On the bow of the 9 Snakes pirate ship, the charming and delicate figure is leaning on a pink snake. The red and white cheongsam is split, revealing long, white and smooth legs. The jet black waterfall like long hair poured down, and a serious expression appeared on the exquisite face. This is the female Emperor Hancock, a peerless beauty who has a country and a city, and makes countless people fall in love with her. However, it is obvious that she is not in a good mood today. The territory under his command was suddenly attacked, vanished, and countless people were brutally killed. The Empress directly brought a large army to ask for guilt, and met the culprit of this attack, the Blackbeard pirates. P.S. Please subscribe. Grateful. Chapter 67 Blackbeard Pirates. Sorry, our captain has something very important to deal with. He specifically told us to visit our colleagues as a member of the Shishibukai. On the Blackbeard pirate ship, a tall, thin man with frighteningly white skin, holding a red salute, wearing a top hat, and looking like a mime, was facing the Empress Hancock in the distance, holding the brim of his hat and said, Lafitte, one of the earliest crew members of the Blackbeard pirates. Formerly a West Blue security officer, who gained notoriety there for excessive violence, he was deported. Once mysteriously appeared in a meeting of the government called Shishibukai, and asked Marshal Sengoku to ask Captain Blackbeard to join the Shishibukai under the king. But at that time, Marshal Sengoku obviously didn't know who Blackbeard was, and naturally ignored his application to join Shishibukai. But from this, it can be seen that this person's strength is not bad. After all, he is a player recruited by Blackbeard, and he must have a few brushes. Does your visit mean destroying the island commanded by your concubine? Empress Hancock showed her side of a strong woman and frowned. You robbed everything, killed everyone, and even burned down the village. This kind of behavior will never be forgiven by the concubine. Invading the territory is basically tantamount to declaring war and provocation. If you don't fight back, whether it is Shishibukai or the identity of the captain of the 9 snake pirates, his reputation will be damaged and he will be seriously questioned. We attacked that island entirely because it has what we need. It's a pity that those islanders don't seem to be willing to cooperate, so we had to teach them a small lesson and tell them that not everyone those who can be disobedient, especially the Blackbeard pirates. There seems to be nothing wrong with our approach. Lafitte said with a chuckle. From his smile, you can capture the cruel and tyrannical side. Murder and arson came out of his mouth, and it was as common as saying hello to dinner. From this, it can be seen that the rumors of his tyrannical nature are not groundless. Empress Hancock's face became gloomy, with fierce fighting intent in her eyes. Destroy the territory of the concubine body, you don't even have the slightest remorse, the concubine body will let you know what it is to provoke the 9 snake pirates. Marrow mellow. Empress Hancock combined her hands to form a heart shape, and immediately circles of love rays radiated out, heading straight for Lafitte. However, Lafitte did not move, letting the light of love fall on him. Is this the Queen's move? I heard that people who are hit by this move will be petrified. This kind of hypnosis-like means, in fact, I will too. Lafitte gently swayed the staff in his hand, and a strange hypnotic effect wrapped the Empress. Empress Hancock's pupils shrank, her body was shocked, and she couldn't help but take a step back. I knew that this method of hypnotizing ordinary people would not be very effective in the presence of the dignified Shishibukai Empress Boa Hancock. Lafitte gently issued, with a pale smile, but this is the captain's order, and I can only implement it. Who made me so bad in the past that I have no place to live? Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to take action against your concubine's territory, I will personally send you to hell. I saw the Empress Hancock put her fingers on her lips and kiss gently, transforming into a huge peach-colored heart-shaped substance that floated in the sky. Holding the peach heart's tail, pull the peach heart shape apart like a bow and arrow. Slave arrow. The peach-colored heart turned into a pink arrow all over the sky, shrouding Lafitte. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, the sharpshooter Van Oka, who had been standing behind Lafitte, raised his gun sharply and pulled the trigger continuously with lightning speed. The bullets formed a unique firepower network, and went up against the pink arrows. The bullets and the pink arrows met in the air, were all petrified, and fell directly on the Blackbeard ship or in the sea. Not a single arrow was missed, all hits. Oka, your marksmanship has improved again. Lafitte sighed in admiration. He didn't move a step from beginning to end, and there was no panic on his face. This is fate. Van Oka withdrew the gun and sighed lightly, with no expression on his face, wearing the monocular. Van Oka, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates. This person does not seem to be amazing, but he is very powerful and the speed of shooting is extremely fast. And judging from how quickly he evaded and dodged in the face of Ace's attack, he was also quite accomplished in fighting technique. After all, it is also a crew member that Blackbeard likes, and his strength can be imagined. Fate is often used by people to measure the value of human existence. Empress Boa Hancock, do you want to taste an apple? It's a wonderful enjoyment to be chosen by fate. There was another crew member on the Blackbeard pirates at this time. Death Poison Q. He is the ship doctor of the Blackbeard pirate ship, and he doesn't know what his treatment methods are, but he always looks sick and dying. Lying on top of an equally sick donkey, with a basket of apples beside him. Most of them are apples that will explode if you bite them, but only one is normal. The last time the person who was lucky enough to eat a normal apple was Luffy. As for how many unlucky people were killed after Luffy, it is unknown. These guys. Seeing this, Empress Hancock couldn't help but think. The Blackbeard pirates have just become Shichibukai. They seem to have equal status, but the strength of the other party is obviously much stronger than their 9 snake pirates. Even Whitebeard's second captain, Fire Fist Ace, was defeated by Blackbeard. Even if Blackbeard is not here now, his crew is by no means an easygoing person. Empress Hancock is confident that if it is a one-on-one match, she can be one all solved. But the other 3 went together. In the face of comprehensive strength, she could win, but what she could get was a tragic victory, and the end would not be much better. Empress Hancock was unwilling. Chapter 68 Take Measure. Blackbeard pirates plus Blackbeard himself, there are a total of 5 people, except for the champion Jesus Burgess, and now there are 3 at once. Without the slightest warning, she went directly into the territory of her 9 snake pirates to burn, kill, and loot. Such a provocative act is already tantamount to declaring war on her 9 snake pirates. Lord Snake Princess. They destroyed our territory, they should be punished. Let our sisters of the 9 snake pirates dispatch them and solve them in one go. Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold and Boa Hancock are called the 3 Gorgon sisters. They were slaves of Tenryabito when they were children, but the 3 of them managed to escape because Fisher Tiger made a riot in the Holy Land Marijois and freed thousands of slaves. It can be said that the 3 of them depend on each other for life, headed by the female Emperor Hancock, and have always been the backbone of the 9 snake pirates. The island under the 9 snake pirates was ruthlessly invaded and looted, which itself made them extremely annoyed. Now confronted face to face, the other party seems to have no guilt or apology. After listening to those words, they were very angry, and they wanted to attack the Blackbeard pirates directly. Now is not the time for war. But Empress Hancock came to the seriousness of the consequences. 523 The person behind the Blackbeard pirates is Blackbeard. If he solves all his crew by himself, Blackbeard is likely to come to the door for revenge. At that time, not only the islands under the 9 snake pirates, but even the main 9 snake islands will fall victim to Blackbeard's subordinates. Empress Hancock has heard that when Blackbeard was fighting Ace, he didn't know what kind of strange ability he used to turn an entire town into nothing in the blink of an eye. If we fight on 9 Snake Island, can we win? Another thing, all the sisters are afraid to suffer. These are just cotters under Blackbeard's command. It's not difficult to deal with them. But behind them is Blackbeard. If Blackbeard enters 9 Snake Island, the real disaster is not far away. In the short fight, the female Emperor Hancock already knew roughly the strength of the opponent. It's really easy to deal with them alone, plus the entire 9 snake pirates. But if the Blackbeard comes to retaliate, the Queen Hancock has no confidence to block the anger of the Blackbeard, nor does he want his sisters, people in the Amazon Lily country, to fall victim to the war. Lord Snake Princess, what should we do? Could it be that we let the other party rob our island and watch them leave? Boa Marigold spit out a long snake letter and said eagerly, Sir Snake Princess, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. You let me go, I will definitely let them know what is the end of provoking the 9 snake pirates. Marigold, don't be impulsive, since they dare to come, they must be well prepared to deal with us. Empress Hancock raised her hand and said, but, our 9 snakes pirates are not something that anyone can bully, we can hold back for a while. If they don't know how to restrain themselves, then we must let them know about the 9 snakes pirates. Getting angry is not something they can bear. After weighing, for the sake of the 9 snake pirates and the brothers and sisters of 9 Snake Island, the Empress Hancock decided to take a step back for the time being. Blackbeard pirates, what you have done before, I will give you a welcome gift. But now, you must leave the concubine's territory immediately. Empress Hancock said loudly, Her sweet voice revealed unquestionable majesty and solemnity, as well as a warning and a non-offensive meaning. If you insist on offending your concubine's territory, then don't blame the concubine for not being polite to you as a guest. Lord Snake Princess. The crew of the 9 snake pirates looked at Hancock, the Empress, and couldn't help feeling distressed. Although he has the name of Shishibukai and has strong strength, he has to choose to be patient because he is worried about the citizens of Amazon Lily and the crew of the 9 snake pirates. I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Empress, our captain has explained that this time we have to take down 3 islands before we can count as we have completed the task, otherwise we will have no good fruit to eat when we go back. Lafitte turned the staff in his hand, showing a pale smile. If possible, I hope Her Excellency the Empress will give us 2 more islands as a gift for our captain, so that our Blackbeard pirates and the Sea of 9 Snakes will the band of thieves can be considered a covenant, isn't it? Go to hell, you shameless bastard. Hearing Lafitte's shameless words, the sisters of the 9 snake pirates were all angry. They know that Blackbeard is powerful, so they can endure the arrogance of these guys, and they even endured the destruction of an island under the 9 snake pirates. But these guys from the Blackbeard pirates, not only did not know how to be content, but they had to make an inch, and even asked to give them 2 other islands. Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, the sisters of the 9 snake pirates suddenly became angry, and without saying a word, they drew their bows and arrows, and shot directly at Lafitte. Boom! As soon as the bow and arrow flew out, the gunshot rang out. An arrow broke from the center, the hole was penetrated, and it exploded into a sieve. Boom! A gunshot ended, and the second shot followed. The female warrior who held the bow and the arrow was shot in the arm on the spot, blood spattered, and she could no longer hold the bow and arrow, and fell directly to the ground. This is destiny. Every day you experience is a fork in your destiny, and you will be shot through your heart if you are not careful, so be careful. Van Oka withdrew the gun and said indifferently. You. Empress Hancock's face became gloomy, and anger rose in her eyes. Oka, you're acting recklessly, how can you use a gun on a lady? Lafitte held the brim of his top hat, and a grim smile appeared on his pale face. Death and violence should be used to treat ladies. Dare to shoot at the concubine's sister, you are courting death. Empress Hancock couldn't bear it any longer, her eyes were cold, her slender legs jumped up. Sisters, kill them. Chapter 69 Defeated. The 2 gangs of the 9 snake pirates and the Blackbeard pirates immediately rushed together. The long-awaited scene. Lafitte gently twisted the red salute in his hand, and with a light click, a sharp blade emerged from the red salute. Lafitte's eyes were fierce, his expression was cruel and bloodthirsty, and his white teeth were exposed, as if he was reminiscing about the days of wanton killings in the past. Tear. The clothes on the back were torn, and a pair of dove-like wings fluttered out. Lafitte is a bird-fruit person, don't look at it as an ordinary Zoan, but as the first person under the Blackbeard pirates before the war. Lafitte's strength should not be underestimated. When the meeting was held in Shishibukai, he faced Marshal Sengoku, Shishibukai and others at the time, and asked for Blackbeard to join Shishibukai and replace Crocodile. If he didn't have a certain strength, how could he dare to take risks alone? It can be said that Lafitte is the most powerful of the 3. And Van Oka and Reaper Poison Q, one is a sniper and the other is a ship doctor, their combat effectiveness is obviously not as good as him. Therefore, the moment the battle broke out, Lafitte fluttered his wings, turned into a white shadow, and rushed out. The fork of fate, how should I choose? This is really a difficult problem. After Van Oka let out a faint sigh, the monocular lens reflected a fierce light. His face was expressionless, but he began to run quickly under his feet. As he ran, he quickly lifted the gun and pulled the trigger. The firepower was interwoven into a net, and every bullet was swallowing life. Do you want to enjoy the taste of being chosen by fate? Give it a good taste, the feeling of explosion is very delicious. Death Poison Q coughed again and again, and seemed to be sick and incapable of fighting, but the movements of his hands did not look like a patient at all. A red apple was thrown violently and landed in the crowd. Boom! The violent explosion directly blew many people into a bloody mess, falling directly into the sea, and some even died on the spot. Damn it, perfume femur. In one encounter, the 9 Snakes pirates suffered heavy losses, and I do not know how many female soldiers of the 9 Snakes pirates were injured and died. Empress Hancock was furious and kicked Lafitte, who was rushing towards her. I'll come and experience Empress Shishibuki's strength. Lafitte was cold to issue, his figure flashed, he quickly avoided the kick, and stabbed with a backhand sword, targeting the heart of the Empress Hancock. Even a crew member is so difficult to deal with, where are the monsters Blackbeard summoned? Empress Hancock frowned, swung her fair and slender legs, and kicked Lafitte's attack away. Hypnosis. Taking advantage of the approach, Lafitte's eyes changed, and a strange force entered Hancock's mind. Empress Hancock Haki was shocked. Not only was the hypnosis released instantly, but Conqueror Haki quickly spread out, directly affecting Lafitte. Conqueror Haki? Lafitte's face finally changed at this time. Conqueror Haki is not for everyone. For now, who owns the Conqueror Haki, which is not a big man on the side? A little Empress, Shishibuki, has Conqueror Haki? In fact, Lafitte didn't know that the Empress did not become famous for a long time, and she won an 80 million Bailey bounty on her first expedition, and was immediately invited by Marine to become Shishibuki, indicating that her potential is large enough. And in the heart of the Empress, to deal with Lafitte and the others, as long as they deal with them one by one, she is completely sure to solve them. Lafitte was a soft persimmon when she was an Empress, thinking she could pinch it casually, but in fact the Empress was much stronger than he imagined. Pistol kiss. While Lafitte was stunned by Conqueror Haki, the Empress touched her lips with her fingers, and a peach heart appeared on her fingertips, aiming at Lafitte. Bang! The peach heart exploded on Lafayette's face, and suddenly Lafayette flew backwards as if he had been punched hard. The Queen immediately stepped on her feet and was about to go up and use perfume femur to smash the Lafitte petrochemical, making it completely incapacitated. Suddenly, an apple flew over. Have a good taste of destiny. Reaper poison Q he isho. Damn. The Queen immediately stepped back. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the Empress transformed into a huge peach heart. Dante try to escape, slave arrow. The peach heart arrows flying out of the sky. Lafitte quickly changed into a white dove and flew directly into the sky. However, on the way, he was shot in the ankle by slave arrow, causing his right foot to be petrified, and his movements suddenly became extremely slow, and he had to change back into a human body. Much stronger than I thought. Lafitte's pale face became even paler. You two, stop dealing with those little shrimps, come and help me. Lafitte, you said you were going to fight the Empress. It's been a while since I fought, and I helped you just now. Death Poison Q bit down an apple in one bite, and then threw it out. The power was several times greater than before. Lafitte, this is your destiny. If you die here, you won't be redeemed. Manos. Van Oka put the gun on his shoulder, like a rocket launcher, pulled the trigger, and the whole person was shocked by the recoil and took a step back. But the powerful force blasted the group of female warriors who attacked him into the water. These bastards. Lafitte frowned, looked at the Empress who was attacking in his direction, gritted his teeth, and turned into a white dove again. If you are not afraid of death, then keep it. I don't want to lose my life here. Saying that, Lafitte really fluttered his wings and flew into the distance. Although his right foot is petrified, making him a little bulky and slowing down a little, the speed of flight is still very fast. Has fate already made a choice? Van Oka glanced at Lafitte who fled quickly, This is the fate of Lafitte. Chapter 70 10 million volts, rushing to the gods and thundering. That guy Lafitte, Captain Blackbeard admired him very much. He fled without fighting. It's a shame for the Blackbeard pirates. Oka, it's time to go. If we don't go, I'm going to be ripped off by these women. Poison Q said, and an apple was thrown out. The apple exploded again, but instead of firepower, it emitted a thick plume of smoke. Then, there was a roar, and I saw that Poison Q and Van Oka had already boarded a Vayaba from Sky Island and galloped away in the direction Lafitte left. You don't want to leave? The Queen's face was gloomy, and she raised her hand to be a slave arrow. But Viber's movement speed was too fast, and before the slave arrow could reach, they had already escaped out of range. Damn! The Empress looked back at the tragic situation of the 9 snake pirates. The female soldiers were wounded and wounded. Some people were bombed to the point of disfigurement, and half of their bodies were in a state of burning. Some people were bombed with broken legs and arms, and they were screaming and rolling on the ground in pain. Some people were bombed to the point of being drenched in blood, and the fiery and painful wounds caused many female warriors to grit their teeth and feel stuffy hum. And these are just the surviving 9 snake pirates. In just 2 or 3 minutes of battle, they suffered varying degrees of damage and fell into pain. There are also those who were killed, whose bodies either sank into the sea, or lay quietly on the pirate ship, no longer alive. Everyone. The Empress burst into tears. A battle that happened quickly and violently, one side died, but the other side escaped safely. Obviously, he has worked hard to solve his opponent and protect his sisters. But at the end of the day, it was impossible to stop the sisters from being killed, and the death and injury played out. Especially when watching those living people cry with the dead bodies in their arms, the Empress felt that her whole heart was clenched, and a knife was cutting her heart. Blackbeard pirates. I will definitely avenge everyone. In the eyes of the Empress full of hatred, crystal tears swirled in her eyes. Lafitte, I will definitely tell Captain Blackbeard that you are the first deserter. Poison Q Hihiisho said. Poison Q, don't think there is something wrong with my feet now, but it's just a momentary thing to kill you. Lafitte gave a cruel smile. This is fate. Lafitte, you. Just as Van Oka was about to speak lightly, suddenly. Boom. Above the originally clear sky, suddenly dark clouds rolled in, blocking the sunlight, making the world darken in an instant. The electric light jumped in the clouds, and the muffled sound of thunder echoed in the clouds. Lord Snake, look. What is that? Under the reminder of a female warrior, the Queen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and followed her gaze. Immediately, the Empress was also stunned, showing a look of astonishment. That person seems to be chasing the officials of the Blackbeard pirates. The Empress saw in the sky, a figure in a black robe was flying through the air, and quickly approached where several members of the Blackbeard pirates were. Who is he? All the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, including the Empress, were looking at the black-robed figure above the sky. He. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, it takes no effort to get it. I was able to meet someone from the Blackbeard pirates here. It's just a pity that Blackbeard is not here, otherwise I can see the power of his dark fruit. But these guys are enough, seeing these, BFDB, guys even dare to fight against the Empress, there must be a bounty for their strength. Breaking 100 million. Haha, what will the new devil fruit be? I'm so looking forward to it. Yegio was very excited. Due to the long distance, when he finally got close to the ship, he realized that the crew of the Blackbeard pirates had already begun to flee. After finally catching a few bounties exceeding 100 million, and being the crew of the famous villain Blackbeard pirates, how could Yegio let it go? He immediately used the flying ability of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble Rumble Fruit without saying a word, and chased in the direction where the Blackbeard pirates' crew left. Boom! 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 As soon as he got close, several bullets flew past Yejia. Don't ask, it must be that guy Van Oka. It's a pity that this guy is not very strong now, and he doesn't even have haki, otherwise, when he was dealing with Ace, he would probably bring Ace down when he shot. Logia. Van Oka put away the gun and said lightly. A mere Logia dares to chase us? I'm going to kill him and dig out his heart. At the same time, Lafitte, who turned into a white dove, also found the figure of Yejia chasing. Follower. Hey, I'm the best at roasting pigeons. Seeing this, Yejia immediately grinned Isho. Sizzle _. I saw the blue electric light jumping all over his body, and a faintly absorbing momentum permeated out, and at the same time, the thunder in the sky seemed to be inspired by him, making bursts of muffled thunder. 10 million volts, thunder to the gods. The terrifying thunder and lightning power suddenly turned into a Thor soldier with a long spear, full of killing intent, and slaughtered Lafitte like lightning. Thunderbolt Logia? Lafayette frowned, and was about to use his sword to resist the spear thrust of the Thor soldier, but suddenly found that the Thor soldier didn't pay attention at all, and his whole body went straight through his sword and rushed towards him. What? The sudden change made Lafayette unexpected, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Next second, Thor's body completely overlapped with Lafitte's body. Hey, roast pigeon, start. Boom. Yejia snapped his fingers, and suddenly Lafitte was enveloped in the light of thunder and lightning, a thunderstorm spread violently, and a huge blue light group erupted in the sky. When the thunder and lightning returned to silence, only one was left completely unconscious, covered in black, smoking black, with residual electric light, a pair of wings behind him shattered, and the bloody Lafitte fell from the air. This. A look of surprise broke out in the Queen's eyes. Chapter 71 Two Gods of Death. Lord Snake, is that person attacking the crew of the Blackbeard pirates? The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates stared at each other in a daze, a little unbelievable. This guy is so strong. As soon as he made his move, he instantly killed the most provocative guy in the Blackbeard pirates. Lord Snakegi, look over there, a pirate ship is coming in our direction. After being reminded by the person, the Empress looked in the direction, and at a glance, she saw the Reaper that was gradually approaching. That flag, the pirate flag I have never seen before, is it a new pirate group? To be able to come here, it should have a certain strength. The Empress looked at the emerging pirate flag, and then looked at the sky. Damn! Where did this guy jump out of? He killed Lafitte with one blow. Lafitte's strength is second only to Captain Blackbeard. Poison Q saw that Lafitte's figure turned into coke was directly grabbed by Yejia with one hand, and his heart was extremely shocked. In the Blackbeard pirates, Lafitte ranks second in strength, behind Captain Blackbeard. After so many massacres to destroy the island, which one is not a tyrannical killing in Lafitte? Even some big pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were never killed by Lafitte. But even he was defeated by a completely unknown guy. Oka, drive the Vayaba to the maximum and add a few more wind shells. Hurry up and use all the remaining wind shells. Otherwise, we will be doomed today. Poison Q urged anxiously. This is fate. Van Oka said lightly, and at the same time hurriedly added Fengbei to Vayaba. Hey! Don't run away. Leave your comrades alone? Sizzle _. The sound of thunder and lightning jumping approached. Yejia looked down in the sky and looked down at the 2 Blackbeard pirate ship crew members who wanted to escape. In his hand, he was holding Lafitte, who was unconscious and covered in black smoke. Logia, try this. Poison Q sneered, took a bite of the apple, and threw it directly at Yejia. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, followed by a violent burst of fire. Idiot, even Logia will get hurt if they get bombed. Poison Q laughed. Really? The yellow, colored photons gradually condensed Yejia's figure behind Poison Q. Yejia clasped his fists in his chest, and joked, but if I'm fast enough, no matter how big the explosion is, it's just vain. When did he? Poison Q's pupils froze suddenly, and he wanted to turn his head, but it was too late. Yejia's feet have been lifted. The yellow, colored light suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling light. Light speed kick. Bang. Poison Q's dying body was kicked out by Yejia as if it was ripped off, paddling on the sea, and setting off a white wave. It's not over yet. Yejia's figure appeared beside Poison Q, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I heard that your nickname in the Blackbeard Pirates is Reaper. Unfortunately, so am I. There can't be two gods of death in the world, so between you and me, one must die. Then you should die, I want to live a while longer. Saying that, Yejia raised his foot again, faced Poison Q's face, and kicked it back again. It's not over yet. Yejia kicked Poison Q's already weak body around like he was kicking a ball on the sea. This is the fate of Poison Q. It's so miserable. Van Oka made an inappropriate comment. Bang. With the last kick, Yejia kicked him directly into the sky. Okay, the two gods of death have decided against each other, and the winner has been decided. You god of death, your figure is too weak, I guess if I hit you, you will die if you can't hold it for even a minute. It's better to kill you. Send it back and make atonement for the wrongs you committed. Yejia gently grabbed Poison Q's body directly in the sky, and then turned into a yellow, colored light beam, which flew in the direction of the 9 snake pirates. Immediately, the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates took on a challenge. They don't know whether Yejia is good or bad, and Yejia's strength is too terrifying, for fear of suffering another loss like the one just now. He's here. The Empress' eyes also became sharp, and if the other party wanted to attack them, they would strike back instantly. But Yejia obviously had no intention of fighting them. A yellow, colored flash appeared on the Blackbeard pirate ship, and he threw down Poison Q's unconscious body. Hey! Empress, the first time I saw you, you are really beautiful. Yejia Viviisho waved his hand to say hello, this guy will be the greeting gift I gave you, and you can deal with it. One more guy, wait a few minutes for me and be back soon. After speaking, without waiting for the Empress to respond, she turned into a flash of yellow, colored flash and turned back. You. The Empress wanted to ask him what his origins were, but seeing that Yejia had already left, he could only dispel the idea. At the same time, the Empress began to be a little surprised. That person just now saw that he was not charmed. Ordinary men, when they see that they can't control themselves, their eyes can never be so clear. This man. The Empress began to be curious about Yejia. It's a little weird. It's him. It's him who killed our sisters, and I want to avenge my dead sisters. As soon as the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates saw Poison Q, the painful scenes just came to their minds, and they all rushed towards him. Poison Q, the god of death, is now surrounded by the angry female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, and has truly become a god of death. P.S. Sorry, there is something wrong, the update is late, but don't worry, there will be no less guaranteed 3 updates every day. I hope you can subscribe and give a flower support, thank you. Chapter 72 Dark Fruit. When Yejia quickly returned and stood in front of Van Oka consciously stopped Vayaba, dropped the gun, and raised his hands. I surrender. This is the only time Van Oka did not mention the word fate. But even if he surrendered, his expression was still as indifferent as water, as if even death could not change his expression. Typical facial paralysis. It's very promising, boy. Yejia patted Van Oka's shoulder with a smile, but in front of my god of death, Surrender will not relieve your sins. Dong dong dong. In an instant, Yejio punched 3 times in a row, all of which landed on Van Oka's stomach. Van Oka's indifferent expression, which had been unchanged for half a year, finally changed. His face turned the color of pig liver because of the pain. Congratulations, you got a dark fruit shard. A sweet mechanical and electronic female voice sounded in Yejio's mind. After only 3 punches, Yejio directly hit a devil fruit fragment, which just happened to let Yejio know in advance what kind of devil fruit he would explode next. Dark fruit. 533. Yejio's eyes lit up. Beating the crew of the Blackbeard pirates broke the dark fruit, isn't it a coincidence? The system did it on purpose. Although he said so, Yejio was very happy in his heart. How strong is the dark fruit? Presumably only those who have watched One Piece/King of Pirates do not know. Logia's handle, any fruit ability person is seen as nothing in front of him, as long as it is touched, it will immediately be the same as touching sea stone, and all abilities will disappear in an instant. Not only that, as soon as you stretch out your hand, you can immediately attract the ability person like a magnet, and any attack on him by the devil fruit ability can be swallowed directly. The power is simply overbearing. Of course, with such exaggerated advantages, there are also disadvantages. The person who eats the dark fruit ability needs to bear twice the pain and damage than the original. If the body is not strong enough, I am afraid that if a punch is received, it will be so painful that he will lose his combat effectiveness on the spot. Isn't that double the pain? Now I use electrical strengthening to increase my physical strength every day, plus I have armament haki, which is enough for BFDD to take most of the damage. And I have the speed of light of glint glint fruit, the defense of barrier fruit, and the AoE damage of Goro Goro no Mi rumble rumble fruit. Besides Admiral level characters, who else can hurt me? What's more, I haven't tested my strength for a long time, maybe I can learn from Admiral. Let's see who is more powerful. This dark fruit, I want to settle. Thinking of this, Yejio raised his fist directly and slammed into Van Oka's body. Light speed punch. After the development and improvement of glint glint fruit during this period, and the continuous strengthening, Yejio's fist speed has increased a lot again. His current speed can already reach 2000 punches per second. Unfortunately, Van Oka became the first person to bear after Yejio reached 2000 punches per second. Come on. My dark fruit. The storm-like attack fell on Van Oka, and he couldn't even speak, he could only vomit blood. His fighting technique is excellent, but at this time, due to the constant heavy damage, it is difficult to display the slightest. Congratulations, you got a dark fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a dark fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki. Congratulations, you got a bloodjade shard. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the maximum stamina pill. Yejio bombarded Van Oka indiscriminately, and the sweet mechanical and electronic female voice prompts kept coming out. Sir Snake Princess, what is that person doing? The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were all paying attention to the situation on Yejio's side, and they couldn't help but wonder when they saw Yejio waving 2 fists at a speed that could not be detected by the naked eye. Is he avenging us and venting his anger to the crew of the Blackbeard pirates? A female soldier covered her face in surprise. It's possible, with his ability just now, he can obviously solve the opponent with one move. Another female soldier nodded again and again, her eyes full of approval. The man is standing up for us, does he like one of us? This topic suddenly ignited the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, and one after another began to discuss. What are you all doing? Hurry up and get the injured sister on board. At this moment, the Empress turned around, put her right hand on her hips lightly, and shouted in a solemn voice with a majestic look on her face. The female soldiers fell silent for a while, and hurriedly began to carry all the injured sisters back to the boat. Is he really pissed off for us? The queen looked back at the place where Yejia was, her eyes were shining, and a little expectation suddenly rose in her heart. Most of the men he met before coveted her beauty and just wanted to possess her body. No one would care about her at all. No one will come forward for the empress. Of course, if they want to come forward, they have to consider whether their strength is enough. But today this man appeared. He turned out like a hero when the other party fled, killed those guys neatly, and vented his anger at people. There is no better explanation than liking people. At the same time, Yejia, who was blasting at Van Oka on the other side, was completely unaware of his behavior of killing monsters and exploding fragments. He was regarded as liking one of them, and he did not hesitate to vent his anger. He was completely immersed in his own world, staring at the number of physical upper limit pill formulas, counting down one by one. Come on. It's only 3 pieces to be combined. Yejia roared in his heart. Maximum stamina Dan, 27/30. Don't look at the mere 3 fragments, but it is not difficult to obtain them. This was Yejia, who had beaten several people, and it took him a long time to collect 27 physical strength pill fragments. Now there are only 3 pieces, and Yejia's physical strength can be raised to the upper limit of 6 physical strength pills immediately. After Yejia raised the upper limit of stamina, the most intuitive thing is to be able to use the God's judgment of Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit. If this time to improve again, Yejia believes that he is not far from Goro Goro no Mi Rumble fruit's other big move, Thousand Thunders. Chapter 73 Thunderstorm Burial. Wanlei Yejia has seen how terrifying it is. Thunderclouds all over the sky, any thunderstorm, is comparable to the power of God's judgment. If it can reach that point, let alone the marine headquarters, even the Holy Land Marijois, it will be instantly turned into ashes. The idea is good, but the reality is very cruel. Congratulations, you got a piece of dark fruit. Congratulations, you got a dark fruit, a shard. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki _. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki. Congratulations, you got a bloodjade shard. The system prompts kept popping up, leaving Yejia speechless for a while. Is there a mistake? Nearly 30 dark fruit fragments have exploded, and armament haki has exploded 2 in a row. The physical upper limit pill has not appeared yet. System, you are not playing with me, right? Yejia's voice just fell. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the maximum stamina pill. The sweet mechanical and electronic female voice slaps her face invisibly. Yejia didn't care. Okay. There are only the last 2 left, let me explode them. Yejia continued to bombard Van Oka. Soon, the penultimate shard of the physical upper limit pill appeared. Yejia's spirit was lifted. Van Oka was killed. In the face of Yejia's rage against him, he didn't even have the power to fight back, and could only bear the pain helplessly. This is my destiny. After Van Oka said the sentence in a mosquito-like inaudible voice, he couldn't hold it any longer. He closed his eyes, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath was completely cut off. Van Oka has killed countless people in his life. Especially after joining the Blackbeard Pirates, the number of people killed is increasing day by day. His only pleasure is to enjoy the moment when the prey is shot by him. He enjoys this feeling immensely. However, ordinary beast prey could not meet his needs at all, so he joined the Blackbeard Pirates and had the formal identity of blasting human heads with guns. It is unknown how many headshots he had enjoyed with a gun before. But this time he followed Lafitte to invade the territory of the 9 Snakes Pirates, and the number of souls who died under his gun had already reached hundreds. Whenever he kills someone, he will always say that sentence indifferently, "This is your destiny." Now, the words fell on him. Being bombarded to death by Yejia's Chaos Fist, this is his fate. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the maximum stamina pill. But Van Oka finally did the only good thing before his death. Ha ha ha, luck can't stop it. Hearing the beep, Yejia burst out laughing. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the shards of the maximum stamina pill. Are they combined? Synthetic. The colorful progress bar flew by quickly, and about 3 seconds later, the tripod lid was lifted, and a freshly baked stamina limit pill appeared in front of Yejia. Yejia swallowed it without saying a word. It feels the same as last time, nothing major has changed. Yejia directly took out 6 physical strength pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. Full of physical strength, really happy. I feel like I can't help venting my strength. Van Oka, thank you for sending me a physical strength limit pill, and I'll give you a funeral here. Sizzle _. Lei Mang flickered and jumped up, overflowing from Yejia's surface skin, lingering around the whole body, shaping him into a general in thunder and lightning armor. 12 million volts, thunderstorm burial. Boom. With a loud bang, the waves lifted. Where Yejia was located, a burst of dazzling light suddenly burst into the sky, and the blue thunderbolt light group suddenly swelled and exploded. How did it explode? The female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were puzzled when they saw the huge movement in the distance. Could it be that the guys from the Blackbeard pirates fought to the death and detonated something? A female soldier was worried. Pray that he will never die. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to avenge our sisters now. He is our benefactor, so we can't just die like this. Another female warrior is already praying for Yejia with her hands crossed. This guy should be fine, right? The Empress couldn't help frowning, and she didn't even realize that she was worried about a man who had only met once and had never even spoken formally. The dazzling light gradually dimmed, and the thunderbolt light group gradually shrank, and finally disappeared. On the sea, a semicircular arc pit suddenly formed. The original Vaeba, Van Oka, all disappeared without a trace, leaving only Yejia in black robe, and Lafitte, who was unconscious with a breath left in his hand. With Lafitte's body, Yejia turned into a yellow-colored flash and returned directly to the death god. Chuli, tie him up. Yejia threw Lafitte's body on the deck at will. Little Manny, let's go, we're going to save people. Good. Being able to be needed by Yejia, Gaya Manny was extremely happy. Sweet Isho, responded. Yejia, what about me? Seeing that Chuli and Gaya Manny both have tasks, Si King Gloyo couldn't help but ask. You and Cars stay on the boat first, and I'll introduce some friends to you later. Yejia smiled. Oh. Si King Gloyo was obviously a little lost. Little Manny, let's go. Immediately, Yejia took Gaya Manny into a yellow-colored flash and quickly went to the location of the 9 snake pirates. Here. The benefactor is here. Wow. The benefactor is so handsome. Do you feel that this yellow-colored flash is a little familiar? Yes, I thought I'd seen this yellow-colored flash somewhere before, but I never remembered it. I remembered. Isn't that Admiral Kizaru's glint fruit ability? It really seems like, when he comes, ask him what kind of fruit power he is. The female warriors on the 9 snake pirates were talking. Being reminded like this, the Empress also suddenly realized that Yejia not only has the glint fruit ability of Kizaru Admiral, but also the unknown lightning ability. Can one person eat 2 devil fruits? Obviously not possible. Chapter 74 Blame the Queen. At the same time, Yejia has quickly landed on the ship of the Blackbeard pirates. From a distance, he had already seen many wounded wailing on the large logging ship. Or amputated limbs. Or look ruined. Or get blood all over your body. Seeing this scene, Yejia finally had a new understanding of the world of One Piece/King of Pirates. The world seen in the comics is just the purest and most innocent side of this world. And the most cruel picture will not be presented to the public at all, only by own experience will you understand. The battle at hand is the best illustration. Just the conflict between the two pirate groups has already caused such a tragic situation. Just imagine, there are 100,000 Marines and 50,000 pirates involved in the war at the top. How terrifying is the purgatory scene with mountains of corpses and blood. Immediately, as soon as Yejia landed on the ship of the Blackbeard pirates, without saying a word, he went straight up to pick up a female warrior with a broken limb and a broken arm. Little Manny, her injury is the most serious, give her treatment first. Yejia said loudly. Good. Gayamani hurried over. But 15 had not waited for Gayamani to take action. When the female warrior saw Yejia who was supporting her, her expression changed, and she pushed Yejia out with all her strength. Damn man, don't touch me. After the female warrior roared these words, she was suffocated by the pain again groaning, her face was pale, and beads of sweat fell from her face. Yejia was helpless. He almost forgot that the female warriors of the Nine Snake Pirates were all women from Nine Snake Island, the Amazon lily country. In their eyes, men are no different from beasts. It's no wonder that the female warrior looks like this, and she still resists touching her. The concept is at work. You're too badly injured now, so you should get medical treatment first. Yejia didn't care about the female warrior, and was going to go up and help the female warrior up. Suddenly, a peach heart came straight to Yejia like lightning. Yejia's eyes narrowed. Raising his hand, a laser beam blasted out. Tau Xian and the laser beam met halfway and exploded directly. But obviously Yejia's laser beam was superior and continued to run towards the attacker. A look of surprise appeared on the Empress' face, and then she turned over and avoided the laser beam. Who are you? How dare you offend our sisters of the Nine Snake Pirates in front of your concubine? You are. The Empress spoke coldly and sternly, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yejia mercilessly. Stop talking nonsense. What is your concubine? Didn't you see your sister dying? Yejia scolded mercilessly and loudly, as the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, are you just watching your partner bled to death in front of you? If you want to save people, come and help. Covering her face is a meal of accusations, which made the Empress stunned. Did she hear it right? How could a man talk to her like that? Since she became the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, no one has dared to speak to her like this, especially men. You. The Empress opened her mouth to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Because she saw the tragic condition of the female warrior beside Yejia, as well as the bloody wounds of the other injured sisters of the Nine Snake Pirates. For a while, the Empress didn't know what to say. Little Manny, her injury is the most serious, so give her treatment first. Yejia couldn't help but directly press the female warrior's arm with his hand. The female warrior was seriously injured, and her strength was not as good as Yejia. How could she earn it? Good. Gayamani hurried forward. His hands were crossed and folded on the broken arm of the female warrior. Confused. The white clear mask illuminates. Soon, everyone was surprised to find that the wound on the female soldier's broken arm suddenly stopped the blood and stopped flowing out. The new flesh grows quickly, but it can only cover the wound and cannot make the lost limb grow back. It turned out. The injured female warrior felt that the pain disappeared suddenly. She was extremely surprised, and the eyes of Yejia became extremely guilty. Thank you. The female warrior said ashamed. Others want to save me, but I don't know good people, and I scold others. When I think of this, the female warrior feels shameless. Take care of your wounds. Well, the other injuries are not serious. The next one. Yejia took Gayamani to the next female warrior who was hit hard. This one was even worse than the previous one. Half of his body was almost scorched into charcoal, and there was a little spark of fire. Little Manny, Fix her face, and under the ribs, the blood loss is the worst. After Yejia looked at the injury, he directly judged. Good. Gayamani continued to cross her hands, folded them at the place designated by Yejia, and started the treatment. Gayamani's healing fruit is different from what Yejia had seen in One Piece/King of Pirates. The healing fruit in One Piece/King of Pirates, the able person heals the wounded through tears, dandelion, blood donation, etc. But in Gayamani, the ability has become a white mask, and wherever the mask is covered, the wound will be gradually healed. It can be seen that the healing fruit Yejia obtained is likely to be an alternative existence that has not appeared in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, or it can be said to be a relatively unique mutant fruit in Paramecia. It's actually healing. It's amazing. A female soldier couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw the whole process. That little girl's abilities are amazing. It's unbelievable that she can do things that even doctors find difficult. Another female warrior exclaimed. The benefactor is helping us, hurry up and carry the injured sisters over. The estrangement between the 9 snake pirates and Yejia gradually disappeared as the wounds were healed one by one. The Empress did not speak, but from the look in her eyes, it could be seen that she was full of curiosity about Yejia. What kind of man would be so concerned about people he didn't know? He is obviously powerful and brutal, but when he treats the wounded, he is so gentle. Completely opposite two sides, so that there is a different kind of brilliance in the eyes of the Empress. Chapter 75 Tsundere Empress. Little Manny, eat a physical strength pill first. Yejia took out a physical strength pill and stuffed it into Gayamani's mouth. Brother yet. He actually fed me with his own hands. I'm so happy. Gayamani's tired face suddenly radiated radiance, showing a bright and happy smile. The physical strength pill entered the body, and the physical strength consumed by Gayamani was recharged in an instant, and she continued to treat the wounds of the female warriors. After a while, Yejia, who had treated nearly 30 people, wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, and glanced at him. Basically, the serious injuries were the most serious, and the wounded who threatened their lives have been treated, and the rest can be solved by themselves even if Gayamani is not used. After all, they are also female warriors of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Each of them has extraordinary strength, and their resilience is definitely much stronger than that of ordinary people. As long as it is not a mortal injury, there is no big problem. Okay. Yejia then looked at the Empress. Let's carry the rest to the boat, there is no serious problem. The female warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates were overjoyed when they heard what Yejia said, and hurriedly came forward to transport the wounded. At the same time, they stared at Yejia for a long time, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in their eyes. Yejia noticed the eyes of these female warriors, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Those female warriors who are petite small, or demon row in shape are not worth it, but most of the female warriors in the 9 Snake Pirates are bulky existences. With Yejia's aesthetics, it is really difficult to bear their gaze. Don't think that you saved the concubine's sister, the concubine will thank you. The Empress breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but still had the majestic appearance of haki of a strong woman on her mouth. Clarify your origin and who are you? The Empress is the Empress, as expected of an existence that can become Shishibukai, with such a strong attitude. But can I take the liberty to ask? If I remember correctly, your 9 Snake Pirates should be very strong, everyone is cultivating haki, and being able to wrap around arrows. With this kind of strength, how could even the cotters of the mere 3 Blackbeard pirates be able to repair you so miserably? The Empress is welcome, and Yejia is certainly not welcome either. If it weren't for the beauty of the Empress, Yejia wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense with her. In any case, the Empress is regarded as the first beauty of One Piece/King of Pirates, and Yejia naturally wants to have a kiss with her. But if the Empress is too tough and has no meaning at all, why should Yejia stick her hot face to her cold butt? Yejia is not the kind of guy who is jealous. There are so many beauties in the world, and you have to be your empress? You. The empress was said by Yejia, and there was fire in her eyes. Seeing the gloomy look on Xiao's face, she was obviously angry. Benevolent, you are going too far. Today is our weak period, so we can't show our strength, don't blame Lord Snakeji. A female soldier said quickly. A period of weakness? Yejia was puzzled. Why didn't he know that the 9 snake pirates still had a period of weakness? Shelley, shut up. The Empress shouted loudly. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of blush on her face. Shelley, you talk too much. Don't tell anyone outside, Shelley. When the female warrior named Shelley spoke like this, all the other female warriors blushed at once. Only then did Shelley realize that he had said something wrong, so he quickly covered his mouth, blushed, and lowered his head. The weak period you mentioned, shouldn't it be? Yejia's face was also a little embarrassed. He hadn't thought of it just now, and now he saw the embarrassed expressions of the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, and immediately woke up. Women have a few days every month, it should be their weak period. Speaking of which, the cotters of the Blackbeard pirates would not know that today is a period of weakness for the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, so they made a special trip to provoke them today, right? That's really, so frustrating. But did they all come there on the same day? Yejia had this question again in his heart, but he didn't feel embarrassed to ask. Moreover, this is the world of pirates, and Amazon Lily is a magical country with only women. It is not surprising that all women come on the same day. Cough cough. Let's skip the weak period, Empress, let's spread the news of the Blackbeard crew being killed. This is your territory, and you should have a way to do it. Yejia said directly. Why should my concubine help you? Hearing that Yejia wanted to ask her to do things by herself, the queen finally felt that she had regained a city, and did not ask why she wanted to spread the news first, but directly asked Yejia if she had the qualifications to ask her to do things. Seeing the Empress holding her head up, her face proud and arrogant, the corner of Yejia's mouth twitched. He knew that the description of the Empress in One Piece/King of Pirates was really vivid, but at that time, he simply ignored it because she was beautiful. In One Piece/King of Pirates, other than Luffy, who has the Empress treated well? He kicked the kitten and puppy who were blocking his way. Regardless of the facts, they directly petrified Margarita, Yafarandara, and others, and even threatened Luffy to break their stone statues. Even the mother-in-law who took in her, Nyonyo Hao, since childhood was kicked away mercilessly by her. All kinds of bad deeds can already show that the queen is not only cute when she is in love, but also the image of a hacky queen at other times, and her character is relatively bad, and most people can't stand it at all. I just saved your sisters and avenged your dead sisters. If you think that such great kindness can be ignored, I have nothing to say. Yejia said expressionlessly. He no longer wanted to communicate too much with the Empress. This kind of self-centered woman has many difficulties in communicating, and Yejia can't stand her always looking aloof. The Empress stared at Yejia, her eyes flickering. This man did not covet his beauty, and his tone of speech did not mean to please. Has the charm of a concubine weakened? Chapter 76. He killed Tenryabito. Lord Snake, please help the benefactor. The benefactor saved Deadly, Camilla, Doris, and the others. If they found out, they would definitely be sad. A female warrior interceded for Yejia. Sir Snakeji, he just wants to release a message, help him. Seemingly inspired, another female warrior spoke up. Lord Snake, please do it. Most of the female battles of the 9 snake pirates are interceding for Yejia. Even the Empress's sister, Marigold, couldn't help but say, Sir Snakeji, he saved our sister's life, this reward is not too much. Okay. The Empress shouted impatiently, and as soon as she raised her hand, everyone in the 9 snake pirates immediately fell silent. She looked at Yejia, her beautiful and flawless eyes looked up and down, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Tell me why you want to spread this kind of news. The Empress returned to the topic. If Blackbeard gets the news, his cotter has been defeated by us, and there is still one person in our hands, he will definitely come to ask for someone. The concubine is not willing to face that kind of vicious guy. What do you think you are? Can you beat Blackbeard? After defeating Ace, Haihu 460 was invited to become Shishibukai and has become famous all over the world. It was obvious that the Empress was somewhat afraid of Blackbeard and was unwilling to provoke that kind of character. This time it was the people of Blackbeard who came to provoke him and killed all the cotters, so that Blackbeard knew that he was not easy to mess with, and that he would not dare to provoke the territory of the 9 snake pirates again in the future, even if he had achieved his goal. But Yejia asked her to spread the news, clearly wanting to make things worse. What do you think? Yejia Viviisho asked rhetorically. I didn't kill Lafitte, but kept him because I wanted to use him to catch bigger fish. If Blackbeard doesn't come, will it be any use for me to keep him? Lafitte's status on the Blackbeard pirate ship is not low. It can be seen from his ability to lead the Blackbeard pirate ship. If it wasn't for the fact that Blackbeard had underestimated the strength of the Empress too much, and the people who wanted to take advantage of the 9 snake pirates were in a weak period, they could not fight with all their strength, and seized and plundered several islands. Facts have proved that even the Empress is illusory, BFDJ, in a weak period, it can also beat those crew members to the north. You want to kill Blackbeard? The Queen deciphered the meaning of Yejia's words, and her expression changed. As soon as the statement came out, the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates were also shocked. Who is Blackbeard? The new Shishibukai, the guy who defeated the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates. You can imagine how strong he is. He actually wanted to kill such a strong man? That's right, I've seen this guy unhappy for a long time. If I can't kill him with my own hands, it's pointless for me to stay here. Yejia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As long as you have seen One Piece/King of Pirates, who doesn't hate Blackbeard so much? The biggest initiator of the top war, let the Whitebeard pirates and marine fight the top war. Release the heinous criminals, kill Whitebeard, and seize Whitebeard's ability. If it wasn't for the redhead, he even wanted to destroy the entire marine headquarters, causing more casualties. It can be said that Blackbeard is basically the biggest stumbling block on Luffy's future road. If he hadn't met before, Yejia wouldn't care about Blackbeard at all, even if he waited until the top war to solve him. But now that he has met, of course Yejia will not miss this great opportunity to solve the Blackbeard. Being able to slaughter the hated Blackbeard by so many people, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Yejia Hihiisho, fists clenched. What ability do you have to prove that you can kill Blackbeard? The Queen asked in a solemn voice. My concubine will not take risks with you, and the same is true of my country's citizens. Unless you prove to me how powerful you are, I will not agree. This thing should have ended here. It ended with the failure of the crew of the Blackbeard pirates. But if Yejia spreads out the news, it will mean another upcoming war. And this war will be extremely cruel. Want to see strength? Yejia twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at everyone. No problem. Other Yejias are not good at it. Show his strength. This is so easy. Yejia looked back and saw Blackbeard, a big ship tied together by 3 huge wooden stakes, at his feet. I'll pick you. Yejia gently isho, then raised his head. Hey, you all stand back, it's not good to bump into you later. Hopefully your performance is as big as your confidence. The Empress left a sentence and took the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates back to the ship. Yejia was the only one left on the huge Blackbeard pirates. Brother Ye is very strong, he will definitely win. Gayamani stood on the boat of the 9 Snakes pirates, her big eyes flickered, and she admired Yejia from the bottom of her heart. "He's your captain, and of course you have to speak for him." The Empress snorted, but from the concubine's point of view, he can only teach those unprofessional crew members. Blackbeard is the guy who can defeat the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace, and he himself is in the Whitebeard pirates have been around for more than 20 years, how can a pirate who has never heard of a name be able to defeat it? Blackbeard became famous. After becoming famous, many people knew that he was originally Whitebeard's crew, and he followed Whitebeard for more than 20 years. Now that Ace was defeated, Blackbeard was invited by Marine to become Shishibukai. On the other hand, Yejia, not many people knew his name at all. "I believe brother he even killed Tenryabito." "Oh, no, I didn't say anything just now." As soon as Gayamani said the words, she immediately realized that it was bad. She accidentally told the most undisclosed secret, and quickly covered her mouth and shook her head. However, her words have already fallen into the ears of every female warrior of the 9 Snake Pirates, especially the 3 sisters of the Empress. "You, just said he, killed Tenryabito?" Chapter 77 The Power of the Anger of Heaven and Earth. The Empress' eyes changed suddenly, and even her tone became less tough than before. Tenryabito may be just a rumored world aristocrat who is out of reach, a descendant of the Creator. It is impossible to meet each other in a lifetime, or he does not want to see it at all. But for the 3 Empress sisters, Tenryabito is the nightmare that will never go away in their lives. When the Empress was a child, she and her 2 sisters were kidnapped by human traffickers and sold to the nobles of the world, becoming the slaves of Tianlong Ren. On her back, Tenryabito's slave imprint still remains, the sky serpent's hoof. Later, if Fisher Tiger hadn't climbed to the red soil continent with his bare hands, made a riot in Marijois, and released thousands of slaves, if they took the opportunity to escape from it, I am afraid that it would still be difficult to escape, let alone become the Shishibukai Empress whom everyone admires. But even after so many years, whenever the Empress heard the 3 words Tenryabito, she would recall the cruel years at that time. Tenryabito, she always hated. But she couldn't do anything, let alone take revenge. Because the other party is Tenryabito, a world noble, a group of people under the highest protection of the world government Marine. Even if there are many people who think Tenryabito is scum, it is difficult to defeat Tenryabito. However, today, she actually heard that someone actually killed Tenryabito, and this person was right in front of her. In this sea, is there any idiot who dares to shoot at Tenryabito? How is it possible, someone can do it? The Queen murmured absent-mindedly. Killed Tenryabito? No way. That's a world noble. If he killed Tenryabito, how could he still be alive? Dare to offend the nobles of the world, that is a serious crime of beheading. Once discovered, the entire Marine will come to trouble him. How can it be possible to stay here safe and sound like now? When the female warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates heard that Yejia had killed Tenryabito, they all boiled over. Still, most were skeptical. Killing Tenryabito was such a big deal, how could Marine just let it go? If the 3 admiral were not dispatched, it would be considered a good thing to make a lot of noise in the world, and Yejia could still show his strength in front of their eyes. It's true. It's true. I didn't lie to you. Brother, you really killed Tenryabito, we saw it with our own eyes. Gimanai is just a child after all. When a child is wronged and questioned, his first reaction, whether it is a secret that can be said or not, must be to restore his own reputation. She jumped and shouted, and described what happened that day in her dry language. Just, that day. As soon as Sister King Glow and I got out of the boat, the sky was so bright, it was all light, and the sea was destroyed. Tenryabito also died. That's it, Tenryabito died like this. I didn't lie to you. Gimanai struggles to prove her innocence. But the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates shook their heads, not believing that Yejia had killed Tenryabito. Hello. Suddenly, the Empress spoke loudly, and Yejia heard the penetrating voice clearly, and turned her head. Did you really kill Tenryabito? The Empress then asked loudly, her earnest gaze seemed to be longing for an answer, the answer she wanted most in her heart. Yejia was stunned all of a sudden. How did she know she had killed Tenryabito? Brother Ye, tell them. You killed Tenryabito. They don't believe me. Tell them and help me prove that I didn't lie to them. Gimanai jumped up and said loudly. Yejia twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Can this kind of thing be said casually? If a bad news spreads out and Marine Admiral kills it, it will be troublesome. But Yejia glanced at the people of the 9 snake pirates, and his eyes fell on the face of the Empress. Killed. Yejia Viviisho, that Tenryabito was undeserved, I killed him on the spot. Along with him, and Marine's Vice Admiral Bastille was also killed by me. Are you satisfied with this answer? As soon as Yejia said this, the 9 snake pirates immediately exploded. Their eyes widened one by one, as if they had heard the most incredible thing. Killing Tenryabito. This kind of unimaginable thing, someone actually did it? Lord Snake Princess. Boa Sandersonia of the 3 sisters of the Empress was stunned. I heard it right, he said he really killed Tenryabito? No one dares to talk nonsense about this kind of thing. As long as any rumor spreads, he will be finished. Who would lie about this kind of thing? Boa Marigold didn't quite believe it, her reason told her that what Yejia said was somewhat credible. The Empress lowered her head silently, unable to see her expression clearly. Only a ray of light flashed past, falling to the ground and blooming. The Queen was moved. There was an inexplicable warmth in her heart at this moment, which made her want to cry. Hey! Aren't you curious how I killed Tenryabito? Yejia grinned Isho and said loudly, I'll show you now how angry heaven and earth are, and this power is the incarnation of the anger of heaven and earth. Boom! As soon as Yejia's voice fell, thunder suddenly broke out above the clear sky, and thick dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun, and the sky and the earth suddenly dimmed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yejia's figure slowly rose into the air, dancing in the wind in a black robe, making a sound of hunting. Sizzle _. The blue thunder and lightning wrapped Yejia all over, and a breathless aura emerged. When the blue light of thunder and lightning gradually intensified, Yejia raised his hand, palm up. Feel it well, what is? God's judgment. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the clouds broke open, and a huge column of thunder and lightning descended from the sky, directly hitting the location of the Blackbeard pirate ship, wrapping Yejia in it. Chapter 78 Get Something From You. A huge thunder and lightning ray crashed down, overturning the ocean directly. The surroundings dimmed in an instant, and there seemed to be only this terrifying pillar of thunder and lightning that reached the heavens and the earth in front of him, illuminating the whole world. The 9 snake pirates' ship was swept back by the huge waves when it boarded. If the ship had not had a special device that could hold it firmly on the sea surface, I'm afraid everyone would have flown out right now. The storm rolled wildly, and the waves surged out like ripples layer by layer. What kind of power is this? A female soldier's eyes were frightened, her palms trembled uncontrollably, and even the words she shouted were trembling. Not only she, but all the female warriors of the 9 snake pirates, including the 3 sisters of the Empress, were all stunned by the apocalyptic scene in front of them. They have seen powerful and terrifying power, but 473 has never seen such a terrifying power that destroys the whole sea. God's judgment completely refreshed their cognition of power. The huge lightning beam lasted for about 10 seconds, and finally gradually shrank as the light gradually dimmed, and completely disappeared without a trace. There was only a bottomless ocean abyss and Yejia floating in the air, his black robe screeching. A yellow, colored flash lit up and came directly to the 9 snake pirates. "See my power?" Standing on the deck again, Yegio faced the Empress face to face, with a confident smile on his face. "I wonder if you can promise to help me publish news now." All eyes immediately focused on the Empress. Seeing Yegio's bright and clear eyes looking at herself, the Queen felt her heart suddenly burst for no reason, and she felt a sense of being caught off guard. But she recovered quickly, masking her panic with 2 coughs. The concubine saw it. "With your strength, it should not be difficult to deal with the black beard." After returning, the concubine immediately ordered someone to go to release the news. The Queen was a little afraid to look directly into Yegio's eyes, and was always dodging and facing Yegio's eyes. "If that's the case, it's time to go." Yegio laughed. "Let's go." "You can't wait to run away before the concubine spreads the news." When the Empress heard this, she immediately frowned and asked, "Where did you hear that? If I didn't go back to Amazon Lily with you, how would I catch Blackbeard myself?" Yegio raised his eyebrows. "When you let people spread the news later, don't mention my name, let him think that you are provoking him. This way, the chance of success will be much higher." The Empress paused in embarrassment, and Vivi's face flushed. "Then you must go back to Amazon Lily with us. If you dare to escape halfway, your concubine will not spare you." After the Empress finished speaking, she waved her robe and opened her beautiful legs, turning around and leaving. Yegio looked at the devilish back of the Empress with doubts in his eyes. This woman is too sensitive. The Empress can sit in the position of Shishibukai, how can IQ be like this? After Yegio slandered, he didn't stay any longer. The 9 snake pirates set sail again, and he took Gayamani back to the Reaper. "Little Manny, go and heal him." Yegio pointed to Lafitte, who was still in a coma, bound by a rope. "Huh?" Gayamani didn't react for a while. "Go on, this fellow is of great use to me," Yekavivisho said. Although Gayamani didn't know why Yegio asked herself to cure this big villain, since it was Yegio who said it, she was willing to obey unconditionally. Hands folded, the white mask lit up. "Lost." Lafitte's wounds are healing quickly. Because Lafitte was too seriously injured, Gayamani was already sweating profusely after she finally treated him completely. "Little Manny, take a stamina pill to supplement it, and I'll allow you to eat 1 more cake today," Yegio said with a smile. "Really, that's great." When Gayamani heard that she could eat 1 more cake today, she immediately cheered. Yegio took Lafitte and entered the interior of the Death God, a storage room specially used to store things. "I know you're awake, don't play dead in front of me," Yegio said coldly. "Ho ho ho ho, you saw through it?" Lafitte suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight from the ground. "Laugh." With a soft sound, the rope that bound Lafitte broke directly. "This restraint wants to trap me, but it's not that simple." Lafitte relaxed his muscles and bones comfortably, and didn't pay any attention to Yegio. "Where's my salute?" "Boy, are you too proud?" Yegio's eyes flashed fiercely. Boom. A punch hits Lafitte's stomach directly. Immediately, Lafitte clutched his stomach and leaned against the wall. He couldn't breathe for a long time, and his already pale face was a little unnatural. But he still maintained his demeanor very well. "Ho ho ho ho, if you want to kill me, why save me? If you want something from me, just get my staff first." Lafitte looked as though Yegio was determined, without the slightest panic on his face. As he said, it was easy for Yegio to kill him, so why bother saving him? Since he was rescued, it means that he still has utility value. Yegio must want to get something from him, so he has to heal him. "You're right, I do need something from you." 4.1. Because you can only get that thing for me if you are strong enough. If you are too weak, you will die all of a sudden. At that time, I can't find anything that can replace you. Yejia raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. What do you mean? Lafitte realizes that things don't seem to be going the way they thought they would. Next, you must hold on, you must not die, understand? Yejia's eyes flashed. Lightspeed punch. Boom boom boom. Lafitte didn't even have time to react, Yejia's fists had already landed on every part of his body. Congratulations, you got a shard of dark fruit. Chapter 79 10 consecutive draws on the gambling board. Congratulations, you got a dark fruit shard. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki. Congratulations, you got a bloodjade shard. Congratulations, you got a shard of armament haki. The lifting sound popped out wildly, Yejia's fist was faster than raindrops, the terrifying power of 2,000 punches per second, almost made him unable to see the shadow when he punched, his hands almost completely disappeared, and he could only barely see it. Until there are yellow, colored lights flickering on both sides. Lafitte's strength is obviously stronger than everyone Yejia has blasted before. In the face of such a stormy attack, he can even speak consciously. He wanted to use hypnotism on Yejia, but Yejia did not give him any chance at all. Don't underestimate me. Lafitte was furious. I saw a pair of wings behind him burst out and fluttered, trying to avoid Yejia's attack with a powerful fighting technique. Want to go? Yejia hooked the corner of his mouth, and punched directly at Lafitte's face. Lafitte couldn't react at all, and a die shop opened on his face, almost sinking. One punch after another, when more than 10 punches smashed into Lafitte's face, Lafayette no longer had the anger he had before. Some of them were just full of gold stars, and it felt like the whole world was spinning. After the body is strengthened, the fist strength has also increased. Fortunately, your body is stronger than anyone I have met before, I should really thank you. Using electrical energy to enhance the body's strength, Yejia's body's hardness increased significantly every day. Especially after he ate the second physical strength limit pill, this feeling became more and more obvious. With his current physical strength, even with his real flesh, he can withstand a lot of bullets, and he has completely reached the point where he can resist cannonballs with his flesh. This is the benefit brought by the physical strength limit pill, which makes Yejia's strength infinitely possible. There are still 36 pieces left, you must support me. Yejia glanced at the devil fruit recipe. There are only 36 fragments left until the dark fruit is collected. Congratulations, you have successfully collected enough bloodjade fragments, you can synthesize 10 bloodjades in batches, do you want to synthesize? Suddenly, an unexpected prompt sounded. Yejia was stunned. Can you synthesize 10 bloodjade? Why so many? Immediately, Yejia hurriedly looked at it, only to find that the bloodjade fragments had unknowingly collected 1,000 pieces. System, isn't it possible to synthesize one with 100 pieces? Why haven't you reminded me? Yejia has never cared about the acquisition of bloodjade, and has always paid attention to the acquisition status of haki, devil fruit, and physical upper limit pill. As a result, I didn't expect that the bloodjade fragments that had been hanging beside me suddenly gathered as many as 1,000 pieces. The system is doing it for you, you can get 100% devil fruit with 10 draws at a time. A sweet electronic female voice sounded. 10 draws to get devil fruits? Isn't this a misappropriation of money by those evil mobile game manufacturers on the earth? Putting it in such a place, but it feels very cool, you will get a devil fruit for 10 draws, this is a good deal. Synthetic. Yejia gave an order, and 1,000 bloodjade fragments were immediately thrown into the huge furnace, and the colorful progress bar quickly skipped over and over again. After the 10th time, the tripod lid was lifted, and 10 red hook jades that were as warm as blood floated out. You currently have 10 bloodjades, which can be used for 10 consecutive draws. Do you want to use them? Use. Whoa! All of a sudden, a gorgeous and shiny Russian turntable appeared in Yejya's mind, spinning quickly. Devil fruits, stamina dan, haki, are all what I need. 10 consecutive draws, don't need too many, just one of them will do. Yejya said excitedly. Items currently available for lottery on the gambling board: Devil Fruit, Stamina Limit Dan, Haki, Stamina Dan 100, Purchase Point 100. No matter who it was transferred to, Yejya made a profit. Moreover, if you can get so many treasures that are difficult for ordinary people to reach at one time, how much strength can you improve? Yejya felt excited just thinking about it. The bloodjade gambling disc turns into a colorful circular phantom, spinning at high speed. Anything is fine, ha ha ha. I'll be happy wherever you come. Bang. Suddenly, Yejya felt that the scene around his mind went dark, and a group of colorful rays of light exploded quickly. A devil fruit full of threads and glowing color appeared. Congratulations, get a human fruit. Human fruit? Yejya remembered that there was more than one human fruit in One Piece / King of Pirates. Luffy Crew Cutie Little Chopper is one. Marine Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku the Buddha is one. Human fruit is divided into forms. I don't know what form the human fruit he got will show. The idea of Yejya just surfaced, and the information about this human fruit immediately spread out in his mind. Human fruit Buddha form, can be transformed into a huge 280 Buddha statue, sending out a strong shock wave. Mythical devil fruit from Sengoku the Buddha. Yejya's eyes were full of surprises. This is a rare and precious devil fruit in Zoan Mythical. The devil fruit that must be drawn in 10 consecutive draws is actually so powerful, wow, haha. Wouldn't it be more cool to get the items given in the next 10 consecutive draws? Yejya happily put away the human fruit, ready to receive the rich loot of his first 10 draft gambling game. Who knew that he just glanced at it and was immediately dumbfounded? Blank. 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 100 physical strength pills. Blank. 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 100 physical strength pills. Blank. That's right, after 10 draws, except for the devil fruit that must be drawn once, the other 7 are blank, and only 2 of the 100 stamina pills are barely drawn. System, you don't want to be such a fool. You didn't say that the gambling board is still blank. And the only 2 times are actually physical strength pills. Why do you need so many physical strength pills? What a fuss. Even if the physical strength limit is Dan. Yejya almost ran wild on the spot. Chapter-80 Big Buddha and Dark Fruit. I thought that I could get a lot of treasures from the gambling board and then walk to the peak of life. Who would have thought that the cruel reality gave Yejya a slap in the face and made Yejya wake up completely? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? The system did not answer Yejya's complaints. But Yejya has already found the answer. At first, he didn't pay attention to the bloodjade gambling table at all, but now he took a closer look and found that the rows on it were the same as the Russian carousel, with blank results. And if these blanks add up, it is estimated that it will account for nearly 70% of the entire bloodjade gambling table. This also means that every time the bloodjade gambling table is rotated, there is a 70% chance that it will turn to blank. It's a fool's game, I shouldn't expect too much, it's a fool. Yejya sneered in his heart. 4 zeros. Although it was a little different from what I expected, the result is still good. A human fruit in the form of a big Buddha, with superclass Zoan mythical ability, can draw such a precious devil fruit 10 times in a row. Yejya has made a lot of money. Moreover, Yejya did not deliberately collect bloodjade, these are all windfalls. I've eaten Logia, Paramecia, and I haven't eaten Zoan. Dinosaur fruit is nothing. This kind of shiny, big, and hard stuff fits my image. Eat. Yejia directly chose to eat human fruit. This is the mythical fruit that Sengoku the Buddha relies on to become a martial level combat power. Let's see how powerful it is. With such a powerful ability, after eating it, Yejia can't wait to see how awesome it is. Immediately, Yejia's eyes narrowed. Big Buddha gilded body. I saw Yejia's body, beginning to be covered with a little gold. From the beginning of the hair strands, the golden color turns into a liquid, like state, and gradually diffuses. The golden liquid body covered Yejia's face, and then extended to his black robe, and his clothes were also turned into gold, but the weight of the clothes did not change. Then there are sleeves, pants, shoes. In the end, Yejia's whole person turned into a golden portrait. But it wasn't over yet. Yejia found that the hair on his head began to roll up slowly, as if it had been baked, becoming the judge state in his impression. His entire body height and weight were directly raised a lot. Bang! At this time, the golden fist slammed out inadvertently, and the attack with a strong white shockwave directly knocked Lafitte out. Oops! Yejia's eyes widened. This is the storage room, and next to it is the operation hub of the Reaper. If the wall is penetrated, the Reaper will have to go out. Fortunately, Yejia's speed was fast enough, and his figure instantly turned into a photon and collapsed, recondensed, and appeared behind Lafitte, and a big gilded hand directly grabbed Lafitte's body that flew upside down. Huh! Yejia breathed a sigh of relief. Sengoku the Buddha is really not covered. Although it is known as the resourceful general, the power of this Buddha form cannot be underestimated. Sengoku the Buddha is someone who has fought against One Piece/King of Pirates Gol Roger. The famous great pirates in history, Sengoku the Buddha, can also do two tricks with them. The ability represented by this level of powerhouse, how powerful can be imagined. There are only 13 fragments left to gather the dark fruit. Now you can't use the power of the Buddha's form indiscriminately. It is the kingly way to get the dark fruit first. Yejia lifted the form of the great Buddha, the gilt body disappeared without a trace, and the body shape returned to normal. You, don't be too arrogant. Lafitte opened his eyelids with difficulty, coughed blood in his mouth, and spoke weakly. How can you even speak? Lafitte, I really admire you. Yejia's eyes lit up and smiled, then you have to hold on until I finish taking things from you. As soon as the words fell, Yejia didn't give Lafitte a chance to speak out again, and punched him directly in the face. Boom boom boom. The terrifying fist fights took away Lafitte's remaining vitality little by little. But Lafitte remained tenacious. I have to say that this guy is really strong, and although he can't match the Shishibukai characters like the Empress, there is no problem with PK being better than Vice Admiral. It's a pity that his luck was not good. He met Yejia, and he was reduced to the end of being beaten. Dark Fruit, 92/100. Dark Fruit, 94/100. Dark Fruit, 97/100. Dark Fruit, 99/100. Congratulations, you have successfully collected the dark fruit fragments. Is it synthesized? The sweet mechanical and electronic female voice made Yejia's heart more enjoyable. Synthetic. A few seconds later, a purple swirl fruit shaped like a pineapple appeared in Yejia's mind. Don't say more, just use it for me. Without further ado, Yejia directly chose to eat the dark fruit. In an instant, Yejia felt that his body suddenly became weird, and all his abilities lost their effect. But after this weird feeling passed, all the abilities returned to Yejia's body. The innate ability of the dark fruit is the ability to absorb some devil fruits. Those who are touched by the dark fruit will immediately become ordinary people, and will no longer be able to use the devil power. But after my body, after the fusion, these fruit abilities can coexist with the dark fruit. Blackbeard, you can have 2 devil fruits, you are indeed a genius in heaven. But compared to me, you are still too tender. Yejia sneered. As soon as he raised his hand, dark mist emerged and filled his arm 4.4, forming a dark mist glove, which was particularly infiltrating. Thinking that Blackbeard personally brought someone to the door in a few days, Yegio was looking forward to the surprised expression on his face when he saw that the dark fruit he was proud of was actually owned by others. How could? Lafitte's vitality is really tenacious. Yegio even has some doubts whether his own devil fruit has the ability to quickly heal wounds, and he has endured so many punches from himself, and he is still alive. It is a miracle of life. I saw Lafitte's eyes widened, looking at the burning black mist on Yegio's hand. His eyes were full of incredible shock. P.S. Recommend your friend Shuangwen Wuxia Evil Player. The rivers and lakes are chivalrous and beautiful, and it is worth seeing.